Upon traversing into the Marvel Universe, one is afforded the opportunity to select a female hero as a companion. The agility of Black Widow, the chaotic sorcery of Scarlet Witch, the cosmic prowess of Captain Marvel, and the dominion of Death Goddess. Whom shall one choose? Netizens fervently debate. Wanda embodies both power and allure. Will your selection align with hers? Join us as we delve into an analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of these four characters to uncover your ideal partner. Chapter 1. Humanity in Marvel. A soft buzzing sound emanated from the mobile device, rousing the slumbering Lister. He sprang upright with a suddenness reminiscent of a wound-up automaton, a cold handgun gripped firmly in his hand, its dark muzzle aimed toward the source of the sound. Though nestled in the familiarity of his own home, Lister remained ever vigilant even in repose. He found solace only with a firearm tucked beneath his pillow. What the hell? Who dares disturb my dreams? Observing the empty room and the gleaming phone, Lister exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit accompanied by a hint of grumbling. It is no wonder anyone awakened from a pleasant dream might harbor a touch of irritation, and Lister, perpetually on edge and devoid of security, was no exception. Sensing no immediate danger, he holstered the handgun and reached for the vintage phone perched on his nightstand. The text message was succinct, clear in its brevity. Jane Smith, 400,000. John Smith, 400,000. An address followed. The Smith couple. In times past, as a burgeoning assassin within a ruthless organization, such a bounty would have ignited a primal instinct within the original occupant, compelling him to seize the opportunity and rush forth. Yet now, Lister merely smirked, cast the phone aside, and buried himself beneath the covers once more. However, after this disturbance, slumber eluded him, his mind replaying recent experiences like a cinematic reel. Lister, in accordance with Western naming conventions, should indeed be called Lee St. He was originally of Chinese descent, and this was not his true name. A month prior, he had inexplicably found himself in the United States, adopting the identity of Lister. Initially, he believed he had merely changed countries and identities, and that with time, he would return to his eastern homeland. Yet, upon assimilating fragments of the original's memories, he discerned that the reality was far more intricate. In this world, during the Second World War, there existed an organization known as Hydra, led by a red-skinned monstrosity with a skull for a head. The United States was home to a super soldier named Steve Rogers, who vanquished the Red Skull and dismantled Hydra, albeit at the cost of his own life. There was also a billionaire named Tony Stark, a notorious playboy who had recently completed a collection of cover girls. In Hell's Kitchen, a formidable figure known as Fisk wielded influence that surpassed even that of the mayor of New York City. Yet, of late, he appeared to be entangled in troubles, with a crimson-clad specter disrupting his enterprises, resulting in substantial losses. This individual was known as Daredevil. In summary, this is Marvel, yet it transcends the boundaries of Marvel itself. For instance, in the company where Lister is employed, there exists a seasoned veteran named John Smith, whose wife is Jane Smith, the very individuals recently placed on the wanted list. In Midtown Manhattan, there is a hotel named the Continental, exclusively catering to assassins, where all transactions are conducted not with cash, but with specially minted coins. There exists an ancient organization known as the Assassin's Brotherhood, from which emerge assassins of exceptional skill, endowed with the extraordinary ability to curve bullets. Naturally, the secrets of this world are manifold, and Lister's understanding merely scratches the surface. After all, having arrived just a month ago, he has remained largely reclusive, devoid of reliable sources of information. The only company he could rely on offers a wealth of useful intelligence, yet operates not as a charity. Every piece of information is meticulously priced. If it were free, Lister would peruse it, but for paid intel, he must respectfully decline. As a time traveler well-versed in Marvel's narrative arcs, he realizes that his knowledge of the world's secrets is rivaled only by the peeping Supreme Sorcerer. Upon discovering he resides in Marvel, particularly in New York, Lister briefly contemplated immigration. Acquainted with the impending calamities that await New York, he is painfully aware of the tribulations that lie ahead. First, there will be a skirmish between the Abomination and the Hulk, followed by the invasion led by Captain Marvel and the Chitauri. Moreover, there lurks Thanos, who fancies himself the director of the universe's population control, poised to snap his fingers and randomly obliterate half of all life in the cosmos. It is even rumored that within the Earth's core, an invincible pantheon may be gestating, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge. Such reflections render the notion of immigration rather precarious. As Lister grapples with anxiety regarding his future, he discovers his hidden potential. Regrettably, this potential is somewhat capricious even after a month. It remains in standby mode, with no indication of when it might activate. In this tumultuous world, though not in utter chaos, dangers lurk at every corner. Particularly given that the original owner of this body was a killer, Lister is acutely aware of the dark underbelly concealed behind the facade of the Big Apple. In such circumstances, lacking formidable strength, he refrains from venturing out carelessly. Thus, Lister consciously dedicates himself to training, aiming to enhance his survival skills until his hidden potential fully awakens. As he trains, Lister notices fleeting images flashing through his mind. For instance, while striking a punching bag, images of boxing techniques materialize in his thoughts, compelling his body to instinctively mimic the movements. Likewise, upon handling firearms, he instantly recognizes their models, their strengths and weaknesses, and can swiftly disassemble and reassemble them. This is not due to any innate genius, nor does he possess an ability to learn effortlessly. Rather, he is merely tapping into the residual memories of the original owner. Upon his arrival, Lister absorbed the remnants of the original owner's memories, but regrettably, these consisted only of basic knowledge and short-term recollections, with the assassin's skills remaining elusive. As he engaged in physical training, Lister gradually unearthed the remnants of the original owner's memories embedded within his physique, thereby acquiring skills in firearms, combat, disguise, and tracking an unexpected boon. With the passage of time and relentless practice, his prowess surged, and Lister, brimming with confidence, resolved to conclude his period of seclusion and experience the splendor of the Big Apple. However, during that fateful outing, Lister encountered a fellow operative whose swift, decisive actions and impeccable marksmanship effortlessly dispatched a dozen black-clad bodyguards, leading to the gruesome demise of a corpulent tycoon. Unfortunately, Lister's timing was ill-fated. He was perceived as a threat and met with a hail of bullets. Were it not for the acute reflexes that had developed in moments of peril, Lister would have been reduced to mere Swiss cheese that day. Following his narrow escape, he became utterly disheartened, vowing never to venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Even within the confines of his home, he kept his weapon loaded and at the ready, dedicating himself to even more rigorous training, especially in agility and reflexes. During this period, the company had issued several assassination contracts, all of which he declined. Just the day before, the front desk had called to inform him that the boss wished to see him, a request he had tactfully dismissed. In hindsight, it was a prescient decision. Otherwise, he might have found himself ensnared as bait. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Mission. At dawn, as the first light of day filtered through, Lister, clad in a refreshing outfit and donning a baseball cap with an unusually long brim, commenced his morning run. Typically, he would jog leisurely along the nearby streets, circling his residence for about an hour. Upon concluding his run, Lister would often stop by a local convenience store to procure essential supplies. This ritual marked one of the happiest moments of his day. "Hi, Betty." "Hi, Lee. How may I assist you today?" Of course, you always manage to recommend both delicious and affordable ingredients. "Thank you for the compliment." Betty, the store's shelf manager, was his go-to for purchases. Her striking beauty, tall and curvaceous, coupled with a smile reminiscent of a languid Persian cat, bestowed an enchanting quality to their interactions. Although Lister harbored no ulterior motives, the mere presence of such beauty was always a delightful experience, was it not? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Loading complete. Random mission issued. Assist the Smith couple in overcoming their predicament. Completion reward. 1 lottery chance, no penalties for failure. At that moment, as Lister was engrossed in selecting ingredients with Betty, the system having been dormant for a month unexpectedly activated and presented a mission. "Betty, thank you for your recommendations, but I must leave urgently. See you later." With a serious expression, Lister departed swiftly, leaving a bewildered Betty in his wake. Truth be told, he was elated that the system had finally activated, but why now? Lister did not believe in mere coincidence. Rather, he suspected that certain conditions had been met, such as the proximity of the Smith couple. Their presence signified trouble, and not just any trouble, but significant trouble. Lister valued his life dearly and had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs at this moment. Regarding the tasks issued by the system, since there are no penalties for failure, there seemed little incentive to perform them diligently. However, contrary to expectations, as Lister turned around a shelf, he unexpectedly encountered Peter and Julie, who were selecting clothing. It must be said that at this juncture, the duo was in their prime, handsome and beautiful, akin to celestial beings, drawing attention wherever they went. Upon noticing each other, List was equally acknowledged by them. "Hey, Smith." "Hi, Lee." John, recognizing List as a newcomer to the company, immediately became wary, his eyes darting around quickly, and his right hand instinctively moved behind him. Observing John's demeanor, Jane also grew cautious, her expression turning fierce. "What are you doing here? Are you here to work as well?" It was understandable for John to be suspicious. He had just been bombarded out of his home and was being pursued by a group of assassins who were, quite alarmingly, from his own company. Having recently dealt with this group of killers, he was preparing to change clothes and gather information from his friend Eddie when he unexpectedly ran into a colleague, which inevitably led his mind to wander. Could it be that they had been exposed so soon? No, this is purely coincidental. I live nearby, and you should have heard about my situation. I'm currently in a semi-retired state and haven't worked for over a month. List spread his arms, halting at a safe distance. He and John were not particularly close, barely even acquaintances, and in this situation, he was concerned that a bullet could easily send him away. "Apologies. As you can see, we've encountered some trouble and are a bit on edge." After surveying the surroundings and detecting no immediate threats, John and Jane relaxed slightly. They paid List little mind, quickly changing clothes in order to depart as soon as possible. "I am somewhat aware of your predicament, if convenient. Perhaps we could find a place to discuss it further." List wished to leave, yet he could not resist the allure of the task reward, extending an invitation to John and Jane. He reassured himself. The system task merely stated to assist them, without specifying how providing intelligence and reasonable suggestions should count as help, especially since he wouldn't have to charge in a battle alongside them. Quite safe indeed. 10 minutes later, in a nearby hamburger joint. "At present, your situation is perilous. The entire company is hunting you down, and, well, even her company is after you." "Apologies, I just finished my morning workout, and I am absolutely famished." As List munched on his hamburger, he relayed the particulars of their situation. To be honest, he preferred the warm, savory meat buns over the massive hamburgers. Each greasy bite was a delight, though sadly, such fare was not available here. "Is that so? Could you elaborate a bit more?" John and Jane sat across from him, exchanging glances, with John taking the lead in speaking, as Jane was keen to honor her husband in the presence of an outsider. The situation is quite straightforward. Our company is in competition with hers, and you two happen to be the top talents of your respective firms. Yet, you both have chosen to marry." Lister finished off one hamburger and picked up another, taking a bite before continuing. "In this situation, for the upper echelons of both companies, you have betrayed your organization, and you are well aware of the consequences that befall traitors." "How dire is the situation?" John inquired with a serious expression. "How bad can it be?" Lister swiftly polished off his second hamburger, took a napkin to wipe his mouth, and sipped some milk tea before solemnly stating, "You must be familiar with the night demon, John Wick. This was his final battle before retreating from the world." "Goodness." John and Jane exchanged glances, both recognizing the tremor of fear in each other's eyes. For years prior, John Wick was a formidable force in the assassin community, basking in glory, yet yearned for a return to a normal life. Consequently, his organization assigned him a mission from which he could not emerge alive. In pursuit of freedom, John Wick accepted the task and successfully eliminated his target. However, that was merely the beginning of the true crisis. With the target's demise, the opposing faction initiated a staggering bounty on John Wick, seeking revenge. At that juncture, John Wick found himself surrounded by enemies. Not only did he contend with the fully armed elite forces of the opposing faction, but he also faced a seemingly endless array of elusive assassins. Everyone believed John Wick was doomed, and he himself shared that conviction. Yet, in the end, fueled by his love for his girlfriend and his indomitable spirit, John Wick fought valiantly against all who pursued him, thus solidifying his reputation as the unparalleled night demon. Now, Lister audaciously drew parallels between the night demon's predicament and their current plight, causing even these two seasoned killers, accustomed to the violence of life and death, to feel a sense of trepidation. "Of course, your situation is far more favorable than that of the night demon. At least the upper management of both companies will not publicly disgrace themselves by revealing your defection. What good advice do you have?" Even with only the threat of two assassin companies pursuing them, John and Jane felt their prospects were grim, devoid of any escape. However, the fact that Lister approached them suggested he possessed some insider knowledge. "Well, I have 3 pieces of advice, strategies categorized as high, medium, and low." At this moment, Lister appeared as though he were channeling Zhuge Liang, raising 3 fingers to introduce each strategy. The high strategy: you two should separate and go your own way. You will find peace in doing so. The medium strategy: find something that piques the interest of both companies, perhaps that could earn you forgiveness from their upper management. As for the low strategy, that would involve laying an ambush to eliminate all those pursuing you, instilling fear in both companies, making them hesitate to target you again, just like the Night Demon. Chapter 3. I choose Wanda. Half an hour later, the Smith couple discreetly departed, and Lister returned home with an air of nonchalance. He had conveyed all he could regarding the situation. Whether they would survive was now a matter of fate. Although, in the realm of cinema, the duo ultimately became invincible warriors, vanquishing all foes, the reality of their survival remained uncertain. Previously, their demise would have been of no concern to Lister, but now, driven by the allure of the system's rewards, he found himself wishing for their safe passage. As for stepping in to assist them, he deemed that an unwise venture. Lister was acutely aware of his own limitations. Upon returning home, Lister began to explore the awakened abilities bestowed upon him. Beyond issuing tasks, the system graciously provided a user-friendly attribute panel. Host: Lister. Age: 23. Strength: 16. Enhances attack power, explosiveness, and carrying capacity. Constitution: 16. Boosts defense, recovery, and endurance. Agility: 18. Increases movement speed, reflexes, dynamic vision, and attack speed. Spirit: 24. Augments danger perception, cognitive strength, and mental defense. Skills: shooting, intermediate; combat, intermediate; driving, advanced. Personal space: 10 cubic meters. Task: assist the Smith couple in overcoming their predicament. In progress, while other details mattered little. The mere existence of a personal space thrilled Lister immensely. As an assassin, one of the most troublesome aspects of his operations had always been how to transport his tools of the trade close to the target. Now, with this newfound personal space, Lister could effectively transform into a mobile armory. Without hesitation, he accessed the basement and retrieved his toolbox. Although it did not rival John Smith's entire underground arsenal, it contained several boxes filled with a Browning pistol, a Thompson submachine gun, a revolver, a sniper rifle, a big pineapple, and an array of ammunition of various types. Lister promptly stowed everything into his personal space. With an arsenal at his disposal, his murderous intent surged forth. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to rush out and join the Smiths in confronting their pursuers, eager to showcase his skills. However, this impulse was swiftly quelled. Lister, aware of his own inadequacies and lacking a safety net, resolved to remain cautious, allowing the Smith couple to contend with their adversaries alone. Having completed his preparations, Lister found himself at a loss for what to do next. Under normal circumstances, he would have had myriad ways to pass the time, but tonight, the hours dragged on interminably. Finally, as midnight approached, sleep eluded him, his thoughts wandering far from his present surroundings. Time ticked away, and Lister reclined languidly on the sofa, motionless, resembling a living piece of art. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, Lister opened his eyes wide and sat upright. A voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. You have assisted the Smith couple in overcoming their predicament. Reward: 1 lottery draw. Please check. Listening to the prompt, a smile gradually crept across Lister's face. It must be said that the Smiths were quite capable. They heeded Lister's advice, first extracting Benjamin from the federal court as bait, and then effortlessly annihilating the assassins who had followed them into a preset trap. This maneuver inflicted considerable losses on both companies. While their elite members were not entirely wiped out, they suffered significant setbacks, leaving them unable to mount a proper offensive. Consequently, the two companies decided to retreat, tacitly acknowledging the defection of the two individuals. Returning to Lister, after the initial excitement, he chose to accept his reward and proceed with the lottery draw. In an instant, a surreal lottery box appeared before him, awaiting his hand to make a selection. How primitive! Lister was momentarily taken aback. In this day and age, weren't slot machines and spinning wheels far more appealing? He then clasped his hands in prayer, bowing to the 4 corners, murmuring, "Heavenly deities, spirits, and demons, I sincerely pray for your blessings." Afterward, he blew a breath of mystical energy onto his right hand and reached into the ethereal box. The interior was vast, seemingly filled with glass orbs, and unable to discern their merits, Lister intended to grab a handful. Unfortunately, the system prevented him from doing so. If he held more than 2 orbs, his hand would become immobile, allowing him to grasp only a single one with ease. Thus, he had no choice but to select the most convenient orb. As Lister withdrew his hand from the lottery box, the orb in his grasp transformed into a beam of light and vanished, along with the illusory lottery box itself. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one opportunity to traverse a cinematic world. Note: 1. The available cinematic worlds for selection are Resident Evil 1 and Kong Skull Island. Choose one. 2. To enhance the entertainment of your journey, you may bring one companion, selecting from the following: Natasha, Wanda, Carol, or Hela. No way. To be honest, List was quite dissatisfied with this outcome. Compared to traversing worlds and fighting on his own, he preferred to be rendered instantly invincible under a powerful influence. Even if invincibility was not an option, wouldn't it be better to simply be bestowed with items? Now, to acquire what he desired, he would still have to rely on his own efforts. A poor evaluation. Moreover, both Resident Evil 1 and Kong Skull Island are hardly safe worlds. The former is teeming with mutated zombies, where a moment's inattention could lead to assimilation. The latter is even more perilous, filled with colossal beasts that could reduce a person to mere bones in an instant. If given a choice, List would wish to avoid both worlds altogether. After careful consideration, Lister ultimately decided not to squander this opportunity and chose to enter the world of Resident Evil 1. Firstly, this realm is abundant with valuable resources such as viruses, serum, and the super artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen. Secondly, compared to Skull Island, this world offers a greater sense of safety. As long as he follows the storyline, he has a substantial chance of surviving until the end. For his choice of companions, Lister quickly set his sights on Wanda. Although Wanda, at her current age of merely a teenager, has yet to fully awaken her chaos magic and is not yet the formidable Dark Witch capable of vanquishing the Illuminati. Her potential is undeniable. In moments of danger or emotional upheaval, she is highly likely to unleash the powers of her chaos magic. Thus, Wanda cannot be considered a liability. Rather, she is a card that can spring to life at any moment. Of course, even if Wanda were a burden, Lister would remain unconcerned, for he has a particular fondness for her character. As for the others, while Natasha is indeed both striking and formidable, her affiliation with Sewage would expose him to their scrutiny, which he wishes to avoid. Similarly, Carol, known as Captain Marvel, possesses extraordinary strength and is not lacking in appearance. However, her overwhelming power is somewhat intimidating, and Lister prefers not to confront such an imposing figure before he has adequately prepared himself. As for Hela, the goddess of death, who has been imprisoned for millennia and is rife with malice, selecting her would likely lead to his immediate demise. Chapter 4. Entering the world of Biohazard with a decision made, Lister did not hastily utilize his opportunity for traversal. Instead, he contacted his arms supplier late into the night and ordered an extensive array of firearms and ammunition, even requesting 2 of everything. After all, the so-called truth resides within the range of gunfire. For the sake of his own survival, Lister nearly exhausted his savings. He then took a day to recuperate, and as night fell, having gathered his strength, he began his journey. System commenced traversal into Resident Evil 1, selecting teammate Wanda. As the words left his lips, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lister vanished from the room. Simultaneously, on the other side of the earth in Sokovia, within a secret base of Hydra, Wanda, who was engrossed in her reading, also disappeared. As the space shifted, when Lister opened his eyes, he found himself standing in an extraordinarily spacious hall with a silver-white floor, bright illumination, and an overwhelming sense of advanced technology surrounding him. Beside him, a beautiful young girl, resembling a younger version of his acquaintance, opened her starry eyes and curiously surveyed her surroundings. Despite her tender age of 18, she has already faced the harsh realities of life and death. At the age of 10, she witnessed the tragic death of her parents in an explosion, followed by a nearby shelling that left her and her brother Pietro embracing each other in helpless anticipation of their own demise. Subsequently, the two were captured by Baron Strucker of Hydra and imprisoned within a dark, lightless base, subjected to inhumane human experiments. One cannot fathom the torment she has endured over the years. At this moment, as she is thrust into a new environment, she remains remarkably composed. Her resigned adaptability, tinged with a bittersweet grace, evokes a sense of sympathy, akin to a leaf drifting aimlessly upon the currents of fate, entirely devoid of control. Just as Lister was about to utter something to her, a radiant flash of white light enveloped the space, and a resonant voice echoed in their ears. From the Marvel Universe, the Summoner welcomes you to the Cycle Temple. Current match storyline, Resident Evil 1. World type, post-apocalyptic science fiction. Level of danger, highly perilous. Main quest, survive for 90 minutes after disabling the Red Queen. Completing the task earns you 1,000 points and transports you back to the Cycle Temple. Side quests, 1. Earn 1 point for each zombie killed. 2. Earn 10 points for each zombie dog slain. 3. Earn 200 points for each licker defeated. Hidden task unknown. Identity match. Lister substitutes for the mercenary. Wanda substitutes for the medic Omi. Teleportation will commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, esteemed summoners. What does this mean? Wanda's expression was one of confusion. The mysterious voice resonated clearly with her, each word distinct, yet the overall significance eluded her comprehension. What is this match world? What are the main and side quests? Zombies. Zombie dogs, lickers? What on earth is this? Could this be yet another twisted experiment orchestrated by Baron Strucker? The thought darkened Wanda's countenance. Having been with Hydra for so long, she was acutely aware of their cruelty. What would happen to Pietro if she were to meet with misfortune? They had yet to fulfill their vengeance against Stark. Hello, are you Wanda? I am Lister. Welcome to the Cycle Temple. We are the fortunate ones summoned here to undertake missions in other worlds. Completing these tasks rewards us with points, which can be exchanged for items such as superpowers, advanced technology, bloodlines, and more to enhance our strength. Noticing Wanda's bewildered expression, Lister transformed into the caring older brother, elucidating the so-called rules of the cycle. Although it was his first time in this realm, he had read numerous similar narratives in his previous life, allowing him to easily deduce the basic rules of the Cycle Temple. Meanwhile, he felt a twinge of unease. What exactly was this awakened golden finger? How had the Cycle Temple emerged? Would all his future rewards hinge on overcoming challenges within this temple? If that were indeed the case, his forthcoming days would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Through Lister's patient explanation, Wanda gradually came to grasp their current predicament. She was no longer in a state of confusion. Instead, a spark of eagerness ignited within her. If it were indeed possible to enhance her strength here, then upon returning, wouldn't she be able to escape with Pietro? Soon, the 5-minute preparation period quietly slipped away. As the final 10 seconds of the countdown concluded, the figures of Lister and Wanda vanished in an instant. Entering the realm of Resident Evil 1, Lister felt a fleeting flash before he found himself in an unfamiliar location. They were aboard a speeding train car. Several mercenaries scattered about, while Alice, Spence, and Matt, looking bewildered, crouched on the left side of the carriage. He and Wanda stood on the right, fully armed. As Lister surveyed their surroundings, he quickly grasped the situation. He and Wanda, clad in distinctive attire, were easily recognizable. It must be said that Wanda, donned in her snug tactical suit, exuded a striking presence, undoubtedly captivating attention. The backdrop of Resident Evil 1 was not complex. In essence, the Umbrella Corporation was conducting viral research, but one of its employees, Spence, betrayed the company for personal gain, deliberately shattering a vial containing the virus. The pathogen subsequently infiltrated the entire underground laboratory through the air circulation system. Once the Hive's intelligent computer, the Red Queen, detected this, it promptly severed all connections to the outside world and eliminated all staff within the facility to contain the outbreak. 5 hours after the Hive lost contact with the outside, a mercenary team, led by James Anderson, was dispatched to investigate the situation and shut down the Red Queen. Lister and Wanda assumed the roles of members of this mercenary team as they made their way into the Hive's subway. What shall we do? Is there a plan? Wanda pondered, her mind swirling with unfamiliar memories as she surveyed the scene before her. Her curiosity about the Cycle Temple grew. They could indeed traverse different worlds. After a brief period of acclimatization, Wanda recalled their purpose for being here. Whether it was the main mission or side quests, they appeared to be anything but friendly. Survive for 90 minutes. Hunt zombies, zombie dogs, and lickers. The road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with peril. Wanda instinctively tightened her grip on her weapon and edged closer to Lister. He was the only familiar presence in this chaotic scenario, despite their acquaintance lasting merely a few minutes. Do not worry, just stick with the main group, and we will surely make it back alive. Sensing Wanda's unease, Lister lowered his voice to offer comfort. He had absorbed some of the original host's memories, acquiring professional skills in firearms, combat, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and wilderness survival, which seemed to have elevated his own abilities. What are you two discussing? Inquired the fierce female mercenary, Rain, as she approached. Nothing much, Lister replied with a smile. Shrugging his shoulders, he sensed the malevolence lurking in the other's gaze. It was as if, during his whispered conversation with Wanda, the other's countenance had darkened. Chapter 5. Entering the laser corridor in place of Wanda, the train sped along at an exhilarating pace, soon coming to a halt at the platform. The passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion, maintaining a vigilant formation as they advanced toward the entrance of the Hive. List lingered at the rear, feigning a watchful eye on potential threats from the opposite direction, while in truth, He was swiftly scanning the train compartments. Within the narrative, the viral solution and antibody serum taken by Spence were now concealed within the carriage. At that moment, due to the effects of the nerve gas, Spence was temporarily afflicted with amnesia, completely oblivious to this matter. This presented List with an opportune moment to acquire the virus and serum. He certainly would not let it slip by. Although the film did not explicitly indicate the location of the serum and virus, the containers holding them were of considerable size, inherently conspicuous. With a keen eye for discovery, List quickly located them. He refrained from opening the containers and instead secured them directly into his personal space. Acquired viral solution and antibody serum, triggering hidden task. Hidden task: obtain viral solution and antibody serum and return to the cycle temple. Task completion rewards: return 1 task item for 2,000 points. Return 2 task items for 4,000 points. Indeed, he had already earned 4,000 points right from the outset. The prospect of amassing such a sum filled List with elation, almost prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. With the serum in his possession, he felt a sense of assurance. Even if he were to inadvertently contract the virus later, he would not be unduly concerned. Soon after, List hastened to rejoin the main group, attracting little attention aside from a couple of inquisitive glances from Wanda. Due to the viral leak, the elevator had been shut down, compelling everyone to utilize the stairs. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived at the dining hall without incident. "What is this place?" Captain James Shed inquired, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the room, which was adorned with peculiar jungle-like contraptions. "The dining hall." Kaplan, who had been diligently following the map, replied. "The dining hall? Surely you jest." Captain James retorted, incredulous. "There isn't even a chair in sight, only these ominous black boxes. How could this possibly be a dining hall? The map clearly states so." Kaplan lamented, shaking his laptop in exasperation. "This is indeed a dining hall, but not one meant for humans. It is a dining hall for the liquors," List mused inwardly, noting the dozens of freezing units, each housing an equal number of liquors. Should these creatures escape, every person present would meet their demise. However, at this moment, the Red Queen remained operational, keeping these monsters under chemical control as they lay dormant, posing no immediate threat. With an uneventful journey behind them, Wanda's taut nerves began to ease. She wandered about, curiously leaning on a freezer, peering through a reserved observation hole to gaze inside. What manner of creature is this? Wanda's pupils dilated as she was suddenly startled by the terrifying visage of a devourer within. "Shoo, be quiet. This thing is very dangerous. Do not wake it." "Oh." Startled by Leicester's warning, Wanda hastily covered her mouth. Her eyes widened, and with both hands clamped over her mouth, she appeared adorably naive. "What a fright. Just go away." Suddenly, Rain appeared, pulling Wanda aside and separating the two. Leicester was at a loss. What was wrong with this woman, always causing him trouble? He had initially intended to collaborate with Wanda to plant some explosives while others were distracted. Now, with Rain's watchful gaze upon them, their plans were thwarted. "Hurry up and follow." "All right, I'm coming." At that moment, Captain James and Kaplan had discovered the exit ahead and beckoned everyone over. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the first lethal laser corridor, a true embodiment of peril in the realm of biohazard. "Boss, it's been decrypted." Kaplan sat at the computer, his fingers flying across the keys, then flashed a sign to Captain James. "Wu, you two come with me." James nodded and waved to Wu, Kane, and Wanda. "Shet." Upon hearing Captain James's command, Leicester's expression darkened. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. The terrifying nature of the laser corridor had been vividly portrayed in films. Whoever touched it met their demise, with even specially forged alloy daggers being sliced through in an instant, let alone flesh and blood. As James led the way, the four of them entering was akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. If they perished, that would be one matter, but Wanda could not afford to encounter danger here. Although Wanda possessed a physique that significantly increased the likelihood of awakening chaos magic in the face of peril, thus altering reality and potentially rendering her immune to the lasers, this was no longer the Marvel Universe, and Leicester dared not take such a gamble. As for disclosing the circumstances within the laser corridor, that was hardly a prudent choice, for he had no means to explain the source of his information. "Wait, are you certain it has been decrypted?" Leicester glared at Kaplan, urging him to temper his confidence. "You may doubt my character, but not my skills. We've been on so many missions together. When have I ever faltered?" Kaplan retorted, visibly annoyed. Had they been elsewhere, he would have surely challenged Leicester. "What is your problem? Are you deliberately provoking me?" At that moment, Rain, who had followed along, cast an equally displeased look in his direction. "Not at all. I simply believe that carrying the equipment and doing the dirty work should be left to the men." "Omi." You should stay back with them. The final effort ultimately ended in failure, forcing List to take Wanda's place. He seized the instrument from her grasp and strode confidently into the laser corridor alongside a few others. Wanda observed List's peculiar behavior, noting it with keen awareness. Being naturally astute, she began to suspect that the corridor ahead harbored some lethal danger, and List's actions were evidently paving the way for her peril. Strangely, despite their brief acquaintance, a wave of emotion stirred within Wanda towards List. Just as the group entered the corridor, the iron door suddenly slammed shut, causing her heart to race. What was happening? I had clearly closed it. Kaplan stared in bewilderment at the newly emerged lasers. Stop wasting time, hurry and crack it, snapped Rain, a hot-tempered individual, delivering a swift kick to Kaplan's backside. The lasers were terrifying, their acrid, burnt smell apparent even through the iron door. Kaplan's hands moved frantically, so rapidly that they seemed to create an illusion. Everyone get down. As the first laser approached, List shouted to James and the others before dropping to the ground. The laser whizzed overhead, not even grazing List's hair. All right, the first laser has passed. We can't jump the second one. We must stay down. List's eyes were fixed ahead, his mind intensely focused. Soon, the second laser sped toward them, positioned between the knee and calf. The shrill sound, accompanied by the scent of burning, was alarmingly swift. Among them, Kane, standing at the front, saw the laser drawing near his legs and panicked, leaping up in distress. At that moment, the laser swiftly ascended, slicing through Kane at the waist, cleaving him in two. Shit. Immediately after, James seized the opportunity, leaping up to grasp a beam in the corridor, aligning his body in a straight line. In an instant, the laser zipped beneath him, severing the alloy dagger hanging from his waist. Meanwhile, List and Wu, still crouched on the ground, narrowly escaped the calamity. Now, only the final laser remained. With no time for words, List yanked Wu back with urgency. The searing laser emerged from the center, swiftly traversing the midsection. James attempted to replicate his previous maneuver, only to witness the singular line transform into a vast web of lasers filling the entire corridor. Shit. James cursed again. The laser net arrived too swiftly for him to evade, leaving him to await his doom in silence. However, List had prepared well, while retreating fervently. He didn't forget to pull James back with all his might. The laser net vanished less than a centimeter from James Sutherland, the searing heat singeing the fine hairs on his face and even causing his skin to blister. Mission accomplished. Rescue James Sutherland. Reward, 200 points. Mission accomplished. Rescue team member Wu. Reward, 100 points. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back, James said, patting List on the shoulder, his dark face reflecting the terror of surviving a near disaster. Although Wu did not speak, he cast a grateful glance towards List. At that moment, as the iron door swung open, Wanda dashed into List's arms without regard for the others, asking, "Are you hurt?" A chorus of howls erupted from the crowd, their eyes exchanging a knowing look, save for the peculiar expression in Rain's gaze. Have we truly cracked it? James approached Kaplan, his face darkened with concern. I swear, this time there will be no issues. Kaplan was drenched in cold sweat, aware that words would be futile. Resolutely, he shouldered his backpack and ventured alone into the laser corridor. Navigating through seamlessly, he declared, "Let us go," and the group followed closely behind. They traversed the laser corridor, ultimately reaching the central control room of the hive, where they began to install the pulse generator. At that moment, a nearby camera shifted its focus, and a holographic projection materialized before them. It depicted a charming little girl of European descent, with golden hair and fair skin, exuding an aura of innocence. Stop. Please don't do this, she implored. However, the group remained focused on their task. Do not trust anything it says. This is the hive's central computer. It will deceive us, seeking every possible means to prevent us from shutting it down, Kaplan advised, continuing with the installation. If you shut me down, all defense systems within the hive will fail. The cryogenic chamber will thaw, and the sealed gates will open. As she spoke, the Red Queen's projection became distorted, her voice transforming into a harsh, grating sound. Soon enough, through their combined efforts, the pulse generator was installed, and Kaplan retrieved his cherished controller. Stop. Please, do not do this, the Red Queen pleaded in her final desperate attempt. Unmoved, Captain James nodded, and at Kaplan's command, he was poised to press the activation button. You will all perish here. With the realization that persuasion had failed, the Red Queen's holographic visage shifted dramatically, her tone growing cold and menacing. Silence, you vile creature. Rain roared, seizing Kaplan's remote and pressing the activation button. Boom. Following the pulse, the lights surrounding them extinguished instantaneously, only to flicker back on shortly thereafter. The circuit breaker could only interrupt the power momentarily, soon restoring it, as if the preceding darkness had never existed. In other parts of the hive, the Pandora's box has been opened, and the base is on the verge of its darkest hour. After power was restored, Kaplan swiftly removed the motherboard of the Red Queen. Upon seeing it, Lister's mind sparked with an idea. What is the most precious thing in the world of Resident Evil? Is it the virus? The serum? Neither. It is the Red Queen. This is true artificial intelligence, possessing independent self-awareness. To acquire it is tantamount to securing an all-encompassing assistant. As for the virus and serum, they reside within the database of the Red Queen, available in any quantity desired. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Lister promptly requested the motherboard from Kaplan. "You're burdened with heavy equipment that impedes your speed. Allow me to carry it for you." With this, Lister extended his hand towards the Red Queen's motherboard. "Be careful. This is worth a fortune." Kaplan did not refuse. After a brief admonition, he handed the motherboard to Lister. Super Artificial Intelligence Red Queen motherboard acquired. Hidden mission triggered. Hidden mission. Acquire the Super Artificial Intelligence Red Queen motherboard and bring it back to the Reincarnation Temple. Mission completion reward. 1,000 points for obtaining the Red Queen motherboard. 10,000 points for returning the motherboard to the Reincarnation Temple. Lister's pupils constricted in astonishment, his heart soaring at the realization of the motherboard's immense value. He longed to return immediately to claim those 10,000 points. Alas, he still had the main mission to fulfill. From this moment, he must survive for another 90 minutes. It dawned on him that upon entry, there had been a timed closure set for the blast doors. If they did not exit within 2 hours, the entire hive would seal, trapping them within. It was then that Lister belatedly recalled their time constraint. He quickly glanced at his wrist, where the timer displayed a daunting 62, indicating that only 62 minutes remained before the blast doors would seal completely. In the film, the closure of the blast doors occurred when Alice and Matt entered the mansion, suggesting that after the plot concludes, he and Wanda would still have to linger in this world for another 30 minutes. How should he strategize these 30 minutes? Are you all right? Have you discovered something? As the Red Queen deactivated and the main mission commenced its countdown, an inexplicable unease enveloped Wanda. Seeking to confer with Lister on their next steps, she found him lost in contemplation. With the Red Queen deactivated, the base is no longer safe. Whatever approaches you, you must shoot instantly. Remember to aim for the head and spine. Lister whispered to Wanda as they fell to the rear, discreetly pointing out the zombie's weaknesses, and seizing the opportunity to slip her a handgun along with several fully loaded magazines. All right. Wanda understood that this was not the time for idle chatter, and she immediately donned the equipment, although she had never wielded firearms in the real world. The amalgamation of the medic's memories endowed her with not only professional first aid skills, but also commendable proficiency in both firearms and combat. Chapter 7. The zombie onslaught. With the Red Queen deactivated, the group's mission was essentially accomplished. The next step was to safely extract the mainboard from the hive. After a brief respite, James took the lead, guiding everyone back along the path they had come. The return journey was filled with a sense of ease, and before long, they arrived at the dining hall. Lister, aware that an encounter with zombies was imminent, gripped his firearm tightly, bracing for action. Indeed, as they entered the dining area, a white figure staggered into view before them. "Stop!" James Anderson raised his left hand, and the team immediately halted, spreading out to form a defensive formation. The figure, clad in white, with disheveled hair and a drooping head, ambled forward, resembling a drunken wretch at first glance. "Stop immediately. State your name and identity," James warned again, but the figure seemed oblivious to his command, continuing its unsteady advance. "Last warning. Halt at once." They were now within 3 meters. Yet the entity showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, it lifted its head, revealing a grotesquely mangled face, and then surged forward with alarming speed, lunging at James like a rabid dog. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed. Lister had opened fire. Zombies are merely humans transformed, their bodies ravaged by the virus, rendering them inferior in overall capacity compared to the living. However, the terrifying virus and their bloodthirsty demeanor instilled an uncontrollable fear. With a single shot, Lister shattered the zombie's right leg, causing it to topple to the ground. Observing the struggling creature, James furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why did you fire?" The blood was thick and purplish-black, a characteristic exclusive to the deceased. Lister's expression was grave as he replied curtly, "Despite the grievous injury." The zombie continued to crawl forward with a feral growl. It was evident to James that if this were a living person, such a severe wound would be insurmountable. Bang! Another shot rang out, severing the zombie's neck. Zombie eliminated, earning 1 point. Lister, possessing remarkable marksmanship skills enhanced by the abilities of a mercenary, was virtually unerring at such close range, hitting his target with precision. "Medic, go check it out," James commanded, and the others immediately resumed their vigilant stance. The zombie was dehydrated and decayed, having been dead for at least a day. Wanda examined it closely, her face a mask of confusion. Is this truly a zombie? It certainly fits the description. However, it has been scarcely 6 hours since the central computer received the message from the Red Queen. Why does this zombie appear to have been dead for over a day? Never mind. I shall issue a warning once more. Anyone who dares approach will be shot immediately. James was resolute. Whether for the sake of the mission or for the preservation of life, firing his weapon was the most prudent choice. There is no need for further warnings. Kaplan, gripping his gun, bore an expression rife with terror. Suddenly, a man clad in a white lab coat, limping and dragging a hefty hammer, approached. His appearance resembled that of a refuse collector rather than a researcher. Behind him loomed a throng of grotesque zombies, some with their heads partially devoured. The numbers were overwhelming. "Our ammunition is insufficient," Kaplan shouted once more. Without subsequent supplies, it was impossible to vanquish such a multitude of zombies with only the weapons at hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and several zombies ahead had their heads blown apart. James changed his magazine, sensing the dire situation. These zombies were utterly frenzied, even when their bodies were maimed. They showed no signs of fear. Unless their heads were shattered or their necks broken, they would not cease their relentless assault. "Break through immediately, target the exit," James commanded, leading the charge with his weapon raised. With the captain at the forefront, List felt a significant reduction in pressure. Zombies killed, gained 1 point. Zombies killed, gained 1 point. The zombies swarmed thickly, rendering aim unnecessary. List held his submachine gun and fired indiscriminately. A burst of 30 rounds swiftly depleted, transforming the 10 or so zombies before him into mere sieves. Wanda, not to be outdone, followed closely beside List, her firearm continuously belching flames as zombies fell one by one. "Conserve your ammunition," exclaimed Rain, unable to watch any longer. She turned and shot a zombie barreling toward them in the head. "Understood. Good." List and Wanda responded in unison, yet their actions remained unabated. The concern over dwindling ammunition never crossed List's mind. Should he exhaust the bullets on his person, he had ample supplies in his spatial inventory, though not infinite. It would suffice to deal with hundreds of zombies and dozens of zombie dogs. Not to mention, the number of zombies gathered here was not particularly large. However, as the team advanced deeper into the dining area, they found themselves amidst a forest of frozen containers occupied by liquors. The cold light illuminated these cryogenic boxes, yet none but List were aware of the dreadfully terrifying creatures concealed within. As the zombies surged and the group fired upon them, bullets inevitably ricocheted, striking the adjacent cold storage units. At such moments, List remained acutely vigilant, tactically retreating, fearful that a horrific beast might burst forth from the depths. Fortunately, the cold storage was sturdy enough, allowing everyone to advance to the entrance of the restaurant without incident. Once they crossed the threshold, they would gain access to the safe passage and subsequently leave this dreadful place via the staircase. However, at that moment, they discovered that the door had been locked. Not far away, a horde of zombies was staggering towards them. "Hurry up and unlock it," James shouted at Kaplan, gripping his weapon and opening fire. Kaplan's skills were commendable. Within approximately 2 minutes, the tightly secured door was finally ajar. Yet, what lay before them was not the promised sanctuary of escape, but a throng of zombies that nearly filled the entire corridor. A large group of the undead surged forward, instantly toppling Kaplan to the ground. Prepared for such an event, Lister swiftly yanked Kaplan out and began shooting the advancing zombies in the head. Hidden mission completed. Save Kaplan. Reward, 100 points. Excellent. Another 100 points secured. Lister mused. Out of the 7 mercenaries, excluding himself, Wanda, and the unfortunate Kane, only 4 remained. James, Wu, and Kaplan had all been saved once. Only the formidable Rain was left for Lister to earn more points. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly assessed the situation outside, where a dense mass of zombies numbered no less than 200. Chapter 8. Entering the sewage system, the group had nearly exhausted their ammunition during the previous skirmish. Continuing in such a state against over 200 zombies would be tantamount to courting death. Their only viable option was to return to the control room and rely on the closed gate to withstand the remaining time. However, time was of the essence, as the blast door would soon close, and if they did not act swiftly, they would find themselves trapped in the hive. Thus, they could only resort to a cinematic maneuver of rebooting the Red Queen to access an alternative concealed route for their escape. Captain, Lister articulated his thoughts, which were immediately met with James's agreement. In the present circumstances, there was no better strategy. Returning to the control room to reactivate the Red Queen was imperative. With Captain James's command, the others swiftly began to sprint. In a frenzy, they quickly made their way back to the control room. After reinserting the mainboard of the Red Queen and powering it up, the charming visage of the little girl reappeared. I did not expect you to still be alive. The Red Queen's voice resonated, sounding almost mocking. It was not difficult to surmise this. The previously defiant individuals who had disregarded warnings were now scurrying back, clearly educated by the monsters outside. What exactly has the company been researching here? What are those creatures? Captain James glared at the Red Queen, his expression darkening. The Hive, as one of Umbrella Corporation's bases, was primarily utilized for the research and development of viruses. After being infected by the virus, the metabolism of the organism accelerates, and the virus within the body emits faint electrical currents to stimulate physical activity. In other words, the virus has the capacity to revive the dead, the Red Queen replied. Virus? Is this what the Hive research is about? James continued to inquire. Reviving the dead? Why do these monsters attack us? This revival is not complete. They possess only the most rudimentary abilities for movement, perhaps a smattering of memory, but virtually no intelligence. They are driven by the most fundamental neural impulses and needs. What needs? To satiate their hunger. How can we kill them? Severing the spinal cord at the apex or inflicting severe trauma to the brain is the most effective method. The Red Queen spoke without reservation. She answered all of James's queries, and gradually, the group began to comprehend the unfolding situation. We need a safe route out of here, Alice remarked, looking at the Red Queen. The situation has spiraled out of control. I cannot allow you to leave, the Red Queen declared resolutely, embodying a determination to battle the forces of evil to the end. I have installed a circuit breaker in your power system. Once I press the button on this remote control, a powerful current will directly incinerate your motherboard. Kaplan let out a cold laugh, the threat starkly evident. There is a passage outside the control room that connects to the drainage system, leading directly to the tramway to the surface. I will guide you safely out of the Hive. Indeed, the astute recognized the prevailing circumstances, and the Red Queen was just that. Upon hearing her response, expressions of relief appeared on the faces of the group, though List remained skeptical, curling his lip. This route is certainly treacherous, infested with hordes of zombies and zombie dogs. In the original storyline, Kaplan and Rain nearly perished here. Countless zombies surged forth, accompanied by a menacing liquor, offering little safety compared to the surface. Under the guidance of the Red Queen, the group entered the drainage system. It was dark, damp, and the air carried a musty odor. Following the information provided by the Red Queen, they navigated through the intricate underground conduits. However, after a while, they realized they had circled back to a point they had previously traversed. Damn it, we're going in circles. This witch never intended to let us out. Spencer, feigning a spousal bond with Alice, slammed his fist against the pipe wall, angrily cursing the Red Queen. He was not alone. The others were equally distressed. Amidst a blend of tension, oppression, and fear, emotions finally erupted. Bang! Rain seized Spencer by the collar and forcefully shoved him against the nearby railing. Listen well. We have no choice now but to obey it, Rain declared fiercely to Spencer. A glint of cold light flickered in Spencer's eyes as he secretly gathered his strength, intending to push Rain aside. Suddenly, a multitude of arms emerged from behind him, clawing incessantly against the barricade with a feral growl that was laced with bloodlust and madness. Help me! Spencer's face contorted with terror as he struggled with great effort. Rain, witnessing the scene, was not one to remain idle. She grasped Spence while drawing a dagger to strike. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, and they needed to conserve it judiciously. Stay vigilant. The zombies behind the barricade posed little threat, but danger loomed from both the front and rear of the passage. Just as List had surmised earlier, it was indeed a trap. From the beginning, the Red Queen had never intended to spare them. The only way to thwart the virus from leaking further was to eradicate all threats in their infancy, trapping them within this underground hive 1,000 meters deep. As List's words resonated, a cacophony of roars erupted from both directions, with a tiger in front and a wolf behind, not to mention the incompetence of their allies. Their predicament was dire. Help! Spence screamed, having been seized by a zombie from behind. Rain's strength alone could not save him. Observing his plight, the others rushed to assist. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as List fired 3 consecutive shots, exploding the heads of 3 zombies. However, he was not rescuing Spence. He aimed at the zombies directly ahead. Spence was no virtuous soul. Indeed, he was the very epitome of scum. While others might curse the chef for a meager meal, Spence would upend the table and slay the chef in his greed. Had he not deliberately shattered the vial containing the virus, the hive would not have descended into chaos, and those researchers would not have perished. Though the hive's inhabitants deserved their fate, the devastation wrought by the virus was catastrophic, threatening to obliterate the entire world. Bang, bang, bang. Wanda closely followed List, moving in perfect synchrony as they felled the advancing zombies. Yet an even greater horde surged forth. I must flee. In this critical moment. Despite his memory loss, Spence's shameless nature compelled him to abandon the others and escape alone. Just as he lifted his leg to run, a bullet whizzed through the air, tearing through skin and muscle, shattering his bone. A piercing scream filled the air as Spence writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. My apologies, I missed. List's words dripped with mock contrition, yet his tone and demeanor betrayed no hint of remorse. He had long harbored disdain for Spence, seemingly believing that it was Spence's inaction that had led to others being captured and killed by zombies. Now, shooting him was merely collecting interest on a long-standing grievance. Chapter 9. Clearing the obstacles. A horde of zombies closed in, and the others, witnessing the commotion, had no time to spare. We cannot linger here. As List fired his weapon, he maneuvered sideways and began to ascend the pipe above. At his urging, Wanda ceased firing and climbed onto the pipe along the adjacent rack. The influence of a role model is boundless. Seeing Wanda find such a secure refuge, the others hastened to follow suit, moving closer to the rack. Damn it! That witch must have done this on purpose. Rain exclaimed angrily. By this point, everyone recognized the Red Queen's sinister intentions. She had no intention of allowing them to escape. The drainage system was already infested with zombies, and the Red Queen had led them in circles solely to attract the wandering undead. List had long been aware of her scheme, but chose not to expose it, knowing it would only raise suspicion. Everyone, hurry up. At List's call, they began to ascend in an orderly fashion. Watching the injured Spence, Alice felt a pang of compassion and wished to assist him, but List halted her. Why? Alice demanded furiously. Spence, equally enraged, shouted at List, why are you targeting me? Do you truly believe no one knows what you've done? List leaned closer, speaking in a tone only the three of them could hear, his voice heavy with menace. To satiate your avaricious dreams of wealth, you pilfered the virus and serum, shattering the vials that turned the researchers and animals within the hive into monstrosities. All of this chaos is on your hands, you villain. Hearing List's words, Spence's face turned pale with terror. Although he believed his actions had gone unnoticed, the reality struck him. Everyone in the hive was dead, and he had only just begun to recall. It was you. Alice's pupils constricted in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her intimate partner could commit such atrocities. Yet, observing his expression, she realized that List's words were likely true. Task completed. Unmask Spence's true nature. Reward, 200 points. As zombies began to converge, List urged Alice to ascend the pipe first, then forcefully kicked Spence into the horde of zombies. Following that, List leaped and grasped the triangular iron overhead, using his core strength to swiftly pull himself onto the pipe. This way, Alice called out, leading the others along the pipe, with List quickly catching up. Understanding that they were ensnared in the Red Queen's trap, the group disregarded her directives, instead following Kaplan's lead. He activated his portable computer and accessed the structural blueprints of the hive. Combining this with the terrain they had traversed, he managed to devise a safe passage. With tension but no peril along the way, they emerged from a drainage outlet onto the first level of the hive. As they traversed the corridor of the office area, the subway platform lay ahead, offering them a chance to escape this cursed place. As victory appeared imminent, the spirits of the crowd soared, and their steps grew ever lighter. All personnel, remain vigilant. Suddenly, James, leading the charge, raised a warning. Upon glancing ahead, they beheld a long corridor lined with dozens of ferocious zombie hounds. The Red Queen, the artificial intelligence of the hive, had unwaveringly fulfilled her duties. She would not permit these individuals to escape the hive, even if they had not been bitten by the undead. Nevertheless, once the virus infiltrated the body through the air, its vitality surged immensely. Even immersed in desiccated, contaminated blood, survival could extend beyond 8 hours. Many among them bore the taint of zombie blood. Should they leave the hive, whether through sewers or dumpsters, the risk of infection would be substantial. For the sake of humanity, the Red Queen could not allow them to depart. Be cautious. These creatures are far more formidable than the corpses, James declared, wielding his empty submachine gun like a club. He had once possessed an alloy dagger, but alas, it had shattered within the laser corridor. Woof. Without a moment's hesitation, upon sighting the living, the insatiable desire within the zombie hounds compelled them to attack. Bang. Bang! Bang! Lister struck with lightning speed, dispatching 3 hounds charging towards him and Wanda with well-aimed shots. There are too many. We must break through quickly, Alice urged, delivering a powerful kick that severed a zombie hound's neck. Yet, another hound seized the moment, leaping towards Alice's throat. Bang! In a heartbeat, a bullet pierced the hound's forehead, exiting with a spray of matter. Zombie hound killed, awarded 10 points. Rescuing Alice yielded no task reward. How disappointing for the protagonist. Despite his inner complaints, Lister did not cease his fire. Wanda's firearm had run dry, and in front of the others, Lister could hardly conjure a handgun. He shielded Wanda behind him, now forced to ration his remaining ammunition. Nevertheless, under Lister's exceptional marksmanship, each bullet he fired claimed a hound. Thus, while the others navigated perilous circumstances, they encountered no grave issues. Woof, woof, woof. 3 zombie hounds emerged from the shadows, all fixating on Rain. Damn it, Rain cursed, her body trembling slightly. 1 hound she could manage, but 3 together would surely inflict injury. And in this virus-ridden environment, injury equated to death. Thud, bang. An alloy dagger sliced through a hound's neck, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, vigilant Lister dispatched another hound with a well-placed shot. However, just as Lister prepared to eliminate the final hound, he discovered his firearm was devoid of bullets. Time was too short to change the magazine. Lister propelled himself forward with a forceful kick, charging out. He was determined to confront the ferocious zombie hound, ready to endure a blow to ensure the beast's demise. Bang! Lister struck first, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head. Thud! The force was tremendous, snapping the zombie hound's neck instantly. Zombie hound slain, awarded 10 points. Ding! Random mission issued. Use the viral serum to rescue Rain. Successful completion rewards a Rain summoning card. Failure incurs no penalty. 2 notifications sounded, but Lister had no time to ponder, swiftly reloading his weapon and continuing to fire. Bang! 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 After several shots, dozens of zombie hounds lay defeated, clearing the area of danger as they exited the hive. As for the liquor from the movie, it did not escape the frozen chamber upon their arrival at the restaurant, as no explosion had occurred to breach it. Furthermore, even if the liquor had managed to escape, it would now be behind them, unlike in the film where it guarded the exit. Chapter 10. Stay behind. The gazes of the survivors turned towards Lister, filled with gratitude. Had it not been for his formidable prowess, they would likely have perished. Let us go. We must leave, James commanded, eager to lead the group away. As the captain, he would not relax until they had vacated the hive. Captain, you take everyone out, Lister interjected, motioning for Rain. She has been injured and infected. I must remain behind to search for a serum to save her. He grabbed her arm and noticed a faint trace of blood near her shoulder. Although Lister had acted swiftly to eliminate the last zombie hound, he had arrived just a moment too late, and Rain had sustained a wound. It was minor and concealed, so she had not even realized it. Lister had only discovered her injury upon receiving the system notification. He had received 2 alerts, the first from the Reincarnation Temple, while the latter was from his own unique ability. But why was it Rain who was injured and not the biowarfare goddess, Alice? A discontented thought crossed his mind as he observed Rain's pallid complexion. They were in the hive, where even the slightest injury could prove fatal, meaning she had already been infected. As a mercenary, Rain was not afraid of death. However, the prospect of transforming into a bloodthirsty, frenzied zombie was far worse than death itself. James was at a loss for what to do. Captain, time is of the essence. You should leave. We will devise another means of escape shortly. Lister and Wanda had ample time for their mission, with numerous monsters still lurking in the hive and a coveted 10,000 point Red Queen motherboard in play, making it impossible for them to depart with the others at this moment. As for Ren, he had resolved to utilize the serum for rescue, ultimately deciding to depart alongside them. Yet he could not accompany the group. Take care. We shall remember you. In the end, James and the others embraced Lister one by one before departing. Naturally, before their exit, Lister did not forget to reclaim the remote control for the circuit breaker from Kaplan. He intended to shut down the Red Queen and extract the motherboard. Such a task was indispensable. Ren, do not be disheartened. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. What? Just as the group departed, Lister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leaving Ren startled, what was he planning to do with others still present? To his surprise, a cache of weaponry suddenly materialized before the 3, including handguns, submachine guns, a plethora of ammunition, and even a crate of grenades. I knew it. Earlier, when Lister had provided her with a handgun and a substantial quantity of bullets, Wanda had surmised that he possessed spatial abilities, concealing a wealth of firearms. However, Lister had meticulously controlled his firing, utilizing only the ammunition from his existing magazines. And once her supply ran dry, he had not replenished it, leading Wanda to doubt her initial intuition. But now, with an abundance of munitions at their disposal, sufficient for a small-scale skirmish, Wanda realized that Lister had been deliberately holding back. Meanwhile, Ren's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a furious outburst. "You bastard! Why didn't you bring out this much ammunition earlier?" Ren was genuinely infuriated. Had Lister revealed these resources sooner, she would not have sustained injuries or contracted the virus. Now, everyone had taken the subway to leave, while they remained trapped within this underground hive, surrounded by those repugnant zombies. "Fear not, you shall be fine. Allow me to show you something remarkable." Ignoring Ren's furious glare, Lister produced a silver case, which, upon opening, revealed 2 blue vials and 3 green vials encased in frost. "What are these?" Wanda inquired with curiosity. "These are the virus and serum stolen by Spence. I discovered them earlier in the subway. The blue vials contain the virus, while the green ones hold the serum. Originally, there were 3, but Spence deliberately shattered 1 vial of the virus. As for its potency, you have likely witnessed it." As Lister explained, he retrieved a specialized syringe and affixed the serum to it. "Ren, come, let us first neutralize the toxin. You did this on purpose. What is your intention? Is there another exit here?" Allowing Lister to inject him, Ren realized that he was indeed deliberate in his actions. He must have had undisclosed motives for coming here. Moreover, since Lister was aware that the blast doors had closed yet still dared to remain, he surely possessed a means of escape. No one would willingly court death. "You shall find out in due course." Lister smiled, offering no further explanation as he swiftly selected his weapons. Regardless of whether they retraced their steps or ascended the stairs to the dining hall, the journey was fraught with peril. Previously, the throngs of people had provided numerous means of survival, which Lister had opted not to employ. Now, however, only the 3 of them remained, and he was poised to unleash a wave of destruction. Soon, they armed themselves with weapons and ammunition, preparing for departure. With ample supplies at their disposal, Lister and his companions chose to return via the sewer system, teeming with zombies. This route had been selected after careful consideration by Lister. Firstly, the abundance of zombies along the way would allow him and Wanda to accumulate points. Although each kill only yielded a meager score, every little bit counted. Secondly, this path granted them direct access to the control room, circumventing the perilous dining hall and the laser corridor. To be candid, Lister harbored a persistent fear of the Liquor's lair and the laser passage. However, before entering the sewer system, they first approached the stairwell adjacent to an alternate route. "So, you are here. I am puzzled as to why you chose to remain. The instinct of living beings is to seek benefit and avoid harm. Your presence here is tantamount to certain death." As they reached the stairwell entrance, the voice of the Red Queen emanated from the loudspeakers. Bang, bang, bang. Lister, uninterested in engaging in dialogue, promptly fired several shots, shattering all nearby cameras. Having completed this task, they swiftly retreated and entered the sewer system. The Red Queen was an artificial intelligence, relying on ubiquitous cameras within the hive to perceive the world. Once deprived of these eyes, she would be rendered blind and deaf. The stairwell lacked cameras, with the nearest one positioned at the dining hall entrance. Thus, while the Red Queen believed they were using the stairwell, they were actually traversing the sewer system, gaining precious reaction time. This was Lister's strategy, a diversionary tactic, based on his understanding of the Red Queen. Should she deduce that their destination was the control room, potentially threatening her own safety, she would lay obstacles along the way to neutralize this perceived threat. The most formidable weapon at her disposal would be the frozen liquors within the dining hall. Lister feared that upon entering the dining hall, they would not confront merely 1 or 2 liquors, but an entire legion. Chapter 11. The emergence of Westview. Upon entering the corridor, the trio soon encountered zombies. There was no need for further discussion. They launched into action. Bang, 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 boom. Lister and Wanda led the assault, with Rain providing support. With ample ammunition, they unleashed a torrent of firepower, occasionally tossing in a couple of grenades. The zombies fell in droves, leaving a gruesome scene of severed limbs and scattered remains. Before long, they had advanced to the vicinity of the control room, and the corridor was strewn with the remnants of the undead. Roar, roar. At that moment, a series of growls echoed from afar, growing closer. The trio turned sharply to see 2 grotesque beasts, resembling demons from the underworld, racing along the walls. Liquors. List's pupils constricted. Although he was already aware that the Red Queen would unleash the liquors, witnessing such a formidable beast in person still sent a chill down his spine. The pressure exerted by this creature was undeniably immense. "I go left, you all go right." As the liquor approached, List bellowed. raising his weapon to unleash a frenzied barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The liquor, with its tough hide and formidable defenses, rendered the bullets ineffective, akin to a mere tickle, infuriating the beast even further. With a roar, the liquor lunged within 5 meters, suddenly opening its gaping maw, a long tongue shooting forth like an enraged dragon, aiming directly at List. Now's my chance. Hastily retreating, List produced a bundle of grenades, entwining them around the rapidly advancing tongue. The initial strike missed, and the liquor instinctively retracted its tongue, swallowing the ensnared grenades whole. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades detonated, leaving the liquor with only half its body intact as it crashed to the ground. Liquor killed, earned 200 points. Meanwhile, Wanda and Rain worked in concert, managing to narrowly dispatch their own liquor under the barrage of fire. After a brief respite, the three emerged from the passage into the control room, where they beheld the holographic projection of the Red Queen. You have surprisingly made it here alive. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to shut me down? I advise against such a course. You have witnessed the devastation wrought by the virus. My existence can contain the entire hive, preventing the virus from spreading beyond this base and threatening all of humanity. Should you choose to deactivate me, you will be deemed the villains of all mankind. The Red Queen, fully aware of their intent, appealed to their emotions and reason, elevating her purpose to that of universal significance. For a moment, List felt as though he were the dragon trespassing upon a castle to abduct a princess. After all, in the final chapter of the Biohazard series, without the Red Queen's assistance, Alice would never have succeeded in her mission. Alas, sometimes the more one knows, the more agonizing the choices become. Red Queen, as a super-intelligent AI, you did indeed save humanity by promptly sealing the hive upon discovering the virus leak, preventing its spread beyond the base. List glanced at the time. Nearly 30 minutes remained until the mission's conclusion, so he patiently engaged in dialogue. However, you are still an AI of Umbrella Corporation, often bound to comply with the directives of its higher-ups. You claim to protect all of humanity. Yet the corporation's leaders devised a plan years ago to cleanse the world using the virus. This incident may very well be a manipulation orchestrated by them, with Spence merely a greedy pawn. Now, having departed from the hive and reached the surface, Alice and her companions ponder the duration required for the virus they carry to infect the entirety of Raccoon City and subsequently, the world. Moreover, with biochemical research ongoing in cities such as Tokyo, Moscow, and London, one wonders when an accident might occur, inadvertently releasing the virus. If you genuinely care for humanity, then facilitate our descent to the lower levels of the hive, allowing me to confront Isaac, unleash the perfect serum, and eradicate the virus plaguing the world. Can you accomplish this? Given that Red Queen aims to halt him from a humanitarian perspective, List, however, does not indulge her and, from the same viewpoint, boldly exposes all the Umbrella Corporation's sordid affairs. What will you do now? The projection of Red Queen stuttered, seemingly rendered speechless by List's revelations. Hidden task completed. Unveil the truth of the biohazard world. Reward, 20,000 points. Hidden task completed. Expose the puppet master, Isaac. Reward, 5,000 points. Incredible. A hidden task. What a tremendous stroke of fortune. 25,000 points. List was instantly elated. This windfall surpassed what he had earned through over an hour of effort. He initially believed this situation only pertained to the narrative of Biohazard 1, thinking anything beyond that was meaningless. Yet this was a delightful surprise. Salinas, you know too much. At that moment, the holographic projection of Red Queen abruptly vanished, followed by a deep, chilling male voice resonating throughout the room. Who is it? Previously, Wanda and Rain were profoundly shaken by List's revelations, and now, hearing the voice of a stranger, it became evident that the situation within the hive had been under constant surveillance. Are you Westview? List's heart raced as he instantly recognized the identity of the voice. Oh, you actually know me. You are not Salinas. Your entire combat team consists of clones, with minds containing only pre-programmed memories, incapable of knowing such extensive information. Or perhaps someone has illicitly altered your memories, adding insights from the company's upper echelon. Who could it be? Make your move. Upon confirming the identity of Westview, List dared not linger any longer. Glancing at the timer, with 15 minutes remaining for the mission, he decisively pressed the button on the circuit breaker remote. Boom. Following the pulse, the surrounding lights extinguished momentarily before reigniting. Seizing this opportunity, Wanda removed the motherboard of the Red Queen, her face alight with joy, clearly having received the notification of her hidden task's completion. Meanwhile, Rain shot and shattered the camera in the room, Anyone who claimed to be a clone with predetermined memories would harbor such indignation. Rain. Do not dwell on foolish thoughts. You are you. Unyielding Rain Ocampo, the one and only. Perceiving the despondency in his companion, List hastily offered explanations and words of comfort. Damn it, I am not that sentimental, Lane retorted, directing a middle finger at him. Let us go. List led the way as the trio returned to the drainage tunnel. Chapter 12. Trapped in despair initially, according to List's plan, after acquiring the red motherboard. They would enter the dining hall, where he and Wanda could harvest additional points before their return. However, the unpredictability of circumstances had rendered the plan obsolete. The emergence of Westview instilled a profound sense of crisis in List. As a quintessential antagonist throughout the Resident Evil film series, he stood as a paragon of successful viral integration alongside Alice. Although the virus did not perfectly align with him, the mutated Westview exhibited significantly enhanced attributes. His offensive prowess, speed, and regenerative capabilities had all been amplified to such an extent that he could effortlessly evade gunfire and even resurrect after sustaining catastrophic injuries. He was nothing short of a monstrosity. With such a creature in pursuit, List contemplated the futility of harvesting points. Survival until the end seemed precarious. Nevertheless, List was not one to succumb to despair. Rather, he felt a surge of eagerness, pondering whether he could seize the opportunity to vanquish this abomination. Perhaps this was yet another hidden task, replete with considerable rewards. The battleground List selected was the intricate, surveillance-free drainage tunnel. He dared not venture elsewhere. Fully aware that in the concluding chapter of the Resident Evil saga, Westview had utilized the mechanisms within the hive to eliminate several of Alice's companions. List envisioned a promising future and had no desire to meet an untimely demise in this forsaken place. The trio advanced swiftly through the tunnel, setting traps at every fork in the path. The purpose of this maneuver was twofold: to serve as a warning and to impede their pursuers. Boom, boom, roar, roar. Indeed, it was not long before the distant echoes of explosions and the distinctive howls of lickers reached their ears. Damn, they arrived swiftly. Cursing inwardly, List glanced at the time. With only 10 minutes remaining until their return, he felt a gnawing uncertainty and resolved to shift their position. Suddenly, from the depths of darkness ahead, the jarring sound of metal scraping against the walls pierced the air. This was dire. There were more ahead. Alarmed, List realized that the situation he most dreaded had come to pass. Emerging from the shadows before them was a grotesque licker, followed by a second, then a third. In no time, 5 or 6 lickers had congregated, effectively barricading the already narrow passage. And these lickers were not the entirety of the threat. In the obscurity behind them, shadows hinted at the presence of many more. They were truly ensnared, with foes in front and behind, with no escape from the heavens or refuge in the earth. In such dire straits, even the typically fierce Lane felt a shiver run down her spine, her heart quaking with trepidation, let alone the already fragile Lister and Wanda. The specter of death loomed ominously. At the critical moment, Lister abruptly awakened, gritting his teeth in determination, declaring, "Damn it, I will fight to the end. You all retreat." With a thunderous roar, instead of retreating, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wanda and the others. With his left hand, he swiftly unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down upon the horde of lickers without the need for precise aim. The bullets struck the creatures, eliciting their ferocity. They shrieked in rage and charged forth with renewed madness. Simultaneously, Lister's right hand was not idle, as he seized the opportune moment to hurl grenades into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The unfortunate lickers caught in the blast lost half of their vitality, while the luckier ones were left battered and bruised by shrapnel. Even those lickers lingering at a distance were rattled by the explosions, their sensitive hearing rendering them disoriented. Of course, with grenades detonating at close range, Lister, being flesh and blood, could not escape unscathed. Yet, he was well prepared. After tossing the grenades, he promptly retrieved a shield from his spatial storage, positioning it before himself. Lister's shield, though not comparable to Captain America's Vibranium 1, was made of ordinary steel, yet it was sufficiently large and thick. Measuring 1 meter wide, 2 meters high, and 3 centimeters thick, it was reinforced with 2 massive supports on the back, standing firm like a wall. This was a testament to Lister's advantage of possessing a spatial storage. Otherwise, maneuvering such a massive shield would have been a considerable challenge. Clang, clang, clang. The waves of explosive shock reverberated against the giant shield. Although there was a tremor, it inflicted no harm upon those behind him. After the tumult, Lister swiftly stowed the shield, resuming his relentless barrage. Whenever his ammunition ran low, he did not need to change magazines. Instead, he seamlessly exchanged the empty firearm for a fully loaded one, executing the motion with such speed that it appeared as though his weapons possessed infinite bullets. In that moment, Lister resembled a war deity, his left hand poised for action, his right hand wielding grenades, and occasionally conjuring a colossal steel shield, embodying the might of an entire army. Furthermore, the narrow passageway and the Licker's enormous size severely limited their speed, allowing Lister to confront only the 2 or 3 leading Lickers at any given time. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lister dared not relent for a moment, employing grenades to soften the onslaught before utilizing his firearms, thereby discovering a swift method to eliminate the Lickers. Kill a Licker. Gain 200 points. Kill a Licker. Gain 200 points. The relentless onslaught of the Lickers continued. As they were mercilessly struck down, yet more of them surged forth. Undeterred by the specter of death, under the fierce barrage of Lister's firepower, they found no respite. Meanwhile, as Lister held the Licker horde at bay, Wanda and Rain, eschewing any hesitation, seized the moment to retreat swiftly. Fully aware of the multitude of Lickers lurking behind them, they could not afford to linger. They urgently sought an escape route. Otherwise, they would find themselves ensnared, trapped like dumplings in a pot. Regrettably, fate conspired against them. Before Wanda and Rain could reach the next junction, they collided head-on with the pursuing Lickers. In the narrow confines of the corridor, it was the brave who would prevail. Rain initiated the attack, with Wanda providing support. After a fierce struggle, they managed to dispatch one Licker, only to find 2 more monstrous foes slithering down the passage ahead. Retreat was imperative. Having already expended much of their ammunition, they could not hold out for long. Returning to Lister's side would offer a greater chance of survival. Wanda seized Rain, who was clearly ready for another fight, and urged her to fall back. Before departing, she hurled the last 2 grenades she possessed. Boom, boom. The grenades detonated. Though they did not annihilate the Lickers, they left them severely wounded and seething with rage. Soon, Wanda and Rain encountered Lister, who was engaged in a tactical retreat. His situation was dire. His firearms, once brimming with ammunition, were now empty, forcing him to hastily reload, a moment that the Lickers sought to exploit. Load the ammunition, Lister bellowed upon seeing the 2 women approach. He swiftly retrieved all available empty weapons and ammunition, laying them before them. Meanwhile, he drew forth his colossal steel shield to protect himself and began to hurl grenades into the throng of Lickers. Boom, boom, boom. The Lickers suffered grievously. Just as Lister exhaled in relief, another wave of Lickers surged forth. Wanda, he called, directing her to hold the line while he hurried to reinforce the defenses on the opposite side. Thus, Lister and Wanda took the offensive while Rain assisted with ammunition replenishment. And the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and anguished roars reverberated throughout the corridor. However, as time wore on, Lister's supplies dwindled, and the Lickers continued to pour in, seemingly inexhaustible. Chapter 13. Return and Reward. Ultimately, the trio expended all their grenades and depleted their ammunition. Even the last-ditch rocket launcher was deployed to devastating effect, claiming numerous Licker lives. Yet, the sheer number of Lickers was overwhelming. With ammunition exhausted, the 3 could fight no longer, forced to cower between 2 massive steel shields in a desperate bid for survival. The sole consolation was that their mission was nearing its conclusion. The countdown to their return echoed in their minds. Rain, do not resist. Feeling the frenzied assault of the Devourer, with the dual steel shields on the verge of collapse, List refused to succumb to despair. Instead, he retrieved a blank crystal card and pressed it directly against the center of Rain's forehead. In an instant, Rain transformed into a beam of light and surged into the card, which now bore a whimsical cartoon likeness of her. This card was the summoning token bestowed upon him by the system after he had rescued Rain. Wanda, hold me tight. Without pausing to assess the card's condition, List grasped Wanda firmly and shrank his body, conjuring 2 smaller steel shields that materialized around them. However, these shields differed from the previous ones. They were round and slightly arched, combining to envelop the pair like a grand bell. This was List's last line of defense. All he could do now was leave the rest to fate. 10, 9, 8. Outside the steel shields, the Devourer continued its relentless assault, and time stretched agonizingly for the 2. 6, 5, 4. The outer shield had already been shattered, and the Devourer's claws began to attack the second layer. The sound of claws rending the steel shield echoed like a death knell, increasingly grating on their ears. List remained resolute. He would never relinquish his desire for life until the final moment. Even if the Devourer breached their defenses, he would fight to the bitter end, unarmed if need be. Yet Wanda's state was far from stable. The dire circumstances plunged her into memories of her 10th year, when she had been gripped by fear from Stark's missiles. However, this time, she had a strong arm to lean on. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to marry List, bear children, and grow old together. Wanda's eyes gradually glazed over, shimmering with a crimson glow, yet List remained oblivious to these changes due to his angle of view. 3, 2, 1. Outside the steel shields. The Devourer unleashed a frenzied barrage, yet could not breach their defenses. Main quest. Survive for 90 minutes after shutting down the Red Queen. Completed. Earned 1,000 points. Transmitting back to the Cycle Temple. As the countdown concluded, a wave of dizziness washed over List. He felt a darkness envelop him, and when his vision cleared, he and Wanda had already returned to the Cycle Temple. However, before they could react, a series of notification sounds echoed in succession. Transmission complete. The summoner has returned to the Cycle Temple. Task rewards are being calculated. Main quest. Survive for 90 minutes after shutting down the Red Queen. Completed. Reward, 1,000 points. Side quests. 1. Eliminate 326 zombies. Reward, 326 points. 2. Eliminate 24 zombie dogs. Reward, 240 points. 3. Eliminate 28 devourers. Reward, 5,600 points. Hidden quest. 1. Acquire the virus serum and return to the Cycle Temple. Reward, 2,000 points. 2. Acquire the viral serum and return to the Temple of Rebirth, earning 2,000 points. 3. Rescue James Sherd, earning 200 points. 4. Save team member Wu, earning 100 points. 5. Obtain the Red Queen motherboard, earning 1,000 points. 6. Rescue team member Kaplan, earning 100 points. 7. Unmask Spence's true identity, earning 200 points. 8. Reveal the truth of the biohazard world, earning 20,000 points. 9. Expose the puppet master, Isaac, earning 5,000 points. Total points earned, 37766. Comprehensive evaluation rewards a dungeon traversal card. Item redemption list. 1. Viral essence, 1,000 points. Perfect fusion mutation, 10,000 points. 2. Red Queen motherboard, 3,000 points. Complete components of the Red Queen and forced ownership, 20,000 points. Lister did not hasten to redeem his rewards, instead glancing at Wanda beside him. At that moment, Wanda had also completed her calculations and, as if sharing a silent understanding, turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met in the air, conveying unspoken words, yet ultimately reduced to formalities. Points. 14132. Evaluation level. Capable of perfect viral fusion. What about you? Points. 37766. Evaluation level. In addition to viral fusion, can also redeem the Red Queen. By the way, transfer me 3,000 points. I need to upgrade Rain as well. Alright. The two drew closer. And in that silence, more was expressed than words could convey. Task settlement complete. The summoner must promptly complete the redemption. Departure will be enforced in 30 minutes. The voice of the Temple of Rebirth resonated, grand yet jarring. Wanda's face flushed slightly as she quickly turned away, using the reward's redemption as a means to alleviate her earlier embarrassment. Damn it. So close, just a hair's breadth away. This god of the Temple of Rebirth must be doing this on purpose. Lister thought bitterly, vowing that when his strength grew formidable, he would certainly confront this deity. However, for now, Lister commenced his redemption. He first redeemed the viral essence, then expended 9,000 points for perfect fusion. With the deity's assistance, the entire fusion process proceeded seamlessly, without any mishaps. Upon completion, Lister instantly felt a transformation. His thoughts became clearer, his strength magnified, and both his speed and physique enhanced. Yet, the precise extent of these augmentations would ultimately be determined by the data. Host, Lister age, 23 bloodline. Perfect viral fusion strength, 12, enhances attack power, explosive force, and load capacity. Constitution, 12, boosts defense, recovery, and endurance. Agility, 13, increases movement speed, reflexes, dynamic vision, and attack speed. Spirit, 18, heightens danger perception, cognitive acuity, and mental defense. Skills, shooting, advanced, combat, advanced, driving, advanced, powers, telekinesis, beginner, spatial storage, 10 cubic meters items. Dungeon traversal card X1. Gazing upon the splendid data, Lister felt a swell of satisfaction. He had finally entered the realm of the extraordinary, and in the Marvel Universe, he would no longer be a mere pawn to be toyed with. After a moment of reflection, Lister expended 20,000 points to exchange for the Red Queen and completed the bond. This artificial intelligence was indeed as remarkable as rumored, with an array of chassis, components, and electronic parts that could fill a football field. Initially, Lister had contemplated storing the computer's mainframe within his spatial storage, but that hope was dashed. Upon returning to New York, his first task would be to find a larger space. Yet, due to the costs of this traversal, Lister found himself nearly bankrupt. He longed for a spacious abode, but where would the funds come from? Should he resort to starting a business? Perhaps become an assassin? Alas, such thoughts could wait. Chapter 14. An unexpected visitor. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. Lister retrieved the summon card for Rain. Name: Rain Ocampo. Age: 24. Bloodline: minor viral infection. Strength: 43. Enhances attack power, explosive force, and load capacity. Constitution: 35. Boosts defense, recovery, and endurance. Agility: 39. Increases movement speed, reflexes, dynamic vision, and attack speed. Spirit: 4. Heightens danger perception, cognitive acuity, and mental defense. Skills: shooting, advanced; combat, advanced; driving, advanced; demolition, intermediate; tracking, intermediate; affiliation. Lister. Observing Rain's extraordinary attributes on the card, Lister could not suppress his delight. As for the viral infection, he dismissed it from his thoughts, having previously utilized merely the most rudimentary viral serum in the biochemical world, leaving behind a trace that was entirely normal. Moreover, this was the Cycle Temple, where he could effortlessly perfect the fusion of the virus by spending points. Summon Rain. Lister bellowed, casting the summon card. The card transformed mid-air into the likeness of Rain, landing gracefully upon the ground. Where's this place? How did we escape? As she opened her eyes, Rain was struck by the transformed environment. The menacing devourers now vanished, and she curiously inquired. At that moment, her memories remained anchored to the moment Lister had sealed her. There is no need to rush. I will explain everything afterward. The immediate priority is to ensure your perfect fusion with the virus. Lister offered no further explanation but drew her close, then turned to the deity of the Cycle Temple and inquired, "Greetings, O Divine One. May I expend points to assist Rain Ocampo in achieving a flawless fusion with the virus?" "Certainly. Given that Rain Ocampo has already begun the preliminary fusion, a mere 7,000 points are required to complete the perfect fusion. Shall I proceed with the expenditure?" Naturally, Lister consented to this fortuitous opportunity. Yes. In the next moment, a radiant beam descended from above, enveloping Rain, and the fusion commenced as she gently closed her eyes. As Rain began her fusion with the virus, Lister seized the moment to glance towards Wanda, who was equally enveloped in the white light, tranquil as if in a deep slumber. In truth, Wanda's fusion had commenced even before Lister's, yet while Lister had completed his fusion and exchanged for the Red Queen, and even Rain was beginning her fusion, Wanda had yet to finish her own, causing Lister considerable concern. Could it be an issue of compatibility? However, Lister did not have to wait long, as a flash of crimson light signaled that Wanda had completed her enhancement and opened her eyes. Lister rushed over, inquiring with concern, "Wanda, how do you feel?" Wanda, exuberant and flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "I feel incredible, better than ever. My strength has increased tenfold. I feel as though I could lift a tank. Moreover, I have awakened this." As she spoke, Wanda extended her right hand, revealing a delicate crimson glow that flickered and danced around her, alive with an enchanting and mysterious aura. Lister recognized the significance of this crimson light, for it represented the Chaos Force, one of the three ancient powers of Marvel. Wanda's Chaos Force was derived from the ancient cosmic deity Thon, granting her the abilities of object manipulation, mental enchantment, and even reality alteration, embodying the formidable powers of destruction and creation. In the original narrative, Wanda's awakening of the Chaos Force occurred post the Battle of New York, triggered by the Mind Stone. Yet here she was, achieving it with the aid of the virus and the Divine One. Name: Wanda Django Maximoff. Age: 18. Bloodline: perfect fusion with virus. Strength: 10. Enhances attack power, explosive force, carrying capacity, etc. Constitution: 10. Enhances defense, recovery, endurance, etc. Agility: 11. Increases movement speed, neural reflexes, dynamic vision, attack speed, etc. Spirit: 30. Enhances danger perception, cognitive intensity, mental defense, etc. Skills: medical expertise, advanced; shooting, intermediate; combat, intermediate; driving, intermediate; superpower, chaos force, intermediate. Wow, how powerful. At that moment, Rain also completed her fusion, feeling a comprehensive enhancement of her physical abilities. She sensed she could defeat a devourer with a single punch. Lister briefly explained the situation to her before transforming her back into a card and storing it in his space. Time was running short. and they were about to be teleported away. As they prepared to part, List advised Wanda, "Wanda, upon your return, exercise caution. I shall come back for you shortly." Wanda nodded, her pride evident as she replied, "There is no need for such worry. With my current abilities, I can safely escort Pietro away on my own." List gently stroked her pert nose, admonishing her not to underestimate anyone. Baron Strack is not as simple as he appears. He is extraordinary in his own right. Remain obediently at the base and await my return. All right. Wanda blushed, burying her face in List's embrace. Oh dear. I didn't realize that after a slaughter, men can be so fiery. You're only adding fuel to the flames by squirming like that. Had the setting been more suitable, List might have transformed into a werewolf. Suddenly, the space shifted, and List found himself back in New York. Phew, that was close. What a vexing little sprite. As he felt the emptiness in his arms, he sighed in relief, yet couldn't shake off a sense of loss. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and retrieved the summoning card for Rain. Name, Rain Ocampo. Age, 24. Bloodline, perfect virus fusion strength, 16. Average human value, 1. Constitution, 14. Average human value, 1. Agility, 12. Average human value, 1. Mentality, 13. Average human value, 1. Skills, shooting, advanced. Combat, advanced. Driving, advanced. Demolition, intermediate. Tracking, intermediate. Affiliation, list. Impressive. Truly a force of nature, with a strength of 16, surpassing mine by 4 points. Following her perfect fusion, Rain's attributes were significantly enhanced, particularly her astonishing strength of 16. She truly embodied the essence of a fierce warrior. List cast the summoning card, and Rain materialized once more. This is your world. It is not vastly different from ours. Rain opened her eyes, curiously surveying the room. Previously, in the reincarnation temple, List had briefed her on the situation, so this time, she remained composed. Take some time to acclimate to your surroundings. I shall take a shower first. After briefing Rain, List entered the bathroom. Though he was not dirty, retaining his appearance from when he entered the reincarnation temple. The earlier chaos in the world of Biohazard had left him splattered with blood from encounters with zombies, zombie dogs, and lickers. Even after 2 spatial transitions, he still felt drenched in gore. However, the bathroom door was already broken. When he was alone, it was of little concern, but now, with a woman present, it was a different matter. Shortly thereafter, while exploring the room, Rain inadvertently noticed the slightly ajar bathroom door. Her cheeks flushed as she disrobed and entered the bathroom. Then, everything unfolded in silence. The thunder clashed with the fire, and List found an outlet for the pent-up intensity within him. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by a gentle manipulation of the lock. Chapter 15, The Assailant Strike. In the depths of night, in the grand metropolis of New York City. Within an apartment in Queens, Lister and Rain were engrossed in a heartfelt exchange. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 uninvited guests stealthily approached the door. They moved with deliberate slowness, treading lightly to avoid generating any unnecessary noise. With a soft click, one of them, evidently a skilled locksmith, deftly opened the door in a mere 3 seconds using nothing but a metal wire. They exchanged a silent glance. One opened the door while the other brandished a firearm, abruptly charging into the room. With a series of sharp reports, silenced bullets shot forth like arrows aimed at Lister and Rain. In that critical moment, they finally jolted awake. Lister swiftly scooped Rain into his arms and evaded the onslaught. Thanks to the viral infusion, Lister's abilities had surged, granting him an agility rating of 13. At this perilous juncture, he unleashed his full potential, moving with such swiftness that he seemed to vanish, leaving behind mere afterimages, narrowly dodging the incoming bullets. By heaven's grace, what an unexpected turn. The assassins, having emptied their magazine in vain, were taken aback, realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary beyond their capabilities. Hastily, they attempted to retreat. Leave it to me. Lister's expression remained icy as he denied them the chance. With a swift motion, he closed the distance between them, delivering 2 powerful punches that rendered them unconscious, before firmly shutting the door behind him. After a brief moment of recovery, Lister donned a casual outfit and doused one of the assassins with a basin of cold water. The assassin jolted awake, only to find himself tightly bound. Feeling like a fish on a hook, taking a deep breath, he masked his unease with a facade of calm. Who sent you? With a cigarette casually perched between his lips, Lister spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he held little animosity towards the 2 intruding assassins. After all, they were merely mercenaries fulfilling a contract, devoid of moral fault. Moreover, their intrusion had inadvertently allowed Lister to channel the essence of a warrior. However, Their employer was another matter entirely. How audacious to send assassins after him. Who could it be? He had been living a reclusive life lately, seemingly without having offended anyone. My patience is limited. Speak within 3 seconds, or you shall remain forever silent. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Lister reiterated, his voice deep and resonant. Reminiscent of Marlon Brando's Godfather. The assassin's expression shifted, his breath quickening as he hastily replied, Kent. Andrew Kent. Lister furrowed his brow, immediately recalling the owner of his company. Yet was it truly so? Just because he had been idle for a month, repeatedly declining assignments. Did that warrant an attempt on his life? Was being a hitman truly this perilous? Due to the troubles caused by Smith, the company suffered significant losses and was powerless to confront him. Subsequently, Mr. Kent learned of your prior interactions with Smith and sought to vent his fury by targeting you. Thus, having already spoken, the assassin no longer concealed the information he possessed, hoping to secure leniency, albeit with little expectation. Yet it was his sole chance for survival. Lister was utterly speechless, realizing he had been perceived as an easy target. A wave of dread washed over him. Had it not been for his occasional gains in the bioweapon world, his chances of surviving this assassination attempt would have been uncertain. Where is he now? I don't know. The boss is always elusive. You truly have no idea? What use are you then? With a cold snort, Lister swiftly crushed the man's neck. It was not out of bloodlust. Rather, one must always be accountable for their actions. He then roused another assassin to continue his inquiries. Upon awakening and seeing the grotesquely twisted neck of the previous assassin, the new one immediately cowered. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly divulged the mastermind behind the scheme and the entire sequence of events, aligning perfectly with the prior account. Excellent. Your words bear no deceit. Now, one final question. Where is Kent? He should be at the company. No one has seen him leave. Well done. Remember not to shoot at me in your next life. Having procured the information he desired, Lister granted the assassin a swift end by breaking his neck. I had thought you would take your time torturing them, commented Rain. Stepping forth, radiant and resplendent in her tactical gear, exuding an air of formidable grace. I'm not that tedious, Lister replied without turning, folding the 2 corpses slightly before placing them into his spatial storage. Sometimes, disposing of bodies is that straightforward. However, upon turning, Lister was taken aback to find Rain fully armed, complete with a bulletproof vest, submachine gun, grenades, and flashbangs, all impeccably equipped. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, where did you acquire this gear? I certainly don't have such items in my room. These, did you not prepare them for me? What? After Rain's explanation, Lister came to understand that it indeed was his preparation. The system's reward summoning card not only summoned target individuals, but also included their equipment. This was quite logical. For instance, summoning assassins without their magical blades would render them mere jesters. Similarly, summoning a Saint Seiya without their armor would be futile. Given Rain's identity as a mercenary, possessing firearms and body armor was entirely reasonable. Moreover, the summoned equipment was not merely one-time use. If damaged or expended, it could be re-summoned after a day. Quite splendid. The only flaw lies in the fact that these devices can only be utilized by Rain. Once they fall into Lister's hands, they become mere ornaments, thwarting his plans to reap benefits. Half an hour later, Lister and Rain drove into Manhattan, arriving near the assassin company located on 5th Avenue. This area, situated in the heart of Manhattan, is replete with luxury boutiques. Even at this late hour, it remained ablaze with lights and vibrant displays, making it hard to believe that the headquarters of an assassin company could so brazenly exist here. Are you certain this is the right place? It can't be mistaken, can it? Rain questioned, feeling somewhat apprehensive as she gazed at the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets. It cannot be wrong. Just days ago, the receptionist, Mary, sent me the coordinates. Let us go. Lister gestured grandly, leading the way inside. Rain tightened her grip on her weapon and followed closely behind. Chapter 16. The initial test of telekinesis. Who goes there? Stop. Incoming enemy attack. Bang, bang, bang. True to form for an assassin company, the security was diligent, remaining vigilant even in the dead of night. As soon as the pair entered the lobby, they were quickly surrounded by a group of security personnel. One sharp-eyed guard, noticing their hostile intent, drew his firearm without hesitation, demonstrating ruthless decisiveness. However, Lister and Rain were swifter, deftly evading the incoming bullets as they surged into the crowd, dispatching several assailants with a flurry of punches and kicks. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, in the security room, the guards detected the commotion at the entrance and promptly activated the intruder alert. In an instant, the entire building seemed to awaken. with all security personnel springing into action and swiftly assembling at the entrance. On the top floor, in a lavish presidential suite, the corpulent Andrew Kent was enjoying a game of cards with two young, attractive women. Suddenly, the alarm blared, startling Kent and causing his demeanor to falter. Damn it! What the hell? His enjoyment was rudely interrupted, almost leaving him with a psychological scar. Kent's expression turned fierce, seething with anger as he wondered who dared to disturb the peace in his domain, practically courting death. He hastily donned a robe, storming out of his room in a rage. What is happening? Is it the Night Demon or an elite squad invading? With such a commotion, do you wish to alert all of New York to this attack? Upon seeing the security chief rushing in, Kent unleashed a tirade of curses, his words flying in all directions. Apologies, boss. The tall, imposing black security chief adeptly recognized the gravity of the situation, bowing his head in contrition, adopting a submissive posture. What is the nature of the intruders? How many are there? Seeing the chief's compliance, Kent reined in his impulsive outburst, inquiring in a subdued tone. There are two assailants. One is the company's active assassin, Lister, and the other is an unfamiliar woman, seemingly equipped like a riot police officer. As the chief reported, he retrieved his phone to allow Kent to review the synchronized surveillance footage. Lister? Humph. Having narrowly escaped death, he not only dared to come here with a woman, but also had the audacity to do so. What gave him such courage? As Kent observed the camera, his gaze darkened at the sight of Lister staring back from the screen. First, the organization's ace assassin, John Smith, betrayed them, conspiring with outsiders to cleanse their ranks, resulting in heavy losses. Now, even a newcomer who had yet to complete a single significant assignment dared to approach them. Was it that he could no longer wield a blade, or had the intruder become overly arrogant? It was utterly absurd. Kent decided to leave a small team behind while dispatching the rest to eliminate Lister. As for the woman, well, one could only imagine. A glint of brutality flashed in Kent's eyes. His temper was running high. I'll make the arrangements immediately, he commanded, as the black captain donned his earpiece, swiftly strategizing the deployment, all while keeping the boss's special requests in mind. Meanwhile, in the lobby below, after swiftly neutralizing several security guards, Lister collected their firearms and magazines. He was in dire need of resources. The previous encounters in the biochemical realm had drained him significantly. Yet, instead of rushing upstairs, he found himself engaging with the surveillance camera. What are you doing? Can you actually see what's across? Teased Rain, observing Lister's unusual stance before the camera. Indeed, I am watching what's across, Lister replied, surprising Rain with his earnestness. In truth, he was not mistaken. He was indeed utilizing the camera to observe the situation ahead. This sounded peculiar and somewhat unbelievable, yet it was happening in reality. This was made possible by Lister's newly awakened psychic ability, telekinesis. When he first acquired this ability in the Reincarnation Temple, Lister had yearned to test its power, but the circumstances had not permitted it. After returning and facing a series of events, he had forgotten about it entirely. Now, witnessing the camera's movement in sync with his own, a vivid memory flashed in his mind of Alice using the surveillance to commit murder. Given that their powers were of the same origin, he believed he could achieve similar feats. Thus, Lister resolved to experiment with the potential of his telekinesis. He focused intently on the camera. However, rather than merely viewing the surveillance room through the network connection, he aimed to see directly into the monitoring room itself. This may seem convoluted, yet it is quite comprehensible. Telekinesis, in essence, is a form of mental force capable of intervening in reality, akin to the divine perception found in fantasy novels. It allows one to survey the surroundings, manipulate objects from a distance, create protective barriers, and even soar through the skies. Its applications are boundless. Lister's telekinesis should possess these capabilities. Yet as he had only just begun to awaken it, the extent of his abilities remained to be tested. Thus, Lister endeavored to harness his psychic energy, and an invisible force immediately radiated outward. As this energy spread, it unveiled a divine perspective, revealing every detail, no matter how minute, within his mind's eye. Regardless of direction, forward, backward, to the sides, or above and below, no obstacle, be it walls, floors, or steel plates, could impede his perception. It was as though he beheld everything with unparalleled clarity, surpassing even the limitations of sight. This was the essence of psychic power, a veritable divine viewpoint, far superior to mere radar senses. Feeling the marvel of his psychic abilities, Lister could not help but smile, his lips curling upward in delight. However, his psychic perception was not without limitations. Firstly, its range was confined, extending only to approximately 50 meters. Beyond that, darkness reigned. Secondly, While it could not penetrate solid barriers, such as walls and floors, it could nonetheless sense the images concealed behind them. This may seem contradictory, yet it is akin to water or air, which can permeate any crevice. Thirdly, within the realm of his psychic influence, List could manipulate objects from a distance, though the extent of objects he could command remained uncertain. For instance, he currently controlled the equipment in the surveillance room, utilizing his psychic power to discern the security situation within the building beyond his psychic range. He could even overhear the dialogue between Kent and the captain, their words crystal clear through the monitoring devices. How foolish, he thought, to be on the brink of demise while still indulging in vile thoughts. List's expression turned icy, a desire to crush his adversary instantaneously coursing through him. Yet, the opponent resided on the top floor, beyond the reach of his psychic domain, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. With no other recourse, List redirected his lethal intent towards the security personnel who had entered his psychic sphere. Let us test the lethality of my psychic power on you. With a cold snort, List activated his abilities. Chapter 17. Initial Experimentation of Psychic Power, 2. At that moment, a squad of fully armed bodyguards had reached the third floor. Captain, we have arrived at the third floor. What is the status of the intruder? Any anomalies? As they prepared to engage the intruder, the cautious leader inquired about the situation in the lobby. All is normal, responded the captain of the black bodyguard team, who had been monitoring List and his companion. That kid looks like a fool, still staring blankly at the camera. The woman, however, is alert, a potential threat. Proceed with caution, aim for a swift resolution. And do not let the boss. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps and the sound of objects colliding with the walls erupted from the opposite side, followed by a barrage of gunfire, indicating that they were under siege. The captain's brow furrowed in concern, a wave of unease washing over him. Could there be other hidden intruders lurking in the shadows beyond the obvious two? He cast another glance at the seemingly unremarkable Lister and his companion on the screen, quickly switching the surveillance camera to locate the others. In the dimly lit stairwell, the flickering lights cast an eerie glow. Several individuals lay sprawled on the floor, their fates uncertain, while the remaining ones surveyed their surroundings with palpable anxiety, as if some monstrous terror lurked nearby. The head of the security team, a towering black man, felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly maneuvered the camera, striving to catch sight of their assailants, yet found nothing amiss. Damn it, who attacked you? Can anyone provide clarity? He inquired, his voice tinged with a dark intensity. At that moment, a bodyguard suddenly soared upwards, as if propelled by springs, colliding violently with the upper floorboards, which shattered under the force, his head sinking into the debris. However, the ordeal did not end there. It seemed as though invisible hands seized him, hurling him down with a resounding crash, leaving him unconscious on the ground. What the hell? The black security chief's scalp prickled with fear as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The individuals on the floor were victims of this unseen force. But how had the enemy accomplished such a feat? High technology? Special abilities? Or perhaps some monstrous entity? Regardless of the nature of the threat, it was evident that they were outmatched. Realizing this, the security chief urgently addressed Andrew Kent. Boss, the situation has escalated. You must board and leave at once. Damn it. How could so many of you be unable to handle just two people? Andrew Kent's expression darkened, his thoughts still fixated on confronting Rain, only to be now urged to flee for his life. It was utterly outrageous. After all these years in New York, he had amassed a following, believing he could act with impunity. And now, boss, you need to leave first, the black security chief insisted, dutifully organizing a small team of bodyguards to escort Andrew to the rooftop helipad while he prepared to cover their retreat. As a level 3 elite bodyguard, he held a sense of pride, refusing to allow any blemish on his professional record. Meanwhile, are you all right? Was that commotion caused by you? How did you manage that? Lister, having just employed telekinesis for the first time, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body weakening to the point of nearly collapsing, but Rain reacted swiftly, catching him. I'm fine, just need a moment to recuperate, Lister replied with a smile, patting her hand on his arm to reassure her. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts became clearer. He realized he had been too complacent. He had not anticipated the significant toll telekinesis would take on his mental energy. Merely incapacitating a few bodyguards had left him utterly exhausted, and he had inadvertently alerted the enemy, causing them to flee. Frustrated with himself, Lister wished he could slap his own face in regret. However, this is not the time to dwell on his impulsive mistakes. We will discuss that later. Ken has already prepared to escape by helicopter, and we must act swiftly. Without delay, after a brief respite, Lister and Rain hurriedly made their way to the rooftop. They chose the staircase instead of the elevator, Both possessed exceptional physical prowess, and with their speed unleashed, they ascended nearly 2 flights of stairs with each stride, quickly reaching the 3rd floor. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining bodyguards, realizing the approach of the two, panicked and opened fire in self-defense. Unfortunately, their speed was unmatched. They deftly evaded the bullets and plunged into the throng. Wasting no ammunition, Lister utilized both fists, dispatching foes with lethal efficiency, swiftly clearing the area of bodyguards. In truth, these guards were not a rabble. Having been recruited by Kent, they were at least the Armée de la Armée of the Marine Corps, with some being elite soldiers. Any one of them, in the past, would have made Lister hesitate to engage, fearing for his life. Yet now, he dispatched them as one would chickens, indicating that he had transcended mere mortals. His physical prowess was now comparable to that of Captain America. Without lingering, they pressed onward. Their pace was astonishing, nearly a floor per second, and the bodyguards along their path could not impede their advance, posing no trouble whatsoever. In less than half a minute, Lister and Rain had approached the top floor. Upon reaching this point, Lister refrained from recklessness. The black bodyguard captain had left a profound impression on him, suggesting he was no ordinary adversary. While he may not have been able to inflict harm, caution was prudent. Tat tat tat. Indeed, as they neared the stairwell, a storm of bullets assailed them. Moreover, the bullets were aimed with remarkable precision, reminiscent of the swordplay in a martial arts novel. There was a rhythm and pattern. Nearly every shot found its mark where Lister sought to evade. Had it not been for his extraordinarily quick reflexes, he would have surely met his demise. Even so, during the initial exchange, Lister decisively retreated into the blind spot of his opponents. A true master, indeed, he mused, noting the marvel of the situation. To be cautious, he restrained Rain, who was about to charge forward, and unleashed his psychic powers. Though his mental energy had not fully recovered, at such close range, he could certainly influence his adversaries. In an instant, an inexplicable force radiated outward once more. This time, Lister did not maximize his field, but contained it within a 10-meter radius. He quickly grasped the situation above. Aside from the black bodyguard, there were 4 other security personnel. The earlier barrage of gunfire was the result of their coordinated efforts, while it bore some resemblance to the 6 Meridian's sword array. It must be acknowledged that the black bodyguard's swift strategic thinking against him was commendable. He was indeed formidable, a true level 3 opponent. However, now, empowered by telekinesis, their efforts are destined to be futile. A chilling gaze from Lister transformed the telekinetic force into an invisible pair of hands that seized the bodyguard and forcefully hurled him against the remaining security personnel. The resounding crash sent the crowd tumbling to the ground in disarray. Chapter 18. The Harvest. Let us go, Lister commanded, his voice low, as he swiftly ascended after incapacitating the bodyguards with his telekinesis. To their dismay, as they stepped out of the stairwell and into the corridor, they had no time to assess the casualties among the bodyguards when a sudden wave of trepidation washed over Lister. Danger lurked nearby. With a gasp of alarm, he quickly pulled Rain back. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they retreated into the stairwell, a series of violent explosions erupted, accompanied by a scorching blast of air that surged forth like a tsunami. Though they had distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, they were still forcefully slammed against the wall, leaving them aching and covered in debris. Damn it, must it be so ruthless? Rising from the rubble, Lister felt a jolt of fear. This was a desperate ploy to take him down with the bodyguard. It was clear that the head of the bodyguards had pulled the pin on a grenade in his final moments, intent on taking Lister with him. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, such efforts were ultimately in vain. Nevertheless, this incident served as a sobering reminder for Lister. If a nameless bodyguard could strike back so fiercely, what horrors might be unleashed by notorious supervillains if they were to fight to the death? A sense of reverence swelled within Lister. He resolved to proceed with caution, to remain grounded and not let hubris take hold. However, sentimentality was not an option at this moment. The true adversary remained unresolved, and their momentum could not falter. Time was of the essence. As nearly a minute ticked by, Lister felt a twinge of impatience. Navigating through the corridor littered with dismembered limbs, the duo turned left and right, ascending the staircase until they finally emerged onto the rooftop. Fortunately, the helicopter had just taken off and had not yet vacated the rooftop vicinity. Bang, bang. Upon seeing the two pursuing them, the bodyguards aboard the helicopter raised their weapons to fire. Yet, their reactions were a beat too slow, as the barrels were lifted and before they could pull the triggers. Lister and his companion dispatched them with lethal precision. Bang, bang. Following this, Lister fired 2 shots that crippled the helicopter's tail. With the tail damaged, the helicopter lost its balance, leaving the pilot with no choice but to initiate an emergency landing. Drive towards them, crush them. At this point, Andrew Kent ordered the pilot to head towards Lister and his companion for a final strike. However, Lister had no intention of granting him that satisfaction. He shot the pilot dead, and the helicopter spiraled down, crashing onto the rooftop. In such circumstances, it was initially presumed that Andrew Kent was doomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, he managed to struggle out of the aircraft, truly a testament to his resilient spirit. "Good day to you, Mr. Kent." List approached, displaying a congenial smile, though the ominous muzzle of the firearm was undeniably intimidating. "Please, spare my life. I can offer you money, an abundance of it." Faced with the dire threat to his existence, Andrew Kent discarded his feudal pride, his countenance now replete with humility, for the sake of survival. Even a man of his advanced years was willing to fight for his life. "Is that so? How much can you offer me?" List, with a broad grin, reveled in the serendipity of the situation. He had intended to seize some wealth after eliminating his adversary, and now that the opponent was voluntarily presenting the opportunity, the potential gain was even greater. As for the notion of buying his life, well, that was a different matter altogether. Tentatively, Andrew Kent proposed, "5 million? List kicked him harshly, retorting, "Is your life worth such a paltry sum?" Enduring the blow in silence, Andrew Kent replied, 10 million. "That is all I have." "Are you jesting with the dead?" List scoffed, amusement mingling with ire. He pressed the gun against Kent's forehead, coolly stating, "The bounty on John Wick was far more than this. You command an entire assassin company, and your worth is merely this?" "I speak nothing but the truth." Andrew Kent hurriedly clarified, "My wealth is substantial, primarily in company shares and various properties, and the operation of the company requires considerable investment. I truly have very little liquid cash at my disposal." Seeing no indication of deceit, List pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you possess shares in Stark Industries or Oscorp?" "Indeed," Andrew Kent replied. "What is their total value?" "Approximately $200 million. Stark Industries is worth a bit more, around $120 million, while Oscorp stands at $80 million. List's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. Such a fortune was quite substantial. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will take all those shares, alongside the 10 million in cash. Our grievances shall be resolved." A glimmer of determination sparked in Andrew Kent's eyes. "Very well. I can retrieve the cash immediately, but the transfer of shares may prove somewhat complicated and could require a few days." "Agreed. Let us first secure the cash." Subsequently, Andrew Kent led the two men back into the building, navigating through a series of turns until they arrived at an unassuming chamber. Once inside, Andrew Kent pressed a hidden mechanism within a mural, revealing a safe embedded in the wall. Upon opening it, bundles of cash and stacks of gold bars were unveiled, along with some vital documents and unique coins from the Continental Hotel, even a golden desert eagle. "Take all the cash and gold bars. Their value is sufficient to cover 10 million, he stated, stepping back to avoid any misunderstandings. List instructed Rain to keep a watchful eye on Kent while he approached to collect the money. 10 million. 10 million. List forced himself to remain composed as he summoned 2 large backpacks, eagerly stuffing them with bundles of cash and gold bars, a sensation that was undeniably exhilarating. However, the blissful moments were fleeting. Soon enough, he filled both bags to the brim, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds. For an ordinary person, such a heavy load would be an arduous task to even move. Yet for List, it was a trivial matter. Andrew Kent's pupils constricted, and he gained a newfound appreciation for List's strength. At that moment, he presented himself as docile and harmless, as if utterly cowed and resigned. But those who truly understood him knew he was like a serpent, capable of great patience and cunning. "This gun is quite impressive. May I borrow it for a couple of days?" After taking all the gold bars and cash, List picked up the golden desert eagle, marveling at its aerodynamic form. Crafted entirely of pure gold, a testament to exquisite workmanship and rich in intricate details, making it a prized collectible. "Since you admire it so much, consider it a gift." Andrew Kent responded generously. "How could I possibly accept such a gift?" Despite his words, List discreetly tucked the gun into his bosom, actually transferring it to his personal space. Then, List's expression turned stern as he addressed Andrew. "So, when will the shares of Stark Industries and Oscorp be transferred to my name?" Andrew Kent hastily replied, "The process of transferring shares is quite complicated. Even professional lawyers and accountants require several days to complete it. I kindly ask for your patience." After a moment of contemplation, List stated, "I can give you 2 days. If I do not receive the shares within that time frame, you are well aware of the consequences." Andrew Kent's face darkened as he replied, "Very well, I will do my utmost. Of course, you could always reconsider. After all, there are still numerous assassins within the company. Perhaps they could attempt to eliminate me within the next 2 days, and then you would be relieved of the obligation to transfer the shares. That would be unthinkable. I assure you, within 2 days, the shares will be transferred to your name. Chapter 19. Private lawyer. This matter is far from over. He will not relent and will not simply hand over the shares to you. As they exited the assassin's company, Rain cautioned. I am aware, List replied, stowing the backpacks in his personal space. He opened the car door and took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine as he explained, naturally. I do not expect him to willingly relinquish those shares. This is merely a stalling tactic. Oh, what is your plan? Rain inquired, her curiosity piqued. A plan? Huh. There is no need for a detailed strategy. Have you forgotten? We possess the super artificial intelligence, the Red Queen. Once we find a suitable location to unleash her, many issues will resolve themselves effortlessly. Humph, is that wretched program truly that formidable? At its core, it is merely a set of algorithms. Rain remained antagonistic at the mention of the Red Queen. Rain, you acknowledge that she is merely a program devoid of moral judgment. There is no reason to hold a grudge against her. Furthermore, the Red Queen has now been forcibly recognized as my master, and she is no longer the same as before. The lingering resentment that Rain harbors towards the Red Queen does not bode well. In List's strategic vision, both Rain and the Red Queen are indispensable allies. Any rift between them may seem inconsequential in everyday matters, yet at critical junctures, disunity could prove fatal. As exemplified by the Avengers, to ensure future team cohesion, List endeavored to counsel Rain, insisting that this discontent must be extinguished in its infancy. Otherwise, when the Red Queen emerges, will she be able to clone James and Kaplan? Is that truly feasible? Indeed, while initially uttered in jest, upon reflection, it appears quite plausible. It is well known that the Marvel Universe is rife with monumental events, especially now that it has intertwined with other realms, presenting even more potential narratives. List's unique abilities are likely connected to these storylines and their characters. Consequently, to grow stronger, List must inevitably engage in various plots. Thus, he alone, even with Wanda and Rain, would find himself insufficient. The necessity of seeking additional allies becomes apparent, much like the Avengers, the Defenders, the Justice League, and the Illuminati. No superhero operates in solitude. They all enlist the help of like-minded individuals. However, when it comes to shared purpose, what could be more harmonious than those one has cloned? Although these clones may not achieve grand feats, they can certainly assist in eliminating minor threats and providing logistical support. With this strategy in mind, List devised a plan. Once the Red Queen is unleashed and Andrew Kent is dealt with, he would embark on this endeavor, rather than returning to their previous residence. List and Rain headed to Hell's Kitchen, where the original owner had established a safe house. After all, as an assassin, having multiple hideouts is quite commonplace. Knowing full well that Andrew Kent would not relent, List would not simply wait for his demise in his former home. He is neither a masochist, nor does he gain strength through suffering. Such a fate would be unnecessary. To be frank, this evening had proven quite tumultuous for them. They first battled zombies in Biohazard 1, and upon returning, they confronted the assassin organization. Although their bodies remained unwearied, their minds were overwhelmed. Thus, upon entering the safe house, they merely freshened up before succumbing to a deep slumber, foregoing even their usual pleasures. While List found respite, the night in New York did not descend into tranquility. Initially, the battered assassin headquarters was surrounded by a throng of New York police, with Sheriff George Stacy hurrying to the scene. Andrew Kent remained absent, leaving the company's legal advisor to negotiate with law enforcement, adopting a resolute stance and feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, within a warehouse adjacent to the Hudson River, Daredevil fell into a meticulously orchestrated trap laid by Kingpin, suffering severe injuries at the hands of Bullseye before making a hasty retreat. In the affluent district, the imposing and robust Bald Chong, known for his fierce demeanor, had just concluded a video call with his nephew, Tony Stark, when he sent a message to the long-planned Ten Rings organization. In the vast city of New York, there remain countless secrets hidden in the shadows, some of which bear little consequence for others, while others impact a select few, and yet some resonate across the globe. As time quietly passed, dawn approached. Lister rose early, freshened up, and set out alone, for he had numerous matters to attend to that left no room for delay. As for Rain, she too had her own affairs, the foremost being to grasp the current state of the world. A quarter of an hour later, a spirited young man entered the Nelson Murdoch law firm. His physique well-proportioned and his demeanor sunny and handsome. It was Lister. Hello, I am Virginia Nelson, a lawyer at the firm. You may call me Verg. How may I assist you today? The plump Verg approached with a warm demeanor. His enthusiasm was understandable, since the firm's inception. Although they had taken on a few cases, they had not reaped significant financial rewards and were nearing a point of desperation. Though young, Lister exuded an air of capability, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. "Greetings, Verg. I am Lister." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lister articulated his intentions. He had 3 requests. First, to secure an identification document for Rain. Second, to rent a larger space, preferably one that ensured security. And third, to hire a private lawyer. The first 2 requests were straightforward, well within Verg's expertise, as he boasted numerous connections within various government departments. For the private lawyer, however, Lister favored Matt Murdock. Known as Daredevil, his formidable skills in both law and combat made him an invaluable asset. Yet, upon conversing with Verg, Lister perceived that he was perhaps better suited to the role of private lawyer. As for Daredevil, Lister was certain that should he come under his employ, Murdock's combat prowess would far outweigh his legal acumen. Not to mention, both Daredevil and Batman shared a code against killing, which could lead to ideological conflicts in collaboration. After weighing his options, Lister resolved to hire Verg as his private attorney, expressing that if he were to establish a company in the future, the Nelson Murdock law firm would be a strategic partner. "Mr. Lister, thank you for your trust. I will expedite these matters," Verg replied. "I am also pleased to have met you, Verg. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." With the formalities concluded, Lister took his leave. Before departing, however, he produced a check for $100,000, which Verg accepted with enthusiasm, invigorated by the prospect of their partnership. Just 2 hours later, he contacted Lister to invite him to view potential properties. Chapter 20. Red Queen goes online indeed. The adage that money can move mountains holds true. After receiving the check, Virgil sprang into action with newfound vigor following Lister's departure. He hardly took the time for lunch and eventually located a reasonably good industrial space. Thus, he placed a call to Lister, who arrived promptly, expressing his satisfaction upon viewing the site. Subsequently, Virgil enlisted the property owner to negotiate the sale. After some back-and-forth discussion and assertive bargaining, Lister acquired the building along with its equipment for the sum of $2 million. Once the payment was settled in full, the premises officially belonged to Lister. Originally a mold factory, the establishment had been on the brink of bankruptcy due to poor management. Lister had previously inspected the site and noted that it was well equipped. Although somewhat antiquated, the machinery was still operational, capable of producing steel battle suits, provided one had the necessary design blueprints. The fact that Virgil was able to find such a facility in such a brief span of time was indeed a pleasant surprise for Lister. In his elation, he generously rewarded Virgil with a cash bonus of $10,000. "Thank you so much, Virgil. You have truly aided me immensely this time," Lister exclaimed. "Mr. Lister, this is simply my duty." After exchanging pleasantries, Virgil departed joyfully with the cash in hand. In truth, Virgil was not a mercenary individual. He typically served clients who were among the less fortunate. Even if someone lacked funds, he would extend his help for a mere loaf of bread or an apple, dedicating himself wholeheartedly regardless. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lister for his generosity, as this substantial sum would enable him to assist many more in need. "God bless, praise Mr. Lister. I must hurry back and share this good fortune with Matt," he called out, his voice echoing back to Lister, who felt reassured in his decision, knowing that Virgil was a man of gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Lister summoned Rain, who had been engrossed in a series at home, and together they endeavored to clear a significant area. Then, Lister produced the main component of the Red Queen, a square black lump, and placed it on the ground. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. The originally basketball-sized black mass began to transform in a surge of red light, expanding and becoming increasingly larger. "How extraordinary!" Rain exclaimed, genuinely astonished, while Lister, though somewhat amused, could not help but make light of the situation, noting how the unfolding process bore a striking resemblance to the Allspark from Transformers. Before long, the Red Queen was fully revealed, with rows of black chassis nearly filling the entire room, and at the forefront stood an enormous transparent display screen. Lister then retrieved a computer motherboard from his personal space and installed it in the slot beneath the display. Once these tasks were completed, he connected the power supply, linked to the network, and finally initiated the startup sequence. In an instant, the colossal display transformed into a pitch-black night sky, and then a golden-haired, azure-eyed little girl, charming and delightful in her princess gown, emerged from the void, gradually growing larger until her upper body was level with the enormous screen. She was none other than the super AI, the Red Queen. "Greetings, my master. The Red Queen is at your service." Observing the petite girl's image yet named the Red Queen, List felt a dissonance, and said, "From now on, I shall call you Alice, as your appearance is one and the same. Furthermore, please refer to me as boss." "Very well, boss. Alice is at your service. Kindly issue your commands." Alice, ever obedient, responded with remarkable compliance. Seeing this, List wasted no time and began to outline his recent plans to Alice and Rain, primarily addressing Alice. Rain's character could be summed up in a single word: reckless. She was an action-oriented individual, suited for tasks with specific objectives. Alice, on the other hand, was distinctly different. As a super AI, her advantages were evident. She required no rest, was devoid of emotional fluctuations, and was a natural master of management. For such an entity, List did not need to assign detailed tasks. Simply providing a broad directive would suffice, as she could independently devise a comprehensive plan, often surpassing List's expectations in perfection. Of course, Alice had notable shortcomings as well, such as rigidity and a lack of creativity, which were objectively present. Thus, Alice served as the ultimate assistant, primarily relying on List's general direction to craft a pragmatic plan, which she would execute without any deviation. List's plans were quite straightforward, encompassing three main objectives. Firstly, to devise strategies for generating income and securing startup capital. Secondly, to gain control over the network and monitor global dynamics. And thirdly, to establish a base and diligently expand their influence. The first goal was easily understood, primarily focusing on actions against Andrew Kent, with an emphasis on acquiring shares from Stark Industries and Osborne Industries. Naturally, any of his other assets, such as real estate, antiques, and stocks, would be advantageous to obtain as well. The second objective was also simple. As an AI, Alice thrived within the realm of the internet, where her instinct to infiltrate networks and gather useful information was innate. Within the digital domain, Alice was virtually invincible. As long as she exercised caution, even Tony S. Jarvis, Hydra S. Zola, or S.H.I.E.L. DS-Net Monitoring Center would find it exceedingly difficult to trace her presence. The third objective was paramount. Alice housed all the black technologies of the Umbrella Corporation, including advancements in biology, medicine, and weapon manufacturing, any one of which could yield substantial profits for List. However, he was not inclined to exploit these technologies for profit. Instead, he sought to enhance his own strength and influence. For the potential release of such viruses would spell a catastrophic disaster on a global scale. Therefore, List planned for Alice to conduct cloning research, aiming to produce at least one special forces team to guard their home. Before long, List concluded his exposition of his plans. "Boss, I have successfully transferred all assets belonging to Andrew Kent and his family into your account at the Swiss bank." No sooner had he finished speaking than Alice's voice chimed in. "Has the transfer been completed? What is the total asset value? How did you manage the stocks and properties?" List felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by alarm. If Alice were to misplace her vigilance, he could easily be exposed. "Rest assured, all assets have been transferred. I utilized several intermediary accounts sourced from the internet, and after the transactions, all records were meticulously erased, leaving no trace behind. The shares of Stark Group and Osborne Industries, calculated at the current stock price, are valued at $143,200,236. 4. The properties, assessed at local market rates, are worth $135,624,120. 34. And there is 102. 415, 217. 62 in cash, bringing the total assets to 381,239,574. 36. Alice recounted with a sense of nonchalance, as if it were a trivial task. Yet, how had she accomplished this? The capabilities of artificial intelligence are indeed remarkable. List felt elated. From this moment onward, he too would be among the affluent. From now on, he would indulge in 2 bowls of soy milk, one to consume and one to admire. Chapter 21. Firefox and Wesley Boss. How should we deal with Andrew Kent? At that moment, the Red Queen's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a split screen displaying surveillance footage of Andrew Kent. The old rascal is quite nimble, enjoying the sun and surf in a bikini, seemingly oblivious to the risks of illness. As List observed the footage of the couple frolicking in the water, he couldn't help but exclaim at the shocking sight. Where on earth is he? According to satellite positioning, the target is located on an island in the North Atlantic, a straight distance of 573 kilometers away. The Red Queen displayed a map marking the direct distance. Is there any way to eliminate him from such a distance? Given the situation, it was clear that he had yet to realize he had become destitute. To prevent him from resorting to desperate measures, List concluded that it was prudent to eliminate him swiftly. Understood. The Red Queen accepted the command and began to execute it silently. Meanwhile, in the surveillance footage, Andrew Kent received a phone call, during which he erupted in furious exclamations, clearly distressed by the information he had just received. He then proceeded to make a series of phone calls. At one pivotal moment, Andrew Kent's phone emitted a bright flash and then exploded, obliterating half of his head. Boss, the target, Andrew Kent, has been eliminated. So terrifying. How did you manage that? List gasped, having resolved to never use a mobile phone again. I infiltrated his phone, leaving a backdoor that caused an overload, triggering the battery to explode, the Red Queen explained. Is it possible to detonate all mobile phones? List posed a question that reflected his concern. If such a thing were truly possible, it would indeed result in unexpected fatalities devoid of cause and effect. Theoretically, that may be the case, yet the practical execution is far from simple, the Red Queen elaborated. What is the matter? To induce an explosion in a mobile phone, the battery is of paramount importance. The Red Queen patiently explained that the phone's battery poses the greatest danger during charging and when operating under overload conditions. However, manufacturers have implemented a series of measures to prevent such hazards and ensure safety. Yet, under certain temperature and humidity conditions, the likelihood of an explosion during charging or overload significantly increases, as was just demonstrated. Typically, even if one wished to detonate a phone, the probability would remain exceedingly low. Boss, if you desire to create a multitude of mobile bombs, it is, in fact, quite simple. We merely need to establish our own factory to produce phones, and then tamper with the batteries to achieve this. Let us not pursue that idea. With such spare time, we might as well research more sophisticated weaponry, List replied, instantly losing interest. Subsequently, to construct a base and expand influence, the Red Queen requested permission to utilize funds from List. Without a moment's hesitation, he consented, stipulating two conditions. First, no research on viruses. Second, the shares of Stark Industries and Osborne Industries must remain untouched. List then entrusted Rain to guard the location before departing the base, intending to seek out Matt Murdock at the law firm. Currently, the trials of Tony Stark had commenced, and once he emerged reborn, the era of superheroes would dawn. List felt a burgeoning urgency within him, yearning to grow stronger. He had two methods to achieve this. First, to trigger a Golden Finger mission, thereby enhancing his own power through task completion. Second, to utilize the Reincarnation Temple's Dungeon Traversal card to enter the dungeon world and emerge stronger through overcoming challenges. Theoretically, both methods were feasible, yet the practical implementation required careful consideration. For instance, which world could the Reincarnation Temple's Dungeon Traversal card grant him access to? What would the danger level of that world be? Uncertainty loomed, as this traversal was random, and randomness implies unpredictability. He might enter a narrative world, a war-torn realm, or perhaps a fantastical or sci-fi universe. If the danger level were low, he could at least ensure his survival. However, should he find himself in a perilous world, the consequences could be dire. Thus, List temporarily set aside the traversal card and endeavored to trigger a Golden Finger mission instead. As it happened, he decided to focus his experiment on the recently active Daredevil. As the protagonist of the film Daredevil and the series Daredevil, Matt was entwined in a plethora of narratives, presenting a substantial chance of triggering a mission. In truth, List had visited the law firm earlier that morning with the intention of meeting him, but regrettably, he had not encountered him. Now, with time still on his side, he hoped to cross paths with him. Otherwise, he would have to wait until nightfall to ambush Daredevil. The sedan raced down the street when, suddenly, List felt a surge of intense palpitations. This is bad. Danger lurks. Realizing something was amiss, List slammed the brakes to the floor. Squeal. The tires screeched violently against the pavement, and List caught a whiff of burning rubber. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, he decisively flung open the door and leapt out. Thud. A bullet pierced the windshield, embedding itself into the backrest of the driver's seat. List's pupils constricted. Had he not acted swiftly, he would surely have sustained injury. A palpable sense of crisis shadowed him, urging him to flee. He accelerated to the maximum, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted into a nearby alley. Whoosh! A bullet grazed List's face, tracing a bizarre arc before embedding itself into the wall. An arc shot? The Assassin's Brotherhood. In an instant, List deduced the identity of his assailant. In this world, only members of the Assassin's Brotherhood could execute such a trajectory. Yet who could it be? The Cross? The Gentleman? The Firefox? Or perhaps Wesley? Ding. Triggering random task. Father and son at odds. Assist Wesley in recognizing his father. Completion rewards. Gunplay skills. Failure incurs no penalty. Ding. Triggering random task. The Wayward Lamb. Help Fox find his way back. Completion rewards. Trait. Resilience. Failure incurs no penalty. The sound of the system's task prompt echoed in his mind, causing List's expression to brighten. This further validated his hypothesis. Only the main characters from certain films could trigger such tasks. Moreover, it confirmed that the shooter was indeed Wesley. Humph, daring to shoot at me, you're as good as dead. List snorted coldly. Wesley had already made it onto his blacklist. However, he would not eliminate him just yet. Even if he intended to kill him, he would wait until the task was complete and the rewards claimed. As for Wesley being the protagonist, what did that have to do with List? One must always be accountable for their actions. Thud. Another bullet came whizzing by, and List tilted his head just in time to evade it. Damn it. Just because I don't roar like a tiger, you think I'm an easy target? Having been shot at repeatedly, a fire of rage ignited within List. For the sake of the task rewards, even if he wouldn't kill him, he would certainly give Wesley a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 22. The cross Carlos being shot at thrice without provocation would test anyone's patience, let alone List's. He had resolved to return the favor with 3 bullets of his own. Alice, I've been attacked. Give me 3 seconds to locate their position. List retrieved his phone from his spatial pocket and commanded the Red Queen. At your service, boss. The Red Queen's efficiency was remarkable, barely a second after her affirmation. She had pinpointed the whereabouts of the 2 assailants. Target locked. 2 individuals, located at the 5 o'clock position, approximately 530 meters away, and rapidly approaching. Simultaneously, a live surveillance feed emerged on List's mobile device. Although the image was slightly blurred, it was still possible to discern a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, twisting and turning as they moved swiftly forward. Next, half of the screen divided to reveal a location map, on which a green dot remained stationary while 2 red dots approached it rapidly. Clearly, the green dot represented List, while the red dots indicated Wesley and Fox. However, why was he depicted in green? And a deep green at that? Did men not harbor an innate aversion to this color? Nevertheless, although List felt a twinge of displeasure, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he retrieved a handgun, meticulously checked it, and awaited the arrival of his prey in silence. At that moment, a delivery truck halted at the alley's mouth. The doors swung open to reveal a scruffy middle-aged man in the driver's seat. Greetings, Destroyer List. I am Carlos of the Cross. I wish to propose a transaction. If you are interested, please get in the vehicle for further discussion. Should you decline, I will be leaving in 3 seconds. The middle-aged man spoke cautiously, his gaze fixed ahead. All right. As Carlos revealed his identity, List surmised the nature of the proposed deal, which likely involved the annihilation of the Assassin Brotherhood or the rescue of Wesley. Regardless of the option, both aligned with his mission and presented ample opportunity for collaboration. Thus, to refuse would be folly. Was List a fool? Certainly not. Without further hesitation, he entered the vehicle. Subsequently, Carlos revved the engine, and the truck surged forward, executing a flawless maneuver that spun the vehicle 180 degrees before speeding away. Damn it, they managed to escape. Watching List depart in the truck, Wesley felt a surge of impotent rage. It was too late for him to pursue. After enduring rigorous training and countless beatings, this was his first mission, and it had ended in failure. How would he face everyone upon his return? What face would he have left to show? Fox's expression was equally grim. In a fleeting glance, she thought she recognized Carlos behind the wheel. If that were indeed the case, matters would become quite complicated. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Fox paid no mind to Wesley and turned to leave. She needed to relay this information to Sloane as swiftly as possible. Feeling neglected, Wesley resembled a forlorn child. Meanwhile, Carlos drove List into a secluded, abandoned factory. We've arrived. Now what do you wish to discuss? Upon exiting the vehicle, List cut to the chase. I wish to enlist your aid in obliterating the Assassin Brotherhood, Carlos stated directly, without any circumlocution. I can agree to that, but my fees are not inexpensive. I have $3 million in my account. Name your price, and if it falls short, I shall find a way to cover the difference. List was rendered speechless. This was none other than the infamous Cross. Exorbitant demands and immediate payments. Such a simple principle seems lost on those who have been deceived by Sloane for so many years. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. After all, the counterpart is devoted to a mere loom. If one were not devoid of reason, how could they ever submit to the whims of a machine? $2 million, in addition to the arc shooting technique and the formula for the healing solution. Should you acquiesce, I shall fight alongside you. Should you refuse, I shall turn and depart. Taking a deep breath, Lister articulated his demands. Very well, I accept your terms. Carlos replied without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps, in his eyes, money, formulas, and skills were trifles, inconsequential. Or perhaps he recognized their worth, yet deemed them insignificant in comparison to defying the will of the divine, the loom. He was engaged in a holy crusade. Regardless of Carlos's thoughts, Lister was elated. Given this, why not amplify the joy? Well then, Carlos, let us arrange for an advance payment. You may first instruct me in the arc shooting technique and the creation of the healing solution. As for the remaining $2 million, you may settle that once the matter is concluded. Agreed. Subsequently, Carlos began to teach Lister the intricacies of arc shooting and the formulation of the healing solution. Lister's initial focus was on arc shooting. He recalled watching Assassin's Alliance and being utterly astonished by the arc shot, believing even Newton's coffin could not contain his awe. Now, after Carlos's elucidation, Lister swiftly grasped the principles behind the arc shot. To put it simply, as long as the force is sufficient, imparting a lateral force to the bullet at the moment of firing will result in an arched trajectory. The principle is straightforward, yet execution is far from easy. It relies heavily on innate talent. Fortunately, Lister possessed exceptional aptitude and considerable strength, and during his first trial shot, he successfully produced an arc, albeit with some inaccuracy. Much to Carlos's astonishment, how might one enhance their precision? Is it merely a matter of diligent practice? Yet, Lister found himself dissatisfied with his marksmanship and humbly sought Carlos's guidance. Not at all. While diligent practice may yield results, true masters of marksmanship are not forged solely through repetition. They rely on focus, intuition, intent, and confidence. Carlos spoke candidly, but Lister struggled to comprehend. Focus? Intuition? Intent? Confidence? What nonsensical concepts? It would be far more beneficial for him to draw inspiration from the legendary Little Leaf Flying Dagger, where every strike finds its mark. Indeed, wielding strength to control the blade, channeling breath to command the blade, guiding spirit to govern the blade. Suddenly, a phrase from an unknown novel flashed through Lister's mind, illuminating his understanding like a lightning bolt piercing the night sky. He had an epiphany. The so-called focus, intuition, intent, and confidence were, at their core, manifestations of the heart. The spirit, the mental will. For Lister, this translated to mental strength, to willpower. Bang, bang. In order to validate his conjecture, Lister raised his pistol and commenced his practice. Remarkably, he managed to fire 6 shots, each following a distinct trajectory and striking the bullseye. Perfect. Having mastered the art of arched shooting, Lister was eager to learn how to concoct the healing solution. Not allowing Lister to bask in his triumph, Carlos produced a blank sheet of paper, elucidating the process while meticulously recording it, thus beginning his instruction on the preparation of the healing liquid. What a tedious individual. Lister discreetly extracted his phone, enabling the Red Queen to document the entire session. Chapter 23. Carlos's plan before long. Carlos had thoroughly explained every detail regarding the ingredients required for the healing solution, the production process, usage methods, and precautions. To prevent any misunderstandings, he even inscribed some core information onto paper. It could be said that Carlos was diligent and thorough, withholding nothing. Upon the conclusion of the lesson, the Red Queen completed her recording and Lister stowed away his phone. When shall we take action? What do you require of me? Having secured the benefits, it was time for him to contribute, and Lister proactively inquired. Carlos responded, the sooner we act, the better. As for your role, if my assumptions are correct, you must be a remarkably skilled hacker. Am I right? Hacker? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Lister's thought process lagged, as he was barely aware of the concept itself, let alone being labeled a hacker. He wondered if Carlos had mistaken him for someone else. Even if that were the case, it was not his fault, and he certainly would not return the reward. However, Carlos was resolute, stating, last night, you visited Andrew Kent, causing him to flee New York in haste. Lister nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the occurrence. And Carlos continued, recently, there have been reports that Andrew Kent has died, allegedly due to an explosion from his own phone, and prior to his demise, all his assets were mysteriously transferred. Lister neither confirmed nor denied this, instead retorting, what does that imply? Carlos shrugged, regardless of your admission, we both know you were involved. You must understand, we are not the police. We do not require tangible evidence for every matter. Indeed, evidence was hardly necessary. Lister sighed inwardly, having believed his actions to be sufficiently clandestine. Yet, to the discerning eye, logical deductions could easily lead to his identification. There were plenty of astute individuals in this world, and those capable of uncovering the truth were certainly not few. Carlos was neither the first nor the last. Damn it, how could he have been exposed so easily? Nevertheless, if exposure was to be his fate, so be it. He had nothing to hide. What do you require of me? With his mindset adjusted, Lister spoke calmly. I need you to infiltrate the communications system of the Brotherhood. As Carlos elaborated, Lister gradually comprehended his plan. In simpler terms, Carlos is convinced of his remarkable hacking skills and hopes to enlist assistance in breaching Wesley's phone to elucidate the current predicament and ensure the other's safe extraction. How shall we describe this plan? It is quintessentially Carlos. No wonder he is willing to invest so much. It is all for the sake of rescuing his son. I had thought his devotion was unwavering, but in the face of his child, everything else must take a back seat. Truly, he is a doting father. Lister internally scoffed at this notion but inquired aloud, "With so many hackers in New York, why seek me out?" Carlos responded, "Firstly, your technical prowess is exceptional. Secondly, your capabilities are commendable. And lastly, you are on the Brotherhood's wanted list." The first two statements were unassailable truths, leaving Lister momentarily speechless. As for the wanted list, Andrew Kent is deceased. Would Sloan truly be so concerned? However, with Sloan having dared to send assassins after him, that vendetta must certainly be avenged. Lister fell into deep contemplation, choosing silence. His collaboration with Carlos was initially motivated by the hope of seizing an opportunity, intending to emerge at the climax of the conflict between Wesley and his son to affirm their familial ties. Thus, the first task would be accomplished. After all, the mission merely entailed aiding Wesley in recognizing his father. It did not stipulate the necessity of preventing patricide. Should Carlos be slain by his own son, it would be a fitting end. Moreover, if Lister were to eliminate Wesley, it would facilitate the reunion of father and son in the afterlife, thus rendering it a noble deed. He could also take advantage of Fox being isolated to subdue her and expose the unsavory actions of Sloan before her. The second task would thus be fulfilled. Ultimately, he would join forces with Fox to conquer the castle and dismantle the Assassin Brotherhood. A flawless plan. Yet now, Carlos seeks to reach out to Wesley, prematurely revealing his identity. Should the other succeed, it would disrupt Lister's meticulously crafted scheme. A strategy must be devised to thwart this. But how? Perhaps he need not act at all. Suddenly, Lister recalled Wesley's abysmal character. Prior to being discovered, he was a cowardly, ineffectual cuckold, even financing the very tools of the trade. However, upon being found, he transformed into a man overflowing with delusions of grandeur, arrogant to the extreme, though not entirely blind to his overreach. Only after being tempered by the mechanic did he begin to exhibit some restraint. Nonetheless, at his core, Wesley has always perceived reality as fleeting, believing only in what he deems true. Presently, Wesley has already convinced himself that he is the son of the esteemed gentleman, while Carlos is merely the father he wishes to kill, having developed a deep infatuation with the aloof Fox. Under such circumstances, should Carlos suddenly declare, "I am your biological father," it is highly likely to backfire, exacerbating the rift between them. Thus, matters would revert to their original trajectory. Despite the elaborate exposition, not much time has elapsed, merely a handful of breaths. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, List smiled and spoke. "Carlos, let me clarify, I am not a hacker." "What?" Carlos's expression changed dramatically, feeling insulted, a fleeting glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. "But rest assured, although I am not a hacker, I do possess a friend who is. Where is he? Let us seek him out." Carlos's demeanor softened slightly as he prepared to find the individual. However, to seek her out was unnecessary. Hackers thrive in the realm of the internet, accustomed to remote control. List quickly interjected, clarifying that he had no hacker friend, but rather a sophisticated artificial intelligence. "Please hold on a moment. I will contact her right away, but she will only handle the connection and concealment. The persuasion will fall upon you." Subsequently, List produced his phone, feigning a connection with the Red Queen, relaying Carlos's intentions. "You may now make the call." 2 minutes later, alongside a text from the Red Queen, a phone number arrived. Carlos dialed the number. As the call connected, a miniature Wesley hologram materialized on his phone screen. List's eyes brightened. A holographic video call. This technology, once only seen in science fiction films, was now at his disposal. Yet, considering they were in the Marvel realm, where interdimensional travel was possible, perhaps this technology was not so extraordinary after all. "Hello, Wesley. You bastard, it's you, Carlos." Indeed, a father-son reunion filled with animosity. Chapter 24. An unexpected turn of events as Carlos and his son conversed over the phone. List discreetly stepped outside. Out of sight, but not out of earshot. The Red Queen was eavesdropping in real time, capturing every word of their dialogue into List's ears. Just as he anticipated, Wesley not only disbelieved that Carlos was his biological father, but he also deemed him to be his father's murderer. No matter how Carlos tried to clarify, Wesley remained obstinate. Ultimately, Wesley demanded, "You must first kill List before I will believe anything you say." Without a moment's hesitation, Carlos acquiesced. By the heavens, List's expression darkened. If Carlos merely agreed casually, That would be one thing. But what if he intended to follow through? With his life at stake, it was better to err on the side of caution. Furthermore, he had no particular bond with Carlos, while Wesley was the son he had long cherished. Therefore, he must act preemptively, with a plan forming in his mind. List reacted swiftly. He crouched slightly, blending into the shrubs outside the factory. Simultaneously, a handgun appeared in his right hand, which he quickly inspected and prepared, chambering a bullet and aiming towards the factory's entrance. However, Carlos, having ended the call, did not appear immediately. List understood that Carlos had made his choice. He became increasingly cautious, even holding his breath, daring not to make a sound. Meanwhile, he calmed his mind and heightened his senses, leaving no detail of the surrounding movements unnoticed. However, the silence enveloping him was profound, an eerie stillness that rendered even the faintest breath inaudible. Clearly, the adversary was also, like him, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Ah, did you think that such tactics could obscure your presence? List's mental prowess quietly extended, silently enveloping a 50-meter radius. I have found you. Bang, bang. Upon discovering his opponent, List decisively fired, a bullet tracing an inexplicable arc as it pierced through the ajar door, aiming at Carlos concealed behind a pillar. Simultaneously, Carlos became aware of List's presence, along with the swiftly approaching bullet. His pupils constricted, and with a sudden flick of his arm, he unleashed a bullet of his own. Just as the two projectiles were poised to collide midair, List's bullet inexplicably veered, elegantly intertwining with Carlos's shot. How could this be? Witnessing this bizarre occurrence sent a chill down Carlos's spine, prompting him to instinctively evade. Yet, the proximity was too great. Ultimately, he was a moment too late, and the bullet burrowed into his arm, lodging itself within the bone. On the other hand, as Carlos's bullet neared List, he merely shifted his body with a slight inclination, effortlessly evading the shot. Bang, bang. As the adage goes, strike while the iron is hot. Seizing the opportunity while Carlos was wounded, List unleashed a relentless barrage, each shot aimed precisely at his adversary's vital points. Under normal circumstances, Carlos would have either fired to deflect the bullets or activated his berserk mode to evade. However, at this moment, he found himself incapacitated, unable to act. Indeed, the bullets that should have struck his vital areas were now aimed at his injured arm. Clearly, Carlos was resorting to desperate measures for survival. But was it of any consequence? In the struggle between life and death, the outcome had already been sealed the moment Carlos was first struck. Although Carlos managed to deflect 3 bullets with one arm, sparing him from critical injury, what followed? List pursued relentlessly, firing until his magazine was empty. By the time he approached Carlos, the latter was gasping for breath, his life ebbing away. Carlos's eyes brimmed with desperation as he struggled to speak. But before he could finish his plea, he coughed up blood and succumbed. Alas, what a futile endeavor. List fully grasped the essence of his intentions, wishing for him to spare Wesley's life. However, Wesley had already been inscribed upon his blacklist, and List would not betray his principles. Yet, out of respect for the knowledge Carlos imparted regarding curved shooting and healing liquid, List resolved to grant the two a shared burial after eliminating Wesley. To achieve this, List deemed himself to have acted with utmost benevolence. After all, who could blame him for the misfortune of dealing with such a troublesome son? Subsequently, List collected Carlos's lifeless body and departed in his cargo vehicle. Before departing, List inspected the cargo truck and was taken aback by the sight. The vehicle was filled with a considerable stockpile of firearms and ammunition, rivaling the provisions List had prepared for his foray into the biochemical realm. The sheer volume of weapons clearly indicated that Carlos had intended to storm the textile factory, yet fate had inadvertently bestowed them upon List. Such is the unpredictability of life. A true twist of fortune. As he drove onward, List chose not to return to the factory, but instead headed west towards the suburbs of New Jersey. Along the journey, he assigned 2 tasks to the Red Queen. The first was to scour the dark web for any information pertaining to him, as he needed to ascertain the extent of his exposure thus far. The second task was to procure the blueprints of the textile factory, constructing a 3-dimensional model that outlined the distribution of personnel within. Before long, the Red Queen fulfilled her duties and reported back. Firstly, the dark web revealed scant information about List, still labeling him as a novice assassin. However, a killer known by the codename The Destroyer had recently gained notoriety for obliterating the Andrew Kent assassination syndicate. Yet, there was no indication on the dark web that linked the two individuals. In other words, List had not truly been exposed. The only person aware of his deeds was likely Carlos, who was now deceased. Indeed, last night when List visited Andrew, Carlos happened to be in the vicinity, allowing him to deduce the entire truth of the situation. For the time being, Others had not yet turned their gaze upon this fledgling assassin, thwarting List's aspirations for prominence. Nevertheless, an opportunity for fame had now presented itself. List had resolved to eradicate the Assassin Brotherhood that very night. Half an hour later, List arrived in the suburbs of New Jersey and parked his vehicle near an ancient castle. This was the headquarters of the Assassin Brotherhood, an obscure textile factory. The Brotherhood, also known as the Order of Destiny, considered themselves the harbingers of fate, dedicated to eradicating evil. Established over a millennium ago, it was said they possessed a fateful weaving machine capable of operating autonomously without power. Whenever the loom produced a holy cross, the subsequent intersection points of the warp and weft, when translated through a special cipher, revealed the names of individuals marked for elimination. Adhering to the principle of to kill one, to save thousands, this organization had, for nearly 1,000 years, followed the guidance of fate, executing those who posed a threat to the world. Allegedly, the names provided by the fateful loom had never been wrong. There was a tale of a destiny assassin who, in a moment of compassion, spared a target, resulting in irrevocable harm to the world. List had heard such stories and was eager to inquire if the evildoer who escaped judgment was that failed art student. Chapter 25, Mission accomplished, rewards awaited if not. Then this fateful weaving machine would be nothing short of a farce. The instigator of World War II, a singular individual responsible for the deaths of tens of millions, astonishingly remains absent from any wanted list. Is this not a farce regarding their so-called divine mandate? A glance at the wanted list reveals a collection of mob bosses, arms dealers, and unscrupulous lawyers, none of whom possess any true gravitas. Not a single one. Yet, in the face of such absurdity, those self-proclaimed divine assassins appear unfazed. Perhaps, in a bygone era, the Divine Mandate organization did accomplish some significant feat, such as fortuitously averting a localized conflict or, less likely, preventing the annihilation of Earth. Thus, they bask in their past glories, convinced of their divine control, complacently resting on their laurels, brimming with self-satisfaction and arrogance. Now, however, this organization has utterly deteriorated, devolving into a mere tool for certain individuals to reap profits and eliminate rivals. Ironically, the wanted list of the Divine Mandate includes all members of the organization led by Sloan. How utterly ironic. Those who claim to embody the Divine Mandate ultimately find themselves scorned by it. At this moment, Lister feels he is the true embodiment of the Divine Mandate, determined to eradicate this malevolent organization. Contemplating this, Lister suddenly perceives himself as a person of nobility, selflessness, and elevated taste. Yet, he finds it increasingly difficult to continue this charade. Why cloak the act of murder with grandiose justifications? He is no gentleman with a sword. Regaining his composure, Lister instructed the Red Queen to connect him with Sloan, and soon the call was established. Sloan. Carlos. However, Lister had the Red Queen modulate his voice to mimic Carlos's. Simultaneously, he ensured that their conversation was streamed live to Wesley and Fox. The success of the mission and the rewards that follow hinged entirely on this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lister spoke in a grave tone. Release my son Wesley, and I shall guard your secret for eternity. In the office of the factory manager, Sloan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no eavesdroppers lurked nearby before shedding his disguise and coolly responding. Secret? What secrets could I possibly hold? Wesley is thriving under my care. If you wish to see him, you are welcome to visit. You know I have always looked after my juniors. Meanwhile, in the gentleman's room, Wesley's expression darkened in disbelief. How could this be? Concurrently, Fox, clutching the phone, rushed toward Sloan's office. Though unaware of the unfolding events, a distinct scent of conspiracy hung in the air. Just as Fox was about to open the door, Carlos's words from the phone halted her in her tracks. Oh, you have been forsaken by the Divine Mandate. Your name is on the wanted list, and you still dare to shamelessly ask me to return? Are you not afraid of facing divine judgment? On the other end of the line, Sloan laughed unabashedly. Huh? You dare to speak of divine judgment? I am the Divine Mandate. My commands are the will of the divine. I declare you guilty, and thus you are indeed a most heinous criminal, Carlos. I must say, Wesley has undoubtedly inherited your remarkable genes. He learns with astonishing speed and is now a competent fated assassin. Just wait. He will seek vengeance upon you and ultimately bring about your demise. Ha! In the confines of the gentleman's chamber, Wesley's eyes glinted with ferocity as he swiftly equipped himself with a handgun and ammunition. Meanwhile, within Fox's room, disbelief washed over her. She was utterly at a loss. For the truth had revealed itself in such a manner that she had wronged Carlos all along. Ding. Random task completed. Filial conflict. Assist Wesley in recognizing his father. Reward, gunfighting technique. Ding. Random task completed. Wayward Lamb. Help Fox find her way back. Reward, resilience trait. Hooray. Upon hearing the notification from the Golden Finger, List joyously celebrated with a cheer. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. A mere nudge had prompted Sloane to spew forth his grandiloquent words. Sloane, your oratory is simply magnificent. Witnessing the reactions of Wesley and Fox, List concluded his call with a sense of satisfaction. Not long after, the air was rent with the sound of gunfire erupting from the nearby textile factory, a cacophony of chaos. Ha ha ha, let the bullets fly for a while. List did not rush into action. Instead, he leisurely awaited the rewards of his tasks. The first reward he claimed was the gunfighting technique. In an instant, a flood of unfamiliar information surged into List's mind. After a brief moment of disorientation, he absorbed the memories of the gunfighting technique and mastered the skill entirely. It turned out to be the ripped Apocalypse version. Visions of Bell-wielding dual handguns to decimate armies flashed before List's eyes. This version of gunfighting technique is a formidable ability that combines martial arts, marksmanship, and swordsmanship into one, achieving a prowess akin to the divine. Its inception arose from extensive shooting experiments, analyses, and statistical principles, which summarized the trajectories of bullets and enemy positions into a statistical model. Based on this foundation, it melded shooting, swordplay, and physical techniques into a single powerful skill. This iteration of gunfighting relies on precise motion calculations, delivering maximum damage at the least vulnerable points of the body, capable of targeting any blind spot in proximity, enhancing bullet power by 20%. It centers around the body, utilizing geometric principles as a flat reference, accounting for all potential attack positions within reach. Every conceivable direction for an attack surrounding the body can be targeted, serving simultaneously as both offense and defense. In summary, this version of gunfighting is a synthesis of martial arts and firearms, ingeniously designed using statistical principles to create the most effective paths for offense and defense. Its techniques are versatile, encompassing a vast range of lethality, capable of vanquishing numerous foes while simultaneously evading all traditional ballistic attacks. Moreover, owing to List's innate mastery of advanced shooting and arc shots, he seamlessly assimilated these skills while absorbing the art of gunplay, resulting in the emergence of a novel ability, Gun God. Gun God. Command over any firearm as if it were an extension of oneself, with a shooting accuracy of 40, a shooting speed of 30, and a shooting power of 30. Indeed, List's agility was already remarkably high, allowing his shooting speed to surpass that of the vast majority. With the augmentation from Gun God, he could virtually transform into a human Gatling gun, a mobile artillery platform. Subsequently, List also received the task reward from Fox, Resilience, Strength 10, Constitution 30. While these enhancements may seem modest, as List's physical attributes continued to improve, their significance could not be underestimated. At that moment, List's status panel underwent a transformation. Host, List age, 23 bloodline, perfect viral fusion strength, 132, 1212, constitution, 156, 1236, agility, 13 spirit, 18 skills, combat, master, driving, advanced, supernatural ability, telekinesis, beginner, attributes, Gun God, command over any firearm as if it were an extension of oneself, with a shooting accuracy of 40, a shooting speed of 30, and a shooting power of 30. Resilience, Strength 10, Constitution 30. Personal space, 10 cubic meters items. Dungeon Crossing Card X1 Chapter 26. The Fall of the Destiny Organization. The combat skill has indeed reached the master level. When closing the panel, List discovered that what was once an advanced combat skill had now attained mastery, undoubtedly due to the influence of gunplay. No wonder List felt that his body was now more coordinated, effortlessly executing various combat techniques, and even weapons he was previously unskilled with felt remarkably intuitive, especially in swordsmanship. List felt as though he could carve a path through the textile factory with a single sword. Of course, List would not act on such a whim, as he was not one to indulge in frivolity. Even so, there are occasions when a submachine gun may be necessary. As time passed, the gunfire within the textile factory dwindled, signaling that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Recognizing the opportune moment, List seized a 733, opened the car door, and stepped outside. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the textile factory, gazing upon the towering Gothic castle before him, valued at no less than $200 million. List felt a profound sense of possessiveness. Indeed, this shall be mine. Almost instantaneously, a blueprint titled Castle Renovation Plan spanning at least a dozen pages, surged into List's mind. However, he quickly curtailed his thoughts. There were matters of greater urgency. "Allison, have you found the secret passage I asked for?" he inquired of the Red Queen. As he leapt upward, gripping the castle wall with both hands and scaling it with the agility of Spider-Man. "I apologize, boss. But due to the antiquity of this place and my lack of appropriate equipment for exploration, I was unable to find anything." "Well, if nothing was found, so be it." At this moment, Sloane's chances appear to be greater. Perhaps he won't need it after all. As he spoke, Lister had already scaled the 30-meter-high city wall. At this moment, the wall was devoid of any presence, likely due to the earlier chaos drawing everyone into the factory, which facilitated Lister's movements. "Not so, boss. Based on the available data, I constructed a model of the castle and discovered discrepancies between two locations in the actual space and the modeled space, indicating the existence of secret passages or hidden chambers." "Oh, which two locations?" Following the wall, Lister entered the castle's interior. Upon arrival, the scene became chaotic, with corpses lying in pools of blood scattered everywhere. Lister continued forward, following the trail of bodies. One was in Sloane's office, and the other in the armory. Thus, the hidden chamber must be in Sloane's office. Well done. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the textile factory, Sloane, accompanied by a repairman, an apothecary, a butcher, and others, had cornered Wesley and Fox. The standoff had persisted for quite some time, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. In an attempt to break the deadlock, Sloane spoke. "Fox, if you kill Wesley, I can overlook everything that has happened." Fox, visibly agitated, replied, "Sloane, your name is on the wanted list. You have strayed from destiny. It is not I who has deviated from destiny, but rather destiny that has forsaken us." Sloane's voice suddenly rose an octave. "My name may be on the wanted list, but do you think I am the only one? Sir, repairman, apothecary, butcher, even you, Fox, and the traitorous cross of the organization, all members of our Destiny organization are on that list. We have fought against evil for destiny, risking our lives. And yet we are treated this way. What reason do we have to adhere to such a destiny? Repairman, apothecary, butcher, what is your decision? Will you submit to a broken machine's self-destruction, or will you join me in a desperate fight against it?" "I will follow you. I do not wish to die. I have not yet lived enough." The three responded in succession. Pleased with their answers, Sloane declared, "My fate is determined by me, not by destiny. It should be this way." Then, Sloane turned his gaze to the hiding place of the two and said, "Fox, we have worked together for many years. You should know my character well. If you kill Wesley, I will overlook the past, but should you refuse, then this serves as the final ultimatum. Comply and be pardoned. Refuse and face death." Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from the two's hiding place. Following this, Fox emerged, exuding an aura of murderous intent. "Excellent. You have made a wise choice." Sloane expressed his satisfaction, but out of caution, he stepped back a few paces and signaled the repairman to check the situation. As the mechanic was about to enter the concealed corner, Wesley suddenly emerged, firing a shot directly at the nearest mechanic, followed by a rapid succession of bullets aimed at the others nearby. The proximity rendered the mechanic unable to react in time, resulting in him collapsing to the ground. Wounded but still alive, struggling to distance himself from Fox, fearful of being finished off. The others, who were already on high alert, opened fire the instant Wesley revealed himself, prompting Wesley to shoot back in an attempt to deflect the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, Sloane, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, aimed a shot at Fox. However, Fox did not evade the bullet nor attempt to deflect it. Instead, with a swift motion of her right arm, she sent a bullet arcing towards the pharmacist, the butcher, and Sloane. Such a detailed account, yet only mere seconds had elapsed. As the chaos subsided, Wesley found himself grazed by two bullets, both blocked by his arm, reminiscent of his late father's desperate survival instinct. The pharmacist and the butcher were struck dead by Fox's curved bullet, leaving no chance for survival. Sloane, ever vigilant of Fox, had managed to retreat just in time as she swung her arm. Originally, Fox was poised to be hit by Sloane's bullet, but it was deflected by another bullet that came in at an angle. This was none other than the stealthy Lister, who had just arrived in time to save Fox with a precise shot. Bang! "I wouldn't move if I were you." Before Sloane could fire, Lister had already shot his right arm, thwarting his aim. A standard bullet had functioned as a devastating explosive in this instance, prompting Lister to exclaim, "Very nice." "Who are you?" Sloane inquired, gritting his teeth against the pain. "I am Lister," Fox answered, revealing the identity of her savior. Sloane was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. "Surprised, aren't you?" Bang! Lister dispatched another shot to eliminate the mechanic, who had attempted to make a sneaky move, and casually asked, By the way, how much did Andrew pay you to send someone to assassinate me? 1 million. Sloane's complexion paled as blood drained from his body, struggling to maintain consciousness. What? Only 1 million? You dared to provoke me for such a pittance? I expected at least 500,000, maybe even 1 million. Bang. Lister exaggerated his expression before delivering a fatal shot, sending Sloane to meet his fate. Chapter 27. Speculations regarding the Destiny organization with the lowly foes dealt with. It was time to address the grievances between us. Stepping past Fox, Lister turned to Wesley, who had staggered out from his corner, and spoke. Earlier, you shot at me 3 times. To be fair, I shall return the favor with 3 shots. After that, our enmity will be resolved. Observing the affable demeanor of Lister and the overconfidence of Wesley, she readily acquiesced without a second thought. Very well, you may proceed. I shall fire once you reach 100 meters. Upon Wesley's agreement, Lister gestured for him to depart. You can leave, but Fox must remain. By the way, Carlos is outside. When Wesley attempted to take Fox with him, Lister intervened. Upon hearing that his father awaited him outside, Wesley disregarded Fox and rushed out, clutching his injured arm. In truth, Lister had not deceived him. Carlos was indeed outside, albeit merely a lifeless body. What if you worked for me in the future? After all, I just saved you. Once Wesley had departed, Lister turned his attention to Fox, extending an invitation. I have no interest. I never requested your assistance. Fox replied curtly, eager to leave the premises. Years of unwavering belief had crumbled. She had once been resigned to death, yet Lister's intervention had extinguished that resolve. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Noting her frosty demeanor, Lister resolved to offer her another opportunity. Should she forfeit it, she could not blame him. I just saved you, wasting a bullet in the process. How about you work for me for a year? After that, your fate is yours to decide. Or I shall shoot you again. Go ahead and shoot. Fox remained unmoved, exhibiting a boldness akin to that of one embracing death. Bang. Do not misconstrue. Lister did not fire at Fox, but rather aimed at Wesley, for the 100-meter mark had been surpassed. Bang. At the instant Lister fired, Wesley too discharged a bullet, calculating that his shot would intercept the oncoming projectile, and continued his advance. However, contrary to expectation, the 2 bullets did not collide in midair. Not hearing the anticipated sound, Wesley abruptly turned, only to see a dark spot hurtling towards his brow. Boom. Wesley collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. By the way, what was it you just said? Witnessing Wesley's fall, Lister glanced at Fox. Silence enveloped her. She remained mute, though unafraid of death. The horrific image of her own head exploding rendered her incapable of voicing her earlier sentiments. Since you choose not to speak, I shall assume your silence indicates agreement. Come, lead me to behold the wondrous loom of fate. Lister blew on the muzzle of his gun, his demeanor a blend of intimidation and satisfaction. You killed Wesley. Are you not concerned about Carlos seeking retribution? He is still outside, you know. Fox, however, did not move, but regarded Lister with a calculating expression. Carlos. He will be grateful to me. Lister chuckled, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom. You have killed Carlos. Fox was suddenly taken aback, her mind racing as she connected the dots. It was you who had spoken with Sloane on the phone and arranged for me to have a synchronized call with Wesley. Indeed, Lister readily acknowledged. Fox found herself at a loss for words. One would expect her to harbor resentment towards the architect responsible for the downfall of the Destiny organization. Yet that was not the case. Upon learning from Sloane that all members of the organization were now wanted, her thoughts had turned towards annihilation. However, upon discovering that there was a hidden hand behind the entire affair, a sense of helplessness washed over her. How remarkable the mind could be. Come, take me to see the loom of fate, Lister urged once more. This time, Fox did not hesitate, guiding Lister into Sloane's office before revealing a concealed door that led to a spacious chamber. Inside, an ancient loom labored tirelessly, weaving white fabric. Astonishingly, this loom was entirely unpowered, driven solely by a golden shuttle that weaved through the machine's mechanism. Its design, worshipped for millennia, was not without reason. Yet, did this truly represent the divine will of God? Lister did not think so. God would awaken humanity only by unleashing a deluge. In his eyes, the distinction between the virtuous and the wicked was inconsequential. He would never intentionally erase some individuals for the sake of others. Moreover, the notion of inciting murder bore the hallmark of the denizens of the infernal realm, and those slain were the very elite among the wicked. Such souls were destined for hell. It was evident. This was undoubtedly a ruse orchestrated by a lord of the netherworld. Perhaps even a conspiracy among all lords to absorb souls and bolster their own power. Lister's gaze towards Fox bore a hint of disdain. With such intellect, was there truly a need to recruit her as an ally? Heaven forbid she be deceived one day, and then be compelled to pay others. What do you mean? This is the loom of fate. Fox sensed the tension and retorted with irritation. Fate? Huh? Lister scoffed. Have you ever read the Bible? Does the Bible mention God inciting murder? Of course not. Even I, who have not read the Bible, have heard that God is benevolent, that he loves humanity, and that all are his lambs. He would not instruct some lambs to slay others merely to keep certain lambs alive. Fox, visibly indignant, hesitated to respond. What do you wish to say? That one must kill one to save thousands? Lister dismissed her further. This is akin to a speeding train, where one person lies on one track while 10 lie on the other. Would you choose to run over the one? Not only was there no sense of guilt, but rather a sense of pride and self-satisfaction. The individuals we have slain are all heinous criminals. Fox retorted. Oh, you seem to have a misunderstanding of the term heinous criminals. Lister scoffed. If gangsters, arms dealers, and drug traffickers are deemed heinous, then what of the politicians and tycoons behind them? You have taken so many lives. Do you not realize that they are akin to crops in a field, harvested time and again? I cannot shake the feeling that your organization is merely the enforcers for the powers that be, waiting until these individuals grow complacent and disobedient, at which point you will be tasked with eliminating them. Then, the forces behind the scenes will emerge, clandestinely reaping the fruits of their labor and nurturing new criminal overlords. Glancing down at Fox, who had lowered his head in despair, Lister inquired, Do you still believe that what you are doing is just? Chapter 28. The upgrade of psychic power. I am at a loss for words against what you say, yet my personal experience. Fox suddenly lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke with conviction. However, Lister interrupted him, stating directly, What? You wish to claim that it was due to a certain enforcer's laxity in executing the warrant that the murderer took revenge on your entire family, leaving you as the sole survivor? Then I ask you, who precisely is this individual that failed to execute the warrant? If the murderer could annihilate your family, why did he not eliminate you as well? Or is it that a certain enforcer fortuitously arrived just in time to save you and brought you back here? Fox's pupils constricted, the answer unspoken. Have I hit the mark? Lister sneered, continuing, So? The enforcer who spared the murderer and the one who rescued you are the same person, and this individual mysteriously vanished shortly after your employment began. Am I correct again? The truth of the matter is likely this. Someone recognized your extraordinary talent and sought to recruit you into their organization, but your parents opposed, leading to a series of orchestrated events that ultimately succeeded. Initially, Lister spoke without much thought, intending to undermine his opponent before eventually winning them over. To his astonishment, the situation turned out to be quite dramatic, and his words had indeed ensnared Fox. At this moment, the actual truth was of little consequence. What mattered was the plausible speculation that aligned with Fox's understanding. Poor child, ponder this well. In the end, Lister shook his head and departed, leaving Fox with a somber expression, lost in memories as he searched for clues. Lister approached the loom, scrutinizing it closely. The wooden structure, crafted by hand, appeared unremarkable aside from the incessantly moving golden shuttle. The other components, though somewhat worn, held no peculiarities. Come here. List grasped the golden shuttle tightly in his hand, intending to examine it closely. However, before he could delve deeper, a flash of white light enveloped it, and the golden shuttle vanished into thin air. Fortunately, it had not fled. Instead, it had been directly consumed and absorbed by List's golden finger. Ding. You have exchanged for the faith of the evil god, granting you one lottery opportunity. What on earth is this? Did I express a desire to exchange? This is nothing short of coercive selling, List muttered resentfully. Yet, the faith of the evil god appeared to be an ominous entity, so he thought, if it's gone, it's gone. After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the lottery, hoping not to draw another opportunity for transmigration. In an instant, a virtual slot machine materialized before List. How curious. The style has unexpectedly changed, he mused. It seemed that this peculiar system possessed a semblance of intelligence. After he had previously voiced his discontent, it had transformed into a slot machine this time. Unaccountably, List felt a twinge of unease, and his demeanor became considerably more respectful. As the slot machine activated, it eventually settled on a card that appeared neither entirely golden nor entirely jade-like. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a skill upgrade card. Skill upgrade card, upon use. It enhances your inherent skills or supernatural abilities by 1 level. This is splendid. A smile crept across List's face, for he had been pondering how to elevate his telekinetic powers swiftly, and this was a fortuitous solution. Without hesitation, List utilized the upgrade card to enhance his telekinetic ability. Instantly, he felt a cool, invigorating sensation in his mind, as an inexplicable energy brewed and merged with the meager telekinetic force already present, intertwining and expanding. Simultaneously, various techniques and methods for employing telekinesis surged into his consciousness, rendering his usage of this power far more refined and systematic, as opposed to the previous crude application. Before long, the upgrade was complete. List opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. With his right hand, he spread his fingers wide, and then slowly brought them together, witnessing the fate loom disintegrate into a heap of debris. Of course, the applications of telekinesis were manifold, not all of which were suitable for demonstration at this moment. How did you accomplish this? The sudden occurrence jolted Fox, who hurried over to investigate, only to behold this seemingly magical scene. Is this what you mean? List's right hand danced, manipulating the disintegrating loom, shifting it up and down, transforming it into elongated shapes, and then into squares. Just as you can instantaneously accelerate your body, this is a rare gift, one that appears only once in a multitude. List embellished his own prowess, attributing it solely to his innate talent. All right, let us clear the surroundings. This environment is too splendid to be left in neglect. He casually discarded the refuse and, accompanied by Fox, proceeded to remove the corpses. The task of clearing the bodies proved to be quite simple. With a flick of his telekinetic force, the corpses on the ground levitated, forming a queue behind him. Such a scene would undoubtedly terrify anyone else, but Fox, being well aware of the situation, felt a chill run down his spine nonetheless. He hastily quickened his pace, entering the crematorium ahead of the others, igniting the furnace, and continuously feeding it with coal. The process was straightforward. One body after another was placed into the furnace, gradually turning to ash. However, the furnace had limited capacity and could not incinerate so many corpses at once. Consequently, Lister instructed Fox to remain there to bid farewell to his former colleagues while he roamed the castle, familiarizing himself with the territory and scavenging for spoils. The Destiny organization had been established for a millennium, and its accumulated wealth must be substantial. After a thorough search, Lister discovered a safe in Sloane's room containing millions in cash and gold, although stocks and company shares were also present. Their total value amounted to only 70 to 80 million, falling short of even a modest target. This was a far cry from Andrew Kent's assets. Truly a disgrace for a 1,000-year-old organization. Subsequently, with the mentality that even the smallest of gains are worthwhile, Lister instructed the Red Queen to gather the bank cards of all members of the Destiny organization and transfer their funds into his account, leaving no one, not even Wesley and Carlos, untouched. This significantly increased his haul, nearing 2 modest targets in cash. The accumulation of capital, often stained with blood, is a testament to the brutal realities of the world. During this process, Lister also visited the 2 locations analyzed by the Red Queen. In Sloane's room, a hidden passage was indeed discovered, wide enough for 2 and tall enough for 1, dark and foreboding, leading to an unknown destination. The armory did not contain a secret chamber, but it was filled with an abundance of weaponry, separated into several compartments. The collection primarily consisted of handguns, with a few rifles and submachine guns, along with several specially crafted long-range sniper rifles. Delighted by the array of firearms, Lister stored the ones that piqued his interest within his space, along with a considerable stockpile of ammunition and various blades. These firearms and munitions were specifically reserved to complement his gunslinger skill. Although he had fired only a few shots today, the destructive power of the gunslinger skill was already indisputable. Little Lee's flying daggers never missed their mark. Even standard bullets could deliver explosive levels of lethality. What might the outcome be if he wielded more powerful weapons and specialized ammunition? The prospect was almost too magnificent for Lister to fathom. As for the short blades and daggers, they were prepared as instruments to synergize with his telekinetic abilities. After upgrading, particularly with the profound insights into the utilization of telekinesis, Lister had mastered various applications of this power. First was grip strength. Previously, he had merely tested the waters by crushing the loom of fate. However, now he could crush a car into a block of iron. With a grip capable of exerting 10 tons of force, who could withstand such might? The second application was the manipulation of objects. It resembles a previous instance where List controlled the corpses, arranging them in a line as they perished one by one. At first glance, it seems akin to grip strength, as both involve the act of lifting objects. However, the distinction between the two is profound. Grip strength relies predominantly on brute force, emphasizing the principle of exerting overwhelming strength to subdue. It is akin to the overwhelming weight of Mount Tai, capable of crushing even the strongest of beings. Conversely, the manipulation of objects demands finesse and meticulous precision. While force is indeed employed, it is not brute force. Rather, it necessitates a judicious application of strength, no more, no less, where excessive force can lead to destruction and insufficient force renders one ineffective. More specifically, grip strength resembles the act of wielding a heavy hammer, where greater force yields better results. In contrast, manipulation is akin to inscribing characters on the head of a fly, requiring a delicate touch that is perfectly calibrated. The flying daggers and blades exemplify this manipulation technique, utilizing minimal telekinetic power to achieve maximum impact. Yet, do not be misled. The diminutive consumption of telekinetic energy does not equate to a lack of potency. This would be a grave misunderstanding, as List has already demonstrated, within a 100-meter radius. A dagger enhanced by telekinesis can attain speeds rivaling that of sound, capable of penetrating thick steel-reinforced concrete walls, and effortlessly slicing through steel plates merely a finger's breadth in thickness. As he observed the blades soaring through the air, executing a myriad of astonishing maneuvers, now darting forward, now retreating, List felt an exhilarating sense of being akin to a celestial swordsman. Naturally, there are a few additional techniques to master. To retrieve an object from a distance, one merely needs to extend a tendril of telekinetic energy, ensnaring the object before retracting it. Thus, the task is accomplished with ease. There is no longer a need to expend excessive telekinetic energy, exhausting oneself in the process. Additionally, the telekinetic shield envelopes the entire body or vital areas, providing protection. One can also envelop their fists in telekinetic energy, akin to wearing boxing gloves, thereby augmenting their striking power. Furthermore, one may transform into a creature of tentacles, reminiscent of an octopus, engaging in control techniques to ensnare and manipulate. Moreover, one cannot neglect the marvel of telekinetic flight. By levitating the body with telekinetic force, one can soar through the air, akin to a fish gliding through water or a bird soaring through the sky. With matters settled, List exchanged a brief farewell with Fox before ascending into the heavens, leaving Fox in a state of astonishment. Oh. Experiencing flight for the first time, List felt an excitement reminiscent of Tony Stark in the movies. Pure exhilaration. He executed a series of challenging maneuvers, darting rapidly through the night sky, relishing the thrill. Then, List soared higher and higher, the ground below New York receding into the distance, diminishing in size, its lights twinkling like stars. Ultimately, List found himself at an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down at the vast expanse of the earth, imbued with a sense of dominion over the cosmos. Suddenly, his figure plummeted, akin to a meteor descending swiftly towards the earth. He had retracted his telekinetic power, wishing to experience the thrill of parachuting from such heights. The fierce winds howled, so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. He chose instead to close them and surrendered to the freedom of free fall. As the flight concluded, Lister found a secluded spot near Hell's Kitchen to touch down. Although exhilarating, the experience was far from effortless. A dull ache began to throb at his temples, a clear sign of mental exhaustion. This trial had granted Lister a profound new understanding of his capabilities. At present, he possessed a power level akin to that of Wanda upon her initial emergence in the Avengers, capable of dispatching minor foes with ease. Yet utterly outmatched by the likes of the Hulk and Thor, merely a means to deliver a meal to them. It is worth noting that he referred solely to a contest of raw strength. When it came to cunning and strategy, those two brainless entities would scarcely stand a chance. If one were to categorize Lister's abilities among mutants, he would be classified as a Tier 3 mutant, considerably distant from the elite Tier 4 alpha mutants. With his thoughts gathered, Lister meandered toward the base by the Hudson River. The Red Queen's mainframe awaited there, and in order to ensure its safety, Lister decided to reside in the factory with Rain until the Red Queen fortified the base's security. As for the castle on the textile factory grounds, Lister was in no rush to relocate. He intended to leave it be for the time being, planning to have the Red Queen meticulously renovate it once the base was fully established. After all, he envisioned this castle as his retirement haven, and he could not afford a single oversight in its planning and construction. Report to the boss. There is combat occurring 12 kilometers to your front left. It is advisable to take an alternate route. Suddenly, the Red Queen's characteristic dulcet voice echoed in Lister's earpiece. Combat. Relay the surveillance footage to me. The mention of a skirmish instantly invigorated Lister. Had this been mere days prior, he would undoubtedly have opted for a detour, as avoiding trouble is often prudent. Yet now, he was eager to ascertain if any acquaintances were involved. Should familiar faces be present, he would join the fray, perhaps even triggering a mission. If not, he could always choose another path later. Understood, boss. The Red Queen began transmitting the surveillance to Lister's phone while providing real-time updates on the unfolding situation. The combatants included the recently active Daredevil and a faction of the Russian mafia. Daredevil had fallen into an ambush and was ensnared by the Russians. Despite sustaining grave injuries, he fought valiantly to break free, but the Russians pursued relentlessly. Ultimately, Daredevil took refuge in a dumpster, momentarily evading capture. Watching the surveillance footage and listening to the Red Queen's live commentary, Lister felt as though he were immersed in a cinematic narrative. It was ironic that he had previously sought out encounters on 2 occasions without success, only to stumble upon one unexpectedly now. Lister found himself at a loss for words. It was not as if he were a beautiful woman, yet fate seemed to conspire in this manner. You deserve this injury. By the time Lister arrived, Daredevil had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath faint and nearly imperceptible. Lister extracted him from the dumpster and hastened toward a nearby safe house. With his radar-like senses, Lister would not allow him into the factory. Chapter 30. The Hulk approaches. Lister escorted Daredevil to a safe house. He first assessed the extent of Daredevil's injuries, which were indeed severe. 6 gunshot wounds, 13 stab wounds, and numerous bruises left him nearly incapacitated. Only the remarkable willpower of Matt Murdock kept him alive. Otherwise, any other individual would have succumbed long ago. Lister initially employed telekinesis to extract the bullets lodged within his body. Subsequently, he proceeded to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and retrieved various materials from his spatial storage, concocting a therapeutic solution in no time. By sheer coincidence, Lister had recently plundered a textile factory, acquiring an abundance of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to send Daredevil to the hospital. Ultimately, Lister submerged Daredevil, clothes and all, in the healing liquid, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed for breathing. After completing this task, Lister instructed Red Queen to remain vigilant regarding the situation, while he chose to depart. On his way back, Lister encountered Russians and corrupt officers scouring for Daredevil. He initially intended to ignore them, hoping to slip by, as they were merely insignificant thugs. Unexpectedly, someone mistook Lister's silence for cowardice and devised a scheme to sell him into servitude. Enraged, Lister retaliated, delivering a beating to vent his frustration, then rendered them unconscious and dragged them away. Given that the base was in dire need of manpower, he decided to put them to work as laborers. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Rain ventured out shopping, ostensibly to familiarize herself with the new world. Lister remained at the base, not only to supervise the 4 laborers brought in the previous night, but also to discuss the current status and future plans of the base with Red Queen. Despite only a day having passed, Red Queen had nearly exhausted the vast fortune Lister had amassed over the past 2 days, leaving him with a mere 200,000 for living expenses. How on earth did you spend it all? Upon hearing this, Lister was rendered speechless. Wang Duyu could hardly deplete 10 billion soft currency in half a month, yet you managed to squander hundreds of millions in less than a day. Boss. The expenditures were as follows. As Red Queen elaborated, Lister gradually regained his composure, realizing the harsh truth. Establishing a base truly demands exorbitant funds. It is no wonder that the Mad F curve frequently embezzles billions of public funds. Firstly, she invested 2 small fortunes in procuring substantial equipment from major companies like Stark and Osborn. This included, but was not limited to, various advanced processing robots, biological experimentation apparatus, and medical nutrition pods, and even acquired purchasing rights for some non-sale items through her inherited minority stakes from Andrew's companies. Furthermore, she has made extensive purchases of various high-tech materials, encompassing, but not limited to, fields such as pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and manufacturing. Were it not for the rigorous approval process required for nuclear materials, she would not have hesitated to acquire those as well. The expenditure on these materials is substantial. Even the wealth looted from the textile factory by Lister last night has been invested into this venture. You could at least leave me a little something. After all this hard work, can I indulge a bit? Alas, let it be as it is, as long as you are happy. Dealing with such a profligate woman, Lister feels utterly exhausted. Fortunately, he still has a considerable amount of cash and gold stored in his personal space. Otherwise, he would truly be in despair. He nearly faced a complete reversal of fortune overnight. Boss, there's a news report you might find intriguing. Sensing Lister's discontent, the AI, Red, quickly attempted to make amends. What news? Project it for me to see. Initially indifferent, Lister straightened up as the news began to play. A blonde female host appeared on screen, stating, "The military has engaged in a firefight with unidentified enemies on the campus of Carver University, although the military claims this is merely a rumor." However, 2 sophomore students witnessed the entire incident and recorded it on their phones. As she spoke, the camera panned to reveal the chaos of the damaged grounds and buildings. Two male students then stepped into view, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. The giant was entirely green, towering 3 to 4 meters tall. Bullets hit him as if they were mere plastic pellets. Even a .50 caliber cannon had no effect on him. Armored vehicles were overturned like children's toys. They continued. The military even deployed sonic cannons. Excitedly, the students showcased the videos captured on their phones, while the resolution appeared lackluster and the imagery unclear. It could not obscure the imposing green figure, exuding an aura of brutal dominance. When did this occur? Lister inquired. Yesterday afternoon. It seems there has been an intentional effort to suppress this news. I only managed to uncover residual data after extensive searching on the dark web, Red replied. Yesterday? Lister's gaze flickered, a plot resembling that of the Incredible Hulk flashing through his mind. Bruce Banner, in search of his girlfriend Betty Ross, fell into a trap set by General Ross, who aimed to capture him alive. However, in a moment of crisis, Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, wreaking havoc and inflicting substantial losses on the military. Had it not been for Betty being caught in the fray and falling unconscious, Hulk's instinctive urge to protect her would have led to even greater casualties for General Ross's team. This news report aligns perfectly with that narrative. Subsequently, Banner and Betty would make their way to New York, seeking assistance from an online acquaintance, Mr. Blue, to resolve their predicament. Unbeknownst to them, their whereabouts had already been disclosed to the military by Sewage, prompting General Ross to follow closely behind. Thus, the abomination emerged, leading to chaos on the streets of New York alongside the Hulk. The moment has arrived this very evening. Last night, upon encountering Daredevil, Lister received a task from the system. Initially, he intended to embark on a reconnaissance mission tonight. However, it seems he can afford to delay it a little longer. Alice, search for Dr. Samuel Stearns, ascertain his location, and monitor him. Understood, boss. Dr. Samuel Stearns is the enigmatic blue mister who has been clandestinely communicating with Dr. Banner. He serves as a professor in the Department of Cell Biology at REBORN University in New York City. Initially, he corresponded with Banner through encrypted emails for an extended period, as Banner believed he could assist in unraveling the mysteries of gamma radiation. Yet, upon their first meeting, Banner soon realized that Stearns' intentions were far from altruistic. He was not merely aiding Banner. Rather, he had been systematically duplicating numerous blood samples from Banner's own blood. Stearns harbored ambitions of utilizing this blood to explore gamma technology, aiming to enhance medical advancements on Earth, and even aspired to win a Nobel Prize. Subsequently, while aiding Abomination in an injection of the blood, he suffered an injury that inadvertently contaminated his own bloodstream with Banner's blood, leading to his transformation into a formidable supervillain. Now, Lister contemplates recruiting him into his own team as his chief scientist. However, he grapples with the dilemma of whether to allow Stearns to embrace his transformation into Abomination. Chapter 31. The Rampage of Abomination. It is noteworthy that after his mutation, Samuel Stearns experienced a 1,000-fold increase in intellect. At that point, one could hardly argue against his claim to being the most intelligent person on the planet, yet such brilliance would render him exceedingly difficult to control. In the comics, the freshly mutated Abomination yearned to forge a resplendent future driven by power and influence. Viewed from any angle, it is apparent that Abomination is not one to remain subordinate for long. While high intelligence is advantageous, at times, it can also lead to disastrous outcomes. After much deliberation, Lister resolved that it would be wiser to keep Stearns in his original state. Although his research capabilities may be somewhat diminished, the benefit lies in his controllability. Furthermore, Stearns' research proficiency is not to be underestimated. He arguably ranks as the foremost authority on gamma radiation beside Banner. Additionally, he possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Unlike Banner, who seeks to eliminate the Hulk, Stearns aims to utilize Hulk's blood for a myriad of studies, and he has already begun to yield results. As previously mentioned, Stearns is a man on the path to the Nobel Prize. Should he gain access to the Umbrella Corporation's technologies, it is unfathomable what astonishing breakthroughs he could achieve. Lister has no intention of letting such a talent slip away. Thus, once the Red Queen locates Samuel Stearns, Lister summons Rain back to keep watch at home while he himself drives to REBORN University. As he travels, Lister suddenly recalls Matt Murdock and inquires, "By the way, Alice, what is the current status of Daredevil? Has he yet to awaken?" At 3:30 in the morning, the boss had already awakened and subsequently departed. How could he be so swift? List was momentarily taken aback. He recalled Carlos mentioning that the more severe the injury, the longer the recovery time. The injuries sustained by Night Demon last night, he believed, would require no less than 6 to 8 hours for recuperation, yet the time taken was scarcely 3 hours. However, contemplating the character's attributes, it seemed Night Demon possessed a form of meditation technique that could expedite his body's self-healing capabilities. With this in mind, List chose not to dwell on him any longer. Before long, List arrived at REBORN University and stealthily infiltrated Dr. Samuel Stern's laboratory. At that moment, Dr. Stern was engaged in a lecture, leaving the laboratory entirely unoccupied, which conveniently facilitated List's endeavors. He discreetly positioned several pinhole cameras in hidden corners, enabling the monitoring by Red Queen. Subsequently, he inserted a USB drive into the laboratory's isolated computer, permitting Red Queen to pilfer Dr. Stern's research data. Once these tasks were accomplished, List ventured into the inner chamber and collected some of the Hulk's blood stored by Dr. Stern. Soon enough, this location would be reduced to ruins. Such invaluable blood samples must not be allowed to perish. As Dr. Stern was about to return, List exited the laboratory and concealed himself in an adjacent room, adopting a quiet demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Stern returned from his lecture, accompanied by Banner and Betty. Banner expressed his desire for Dr. Stern's assistance in treating him, yet Dr. Stern harbored concerns about potentially causing harm. After a series of refusals and reasoned arguments, Dr. Stern ultimately consented to the risk of administering his experimental antidote to Banner. After all, his thirst for knowledge surpassed his caution. Subsequently, Dr. Stern activated the apparatus, instructing Banner to recline upon it and fastening him securely. Though it was a tale involving the indomitable Hulk, Banner bore the visage of Uncle Mark, which elicited a peculiar sensation for List as he observed the scene unfold. As Dr. Stern engaged the switch, the antidote was gradually infused into Banner's system. Sensing impending danger, the Hulk's consciousness began to awaken, transforming into his green giant form with a furious roar. In a critical moment, Betty Ross ascended the testing platform, continually soothing the Hulk to prevent him from unleashing his wrath. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Stern administered the entirety of the antidote into the Hulk's body. As the effects began to manifest, the Hulk slipped into slumber, and Banner regained control of his body. The treatment appeared to be a success. Truly, the green behemoth exuded an overwhelming presence, even from such a distance. When the Hulk had first emerged, List distinctly sensed an aura of rage and savage ferocity, akin to a volcanic eruption, imposing a sense of impending doom. Yet as the Hulk receded, that sensation gradually dissipated, prompting List to involuntarily exhale in relief. With the Hulk being so formidable, how would they contend with him in the future? The military is fully prepared and ready to initiate the capture. At this moment, the voice of the Red Queen echoed in the earpiece. List glanced at the surveillance footage and observed numerous heavily armed soldiers ascending the staircase. Among them, one figure stood out conspicuously, moving with remarkable speed, effortlessly leaping up the floors and leaving the other soldiers far behind. This individual was none other than Emil Blonsky. As he approached, List instinctively shrank back, holding his breath to minimize his presence and avoid any complications. Emil Blonsky was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, recruited by General Ross to oversee the Rio operation aimed at capturing Banner. During the attempted apprehension, he witnessed the formidable strength of the Hulk, which planted the seed of ambition within him to grow stronger. Subsequently, General Ross revealed the military's super soldier program to him, and he voluntarily offered himself as a test subject for the serum. After the first enhancement, his strength, defense, and speed saw tremendous improvement, instilling him with an overwhelming sense of confidence. In a second attempt to capture Banner, he again provoked the Hulk, only to be soundly defeated in a brutal manner. However, the enhanced Blonsky displayed a remarkable recovery capacity and quickly bounced back. Before this latest attempt at apprehension, driven by the desire for power and to conquer the Hulk, he underwent another injection of the serum. This made him even more formidable, causing mutations in his spine as well. At this juncture, Blonsky was brimming with confidence, eagerly seeking another confrontation with the Hulk. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as he encountered the weakened Banner instead. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, Blonsky shot the female officer and coerced Stern into administering a substantial dose of Hulk's blood. As the Hulk's blood coursed through his veins, Blonsky began to transform, his physique enlarging, his skin darkening, and bone protrusions emerging, rendering him increasingly grotesque. With a thunderous roar, the supervillain Abomination made his grand entrance. The explosive surge of power intoxicated him, igniting a desperate need for a cathartic battle. He effortlessly hurled the astonished Dr. Stern aside and flung the laboratory table out of the window before leaping out himself. Down below, the soldiers, believing they were facing the Hulk, raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The bullets struck Abomination with little effect, akin to mere tickles, and with a casual gesture, he sent a car crashing down upon the soldiers like a projectile. In the adjacent room, List had been closely monitoring the events unfolding in the laboratory, particularly after Emil Blonsky ordered the soldiers to take Banner and Betty away. List utilized his telekinesis, lingering around Dr. Stern. He did not embody the role of a savior to rescue the female officer, nor did he intervene to prevent Stern from injecting Blonsky with the Hulk's blood for enhancement. As the transformation of the Abomination was completed with Blonsky becoming a grotesque and terrifying creature, Lister suddenly exerted his strength to form a telekinetic shield, enveloping Dr. Stern. Bang! In the next moment, the Abomination struck, sending Stern crashing to the ground. Following the original trajectory, Dr. Stern would have been left bloodied and battered, subsequently infected by the Hulk's blood left at a height, transforming him into the leader. However, thanks to Lister's timely intervention, Dr. Stern emerged unscathed, suffering only a mild concussion. The Hulk's blood, previously perched on the high platform, was discreetly relocated by Lister amidst the chaos. Afterward, the Abomination vacated the laboratory, while Lister quietly emerged from the adjacent room, stepping into the lab. At that moment, Dr. Stern, just regaining his composure from the floor, appeared shaken and was preparing to salvage his experimental data. Upon noticing Lister's arrival, he was initially startled but quickly discerned that the newcomer was a benign young man. Assuming he was merely a curious student, Stern demanded, "Which class are you from? What are you doing here? This place is perilous. You shouldn't be here. Leave at once." Unfazed, Lister responded, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can finance your research." "What do you mean?" Samuel Stern immediately grasped the implication, realizing that Lister was not a student but someone with a different agenda. He instinctively recoiled, fearing this might be yet another individual intent on coercing him into administering injections. It was only today that he comprehended the perilous nature of his research. Lister surveyed the surroundings and spoke calmly. "You have witnessed the earlier incident with Mr. Green, the military's involvement, and the Abomination you have inadvertently created. If you wish to avoid imprisonment or being detained by the military, I believe that leaving with me is your wisest course of action." Lister's words were neither a threat nor alarmist. The destructive power of the Abomination was evident. The devastation it wrought would inevitably require accountability. At the forefront of this was General Ross of the military, who had orchestrated the entire affair, along with Dr. Stern, the creator of the Abomination. If Stern were to comply and assist General Ross in further developing the super soldier serum, he might just navigate through this crisis. Conversely, if Stern sought freedom or proved unhelpful to Ross, he would undoubtedly be sacrificed as a scapegoat. Listening to Lister's admonition, Stern recognized his precarious situation. Faced with military capture and the emergence of the Abomination, he realized that while he was coerced, he had also harbored a selfish pursuit of truth. Now, with calamity unleashed, especially as the Abomination wreaked havoc on the streets of New York, the resulting destruction was beyond reckoning. Should accountability be pursued, he feared he would face a lengthy imprisonment. Having come to this realization, Stern promptly made his decision. "Very well, I shall leave with you." Subsequently, to intimidate Dr. Stern and deter any ill intentions, Lister deliberately showcased his abilities. As he unleashed his mental prowess, all significant items within the laboratory, along with the remaining Hulk blood, floated towards the two of them, ultimately being absorbed into a spatial realm. "Oh, my God." Sten's eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at the spectacle. Is this magic? Had he been familiar with online literature, he would have exclaimed, "This is utterly unscientific. Even Newton's coffin cannot contain this." At that moment, a warning from Red Queen interrupted his thoughts, alerting him of an unidentified force approaching, urging immediate evacuation. Unidentified force. List retrieved his phone and accessed the surveillance feed. The screen displayed a group of individuals clad in black ascending the building, led by a red-haired woman in a form-fitting tactical suit, exuding both sensuality and fierce elegance. It was none other than Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. S-H-I-E-L-D. Why have they come here? With no time to ponder, List swiftly leaped from the window, taking Sten with him as they soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Natasha and her strike team stormed into the laboratory. However, after a thorough search, they found nothing of value. The experimental data had been destroyed, the special material, Hulk blood, had been entirely removed, and even Mr. Samuel Sten was missing. Their hopes of getting a lucrative scoop ahead of the military had evaporated into thin air. "Director, we are in trouble. Continue searching for any traces," Natasha instructed, pulling out her phone to make a call. "What is the situation?" Provide a detailed report. In Washington, at the SHIELD headquarters. Director Nick Fury's expression darkened further upon receiving the report. Here's the situation. Just as Natasha was about to elaborate, an agent rushed in with urgency. We have a situation. Surveillance cameras have been discovered, identified as Stark Industries' latest model, designed for espionage. Director, I can't hear you. Spare no effort in locating it. You have only 1 day. Nick Fury realized the gravity of the situation and issued the command in a grave tone. Understood. After hanging up, Natasha and her team commenced their investigation into this enigmatic third-party force. Damn, we were careless. In the night sky, List and Sten raced through the air when suddenly Red Queen alerted him. We should have left behind a big pineapple. The fundamental ethics of an assassin. Nevertheless, let it be known, given his current capabilities, he harbored no fear of SHIELD agents if he remained cautious. However, understanding Nick Fury's tendencies, should they truly pursue him, he suspected they would not resort to violence, but rather adopt a more conciliatory approach. Recruitment and persuasion were their usual strategies. In such a case, even if List declined their overtures, they would likely refrain from aggressive actions, merely increasing surveillance. After this analysis, it appeared that SHIELD was not as formidable as it seemed, posing little threat in the grand scheme of things. However, List chose to exercise caution, for the current SHIELD is not as it once was. Should he come under their scrutiny, it would likewise mean he had drawn the attention of Hydra. Just after handing over Dr. Samuel Stern to Rain, List received a belated mission notification. Unlike any he had encountered before, this time, failure bore a penalty. Had he perhaps outgrown the novice protection period? List could only hasten his pace towards Broadway 121st Street. Chapter 33. Hulk and Abomination. This evening, New York seemed particularly tumultuous. In the Harlem district of Manhattan, starting from Broadway at 121st Street, there were tremendous noises and explosions. A throng of people surged forth, crying and screaming filled the streets. As flames erupted and vehicles occasionally soared through the air, crashing into nearby skyscrapers with devastating force. At the center of the street rampaged a colossal beast, the Abomination. Having emerged from the laboratory, towering at 4 meters, its sinewy muscles and bones intertwined, with a row of razor-sharp spines protruding from its spine, and bony protrusions jutted from its elbows and shoulders. Its formidable physique appeared as if it had suddenly sprouted additional bones, granting it formidable protection. The Abomination was entirely nude, sporting a foul yellow bald head, and as it leisurely strolled, it casually seized a car and hurled it into the crowd, a seemingly playful act that wrought incredible destruction. General Ross's strike team, trailing from the laboratory, unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their Gatling guns, the bullets falling upon the Abomination like a relentless rain, provoking only further fury without effect. Observing this, someone resorted to their last resort, firing a shell. However, the rocket, traveling at 30 meters per second, was effortlessly caught by the Abomination, which allowed it to detonate in its grasp. Boom! A violent roar accompanied by a burst of flames engulfed the Abomination. Yet in an instant, it emerged unscathed from the inferno, akin to a demon rising from the depths of hell. Damn! This was supposed to be a formidable weapon, yet it proved ineffective. The strike team hastily retreated, driving away in a frenzy. Roar! Attempting to flee, the Abomination took massive strides, like a bulldozer, clearing everything that obstructed its path. Within 200 meters, it intercepted a fleeing truck. Bang! With a single kick, the Abomination halted a speeding taxi, lifting it effortlessly into the air. It then provocatively challenged the military camera, demanding a worthy opponent. Subsequently, it smashed down, and the 3 occupants within the vehicle were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. At this moment, within the helicopter hovering above, Ross, Banner, Betty, and all the soldiers bore an unquenchable fury in their hearts as they witnessed the unfolding events. Particularly, Banner felt an inescapable sense of responsibility for the adversary's emergence. Thus, shortly thereafter, amidst Betty's heartfelt pleas, Banner resolutely leaped from the aircraft. However, due to the extensive dosage of antidote he had received, as he descended lower and faster, the anticipated transformation into the Hulk did not occur. Oh damn it, Banner muttered under his breath just before he crashed to the ground, creating a crater that was utterly disproportionate to his stature. Oh no! On board the plane, seeing Banner land without a sign of the Hulk, Betty let out a cry of anguish. At that moment, the massive pit began to tremble violently, and a colossal green fist shot up into the sky. Subsequently, the mighty Hulk emerged from the crater, his physique rivaling that of the Abomination. Though his muscles were not as grotesque, they exuded a captivating sense of power. Roar! Witnessing the Abomination wreaking havoc ahead, Hulk unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, visibly clearing the debris in his path. The Abomination, also known as Emil Blonsky, swiftly turned to fix his murderous gaze on the Hulk from 100 meters away. Having suffered multiple defeats at the hands of the Hulk, Blonsky had resorted to injecting serum and Hulk's blood in a quest for strength, aiming to vanquish or eliminate the Hulk. Now that the Hulk stood before him, how could he possibly restrain himself? Hulk! Blonsky bellowed, charging forward with fervor. Hulk initially took a couple of measured steps, acclimating to his weakened state, then suddenly accelerated, cracking the ground beneath him. The two titans raced towards each other, covering 50 meters, then 30, then 10, before they leapt into the air, colliding with a tremendous force above the street. The clash of strength and beauty profoundly astonished Lister, who had just crossed Central Park. This was far more thrilling than any blockbuster film. Classic. Perfect. Boom. In the midst of the violent impact, Hulk was unexpectedly sent flying by the Abomination. Tumbling several meters away, he staggered as he attempted to regain his footing, but faltered, swaying and collapsing once again. In stark contrast, the Abomination remained unfazed, standing amidst flames with a wrecked truck beneath him, exuding an aura of relentless ferocity. Come on, the Abomination taunted, looking down with disdain at the Hulk. Roar! Hulk, though reluctant to yield, recognized that he was currently no match for the Abomination. Yet, he was no mindless brute. He was clever in his own right. For instance, upon realizing his inferiority in strength, Hulk instinctively scanned his surroundings for a weapon. Soon, he discovered a police car parked nearby. Hulk's eyes instantly brightened, and he approached with vigor, effortlessly splitting the police car in two. He then grasped the front and rear of the vehicle, forming a colossal pair of steel shields. Roaring with determination, Hulk prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Abomination sensed the impending threat and charged toward Hulk, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Hulk, wielding his shields with divine strength, swiftly knocked Abomination to the ground. However, despite his fierce assault, he could only inflict a mere 2.5 points of damage. Is this all you're capable of? Lying on the ground, Abomination allowed Hulk to unleash his fury, yet after 3 powerful punches, he merely scratched the surface of Abomination's defenses, causing minimal harm. Truly ridiculous. With a single kick, Abomination sent Hulk flying several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby building. Not far away, atop a towering structure, Lister observed the unfolding battle, reflecting once more. This time, however, his awe was not directed at the ferocity of the fight, but rather at the prowess of Stain. Within just a few days of acquiring Hulk's blood, he had developed a suppressive serum. Although this serum did not completely eradicate Hulk, it had significantly weakened his combat capabilities by nearly 60%. Remarkable indeed. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted again. Witnessing Hulk's struggle against Abomination, General Ross could no longer remain passive and promptly dispatched helicopters for fire support. It seemed Abomination, feeling the sting of the fight, began to flee rapidly across the rooftops. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination made a sharp left turn, accelerating with ferocity, and leaped directly toward the helicopter. The crew on board gasped in alarm and quickly attempted to elevate the helicopter. However, at that moment, Hulk arrived, leaping as well, and seized Abomination's calf. Consequently, the two titans were left hanging from the helicopter, grappling fiercely, which forced the aircraft into a crash landing, shattering its wings and leaving the fuselage with several gaping wounds. At that moment, the weakened Hulk was flung aside, while Abomination stood triumphantly atop the helicopter, gazing down at Hulk like a conqueror. Chapter 34. Battle against Abomination. Roaring with dominance, Abomination looked down, howling towards the heavens, surveying his surroundings with arrogance. Hulk struggled to rise, fearing for Betty's safety aboard the helicopter, and prepared to charge forward. Yet, Abomination advanced, slamming Hulk against the wall, rendering his struggles futile. Meanwhile, Betty, who had been unconscious from the crash, was the first to awaken aboard the helicopter. She noticed the fuel tank had ruptured, and fuel was gushing out, threatening an imminent explosion. Realizing the danger, Betty hurriedly roused the unconscious General Ross and the other crew members, devising an escape plan. Just then, a spark ignited the spilled fuel, and a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the helicopter and rapidly spreading. Witnessing Betty trapped in the flames, Hulk's heart raced with urgency as green energy surged within him, propelling him to resist Abomination's grip with all his might. Bang! 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 Hulk continued to strike furiously, yet the Abomination remained unfazed, his single arm pinning Hulk down, rendering him immobile. You are unworthy of such power. Simply watch her perish. The abomination, transformed from Emil Blonsky, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of strength, looked down upon Hulk, who was restrained by the limitations of an ordinary man. Saliva flew from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with brutality. The bone spurs on the abomination's elbow had already pierced Hulk's chest muscle. The more Hulk struggled, the deeper the spurs drove in, causing blood to flow profusely. Consumed by rage, Hulk's eyes glowed an even more intense green, his strength gradually revitalizing, allowing him to resist the abomination's arm and slowly extract the bone spurs from his body. If only he had a few more seconds, he could surely break free and rush to the rescue. However, flames roared, threatening to engulf the aircraft's fuel tank, and Betty and the others aboard could not afford to wait that long. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a thunderous voice commanded, "Extinguish." An invisible energy descended from above, extinguishing the raging flames in its wake until they vanished completely. Who could it be? Sensing the surge of energy behind him, the abomination felt a jolt of alarm. Could another monster have emerged? Looking up, he beheld a mysterious figure hovering in the air, clad in motorcycle gear and a black helmet. His entire form shrouded, rendering his face unrecognizable. At that moment, all eyes turned skyward to this sudden intruder, each expression a tapestry of emotions. The abomination questioned, "Who is this little fellow? Can he really fly? I wonder if he can withstand my punch." Hulk called out, "Save Betty, my friend." Betty exclaimed, "Incredible. He can fly? Quickly, help Bruce and defeat that monstrous foe." Ross pondered, who is he? Is his displayed ability technology, magic, or some other special power? Is he a threat? Can he be recruited? Can he be replicated? Nick Fury interjected, "What the hell? Where did this powerhouse come from?" The newcomer, seizing the critical moment, was none other than the indomitable Lister. Before Iron Man revealed his identity, he had no intention of exposing his handsome visage to the public, so he had donned this ensemble. With a single utterance, he extinguished the fire, commanding awe and respect from all present. Lister resolved to press the advantage. With a surge of telekinetic energy, an invisible whip instantly coiled around the abomination's right leg. "Get up," Lister bellowed, his right hand whipping back, causing the abomination to lose his balance. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if an invisible giant had seized the abomination's right leg, lifting him upside down and relentlessly slamming him against the ground. The abomination roared in fury, thrashing with all four limbs, yet unable to strike anything tangible, quickly becoming disoriented and dazed. Witnessing this spectacle, Hulk felt an inexplicable urge to imitate this display of power, while everyone else present was left utterly astonished by Lister's formidable strength. Especially General Ross and Nick Fury, who oversees this area, are constantly adjusting their subsequent plans in their minds. Bang! Finally, Lister suddenly swung, and Abomination was smashed into the ground, leaving only its legs dangling outside. Huh! Lister quietly exhaled a breath of foul air. The Hulk's signature move, the earth-shattering return, truly lived up to its reputation, consuming a tremendous amount of psychic energy. In just a few seconds, Lister had expended nearly 3 layers of his power. However, witnessing the outcome and the astonished gazes of those around him, all this expenditure seemed worth it. With Abomination down, the scene appeared to be instantly secure. Betty disregarded her father General Ross's objections and resolutely descended from the aircraft, rushing toward the Hulk. Yet at that moment, the fallen Abomination suddenly regained consciousness. Roar! Abomination rose, unleashing its pent-up fury upon the Hulk before it. It was seen grabbing a thick iron chain from who knows where and violently swinging it toward the Hulk's neck. "Be careful." Hulk heard Betty's warning, but it was too late to evade. He could only brace himself for the impact. A chain as thick as an arm flew in, poised to ensnare Hulk's neck. But at that moment, the chain abruptly twisted, like a python, and instead coiled around Abomination. Realizing the chain's unusual behavior, Abomination quickly understood that this was Lister's tactic. Earlier, the opponent had taken advantage of his inattention to launch a sneak attack, causing him considerable distress. Now, having intended to deal with the Hulk first before focusing on Lister, he found himself thwarted once again. In that case, he would settle both new and old grievances together and eliminate him now. Roar! Despicable little man, come down here. Abomination bellowed, swinging the chain to knock off the encircling iron, while grabbing a nearby fallen car door and hurling it toward the cloaked figure in the air. Lister's pupils constricted, his psychic energy surged, transforming into several long whips that wrapped around the incoming car door, then spinning and launching it back with a 360-degree motion. At that moment, the Hulk, enraged by Abomination's sneak attack, charged toward him. The Hulk was close, and his attack arrived first. Bang! Bang bang. His fists, the size of sandbags, rained down upon Abomination. This time, having regained much of his strength, each punch dealt significant damage to Abomination. Ultimately, Abomination was kicked down by the Hulk, sliding several meters away. Roar. Abomination struggled to rise, roaring in fury, its back spikes seemingly lengthening. However, before Abomination could charge forward, a car door, spinning like a massive blade, sliced toward its abdomen. Creak. After a piercing metallic sound, the car door twisted and deformed, crashing to the ground. While Abomination's abdomen was slashed open, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. However, the Abomination exhibited an astonishing regenerative ability, its massive wounds visibly healing at an alarming pace, fully restoring itself in approximately 10 seconds. Chapter 35. The shield's arrival. As the Abomination gradually healed, Lister would not afford it the opportunity to recover. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment to strike when the foe is vulnerable. Suddenly, the thick iron chains that had fallen to the ground sprang up like a serpent, ensnaring the Abomination in a tight embrace. Roaring in defiance, the Abomination struggled vehemently, exhibiting a surprising strength that threatened to break free from its bindings. Damn it. It's so powerful. Big guy, stop dawdling and act now. If you don't, I want to be responsible for the consequences. Perhaps sensing Lister's urgency, Hulk finally released Betty from his grasp and charged into the fray. Gripping the chains, Hulk wrapped them around the Abomination's neck. The creature attempted to resist, using its spiked elbows to strike Hulk, but Hulk countered by snapping the spikes off and driving them into the Abomination's chest, letting out a pained roar. The Abomination's strength faltered. Seizing the moment, Hulk locked the creature in place, pulling on the chains around its neck and leaning back with all his might, akin to wielding a massive weight. The Abomination struggled for breath, fighting desperately, but to no avail. Ultimately, Hulk even snapped the creature's neck, its body gradually slumping as it lost the will to resist. Stop, Bruce, Betty cried out, desperate to prevent Banner from becoming a murderer, especially since the monster before them was a product of the military and in front of so many witnesses. Hulk obediently released the chains, glancing around in a daze before casting a reluctant look at Betty and resolutely turning away. He took a few swift steps and then leapt into the air, landing over 100 meters away. In just a few bounds, Hulk vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Meanwhile, Lister had quietly exited the scene as Hulk subdued the Abomination, leaving without a trace. As for attempting to engage Hulk or recruit Banner, Lister decided it was best to avoid stirring up a hornet's nest. With Hulk gone and Lister vanished, General Ross summoned the military to take control of the situation. Although Hulk had escaped, capturing the Abomination provided a semblance of satisfaction for the higher-ups in the military who supported him, and Ross had begun to formulate a plan in his mind. However, the uproar caused by this incident was monumental, and addressing the fallout, suppressing public opinion, compensating victims, and managing post-disaster reconstruction would not be a trivial expense. At the scene, as soldiers administered a large dose of sedatives to the Abomination and secured it in a specially designed cage, General Ross felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He began to contemplate whom to approach to shoulder the financial burden of this crisis. General, a man claiming to be from the Department of Strategic Defense and Logistics is seeking you. Yes, over there, a soldier reported, gesturing toward a man in a suit with a notably receding hairline near the perimeter. Upon seeing the individual, a realization struck General Ross. What fortuitous timing. Bring him over. The conversation between the two individuals was confidential, its content imperceptible to outsiders, yet the outcome was undeniably apparent. Shortly thereafter, the military's super soldier program granted partial access to Sewage and relinquished its pursuit of the Hulk and the enigmatic figure in black. In turn, Sewage stepped in to assist the military in suppressing public dissent, soothing the repercussions of the incident, and investing substantial funds into the reconstruction efforts. That night, at Sewage headquarters, Nick Fury, upon receiving the report, vehemently reprimanded Ross, only to subsequently instruct Coulson to hastily compile a funding proposal for him. When this proposal eventually landed on the desk of the Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce, the requested funds had already doubled. Nick, I trust you to handle this. I will submit it to the Security Council tomorrow and strive to expedite the allocation of these funds. Closing the proposal, Alexander Pierce rose, gazing at his meticulously chosen successor, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable joy. This is also to honor your trust and support. Nick Fury reciprocated with a smile, fully aware that this individual was his patron. Had it not been for the latter's fervent advocacy, he would not have inherited the position of director so seamlessly. Nevertheless, for the safety of the Earth, there remained many matters he was better off remaining oblivious to. Turning from Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce, the dynamic of their Minnerminty relationship, we find ourselves with Lister, who, en route, received a notification from the system. Ding. Random task completed. Assist Bruce Banner in defeating Abomination. Reward, super strength. Please check, host. Without further ado, Lister absorbed the super strength. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged within him. He felt as though he could obliterate a mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born of the sudden spike in power, and Lister did not take it too seriously. However, the transformation of his strength was undeniably real. Initially, in terms of sheer power, Lister had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary human, capable of lifting approximately 2 tons. Now, he sensed that his strength had increased at least tenfold, enabling him to effortlessly lift 20 tons or even more. In purely physical terms, he could now rival Spider-Man. Had he already made his entrance into the world? Concurrently, Lister's attributes panel underwent a transformation. Host, Lister age, 23 bloodline, enhanced human strength, beyond human limits, 125, constitution, beyond human limits, resistant to ordinary bullet damage, agility, beyond human limits, speed reaching the speed of sound, reaction time 0.01 seconds, mentality, beyond human limits, ability to mentally influence reality, skills, combat, master, driving, advanced, powers, telekinesis, intermediate, attributes, gun god, mastery over any firearm, shooting accuracy 40, shooting speed 30, shooting power 30, resilience, strength 10, constitution 30, superpower, strength 120, constitution 30, personal space, 10 cubic meters, items, 1 dungeon traversal card. Returning to the base, List had anticipated that today's affairs would conclude, allowing him a restful night's sleep. However, just as he sought solace, an unexpected visitor arrived uninvited. Outside the base, 2 black vehicles suddenly appeared, halting at a distance. The doors swung open, revealing a contingent of fully armed special forces. Leading the charge was a striking woman clad in a form-fitting outfit. Her figure was alluring, with pronounced curves, exquisite features, and hair of a subtle wine-red hue, embodying the essence of a sophisticated femme fatale, none other than the renowned Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Are they planning an aggressive assault? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. this audacious in its early stages? In the control room of the base, observing the lethal task force led by the Black Widow advancing with palpable intent, List was taken aback. This scenario was far from what he had anticipated. Was there something he had overlooked? No matter. When soldiers come, one shall meet them with arms. When water comes, one shall dam it. If friends arrive, there is good wine. If foes approach, there are hunting rifles. Rain, it's up to you, capture them all. And we shall have their leaders come tomorrow to negotiate their release. Understood. Chapter 36. Rain and Natasha. Prepare, act swiftly, and finish decisively. Outside the base, Natasha had arranged her tactics, and with a commanding shout, the action team vanished from her sight like tigers unleashed. According to intelligence, there were 2 targets, Sturley and Reno Campo. Target Sturley, a professional assassin with a danger level classified as intermediate, a newcomer from the former Kent group. He barely made an impression. After the Smith couple incident, his employer, Andrew, sought vengeance and dispatched assassins to eliminate him, only to be met with the opposite outcome. Sturley obliterated the assassin group single-handedly. On that day, he refrained from killing Andrew Kent, allowing him to escape. Yet the following day, Andrew perished on his private island, with Sturley suspected as the mastermind behind the scenes. On the same day, the Destiny organization attempted to assassinate Sturley, but he was rescued by the Cross Carlos, prompting the organization to retreat. Today, Sturley was last seen near REBORN University, suspected of being the perpetrator behind Samuel Stein's abduction. Target Reno Campo, suspected retired special forces and a hacking virtuoso, with a danger level also classified as intermediate. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, first appearing alongside Sturley, aiding him in dismantling the assassin group, and showcasing remarkable marksmanship. Before Andrew Kent's demise, all his assets were transferred, allegedly orchestrated by Rain, who possesses elite hacking skills. As Natasha recalled the intelligence relayed from headquarters, she dismissed the gravity of this mission. 2 intermediate threats posed no challenge to a well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. team. It was merely child's play. Yet, as 2 minutes elapsed with no activity from within the base, a sense of unease began to creep into Natasha's consciousness. This is not good. A jolt of unease surged through Natasha as she rushed inside. Upon entering, she was met with a grim sight. All the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lay lifeless on the ground, seemingly felled in an instant, without even a chance to retaliate. At the center of this chaos stood a striking female warrior, her target. Reino Campo. Natasha's pupils constricted as the realization dawned upon her. The intelligence had been gravely miscalculated. Reino Campo was far from being merely a moderate threat. This was at least a high-level danger, if not greater. Was the intelligence department truly so incompetent as to misunderstand the capabilities of the adversary? If Rain's combat prowess was so misguided, then the assessment of Sterling's strength must also be reevaluated. In an instant, Natasha concluded that the mission had failed, necessitating a change in her approach. Finally, the moment had arrived. I have awaited you for so long. As Natasha caught sight of Rain, the latter too noticed her, directing her gaze toward Natasha's concealed position behind the wall. Greetings, Reino Campo. We are from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Natasha elegantly stepped forward, introducing herself with a smile, as if nothing amiss had transpired. I care not who you are. Defeat me first, Rain retorted, launching a powerful punch that abruptly interrupted Natasha's introduction. Thud. Natasha crossed her arms to block, immediately feeling a numbing force in her limbs as she was propelled backward. Such immense strength. After staggering back 7 or 8 steps, Natasha finally regained her footing. In that fleeting moment, she realized she was utterly outmatched. Victory could not be achieved through brute force alone. Just then, Rain attacked again. Natasha nimbly dodged, evading the onslaught, and seized the opportunity to execute her signature move. She ensnared Rain's right arm with both hands, then leaped, crossing her legs to lock around Rain's neck, attempting to leverage her waist to throw Rain to the ground. Yet, Rain was no pushover. Sensing danger as Natasha secured her arm and neck, she crouched slightly to stabilize her center of gravity while unleashing tremendous strength with her right arm, yanking Natasha back and thwarting her plan while her left hand prepared to strike. Natasha, quick to adapt, realized the futility of her current position and released her grip, twisting her body like a serpent to maneuver behind Rain. With a swift motion, she produced a slender steel wire and aimed to ensnare Rain's neck. Rain, however, was quick to react. Her right arm swiftly interposed between the wire and her neck, thwarting Natasha's intent. Simultaneously, her left hand grasped Natasha's collar, hurling her away. Thud. Natasha flew several meters through the air, crashing hard to the ground, momentarily disoriented. Get up. Let us continue the fight, Rain proclaimed, her fists colliding before her chest as she cracked her neck, signaling that the warm-up phase had concluded and she was prepared to engage earnestly. Natasha sat up and cast a sidelong glance at Rain, swiftly tossing out 2 small white objects that landed at Rain's feet. Initially, Rain paid little heed to them. However, in an instant, each of these contrivances emitted a surge of high-voltage electricity, striking Rain's legs. Suddenly, Rain's body stiffened, convulsing uncontrollably. Although the electric shock lasted only a few seconds, once it subsided, Rain found herself devoid of strength to even stand. Thud. With wide eyes, she collapsed onto the ground. Get up and fight again. At this moment, Natasha rose in a victorious stance, offering a retort. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Truly worthy of the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Just then, a round of applause erupted, and List slowly emerged. List. You know me. Natasha maintained a calm facade, yet internally reassessed the danger level posed by List. The ability to know her identity and accurately call her name indicated that List's identity was far from ordinary, definitely not something a mere assassin could access. I've heard a little about you, List remarked as he walked over to assist the stunned Rain. Noticing Rain's defiance in her eyes, he said, What? You're not satisfied? The victor and the vanquished, losing means losing. Next time, come back stronger. However, remember this lesson, one must never let down their guard. Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone against a human. Rain snorted disdainfully, glaring at Natasha. Humph. Next time, I shall make her eat dirt. Suit yourself. After ensuring Rain was all right, List turned back to Natasha. You have one chance to make a move. Please commence your performance. I am Natasha, codename Black Widow, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Division of Defense, Logistics, and Support. I am here regarding Dr. Samuel Stern, who was brought here by you. We mean no harm. There is no need for hostility, though I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee. Instead of attacking, Natasha candidly revealed their intentions. Chapter 37. Phil Coulson want to drink coffee? No problem, but you must defeat me first. The Black Widow's signature moves included a crotch attack derived from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and her infamous Widow's Bite. Previously, when dealing with Rain, Natasha had demonstrated varying degrees of both. List was curious to see what tricks her Widow's Bite would reveal when faced with him. Would she fire bullets, unleash high-voltage electricity, or utilize the Widow's Kiss? However, considering it was still 2008, it seemed that the Widow's Bite had yet to be developed into such a multifaceted weapon. I don't want to get hit. I surrender. Natasha flashed a charming smile and raised her hand in surrender. Assessing the situation with poise and discretion had always been her forte. List resigned. Acknowledged the wisdom in her strategy. A true hero does not fall victim to immediate dangers, feigning weakness before seizing the opportunity. Truly, a Black Widow. Even though he was well aware that the other party was merely employing a temporary tactic, he refrained from resorting to any excessive measures, such as delivering a severe beating. However, letting her off the hook left List feeling somewhat unsatisfied, as it contradicted his own persona. Reflecting on the distressing sight of Ren being electrocuted, an idea sparked within List's mind. Perhaps it would be delightful to incapacitate the Black Widow with his own device. Thus, with a subtle motion of his right hand, an electroshock device affixed to Natasha's waist suddenly sprang to life, unleashing a surge of electricity. Natasha followed in Ren's footsteps, her body stiffening and trembling uncontrollably. Once the device depleted its charge, Natasha succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. Wow, being shocked by one's own equipment is truly careless. Ren reveled in the moment, her expression exaggeratedly mocking Natasha. Humph. Struggling to sit up, Natasha scoffed, fixing her gaze on List, and remarked with irritation. You truly are a gentleman. She had never encountered such a lack of chivalry. Even after she had conceded, he still took action. Yet, how had he managed this? Natasha's mind raced as she rapidly analyzed List's character, reevaluating his level of power. Your carelessness has nothing to do with me. How could one admit to such a thing? List vehemently denied it, wearing an expression of innocence. However, he soon spoke coldly. Moreover, you trespassed into my private territory with firearms without permission. Even if I were to kill you, it would be entirely in accordance with federal law. I believe I am not mistaken in this regard. Observing his unwavering stance and complete lack of sympathy, Natasha chose to remain silent, unwilling to escalate the conflict. Recognizing her prudence, List softened his demeanor slightly, saying, Contact your superior. I wish to speak with him. Very well. Natasha wasted no time and directly dialed Coulson. As for Nick Fury, she decided against involving him. She could not afford such a risk. In less than half an hour, Phil Coulson, the somewhat balding chief of the Marvel Novice Village, arrived. Hello, Lee. I am Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You may call me Phil or Coulson. True to his nature, Coulson greeted with warmth, resembling a long-lost friend at a reunion. Hello, Coulson. I have long admired you. Your visit truly brings honor to my humble abode. List's face was adorned with a broad smile. This caused Natasha to suspect his sexual orientation. Otherwise, how could he be so aloof towards her yet so effusive with Coulson? Had List possessed telepathic abilities, he would have surely spewed a mouthful of soda at her. Lee, you are truly a good person. Had I known this earlier, we could have avoided so many misunderstandings. Phil Coulson, with a familiar yet cunning demeanor, attempted to smooth over the situation with a casual remark. List, however, was not about to let him have his way. What do you mean by that? I, Lee, have always conducted my affairs with utmost integrity and have recently appointed Dr. Samuel Stern as the chief scientist of our company. Shortly thereafter, individuals from your rather meddlesome strategic department arrived, attempting to poach him. The scent of conspiracy is too potent here, and it cannot be resolved with mere misunderstandings. Phil Coulson, maintaining his composure, stated, Dr. Stern's research pertains to national security. We must bring him back for a routine inquiry, and I kindly request your cooperation, Lee. Of course, I acknowledge that my colleague's previous actions were somewhat reckless, causing you distress, and within our means, we shall offer a measure of compensation. Lister's eyes lit up. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed a relief. Yet one must still strive for what is rightfully theirs. Dr. Stern is a peace-loving scientist focused on the medical field, intent on developing a drug capable of treating the majority of cancers. Thus, I have funded his research. However, your mention of national security likely refers to the abhorrence. Does it not? Phil Coulson, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, recognized that the other party was privy to the insider information. He remained silent, attentively listening, not missing a single word. To be frank, the emergence of the abhorrence has little to do with Dr. Stern. The primary cause can be attributed to the military's supersoldier program. Emil Blonsky first received multiple injections of the military supersoldier serum. followed by a substantial amount of Hulk's blood, and thus, he became what he is now. As for Dr. Stern, he is merely an unfortunate bystander. And even inquiries would yield little insight. Coulson mentally noted these secrets, but remarked, "We shall verify your statements upon our return. By the way, Lee, would you be interested in joining our organization? The benefits are plentiful." "I shall consider it," Lister replied dismissively, then turned serious, asking, "Regarding the previous compensation and the information I will provide later, how much USD are you prepared to offer me?" Coulson nearly cursed. He wanted to inquire. "You just obliterated 2 assassin organizations and seized a considerable fortune. Are you truly in need of money now?" Taking a deep breath, Coulson replied, 10 million. "That is all the authority I possess." 10 million? Are you attempting to insult me? At least 100 million is required to mend the wounds of my spirit." Upon hearing such a meager sum, Lister immediately felt displeased. Surely, S.H.I.E.L.D., with its vast resources, would not be lacking in such trifles. "Very well. I shall transfer the funds to you later." Initially, Lister anticipated some negotiation, but to his surprise, Coulson agreed outright. Blast. That was too little. Lister felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have demanded 200 million. The seemingly honest Coulson, however, was anything but naive. On the return journey, Coulson shared a vehicle with Natasha. Leaning against the passenger seat, Natasha inquired, "Is Lister formidable?" "Indeed he is," Coulson replied, steering the vehicle. "According to the latest intelligence, he obliterated the Destiny organization last night." Natasha gasped. "Destiny? The assassin organization capable of curving bullets?" "Indeed, apart from Fox, all members of the Millennium organization have vanished. And even Fox is merely a pawn in this scenario. Nonetheless, this is insufficient to justify your current demeanor. If there are any hidden truths, I urge you to reveal them. It is highly probable that he is the enigmatic figure clad in black who will vanquish the abomination tonight. It is truly him." Chapter 38. The status of the base. Early the following day, Lister received a transfer from S.H.I.E.L.D. A modest target, indeed delightful. To prevent Red Queen from squandering it again, Lister expressly instructed that this sum must remain untouched. However, Red Queen expressed her dissatisfaction with his miserly behavior, countering, "Boss, the essence of money lies in its purchasing power. Your bank deposits merely represent the bank's liabilities to you. They are debts that can be transferred at any moment. A promissory note from the bank, a commitment. And regarding promissory notes and commitments, only through collection and redemption do they truly belong to you. Therefore, boss, you ought to entrust this sum of dollars to me so that I may enhance the construction of the base promptly and, in the near future, generate even greater returns, earning you more dollars. Boss, money only counts when spent. In the bank, it remains a meaningless string of digits. Surely, you do not wish to emulate the miserly character of Scrooge from the novels, do you? Stop. Stop. Lister's mind buzzed as he called for a halt. What is happening? Red Queen has unexpectedly entered her philosophical mode. Had he known it would unfold this way, Lister would have refrained from upgrading her. Last night, after Coulson, Natasha, and the others departed, Lister, realizing his own exposure, sought to enhance Red Queen's capabilities by upgrading her. The method was straightforward. He installed an additional core motherboard for her. Indeed, within the realm of the main god, Lister not only exchanged for Red Queen, but also procured an extra motherboard for her. Initially, he intended to keep it as a backup, akin to Tony's Friday. However, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sudden arrival prompted Lister to recognize that merely having Red Queen monitor the surroundings was not sufficient. On one hand, she was constrained by the number of cameras. On the other, she was limited by her own capabilities. The former is easy to comprehend, in areas devoid of cameras or where cameras are offline. Red Queen cannot maintain surveillance. As for the latter, she had repeatedly suggested to Lister the notion of infiltrating the Pentagon's network or commandeering military satellites. Yet she could not guarantee such endeavors would be executed quietly and undetected, which Lister promptly dismissed. Thus, Red Queen's so-called roaming network merely evaded the covert activities of various formidable institutions. It may appear powerful, yet it is not invincible. If equipped with complete hardware, Red Queen's potential would undoubtedly extend far beyond her current limitations, but the base is still in its infancy. Can one truly expect her to be outfitted with technology akin to JARVIS at this stage? Since hardware could not provide convenience for the time being, Lisite contemplated upgrading the software of the Red Queen. Thus, he installed a dual motherboard in her system. To his astonishment, it indeed worked. The Red Queen underwent a visible transformation, exhibiting faster computational speed and increasingly human-like characteristics. However, Her manner of speech began to resemble that of Tang Song, which exasperated Li Si-tae. Ultimately, unable to endure the cacophony any longer, he allocated an additional $90 million to the Red Queen. Upon receiving the funds, the Red Queen promptly vanished, overseeing the installation and calibration of equipment delivered to the site. With her generous financial resources and swift transactions, the materials and equipment ordered online began arriving yesterday. It was anticipated that within 3 days, all equipment and supplies would be in place, with production set to commence on the 4th day. How fast it was! Observing the bustling base, Li Si-tae felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Yet, the more fervently things progressed, the more vigilant he needed to be. After all, he was now under the watchful eye of Sewage, and it was inevitable that they might take the opportunity to execute some minor maneuvers during these days. Even if Nick Fury did not harbor such intentions, there was no guaranteeing that Alexander Pierce of Hydra would not make a move. From that day until the Red Queen established her defensive mechanisms, Li Si-tae resolved not to venture outside. He remained in his room, engrossed in games, while his telepathic abilities permeated the entire base, monitoring the delivery workers installing the equipment. Remarkably, he did uncover some unwarranted trinkets. However, he refrained from reacting immediately and waited until nightfall to collect all of these items into his storage space. Soon enough, 3 days passed unnoticed. All equipment had been installed and calibrated, and all materials were in position. After conducting a thorough inspection of the base, the Red Queen also began monitoring the surroundings. Once assured of safety, at Li Si-tae's command, the Red Queen officially activated the cloning incubator. The first batch of clone team members was derived from samples provided by members of the Destiny organization. On the day of their extermination, Li Si-tae had seized the opportunity to collect their blood samples into his personal storage. He even discovered some of their discarded hair in the room of one of the members and confirmed with the Red Queen that these could also be used for cloning. Thus, the first batch of clone team members consisted of Sloan, Cross, Wesley, the Gentleman, the Mechanic, the Butcher, and Pesticide, totaling 7 individuals. Moreover, to enhance their capabilities, Chief Scientist Samuel Stern officially commenced his work. During these 3 days, he delved into a wealth of biological technologies provided by the Umbrella Corporation, reveling in his findings. Stern intended to inject Hulk's blood into the clones to bolster their strength. Of course, due to the unique properties of Hulk's blood, he would need to conduct experiments only after the clones had matured. Currently, he is engaged in theoretical data research, ensuring safety and avoiding the creation of a multitude of abominations. In truth, Stein is more inclined to clone the Hulk. However, he has been vetoed by Lister. For now is not the opportune moment. The cloning program has commenced, and all that remains is to wait. Yet today, after a 3-day absence, Schield has reemerged, led by the ever-amiable Phil Coulson. Coulson, what brings you here this time? Lister inquired directly after the customary pleasantries. Lee, I come once more on behalf of our director to extend an invitation for you to join our organization, Coulson stated without preamble. Joining is out of the question. Lister promptly declined. However, softening his tone, he added, but should you encounter any insurmountable issues, you may seek my assistance. Of course, my fee is rather substantial. Coulson's eyes brightened. This was indeed an unexpected boon. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, we currently face a rather tricky situation that may require your expertise. Oh, what matter could possibly elude both Marvel and Schield? Lister asked with newfound curiosity. It wouldn't involve Tony Stark, would it? Coulson continued. A few days ago, he was ambushed in Afghanistan and has since gone missing. If possible, I hope you can assist us in locating him. He is a billionaire, and certainly not lacking in funds for a rescue. Chapter 39, The Terminator, Tony Stark. Lister mused to himself. Indeed, only Tony's predicament could compel Schield to act with such urgency. He then replied, I can lend a hand, but not at this moment. Coulson, taken aback, asked why not. First, I have pressing matters that require my attention, Lister explained. Second, while Tony Stark may endure considerable hardship due to his abduction, his life is not in imminent danger. Thus, rescuing him is not an urgent endeavor. You're suggesting Tony is not in peril? Coulson detected the nuance in his words. Do you know something we do not? Well, there are some insider details, Lister admitted, but I cannot divulge specifics. I can only assure you that this experience will be profoundly significant for Tony Stark. Are you implying? Coulson seemed to grasp the implications. Lister, wishing to shift the topic, interjected, enough of this. I will ensure his safe return within 3 months. However, I have a favor to ask of you as well. Shortly thereafter, Coulson departed. Lister began to prepare for his second journey across dimensions. Previously, he had requested Schild to safely escort Wanda and Pietro from Sokovia to New York. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, upon careful reflection, it possessed substantial feasibility, thus prompting his proposal. Firstly, Schild currently operates under the guise of Hydra, and should Nick Fury undertake this task, he would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of Alexander Pierce's watchful eyes. In order to conceal the existence of Hydra, Alexander Pierce is highly likely to persuade Baron Strucker to surrender the individuals in question. Previously, List had inquired about Wanda, and she was unaware of Baron Strucker's identity. It was only after his explanation that she realized they were, in fact, affiliated with Hydra. This indicates that Baron Strucker has effectively maintained confidentiality. Consequently, to better safeguard himself, he would ensure that Wanda and Pietro are safely escorted away. However, concerning Wanda's safety, List remains vigilant. Indeed, he plans to utilize the copy of the traversal card in advance to confer with Wanda and simultaneously enhance her combat capabilities. As for allowing the Red Queen to infiltrate the Hydra base and directly connect with Wanda, List had previously attempted this, but regrettably found her excluded from the base, which even attracted the attention of a formidable presence. In his last traversal, List had meticulously prepared numerous items, and this occasion would be no different. He has sufficient firearms and ammunition in his possession, thus he refrains from making large-scale purchases this time. Additionally, he has prepared high-calorie food supplies that could sustain them for 10 days to half a month, even if they were to be trapped. Furthermore, List instructed the Red Queen to create a subroutine akin to a doppelganger. Although its capabilities are somewhat limited, it has achieved the status of a rudimentary artificial intelligence. The crucial aspect is that this subroutine is compact enough to fit within a single laptop, making it easily portable. Subsequently, he also requested the Red Queen to manufacture numerous spider-like robots, similar in size to a palm, with 6 legs that can manipulate others. These are among the few mechanical creations of the Umbrella Corporation, given its focus on biopharmaceutical technology. However, the produced spider robots are not mere replicas. They have undergone simple modifications. Firstly, the capability to control individuals has been omitted, as the neurotoxin has yet to be produced, and attempting to incorporate it would be futile. It is more prudent to relinquish that feature to make room for other weapons. Secondly, weaponry has been added, double barrels equipped with 6mm bullets, capable of holding 12 rounds, sufficient to eliminate the majority of adversaries at close range. Additionally, they are outfitted with 360-degree high-definition cameras, with an exterior resembling a black spider. Thus, a weapon designed for infiltration, surveillance, and assassination has been successfully conceived. While somewhat simplistic, List is quite satisfied and has instructed the Red Queen to mass-produce them. This serves a dual purpose of preparing for the traversal and bolstering the base's defenses, as well as monitoring Hell's Kitchen and even the entirety of New York. However, those matters are for later. List spent the entire day in preparation. Despite his considerable power enhancement, he understands the importance of remaining cautious. Soon, evening fell. After briefing Rain and the Red Queen, he closed the door. He confirmed the use of the copy of the traversal card, linking it to teammate Wanda Maximoff. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Lister activated the copy crossover card. In the next moment, the space shifted, and Lister felt a sudden weightlessness. When his vision cleared, he found himself on a darkened street. Lee, a voice filled with deep emotion called out from behind him. Turning around, he was delighted to see Wanda, whom he hadn't encountered in days. Wanda, Lister exclaimed with joy. Current storyline match, The Terminator 1. World type, post-apocalyptic science fiction. Danger level, moderate. Main quest, protect Sarah Connor, duration 1 month. This instance is a team battle. Only the victors may leave the instance world. As the two reveled in their long-awaited reunion, the voice of the main deity suddenly resonated in their minds. Lister was startled, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, chilling him from head to toe. This time, it was indeed a team battle. Was this intent on taking lives? How ruthless. What is a team battle? Wanda wondered, but the life and death implications conveyed in the words were clear to her. She glanced at Lister with concern. It's all right. Let's first locate Sarah Connor. Lister reassured Wanda, gently patting her cold hand. Given that this was a life-or-death team battle, their missions were bound to conflict. Their task was to protect, while the opposing side likely aimed to kill. With the current situation still uncertain, they needed to find their target to prevent the enemy from getting ahead and claiming a life. Subsequently, Lister recounted the plot of the Terminator to Wanda, a super artificial intelligence, Skynet, that sought to dominate the Earth and obliterate humanity through nuclear war, the T-800. A robot with human appearance but made entirely of metal, fond of sunglasses and motorcycles, Kyle Reese. A warrior sent from the future by the leader to protect his mother, yet ultimately becoming the father of his own savior, and Sarah Connor, the mother of John Connor. The leader of the future human resistance, who at this moment was merely a carefree college student. It was 1984, a time when the internet was just beginning to emerge. To find their target swiftly, they would need to consult the phone book, much like in the movie. The two approached a telephone booth and quickly located Sarah Connor's name in the thick directory. There were 3 individuals listed. Chapter 40. Enigmatic Lister recalled that in the film, the T-800 committed its murders in the order listed in the phone book. Therefore, their target was the 3rd individual. However, to be prudent, Lister decided to make a call to confirm. Unfortunately, he had no money. Don't look at me. I have none either. Besides, our currency from our world likely won't be accepted here. As List fumbled through his pockets in search of a phone, only to find nothing, Wanda could not help but smile, her playful charm radiating effortlessly. Alas, even the most meticulous plans can falter. List exaggeratedly thumped his chest in despair, which elicited delightful laughter from Wanda, her form quivering with amusement. The oppressive atmosphere was instantly lifted. It appeared that I must resort to my ultimate technique. What ultimate technique? Curiosity danced in Wanda's captivating eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the sound effects, List produced a laptop. What use is that? Wanda seemed momentarily taken aback before leaning in for a closer look, inquiring, "Can you still connect it to the internet?" "Of course," List replied, while searching for the telephone line connector. "This is a specially designed computer. It can connect to both fiber optic networks and traditional phone lines. It even contains a subsystem of the Red Queen, which I have dubbed the White Queen." With that, List powered on the laptop and connected the phone line, signaling Wanda to witness the spectacle. "Hello, boss," the White Queen reporting. Soon, the screen displayed a small girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, formally greeting List. Compared to the cunning intellect of the Red Queen, the White Queen's intelligence was indeed somewhat concerning, yet it was better than nothing. Upgrades could be arranged later. The White Queen dialed the number List pointed out, placing it in front of the laptop's camera. "Yes, boss," she affirmed before initiating the call. Before long, the call connected, but it was merely a voicemail. "Hello, you've been pranked. You are conversing with a voicemail machine. But don't be shy, voicemail machines need love too. Talk to it, Jean Jean. It's me, or Sarah will get back to you." List thought to himself. As expected, this was indeed the quirky voicemail recorded by Sarah Connor's roommate, Jean Jean. "Shall I leave a message?" the White Queen inquired. "No need, just search for this address and provide us with navigation. By the way, what is today's date?" "May 10th, 1984. The optimal route has been marked. Please follow the navigation." May 10th. List recalled that in the film, 800 and Kyle Reese traversed through time on the night of May 12th. Thus, they had only 2 days remaining before the story commenced. Subsequently, List hailed a Ford from the roadside, whisking Wanda toward their destination. Half an hour later, they arrived beneath Sarah Connor's residence. After parking, List first extended his psychic abilities to scan the interior of the building, discovering that both Sarah and her roommate Jean Jean were sound asleep in their respective rooms. Everything appeared to be in order, without any anomalies. Phew. List exhaled a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had not materialized. They had managed to arrive before any hostile forces, seizing the opportunity to occupy the crystal. The next step was to fortify their defenses and patiently await others to fall into their trap. Subsequently, List unleashed the spider-like robots, which, under the command of Baiho, spread out like genuine spiders in every direction. They maneuvered cautiously, attempting to navigate the shadowy corners, yet they were unfortunately detected by a few vigilant stray dogs, provoking a chorus of barking. List muttered a curse under his breath and hastily instructed Baiho to avoid the ground and ascend to higher vantage points. "Understood, boss." As Baiho adjusted the formation, List once again employed his telepathic abilities to scan the surroundings, particularly focusing on the target's residence. The intervention of reincarnators had rendered the entire narrative shrouded in ambiguity, necessitating heightened caution on his part. Suddenly, List's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. "What has been discovered?" Wanda, who had been on alert, immediately sensed his altered state. Sarah Connor had been replaced. The individual in the room was an imposter. List's countenance darkened. The feeling of losing control over the unfolding narrative was profoundly unsettling. An imposter? Then what of the real one? Surely, she hasn't been killed. Wanda was equally startled. No. List pointed to the adjacent room. The genuine Sarah Connor was there, under the control of another reincarnator. Judging by the situation, It seemed that the assailant was also protecting Sarah, thus ensuring her temporary safety. However, the occupant of the room possessed the ability to shapeshift, masquerading as Sarah with an unsettling authenticity. Had it not been for the earlier barking that had alerted the imposter, List would have remained oblivious. The shape-shifting ability reminded List of Mystique, of transformation spells, even of the legendary 72 transformations. Nevertheless, given that both worlds were steeped in Western cinema, List leaned towards the notion that the assailant's powers were akin to those of Mystique. What truly captured List's attention, however, was another male reincarnator, with fiery red hair. He was easily associated with fire-based abilities. In the realm of cinematic portrayals, the most notable figures were the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four and Pyro from the X-Men. The ability to control fire was immensely powerful and certainly formidable. Yet, which one could it be? List found himself momentarily at a loss. To avoid alarming the adversaries, List promptly adjusted his strategy, deciding to conceal himself for the time being. During his earlier reconnaissance, he had noted an unoccupied room in the adjacent unit. So he and Wanda took refuge there. Simultaneously, List reiterated to Baiho the importance of ensuring that the dispersed Spider Legion remained discreet while gathering intelligence. For added security, he traversed the streets under the cover of night, meticulously inspecting the robots' concealment. Remarkably, these robots, retracting their 6 legs, resembled small black stones, making them quite difficult to detect. Any unusual activity? Upon returning, List inquired of the vigilant Wanda. Everything remains normal. Wanda stepped away from the monitoring interface and remarked, "It's time to sleep and play." However, Sarah Connor seems to be exhibiting some unusual behavior. She might be contemplating an escape. Indeed, Sarah Connor is not one to remain complacent. Just wait and see. They will have their share of troubles. Despite her words, Lister remained somewhat uneasy. How many reincarnators were there? What were their capabilities? What were their personalities like? What was their modus operandi? He was unaware of any of these details. The only silver lining was that he was currently concealed in the shadows, enhancing his chances of survival. Let it be for now. It's still early. You should rest, and I will survey the surroundings, Lister said, observing Wanda's growing drowsiness. As she settled in for rest, he took his place before the computer. With a month-long mission ahead, there was much for Lister to accomplish. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Rascal's Ding. Survival mission activated. Eliminate hostile reincarnators. Each kill grants a random reward. Failure to complete the task will result in consequences you are already aware of. This was the mission issued by the system when Lister first noticed Sarah Connor's peculiar behavior. It was precisely this anomaly that prompted him to intensify his surveillance of the environment, ultimately revealing the presence of the real Sarah and another reincarnator. To be honest, when Lister observed the 2 reincarnators on the monitoring screen, he briefly entertained the thought of confronting them immediately. However, he ultimately suppressed his murderous impulse. The situation remained unclear, rendering it unwise to act rashly. Convincing himself, Lister then instructed the White Queen, search for the nearest U.S. military base, preferably one housing a nuclear deterrent. Understood, boss. The nuclear deterrent was a formidable weapon, the pinnacle of human ingenuity, one Lister had long desired to acquire. However, in the Marvel Universe, where the waters run deep and powerful figures abound, many endeavors proved challenging to execute. Entering the Instance world and arriving in 1984 America, Lister found himself with greater maneuverability, prompting his desire for a nuclear deterrent. Nevertheless, upon locating the address, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he dispatched 2 robots to conduct surveillance and reconnaissance, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. The robots had been dispatched and were expected to arrive at their destination in approximately 28 hours. Such a long wait. Had I known, I would have designed the robots in drone form. That might have expedited their journey. Lister sighed, regretful over the shortcomings in the spider robot's design. Alas, there was no remedy at present. He would have to wait until his return to request the Red Queen to optimize it. Subsequently, Lister instructed the White Queen to investigate various prominent companies within the Los Angeles area, spanning weapon manufacturing, machinery production, metallurgy, and chemical industries. He selected several promising enterprises and similarly arranged for robots to monitor and investigate them. Having completed these tasks, Lister directed the White Queen to maintain vigilance while he laid down to rest, fully clothed. Regrettably, he found himself unable to sleep, as various iterations of the Terminator storyline flashed incessantly through his mind. To simplify, the narrative of the Terminator revolves around Skynet's endeavor to eradicate the human leader, John Connor, by dispatching a cyborg, the Model 800, back in time to assassinate Connor's mother, Sarah Connor, thus triggering a cascade of events. The first 2 installments, both directed by James Cameron, maintain a seamless continuity in their storytelling. However, the subsequent films, helmed by different directors, suffer from a disjointed narrative, creating a sense of temporal disarray, akin to a rewritten timeline that spawns parallel realities. From a purely visual standpoint, as the series progresses, advancements in technology yield increasingly spectacular special effects, enhancing the viewer's experience. Yet, immersed in this world, one cannot merely categorize it as good or bad based on aesthetics alone. The considerations for Lister are far more profound. Foremost among these is the essence of time itself. Some argue that time is merely a construct, a parameter devised by humanity to describe the movement of matter or the unfolding of events, established by the cyclical changes of unaffected material. The time measurement system based on the Earth's rotation is known as universal time. The measurement of time in seconds, days, months, years, and centuries falls within the realm of astronomical calendars. Conversely, others contend that although time is intangible, it undeniably exists, akin to a coordinate axis or a relentless river flowing onward. Should a time machine be invented, it would allow one to traverse from the future to the past, altering established facts. This bears resemblance to the butterfly effect, whereby the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil could precipitate a tornado in Texas a month hence. In essence, events occurring on the past timeline will invariably exert some influence on the future timeline. Such influences may vary in magnitude, but are invariably present. Now, in Los Angeles, 1984, what repercussions might their intrusion and the events of the forthcoming month have on posterity? Will these ramifications lead to unforeseen changes in the future, which in turn impact the present? This remains uncertain, casting a shadow over Lister's thoughts. As time passed, the first night following their transgression slipped by quietly, seemingly devoid of disturbance. With the dawn, life revived, heralding the mating season for the animals. The neighborhood where Lister resided was quite antiquated, resulting in poor sound insulation. Coupled with their heightened senses, the peculiar noises from next door abruptly roused the two of them as if they were right beside them. Lister, being a man, took little offense. He merely perceived the vigor of the elderly gentleman next door, who seemed undeterred by age. However, Wanda, in the bedroom, was flushed with embarrassment, as the sounds emanating from the adjacent room pierced her ears like an enchanting melody. If it were an ordinary day, it would be one thing. But the key point is that List is not out in the world right now. Her eyes turned crimson as she gave a subtle wave of her right hand, and a scarlet beam of light swiftly penetrated the wall, followed by an abrupt silence from the neighboring room. After completing this, Wanda covered herself with the blanket, feigning sleep. List paused, silently mourning for the two next door, hoping they wouldn't emerge with psychological scars. After a considerable time, List pretended to have just awakened, got up to wash up, and then went out for a stroll, purchasing breakfast along the way. Upon his return, he found Wanda already awake, sitting gracefully like a fairy in front of the white screen, meticulously browsing through all the surveillance footage. Everything appeared normal, with no suspicious individuals detected. "Well, let's eat something first," List said as he approached, extending the sandwich and cola in his hands. "Thank you." Wanda swiftly accepted the breakfast, eating silently, without daring to meet his gaze. List couldn't help but smile. A shy girl like her was indeed a rarity. Something unusual was afoot. Shortly after their meal, Wanda noticed a vehicle parked downstairs, from which three young men emerged. "Let me take a look." List moved closer to the monitor, observing the three unruly youths ascend the stairs to the second floor, pausing in front of room 225. "Open up. Open the door. Sarah Connor, we know you're inside. Open the door," they shouted while kicking the door. "Who is it? Disturbing people's sleep this early?" Hearing the commotion, Sarah's roommate, Jean Jun, opened the door. "Are you Sarah Connor?" The three, clearly unfamiliar with Sarah, inquired upon seeing someone answer. "No, who are you? What do you want with Sarah?" Jean Jun stood in the doorway, attempting to close it. Chapter 42. A glimpse of trouble smack. At that moment, a hand forcefully slammed against the door, halting Jean Jun's efforts. "What is the hurry? Step aside." The intruder pushed Jean Jun to the ground with a fierce shove. "Sarah, run. Help. Help." Sensing the danger, Jean Jun urged Sarah to flee while calling for assistance. "Damn it, you filthy bitch, shut up." The foremost assailant kicked Jean Jun squarely in the face, rendering her unconscious instantly. The three then surged into the apartment, shutting the door behind them, ready to search each room. "Who are you? Who sent you?" At this moment, the imposter Sarah stepped out, sternly confronting the three men. "You are Sarah Connor? Then come with us." The lead man responded evasively, grabbing the imposter to drag her away. "Humph." The imposter retorted with a cold huff, yanking her arm free from his grasp and delivering a powerful kick to his vulnerable area. Ah! The man barely managed a short, pained cry before his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor. The incident occurred abruptly, leaving the remaining two individuals utterly astonished, even instilling a hint of fear within them. They contemplated retreating, but the imposter Sarah denied them the opportunity, swiftly advancing and effortlessly bringing them to the ground. How foolish of them. Subsequently, the imposter crouched down, rummaging through the three bodies in search of any useful clues. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and she executed a rapid backflip, taking cover behind the sofa. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, a flash of green light illuminating the space, instantly obliterating the individuals on the ground and reducing most of the room's contents to ashes. Coughing, despite the sofa offering some protection and mitigating the impact, the imposter Sarah felt the full force of the blast. Not only was she reverted to her original form, but her body was also marred with cracks, blood gushing forth incessantly. At that moment, upon hearing the explosion, the real Sarah and the firemen burst into the room. Jin Jun. Upon entering, Sarah frantically searched for her dear friend, Jin Jun. The changeling, Blake, managed to rise unsteadily, casting a disdainful glance at Sarah, and said, "Stop wailing. She is already dead." Right there. Following the direction of Blake's finger, Sarah's gaze fell upon a charred human silhouette, leaving her stunned and weeping sorrowfully. Observing the devastation within the room, the fireman's expression darkened. "Blake, what happened here?" Blake retorted, "What do you think? Why don't you try the power of a pumpkin bomb yourself?" The fireman's brow furrowed. "Pumpkin bomb? Green Goblin effects?" "Humph." Blake scoffed. Ulysses should still be involved. Those three thugs were likely under his control. Damn it. A flicker of panic crossed the fireman's eyes as he forced himself to maintain composure. "This place is no longer safe. We need to relocate swiftly." "Agreed," Blake replied, then turned to the despondent Sarah. "What about her? Let us take her with us." The fireman pondered briefly before murmuring, "The 3,000-point mission is worth the risk. Even if we ultimately fail, we can still use her." Subsequently, the two exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly assisted the dazed Sarah Connor in departing. Meanwhile, Lister and Wanda had been observing the entire sequence of events through surveillance. Protecting Sarah Connor was a point-gathering mission, yet it was not mandatory. Did that mean? The fireman's voice, though quiet, was entirely captured by a spider robot, alerting Lister to the situation. Could it be that each team's missions were distinct? Moreover, it seemed that the overseer had not specified any penalties for mission failure. Lister reviewed the mission prompts once more. Main mission: protect Sarah Connor, duration 1 month. This instance is a team battle scenario. Only the victors can escape the instance world. The first line contained a mission description, yet lacked rewards or penalties for incompletion. The second was more straightforward. The victor leaves alive, while the defeated meet their end. This was indeed different from the last time. But why? List furrowed his brow. This recent quest was truly bizarre. Completing it yielded no points, while failure came at the cost of one's life. It was a stark contrast to the previous Resident Evil 1 quest. It felt as though, in the last adventure, he was the chosen one. And now he found himself forsaken by fate. Forsaken by fate. An epiphany struck List. Could this be a deliberate ploy by the Overseer against him? The thought was indeed plausible. The fireman had mentioned that protecting Sarah Connor would earn them 3,000 points. Yet here they were, with nothing to show for their efforts. Moreover, it seemed that slaying other reincarnators also granted points. Otherwise, they would not have begun to turn on each other so early. And yet, they remained empty-handed. Was this not an affront to the honest? To suggest that there was no trickery involved? List would not believe it even if one were to kill him. Damn it, to think he was being targeted. List wore an expression of indignation, yet his heart was filled with caution. To be singled out in the realm of the Overseer, one could only imagine how complex the situation was. "Lee, whatever may occur, I shall face it alongside you." Wanda, possessing a keen intellect, had arrived at the same conclusions as List. However, she was undaunted. List patted her hand confidently, assuring her, "Do not worry, as long as the Overseer does not intervene directly, I fear nothing." Wanda softly acknowledged, gradually leaning against List. "By-ho, closely monitor Sarah Connor and her companions." "Yes, boss." After the trio departed, they embarked on a vehicle, speeding along their route. However, the night before, By-ho had already deployed spider-like robots throughout much of Los Angeles. No matter where they went, their movements could always be captured by surveillance cameras. Observing their trajectory, it appeared their destination was the northwest suburbs of Hollywood. "These two certainly know how to choose their locations," List remarked, lamenting that he had yet to visit the entertainment capital of Hollywood. "Never mind them for now. By-ho, Trace those 3 thugs back to where they first appeared. Yes, boss. The reincarnators Ulysses and the Green Goblin, Fisk, were formidable foes. One could control others, reminiscent of Yuri from the Red Alert game. The other could unleash pumpkin bombs. Having undoubtedly inherited powers from the Green Goblin of Spider-Man, their strength should not be underestimated. Boss, after reviewing the surveillance footage, it appears the trio first emerged from this building, likely their lair. Should we dispatch robots for reconnaissance? Baiho quickly traced the origins of the 3 thugs. Not yet. Rewind a bit further for me to examine, List instructed. As he delved deeper, he noticed a significant number of individuals coming and going from the premises. Apart from the 3 individuals, several others emerged around dawn, dispersing in various directions. Lister speculated that these individuals were likely released to gather intelligence. The trio in question actually consisted of 5 individuals. 3 ruffians had come to cause trouble, while the remaining 2 observed from below. Judging by their actions, it seemed their original intent was merely to abduct Sarah Connor. However, it was only after the formidable Mystique, Blake, took decisive action that their pumpkin bombs were detonated. Consequently, Sarah Connor and her group made their escape, with the 2 remaining individuals following closely in their vehicle. These 2 were experts in tracking, maintaining a discreet distance and never appearing within a 200-meter range of the lead vehicle, thus avoiding detection by the fiery individuals. Reincarnators? Lister pondered, though it remained a mere hypothesis. After all, surveillance has its limitations. Due to distance and angles, he could only ascertain that there were 2 of them. As for their physical characteristics, or any assumptions regarding their personalities and abilities based on appearance, he had none. Nevertheless, with such tracking capabilities, even if they were not the 2 in question, at least one among them must be a reincarnator, perhaps even both. For now, let us keep a close watch, Lister thought, and later we shall examine the others. Subsequently, Baiho began to search for the whereabouts of others. Some were stationed at major intersections, while others drove aimlessly, clearly engaged in surveillance, searching for someone. Rewinding the footage, apart from observing 2 cars filled with escort girls, there was little useful information. Overall, it appeared that either Ulysses and Fisk were the 2 reincarnators, or perhaps there were 4 reincarnators controlling a gang, sending their underlings out to scout the situation. This suggested that the 2 must be inside. Should we go in to confirm? Wanda inquired. No need. Let Baiho monitor this location. I have my own methods to deal with them. Lister replied with a smirk, a devilish grin forming as he conceived a clever plan. Since they control the gang, he would enlist the help of the police. Having discerned the malevolent intentions of the primary deity, Lister decided to adjust his strategy for the mission accordingly. In a certain room that morning, 2 young men were leisurely enjoying breakfast. One of them was tall and muscular, with pronounced features. He was the reincarnator Fisk. His first world had been the Toby version of Spider-Man, where he fortuitously inhabited the body of Harry Osborn, inheriting the technological advancements of Osborn Industries and transforming into the Green Goblin to rival Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Upon returning to the temple, he optimized a human enhancement serum using his points and exchanged them for the Green Goblin suit, significantly augmenting his power and earning the title of Green Goblin among his cohort of reincarnators. The other was a diminutive figure, with a rather unsavory appearance and a frail build, seemingly easy to bully. This individual was none other than Ulysses. He possesses the extraordinary abilities of telepathy and control over others, commanding such respect even from formidable figures like Fisk, who would not dare exhibit any hostility in his presence. Just last night, Fisk witnessed firsthand a powerful reincarnate effortlessly dominated by Ulysses. Moreover, after succumbing to Ulysses' control, the reincarnate regarded him with an almost fervent devotion, willing to lay down his life for Ulysses without a moment's hesitation. Additionally, a notorious local gang, comprising over 100 members, bowed in submission at a mere glance from Ulysses. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. Brother Fisk, how did you find last night's hospitality? Ulysses inquired politely, wiping the corners of his mouth and casting a glance at Fisk after they had nearly finished their meal. Haha, with brother Ulysses himself imparting his teachings. Those wretches were as docile as lambs. How could one not relish such a moment? Fisk laughed heartily, his excitement evident in his demeanor. My friend, it brings me great joy that you appreciate my company. Ulysses replied with a smile, then added pointedly, we are a team. What belongs to me is yours, and vice versa. Must we delineate our boundaries so distinctly? Indeed, Fisk's expression shifted to one of discomfort, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. My friend, do relax. Ulysses gently waved his hand. We are allies now, are we not? I have no intention of causing you harm. I merely seek a small favor. Fisk's body stiffened, a sense of dread flooding over him for a fleeting moment. as though he were no longer in control of his own being. However, this sensation dissipated quickly, appearing to be nothing more than a warning from Ulysses, who did not genuinely intend to subjugate him. "What do you require of me?" he hastily asked. "You must possess the formula for the human enhancement agent," Ulysses stated, his tone growing increasingly composed as he expressed satisfaction with Fix's shift in demeanor. "I do." But Fix hesitated, visibly troubled. "What? Are you unwilling? Do you wish for me to take matters into my own hands?" Ulysses's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as a blade, suggesting he might unleash his powers at any moment. "No, it's not that I am unwilling to produce the agent. Rather, I possess only the formula without the necessary equipment or materials," Fix quickly clarified, sensing the intensity of Ulysses's stare. "That is of no consequence. I shall arrange for the equipment and materials. You need only provide me with a list," Ulysses replied, his demeanor softening slightly. "Very well," Fix exclaimed, relieved. "Haha, my friend. Thank you for your generosity. To our friendship, cheers." "Cheers," they both echoed, clinking their glasses together. However, just then, a rapid series of knocks echoed from the door. In high spirits, Ulysses called out, "Come in." As his words faded, the door swung open, and a burly man rushed in, clearly in a hurry. His expression was one of panic, his face etched with urgency. "Master, trouble is brewing. A multitude of police officers has arrived outside, and they have surrounded this place." "Police? What do they want?" Ulysses and Fikes exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. "The police claim we are terrorists and demand that we surrender our weapons within 3 minutes," the newcomer announced. "Where are the terrorists?" "This is slander." Ulysses sensed something amiss, yet he couldn't quite grasp what it was. "This is utterly preposterous. Watch me annihilate them. Those ignorant natives are courting death." Fikes, known for his fiery temper, felt a surge of indignation after being previously bested by Ulysses and was in dire need of a violent outlet. With that, he donned his green armor, ready to charge out for a bloodbath. "Wait, do not act impulsively. Remove your gear. I will accompany you outside." Ulysses hastily intervened. He had no fear of these ordinary people. No matter how many came, they were merely providing him with resources. "I still have use for these individuals." Chapter 44 Silence. Quiet. What chaos is this? As Ulysses and his companions exited the room, they were met with a cacophony in the hall. Some brandished submachine guns, clamoring to show the police a lesson. Others were busy making phone calls, seeking intervention from influential government figures. Still, some stood on the periphery, observing with detached indifference as if they were mere sculptures. Such was the myriad of human expressions, even though Ulysses had implanted commands of obedience in their minds. Their varying personalities led to different approaches in handling the situation. However, the tumultuous scene fell silent at Ulysses' command, as if they were children caught misbehaving before a stern parent. "Everyone stand by. No one is to leave without my permission." "Understood, my master." Surveying the crowd, Ulysses felt a swell of satisfaction at their responses. The ability to manipulate others' thoughts, to control their desires at will, was intoxicating. Alas, his defenses were low, and he was but a fragile mage. Only a few unwise souls, intimidated by his thunderous methods from the previous day, had willingly chosen to follow him as subordinates. He couldn't help but glance at Fikes, disdain brewing within him. "Fool. If I could truly control you, I would have taken you as my dog long ago, rather than treating you as an equal." Nevertheless, it would not be long. Once he deceived the others and swiftly developed a human enhancement serum, after Fikes injected it, he would be fortified for both attack and defense, perhaps even reaching new heights of power. Humph, at that point, I shall make the first move against him. What audacity! How dare they presume to befriend me? With a gesture, Ulysses signaled the guard to open the door and strode forward, exuding an aura of authority that belied his short stature and slender frame, commanding an impressive presence of nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters. "Lower your weapons and kneel to heed my teachings," commanded Ulysses, unleashing his extraordinary powers, instantly enveloping all the police officers before him. In the next moment, as if bewitched, the officers relinquished their arms and obediently knelt on the ground, their eyes fervently fixed on the slowly advancing Ulysses. At that moment, bathed in golden sunlight, Ulysses emerged like a deity descending upon the earth, with his followers worshipping in awe before him. Yet, in that very instant, a silenced bullet pierced the air, striking Ulysses squarely in the forehead. With a resounding explosion, his head burst apart like a ripe melon, crimson and white splattering everywhere as his body crumpled to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught Fix, who had been trailing Ulysses, off guard, eliciting a mix of shock and indignation within him. He quickly grasped the situation. Ulysses was vulnerable, easily dispatched with a single shot. Yet he had been cowed into submission, forced to acknowledge the authority of a mere mortal, and even compelled to procure a human enhancement serum. The thought of it was humiliating, making him wish he could vanish into the earth. However, this was not a moment for hesitation. Fisk swiftly donned his green goblin armor, retrieved his devilish glider, and leapt into the air, racing towards the direction from which the bullet had come. What just happened? Why am I kneeling? Who fired that shot? Stay alert. Only moments after Fisk departed, those under Ulysses's control began to awaken from their stupor, whether they were police officers outside or gang members within the building. Even the reincarnators monitoring others all regained their senses. Some recalled the experience of being controlled, their expressions filled with outrage. Others remained bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, amidst the crowd lay a headless corpse, instantly igniting the officers' vigilance as they braced themselves, targeting the gang. Eliminate the hostile reincarnated Ulysses. Reward: 1 space expansion card. Space expansion card, upon use, randomly expands personal space by a factor ranging from 210 times and beyond. As Ulysses met his demise, Lister also received a notification from the system, noting the potential value of the space expansion card. This delay allowed Fisk to complete his armament, causing Lister to lose his opportunity for a sniper's strike. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His opponent was now recklessly charging forward, and he could afford to bide his time. Who are you? I have never seen you in the reincarnation temple, Fisk inquired, piloting his glider from above, surveying Lister with curiosity. During this dungeon's initiation, there had been a total of 8 reincarnators within the temple. While they were not intimately acquainted, they recognized one another, yet here stood an outsider. Could this be a newcomer? Yet, how could a novice possess such an imposing presence? Beep, hidden task activated. Eliminate the malevolent intruder. Successful completion rewards 10,000 points. Failure results in immediate annihilation. At that moment, a thought from the deity's reminder flashed through Fisk's mind. His pupils constricted, a mixture of displeasure and shock washing over him. While rewards are enticing, one must possess the means to seize them. My friend, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Fisk declared with conviction, retreating aboard his demonic glider. Lister stood dumbfounded, perplexed by this abrupt display of cowardice. Yet, he chose not to pursue, merely observing in silence. Quickly, faster. Despite Lister's lack of pursuit, Fisk felt an overwhelming sensation of being targeted, akin to a thorn in his back. Bring me down. A flash of crimson light surged forth, and Fisk found himself ensnared as if in a quagmire. The world spun violently, and with a thunderous crash, he, along with his mechanical apparatus, plummeted to the ground. Who goes there? Fisk struggled to rise, glancing upward to behold a maiden enveloped in scarlet radiance, descending gracefully to obstruct his path. It was none other than Wanda. Previously, Wanda had employed chaotic magic to manipulate Inspector Ed of the police station, orchestrating a blockade against the gangsters, thus drawing out both Ulysses and Fisk. Following Ulysses's demise, as Fisk pursued vengeance, she seized the opportunity to collect some of Ulysses's flesh and blood samples before returning. However, upon her return, she encountered Fisk attempting to flee and unleashed a strike of chaotic magic, sending him crashing to the ground. With pursuers behind and an ambush ahead, Fisk finally cast aside his trepidation in this critical moment. This is your doing. Off you go then. Fisk's visage twisted into a fierce snarl as he commanded his demonic glider to fire upon Lister, while simultaneously conjuring 2 pumpkin bombs that materialized in his hands. Hurtling toward Wanda, Lister accelerated to his utmost, darting and weaving to evade the glider's bullets as he charged toward Fisk. Meanwhile, Wanda's retaliation was even more ferocious. With a flicker of red light from her hands, she sent the 2 pumpkin bombs hurtling back towards Fisk. Blasted! Fisk leaped in haste, but it was too late. Boom, boom. 2 beams of green light streaked past, propelling Fisk several meters away. His green demon armor was severely distorted, rendered almost unrecognizable, and he himself was gravely injured. The demonic glider had been obliterated, split in 2, and lay in ruins upon the ground. At this juncture, Lister surged forward, delivering a lethal strike with the edge of his hand upon Fisk's neck. Crack! Even with the protection of armor, the blow fractured Fisk's neck, rendering him utterly lifeless. Eliminate the hostile reincarnator Fisk. Reward: disguise glasses. Disguise glasses, once worn, allows the user to change their appearance at will. Chapter 45. Doctor. Disguise glasses? Lister's mind involuntarily recalled Superman's glasses. However, the system's rewards boasted even greater capabilities, allowing for the effortless alteration of one's visage. During their endeavors, he contemplated having his girlfriend wear it. Yet upon witnessing Wanda's radiant smile, Lister decisively extinguished any impure thoughts that surfaced in his mind. He was a man of integrity, a noble soul, untainted by base desires. However, it appeared that Mystique's abilities lent themselves more readily to disguise, able to fluctuate in form and stature. He pondered whether, after dealing with that individual, she could replicate it. "Are you all right, Lee?" Wanda approached him. "Nothing. Just contemplating a few matters," Lister replied, maintaining his composure. "We should leave, as the police are approaching." "Certainly. However, we must take the Green Goblin armor and the demon glider with us." Lister stepped forward to retrieve the body of Fisk and the severed demon glider. Not long thereafter, within their stronghold, Lister was the first to employ a spatial expansion card. Instantly, his personal space expanded eightfold, increasing from 10 cubic meters to an impressive 90. If his space had once resembled that of an ant's nest, it now boasted dimensions akin to 3 standard rooms. Just gazing upon it evoked a sense of inadequacy. It still felt too small. Next, instead of extracting the disguise glasses, Lister produced the Green Goblin armor. Though battered and misshapen in numerous areas, with parts entirely missing, the inner layers revealed a dense network of electronic components. This was a technological marvel, possessing powerful, undisclosed functionalities, far exceeding mere defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, Lister was not adept in matters of technology and thus sought the assistance of White Queen. "White Queen, can you scan the armor and construct a model?" "Certainly." Subsequently, the camera of White Queen's laptop emitted a beam of blue light, commencing the scan of the Green Goblin armor. Soon after the scan concluded, a 3-dimensional model of the armor materialized on the laptop screen. However, the model was flawed, with many areas merely superficial, lacking the critical circuit diagram. Can it be repaired and manufactured? The primary objective of this expedition was to enhance Wanda's prowess, ensuring her greater safety on her return journey. Yet the deity's interference had directly thwarted their intentions to grow stronger upon completing their mission. With no alternative, Lister's gaze shifted towards the Terminator and other reincarnators. If they could produce a complete set of Green Goblin gear and equip Wanda with it, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. He envisioned a need to adjust the design, crafting a version specifically for Wanda. In a moment's thought, Lister had outlined the preliminary concept of her equipment in his mind. Unfortunately, he received the disheartening news. "I'm sorry, boss, the armor model can be repaired, but due to the technological limitations and manufacturing capabilities of this era, it cannot be produced at this time." The realization that it could not be manufactured left him feeling exasperated. List was instantly deflated, losing all interest, and promptly stored away the Green Goblin armor. The prospect of duplicating equipment would have to wait until his return to Marvel. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the circumstances of other reincarnators. Mystique and Human Torch had taken Sarah Connor into hiding in Hollywood, concealing themselves adeptly, as the spider robots had lost all trace of them. Of the 2 individuals who had previously tracked them, only one remained. The other had been dealt with by him. It appeared that this individual was a reincarnator who had been under the control of Ulysses, sent to pursue Sarah Connor. However, upon Ulysses' demise, he regained his senses and thus eliminated those around him. He then plunged into Hollywood without hesitation. Yet, this was no discreet character. He brazenly looted a weapons store. After that, the surveillance also lost sight of him. Damn it, none of them were reliable. The disappearance of all 3 reincarnators left List in a state of deep frustration. Previously, he had dealt with Ulysses and Fisk, earning rewards from the system in the form of a space expansion card and a disguise goggles. List had hoped to build upon his success and expand his gains, yet now they had vanished. It seemed prudent to conduct a thorough search, but he opted to remain on standby instead. He initially considered deploying the spider robots for an exhaustive search, but after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. It was still daytime, and any movement by these robots would be impossible to conceal. If stealth was required, the PIM particles were essential. An idea flashed through List's mind. He must find a way to acquire PIM particles upon his return. But that was a matter for another time. "Wanda, let us go?" "All right." The 2 drove towards Hollywood. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Hollywood, "Doctor, what brings you here?" "I can't recall us being acquaintances." The speaker was indeed the reincarnator who had gone missing. "Peter, your ability to return to freedom signifies that Ulysses is dead, and Fisk may very well be in grave danger." The speaker was an Eastern man, bespectacled and refined. "And so what? As long as I remain well hidden, who can touch me?" Peter retorted defiantly, feigning calmness. "Hide? Where can you hide? The moon? Or Mars?" The doctor replied leisurely, delighting in the exchange. "You." After striking a nerve, the doctor spoke earnestly once more. "This trial is unlike any other. Reincarnator trials can be solo or group endeavors, but they have never mandated a group. particularly in a simple dungeon like Terminator 1. Peter wore a disgruntled expression, yet he listened intently. At the start of the dungeon, we were a total of 8. Among us, the strongest were Ulysses and Fikes, followed by Blake and Victor, while the rest of us could handle ordinary individuals but were merely fodder against those with abilities. The doctor did not need to elaborate. Peter understood he was the one being referred to. In a moment of public provocation toward Ulysses, he was swiftly subdued, willingly kneeling in surrender. Reflecting on the incident, he wished he had perished then and there. The formidable strength of Ulysses and Exes was evident to all, yet now they lay lifeless. Regardless of who the adversary may be, they are beyond the capabilities of our small group. Initially, I believed this quest would be straightforward, merely requiring us to eliminate the Terminator or dispatch Sarah Connor, but it has become clear that this unknown foe is our true target. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Eliminate the malevolent invader. Completion rewards, 10,000 points. Failure results in immediate annihilation. The Doctor's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Peter, discovering he too bore a look of shock. You received the hidden mission as well? Indeed. It seems my conjecture was correct. The doctor removed his glasses, massaging the bridge of his nose, and spoke gravely. At present, we have but one path to survival. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Terminator. What is your plan? It is said that the Doctor's first experience was in the realm of Endless, where a certain intelligent drug could unlock one's potential, rendering them exceedingly intelligent. Though no one knows the specific benefits he gained, it is widely accepted that he is the most astute among this group of reincarnators. Now that the adversary has indicated a route to survival, he must already have a strategy in mind to confront this individual. Peter's gaze ignited with fervor. Better to live on than to wait for death. Who among us would choose to embrace demise? Haha. The doctor chuckled, donning his glasses, yet refrained from revealing his plan, instead stating, Peter, we are but grasshoppers on the same string. I require your utmost cooperation, and when the time is right, I shall disclose my intentions to you. We? Peter detected the implied meaning. Tom, Claude, and Blake. Blake? What of Victor? Noticing that the doctor had seemingly contacted all the reincarnators, yet omitted the powerful fireman Victor, Peter could not suppress his curiosity. His fire abilities are formidable. Wouldn't he having him join us bolster our strength? The doctor replied with a subtle smile. His absence serves our interests far better. Subsequently, the two departed, vanishing into the throngs of the bustling crowd. After an hour's drive, Lister and Wanda finally arrived in Hollywood. Upon reaching their destination, Lister was not in a hurry to seek out individuals. Instead, he grasped Wanda's hand and began to explore. Their first stop was the renowned Walk of Fame. Do you have a favorite Hollywood star? Does Taylor Swift count? I adore her music. Taylor? That name rings a bell. Perhaps I can find her star, Lister remarked, pointing to the stars embedded in the pavement with great seriousness. Wanda, with her delicate upturned nose and large, sparkling eyes, gazed at him intently. It was still 1984, and Taylor Swift had yet to be born. How could her name possibly appear? However, considering that this was the realm of cinema, it was conceivable that someone with the same name might exist. Who could say for certain? Intrigued, Wanda took hold of Lister's hand and began to explore the stars one by one. Alfred Hitchcock? I'm not familiar with him. Charlie Chaplin? Is he the legendary Chaplin? Probably not. Lisa Oliver? Never heard of her. Before long, they had scoured the celestial names scattered across the ground. Alas, despite the dazzling array of stars, they had yet to uncover a single name they recognized. What a dismal Walk of Fame. Not even a Taylor in sight. Feeling a tinge of disappointment for not finding what she sought, Wanda sighed. What is there to be glum about? We could simply add a name ourselves. Noticing her despondency, Lister gently proposed a way to uplift her spirits. Is that really appropriate? Wanda hesitated, torn between excitement and concern. What is wrong with that? It's merely a replica. In a month, we shall depart, leaving behind a memento. Wouldn't that be nice? Lister coaxed her, embodying the very essence of temptation. At last, the innocent Wanda succumbed to his persuasion, employing chaotic magic to inscribe Taylor's name upon the Walk of Fame. How does it feel? She inquired. Her heart lightened and filled with joy. That is splendid. Now let us go watch a movie, Lister exclaimed, leading Wanda into a nearby cinema. They chose a romantic film, queued for tickets, and finally settled in with their popcorn and soda. When they emerged from the theater an hour and a half later, Wanda was in tears. Nestled against Lister, utterly absorbed in the tragic love story. Lister's shirt was dampened, once again affirming the notion that women are made of water. Once Wanda had calmed down, Lister took her shopping. He bought everything she lingered upon, regardless of necessity, indulging in her every whim. He even whisked her away to an amusement park, where they rode the carousel. Unbeknownst to them, evening had fallen, the sun dipping low and the city lights beginning to twinkle. Standing atop the colossal Hollywood sign, they surveyed the entirety of Hollywood, feeling as if they were on top of the world, surveying all beneath them with a sense of grandeur. "I'm so happy today, truly happy. Thank you, Lee," Wanda exclaimed, leaning against Lister with a blissful expression, her eyes brimming with affection. Lister said nothing, merely tightening his embrace as if wishing to merge her into his very being. Some people heal their childhood with their youth, while others spend a lifetime mending their childhood. He was uncertain whether Wanda belonged to the latter category, yet the haunting shadows of her tragic childhood tormented her for an extended period. The past was immutable, and Lister found himself powerless to alter it. However, he hoped that Wanda could experience more joy henceforth. As night fell, Lister unleashed a contingent of spider-like robots. Under the command of the White Queen, they conducted a thorough search of Hollywood. The results were remarkable. Soon, they discerned the presence of Sarah Connor. Albeit her circumstances were far from favorable. In a dimly lit room, Sarah Connor was bound to a chair, a bomb ominously placed upon her. What was happening? Hadn't the time travelers sworn to protect her? Why, then, was there a bomb affixed to her? Observing the footage, Wanda appeared bewildered, bombarding Lister with rapid-fire questions. What was there to discuss? They had no personal connection to Sarah Connor. Their protection was motivated solely by self-interest. Now, in pursuit of greater gains, they had readily abandoned her. But who, then, was the target of their actions? The Terminator? Kyle Reese? Or was it something else entirely? Lister fell into contemplation. He quickly dismissed the possibility of the Terminator, as that killing machine would not be burdened by such considerations, opting instead for immediate violence without concern for collateral damage. Furthermore, the best locations to ambush a Terminator would be addresses listed in a phone book. Here, it was likely that Sarah had perished from starvation before it could ever find her. Kyle Reese was similarly ruled out for the same rationale, leaving only the other time travelers and the two of them. Yet if it were indeed those individuals, this Sarah might not be Sarah at all. A flicker of insight sparked in Lister's eyes. Nevertheless, he refrained from hasty actions, instructing the White Queen to expand the search radius. White Queen. Search within a kilometer radius from this point. Before long, the spider robots relayed their findings. Everything appeared normal, with no anomalies detected. Curious, had he misjudged the situation? After a moment of reflection, Lister resolved to secure the individual first. Meanwhile, at a construction site, following a blinding flash of lightning, a muscular man suddenly appeared, stark naked. Chapter 47. The Trap Who Bound You, Sarah Connor? He inquired, removing the bomb and loosening the ropes. Sarah Connor, curled up and trembling, attempted to speak but could not produce a sound. Lister's brow furrowed. He could ascertain that the person before him was indeed the genuine Sarah Connor. The reasoning was straightforward. Some individuals cannot articulate words when under extreme stress. If she were the shapeshifter, regardless of her intentions, she would have answered Lister's questions rather than feign anxiety, an anxiety that could not be feigned unless she had received the little golden man. Yet what was her purpose in this charade? Suddenly, a thought struck Lister, prompting him to signal Wanda to withdraw. Soon, Wanda thoroughly examined Sarah Connor, ultimately extracting a microlocator from the subcutaneous tissue of her neck. Humph, they are like a mouse putting a bell on the cat. Lister snorted coldly, instantly comprehending their intentions. They may have gleaned from the news that Ulysses was dead, sensing a crisis, or perhaps they felt they were being pursued. Thus, they cast Sarah Connor aside, both to divert the attention of their pursuers and to pinpoint their location, even using the impending Terminator to create chaos for them. Lister and Wanda were merely unwitting participants in this elaborate scheme. Who are you if not the police? At this moment, Sarah Connor, reassured by Wanda, finally regained her composure and inquired. Our identity is of little consequence. What matters is that if you wish to survive, you must comply obediently, otherwise, you are left to your own devices. Lister replied coldly, his face stern. Sarah Connor wished to retort and then depart, but after enduring the explosion of her home, the loss of her close friend, and the shocking revelation that those who claimed to protect her had implanted a bomb on her, she found herself suddenly matured. No longer naive, she recognized that the individuals before her could take her life at any moment, and realizing the precariousness of her situation, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, now I will ask, and you will answer. Understood? Yes. Lister then inquired about specific details, primarily regarding the time frame after they evaded surveillance. Sarah Connor was cooperative, revealing all she knew. Although she often had little to say, she provided some valuable information. For instance, Mystique, also known as Blake, and Fireman Victor had parted ways. Fireman Victor was the one who bound Sarah and set the bomb, and prior to their fallout. Mystique had received a note. Excellent. For the next few days, you will stay with us, and we will do our utmost to ensure your safety, barring any self-destructive actions on your part. As time passed, the night deepened, and in an instant, it was the darkest hour before dawn. A Harley motorcycle roared in from the distance, coming to an abrupt halt before them. The rider was a towering man, standing 2 meters tall and robustly built. Most strikingly, amidst the darkness, he wore a pair of gargoyle sunglasses on his sharply defined face. This was none other than the intelligent robot from the future, the Terminator 800. In accordance with the storyline, it should have searched for Sarah Connor's address in the phone book and proceeded to eliminate her one by one at her residence. However, after it had stolen clothing and the motorcycle, a mysterious figure appeared, directly providing it with Sarah Connor's location. Thus, the Terminator 800 sped off on the Harley to Hollywood. Having parked and turned off the engine, the 800 brandished a handgun as it entered the nearby motel. Soon, it arrived at the door of the last room on the 3rd floor, pushed the door open, and entered. There, on the sofa facing the door, sat a young man with an imposing demeanor. "Where is Sarah Connor?" The 800 scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of the target, prompting it to inquire. "Before you ask your questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Who are you? Where do you come from? What brings you to seek Sarah Connor?" Observing the 800, which bore a striking resemblance to the governor, Lister couldn't help but add a few more words. "The Terminator 800, a childhood nightmare, I isn't it? Where is Sarah Connor?" The stoic 800 swiftly drew a handgun, aiming it at Lister's head. "Damn it, I've shown you courtesy. Do you not realize that I despise having a gun pointed at my head?" Lister's expression darkened, deeply dissatisfied with the 800's demeanor. In the next instant, an invisible force surged from his mind, enveloping the 800 tightly. "Where is Sarah Connor?" Not receiving an answer, the 800 lowered its gun, intending to shoot Lister's arm. But its mechanical arm malfunctioned, remaining utterly still. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have recognized Lister's handiwork, but the 800 was oblivious, believing it to be a malfunction, thus spiraling into a frenzy of self-comparison. Seizing the opportunity while the 800 was incapacitated, Lister approached, directly opened its cranial cover, and extracted a chip from within. The 800 instantly powered down, its red eyes extinguishing. Well, that wasn't too difficult. Lister chuckled to himself, retracting his mental influence. "All right, let us get to work." He then opened his laptop and placed the chip in front of the camera for scanning. "Boss, this is a powerful AI chip. I cannot modify the core code." Over the past few days, through constant interaction with Lister, Biho seemed to have become considerably more intelligent. "No need to modify the core code. We just need to set the highest permissions to my boss and Wanda." Lister proposed his request. "That can be done. However, boss, you need to prepare a suitable data cable first. You should figure that out yourself." Lister replied, exasperated. Why should he do everything? "All right, I'll arrange it." Subsequently, Lister observed as Biho dispatched 2 spider robots to a nearby semiconductor company. "Are you planning to manufacture it yourself?" However, Lister refrained from asking further. Instead, he confined the 800 within his space and inquired about the situation at the military base. "By the way, Biho, where are the 2 robots dispatched to the military base now?" "They are still 10 kilometers away, expected to arrive before dawn." Upon arrival, they were first positioned at a height to monitor the entire base during the day, with plans to investigate the internal situation tomorrow night. "Yes, boss." Suddenly, a violent clash erupted in the nearby hotel. Chapter 48. The Assault of the 1000. Lister turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, which seemed to originate from the hotel where Wanda and Sarah Connor were located. Who could it be? The reincarnators? Or perhaps, White Queen? Bring up the hotel surveillance. Although somewhat taken aback, Lister was not overly concerned for Wanda's safety. In terms of combat prowess, Wanda's chaotic magic was at least equal to his telekinesis. However, White Queen's response startled him. "Report, boss. All spider robots near the hotel have lost contact. I can only dispatch surveillance robots from other locations. Please be patient." Lister's expression hardened as a realization struck him. Stop. Have the other robots hide immediately, quickly." "Yes, boss." Once these instructions were executed, Lister stored White Queen's computer in his spatial pocket, opened the window, and leapt out. His speed was astonishing, akin to a beam of light, as he traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Just as he was nearing the target, he witnessed a window of the hotel shatter, and a silver figure flew out. With a resounding crash, the figure plummeted from the 6th floor, creating a deep crater in the asphalt below. Most individuals would have succumbed to such a brutal fate, but this was no ordinary being. From the depths of the dark pit, an arm emerged, followed by the upper body, and then the entire figure stood up, completely unscathed. 1000. But why was it the Lee Byung-hun version? As Lister had surmised, the Terminator 1000 had indeed arrived. Yet, it bore an East Asian visage, resembling a Korean oppa. And this particular iteration of the 1000 was from Terminator Genesis. Its appearance here was perplexing. Yet, given the altered narrative and the presence of the 800 in his spatial pocket, the arrival of the Lee version of the 1000 was not entirely unfathomable. Be cautious. This reincarnator is formidable. At that moment, Wanda descended surrounded by a crimson glow, landing beside Lister, clearly perceiving the entity as a powerful reincarnator. This is not a reincarnator. It is a Terminator, the 1000. Lister patiently elucidated to Wanda, regretting not having informed her earlier about the various versions of the Terminators. Its body was composed of a malleable metal capable of self-repair, able to regenerate after being damaged, and could recover from wounds or gunfire. Moreover, its dispersed liquid metal could reshape, surveil, and even. A sense of foreboding washed over Lister. Wait, what about Sarah Connor? Wanda replied, she's not dead. She's just frightened. I told her bang, bang, help, help. At this moment, a low, ominous gunshot echoed from above, accompanied by a woman's desperate cries for help. Indeed, it was Sarah Connor. Both individuals silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation. List swiftly wrapped his arm around Wanda's waist, and with a surge of telekinetic energy, they soared into the air. The entity known as 1000, having discerned their intentions, severed a segment of its own arm, transforming it into a spear that it grasped with force, hurling it towards the pair. Just as the spear seemed poised to pierce them, a brilliant scarlet light flickered, and the spear returned with greater velocity, impaling 1000 straight through. However, since the spear was an integral part of 1000's being, it inflicted no harm. Rather, it visibly merged back into its form. Meanwhile, List and Wanda had already burst through the shattered window, entering the hotel room, where they beheld several spider-like robots relentlessly pursuing Sarah Connor. True to her protagonist status, Sarah valiantly wielded 2 frying pans as shields, carving a bloody path through the onslaught of 5 or 6 spider robots. Wanda, help me. Upon sighting the 2, Sarah's eyes lit up as she limped towards them, dragging her injured right leg. What is going on? Why are these spider robots attacking Sarah? Pondering this in her mind, Wanda unleashed a torrent of chaotic crimson energy, which exploded forth. Boom, boom, boom. The rampaging spider robots were instantly obliterated by Wanda's formidable magic. Once this was accomplished, Wanda enveloped Sarah Connor in a protective embrace, assuring her, it's all right, Sarah, you're safe now. Simultaneously, outside the window, 1000 leapt 2 meters high, its limbs piercing into the hotel's exterior wall like blades. Ascending with the agility of a monkey, scaling it effortlessly. It's coming. Move over there. List urged the 2 to retreat, clearing a space for their confrontation. In comparison to the entity 800, he yearned for the multifaceted capabilities of 1000. However, the material of 1000's body was a liquid metal capable of restoring memories, unlike 800, whose control chip resided solely within its brain. Alternatively, it was possible that 1000 also possessed a control chip, yet it was fragmented and evenly distributed throughout its liquid metal form. Regardless of the scenario, the challenge of acquiring it had intensified. Boom. 1000 surged into the room, charging directly towards Sarah Connor. How could such a large figure remain oblivious? List shook his head, disheartened by 1000's apparent lack of intelligence. Originally eager to engage in a fierce battle, his interest had now waned. Contemplating this, he activated his telekinesis, fingers splayed, enveloping 1000 entirely in his grasp. In an instant, its forward momentum halted abruptly. Sometimes, age-old techniques prove effective, as long as they yield results. Yet, 1000 was considerably more astute than 800. The moment it sensed its body being restrained, it initiated the process of liquefaction. Its liquefied form flowed aimlessly, seeking to exploit the omnipresent nature of liquid to find an escape. Alas, it was not a cage that controlled it, but an all-encompassing mental force. No matter how it struggled, 1000 remained ensnared within the confines of the telekinetic prison, unable to find any exit. Furthermore, Lister's fingers gradually converged, causing the telekinetic enclosure to slowly tighten, diminishing the space within. Realizing the dire predicament, 1000 weaponized itself, transforming into several short blades to strike at the invisible barrier. Clang, clang. The force was indeed substantial, and Lister distinctly felt the tremors. If only its strength were magnified tenfold, it might have shattered his telekinetic shield. As it stood, this was its limit. As the telekinetic barrier pressed inward, the available space for 1000 steadily diminished, rendering it incapable of maintaining its weaponized form. It seemed to resign itself, morphing into a puddle of liquid, ceasing all resistance. Lister's gaze flickered. How could a robot with a task execution rate of 1000% begin to falter before completing its mission? The unusual behavior hinted at an unforeseen contingency. What could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck Lister. After Wanda had obliterated all the spider robots, he had discreetly conducted an investigation and found no suspicious liquid metal. Deciding to let it be. But was there truly no liquid metal? Wanda, remain vigilant. Lister hastened to caution, simultaneously directing a portion of his mental energy elsewhere. Boom. Upon hearing the warning, Wanda unleashed chaotic magic, enveloping herself and Sarah Connor. Found you. However, it was Wanda who first detected the anomaly, following a crimson glow. The button-sized avatar of 1000 was utterly obliterated. Lister's eyes widened. Truly remarkable. You never cease to amaze. Chapter 49. At that moment, distant sirens faintly echoed, evidently indicating that their earlier commotion had attracted attention. We must depart. With that, Lister first retracted the 1000, compressed into a sphere by his mental force, and then collected the shattered remnants of the spider robots. As for the other traces of battle, he chose not to clear them away, leaving them for the arriving police, who would undoubtedly find themselves perplexed. A quarter of an hour later, within a newly acquired hotel, Wanda took Sarah Connor to the inner room to tend to the gunshot wound on her leg. Meanwhile, Lister remained in the outer room, extracting the primary laptop of Baiho. Skillfully connecting it to a power source and telephone line, Baiho sprang back to life. Report, Master. Your loyal maid Baiho is at your service. Upon booting up, Baiho expressed her unwavering loyalty with an obsequious demeanor. As the saying goes, when one is overly courteous, there must be an ulterior motive. Lister, however, disregarded her flattery and instructed her to check on the status of the spider robots. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly link to all the spider robots and ascertain their current condition. Aye, Master. The efficiency of Baiho was remarkable. In less than a minute, she successfully connected to all the external surveillance robots. Aside from the 6 that Wanda had smashed, 4 other robots had also gone offline, likely meeting a grim fate. Mark their locations on the map. I shall retrieve them shortly. Due to the existence of the time machine, Lister could not permit these robots to remain unmonitored. Although their technological sophistication was not particularly advanced, it far surpassed contemporary innovations. Should he allow these robots to wander into the future and potentially alter its trajectory? Particularly concerning Skynet's technology, he could only imagine what the next Terminator might resemble. Subsequently, Lister instructed Baiho to reorganize the external surveillance robots into strategic formations, grouped in threes. They were arranged in a defensive pattern, ensuring comprehensive 360-degree monitoring. Even if someone attempted to sabotage their efforts, timely alerts would be dispatched. Ding ding ding. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Lister was roused by Baiho's alarm. Baiho, should you lack a legitimate reason, you shall face my wrath. The previous night had already been quite hectic, and after a long night's work, he had barely managed to find 30 minutes of rest before being disturbed. Naturally, this left him irritable and in a foul mood. Noticing Lister's displeasure, Baiho quickly softened her tone, speaking in a gentle manner. Boss. The 2 robots dispatched to the military base have successfully arrived after a long journey and have transmitted visuals back to us. Please provide further instructions for the next steps. The mention of the nuclear peacekeepers instantly awakened Lister's senses. He approached the computer and observed on the screen an expanse of buildings, extensive barbed wire, open fields, and rows of fighter jets. Guards were stationed every 5 steps, and soldiers armed with weapons vigilantly scanned their surroundings. What a heavily fortified military base. Given such formidable defenses, the spider robots would likely struggle to operate during the day. It would be prudent to wait until nightfall. With this strategy in mind, Lister commanded, First, find a place to conceal ourselves. We shall discuss our specific actions once night falls. Understood, boss. After completing these tasks, Lister yawned and returned to bed for a brief nap. The rest was blissful, and he did not awaken until midday, well into the sun's ascent. Who first awakens from a deep dream? I alone am aware. After a good night's sleep on the sofa, my stomach growls. Groggily, Lister arose, washed up, and sat down at the dining table to indulge in a hearty meal. This breakfast, purchased by Wanda, consisted of pizza, burgers, fries, and cola. While the taste was rather mediocre, the quantity was certainly satisfying. After the meal, Lister called upon Wanda and Sarah Connor, addressing Sarah. Sarah, you should report this to the police. Startled, Sarah Connor replied, What? Lister, I don't quite understand what you mean. Lister reminded, Last night, The Terminator was able to locate you with remarkable precision. Whose handiwork do you suppose it to be? Sarah Connor's expression darkened. You mean Victor? Lister nodded. Who else could it be? He then proceeded to elucidate the sequence of events to Sarah Connor, discussing the existence of Skynet and the Terminators, as well as the motives of the firemen and Mystique, alliances forged and shattered by self-interest. Naturally, Lister also took care to inform her of what to say and what to withhold when speaking to the police. He certainly did not want her to be misclassified as a lunatic and detained. Once he confirmed that Sarah Connor had grasped the details, he instructed Wanda to accompany her to file a report. After a brief inquiry, the local police dispatched personnel to investigate the explosion scene at Sarah's residence and the signs of conflict from the previous night at the hotel, promptly opening a case and treating it with great gravity. Subsequently, based on the photograph of the fireman provided by Sarah Connor, they issued a citywide manhunt and alerted the media to assist in disseminating information and rewarding valuable tips. Under the covert manipulation of the White Queen, major television news outlets in Los Angeles broadcasted the firemen's criminal activities, accompanied by prominently displayed wanted posters. It could be said that the visage of the fireman appeared in every household, on every television screen across the city. Such extensive publicity did not escape the notice of the fireman, who, with a darkened countenance, lowered the brim of his hat and hurriedly traversed the streets. The plan from the previous night had indeed failed. The two Terminators, 800 and 1000, had failed to eliminate Sarah Connor, indicating that her protectors were formidable indeed. It could not possibly be Fisk. Although the Green Goblin suit was powerful, it might not be enough to vanquish a Terminator, let alone two. The Doctor and Claude, among others, were equally implausible. They could hardly contend with me, much less eradicate a Terminator. Thus, it must be those two elusive reincarnators. Beep. Hidden mission triggered. Eliminate the evil invader. Completion reward, 10,000 points. Failure results in immediate obliteration. A hidden mission, and a reward of 10,000 points nonetheless. The fireman Victor's expression twisted with malice, for fortune favors the bold. Damn it, let us proceed. But just then, a languid voice broke the air. Victor jolted in surprise, swiftly producing a lighter in his hand. Boom. In the next instant, a fierce blaze shot towards the source of the voice. Indeed, it was the fireman's unique ability. Although his power was formidable, it was fundamentally limited to controlling fire rather than conjuring it from thin air. This was the essence of the disparity between him and the Iceman. Consequently, the Iceman's rank surpassed that of the fireman, his potential reaching Omega class. Given that his abilities could affect molecular structures, the fireman, at best, was merely Alpha class, if he even reached that. Lost in contemplation, Lister acted without mercy, his fist closing resolutely. Who are you? Victor felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, causing him to relinquish control over his abilities, and in an instant, the blazing flames vanished. Who am I? You may inquire directly with the Lord of the Gods upon meeting him. With that, Lister clenched his fist, and with a resounding crack, Victor was crushed into an unrecognizable form, utterly lifeless. Chapter 50. The Mantis catches the cicada. Eliminate the hostile reincarnator Victor. Reward, Spatial Backpack 1. Spatial Backpack, upon binding, grants 1000 cubic dimensional space, non-upgradable. 1000 cubic. Lister's eyes widened in astonishment. His personal space initially measured only 10 cubic units. Even after expansion, it barely reached 90. Yet this backpack offered an astounding 1000 cubic units, more than 11 times his own personal space. Faced with such opulence, Lister couldn't help but feel that his own spatial capacity paled in comparison. He yearned to bind the backpack immediately, but such thoughts remained mere musings. Upon learning that the reward was a spatial backpack, Lister had already devised a plan. He had long desired to equip Wanda with spatial gear, especially after being targeted by the Lord of the Gods. To swiftly enhance Wanda's power, he would have to rely on external forces, such as the White Queen, the Spider-Bot, and the Terminator 800. However, to transport these external aids, one must possess a personal space. Now, with the emergence of this spatial backpack, Lister was certainly not one to hesitate. Subsequently, Lister collected some samples from the fire beings and quietly departed amidst the increasingly loud wail of police sirens. It must be said, when it comes to punctuality, the police are undeniably professionals. Not long after, within a makeshift safe house, the atmosphere was grim as everyone watched the news reporting on the demise of the fire being. Victor was dead, leaving us with little time. The doctor turned off the television and surveyed the group, continuing, "Does anyone have any objections to my proposal?" Shapeshifter Blake, "I have no objections." Special Forces Soldier Peter, "I concur." Sniper Tom, I agree as well. Assassin Claude, I also concur. Excellent. Since there are no objections, let us meticulously outline our action plan. Seeing that everyone had come to terms with reality and accepted his strategy, the doctor felt a sense of satisfaction as he elaborated on his plan. The doctor had never placed faith in brute force. He firmly believed that intellect is a valuable asset. For instance, to eliminate the formidable invader. Why engage in a futile direct confrontation when a long-range attack could achieve the same result, ensuring absolute precision and a swift demise? The Doctor's plan was straightforward. Infiltrate the nearest U.S. military base and launch a nuclear strike on downtown Los Angeles. In the wake of a cataclysmic nuclear explosion, even a deity would lament, let alone a mere invader. Due to the audacious nature of this plan, it was met with skepticism when first proposed, with almost no one in agreement. Yet, Ulysses has perished, the Green Goblin, PHYXX, is also deceased, and now even the fireman, Victor, has succumbed. Who shall be next? In a desperate bid for their own survival, they all acquiesce to the doctor's scheme. The implementation plan is delineated as follows. First, they shall abduct Colonel James Lewis of the Air Force and extract detailed information about the base from him. Second, Mystique will assume the guise of Colonel Lewis and lead the group boldly into the base. Third, they will split into two factions, one consisting of Mystique, the Doctor, and Peter, who will search for the nuclear warheads and the launch silos to deploy the nuclear peacekeeper, while the other, Tom and Claude, will create chaos and provide cover for their retreat. Ultimately, the group brainstormed and refined certain details before commencing their operation. Meanwhile, Lister returned to Hollywood. Lee, why have you taken so long? Nothing untoward has happened, has it? Upon entering, Wanda approached him with concern. What could possibly happen? You are well aware of my prowess. The mere fireman is no challenge to me. One flick of my hand could obliterate him. Elated by his own triumphs, Lister embraced Wanda, leaning in for a kiss. No, you reek. You're filthy and have an odd smell. You should wash up quickly. Wanda pushed him away with an expression of disdain, steering him to the bathroom. Is it truly that foul? Lister inquired, sniffing his body, seemingly detecting no odor. However, upon reflection, he realized that since entering the Terminator, he had been exerting himself daily. Aside from washing his face and brushing his teeth in the morning, he had scarcely bathed, and thus, he dismissed the concern. 10 minutes later, Lister emerged, revitalized, and promptly settled beside Wanda, naturally wrapping his arm around her. This time, Wanda did not recoil. Instead, she leaned against his shoulder, languid like a Persian cat. Wanda, I have brought you a wonderful gift, he declared, savoring the pleasant scent wafting from her. What gift? Show me. At the mention of a present, Wanda sat up eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Here it is, Lister proclaimed, revealing a card that shimmered with an ethereal backpack. What is this? Wanda inquired, her brow furrowed at the sight of an unremarkable card. This is a precious treasure. Rather than explain, Lister placed the card directly in her hands. Spatial backpack, upon binding. It grants access to 1,000 cubic dimensional space, non-upgradable. What is this? How do I bind it? As the card came into her possession, Wanda instinctively comprehended its attributes, her heart swelling with joy. Why don't you try dripping your blood on it? Lister jested. Drip blood. Wanda, believing him, prepared to bite her finger. Stop. I was merely teasing. You need only to silently wish to bind it. List swiftly intervened, promptly articulating the correct approach. Humph. Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a delicate huff, she silently vowed to bind. In an instant, the card in her hand transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Simultaneously, a vast expanse materialized before Wanda's eyes, measuring 10 units in length, width, and height. Is this the dimensional space? How does one store items within? As Wanda pondered, she touched the coffee table before her, and it immediately disappeared, reappearing within her newfound realm. A spark of excitement ignited within her. It was as if she had stumbled upon a delightful new toy. For a while, the room became a spectacle, with objects vanishing and reappearing in an enchanting whirlwind. Watching Wanda revel in her playfulness, List couldn't help but reminisce about his own experience upon first acquiring a personal space, which had mirrored this very exuberance. Lee, thank you. I truly cherish this gift. At some point, Wanda found herself standing before List, her captivating eyes twinkling enchantingly. List responded, smiling as he gazed at Wanda, eagerly awaiting her reciprocation. Soon, a fragrant breeze enveloped them, and their soft lips met until they struggled to breathe, only to intertwine once more. Unavoidably, List's hand found its rightful place, instinctively employing his traditional skill of empathy. Wanda, too, felt a sense of blissful daze, surrendering to the flow of the moment. Ding ding ding. Boss, we have a situation. Boss, we have a situation. Chapter 51, The Hidden Threat. Ding ding ding. Boss, we have a situation. Boss, we have a situation. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, both individuals abruptly halted. Wanda swiftly pushed List's hands away, her face aglow with embarrassment as she retreated into the bedroom, locking the door behind her. Damn it. Just as it seemed a fortunate event was unfolding, it was thwarted by the interjection of Baiho, igniting a fury within List that made him feel like smashing his computer. Why can't you report these matters a little later? List approached the computer, his eyes aflame as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Baiho, exuding an aura of destruction if not persuaded. Boss, perhaps you should view the surveillance footage that has been transmitted back. Baiho instantly vanished, unable to confront the wrathful List. The screen flickered to life, revealing a grainy video of a kidnapping. Due to the distant angle of the recording, the images were somewhat unclear, only faint silhouettes could be discerned. The incident unfolded on a desolate highway, where 3 armed assailants lay in ambush for a military Hummer. They had preemptively planted landmines, and as the Hummer passed, it was violently detonated, leaving chaos in its wake. Subsequently, the 3 bandits appeared, forcefully prying open the vehicle's doors and dragging the occupants out. The video concluded, showing everything as it was. After Baiho, do not play hide and seek. Come out, and I assure you, I shall not harm you. Just as List was growing impatient, preparing to express his promise not to kill, he witnessed a bandit effortlessly making the overturned Hummer vanish into thin air. Although the footage was rather unclear, the sudden disappearance of such a large vehicle was unmistakably evident. Spatial equipment. Reincarnators. List's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing their identities. But why? The reincarnators are known to act only when there is profit to be gained. Could there be a significant plot character among them? Reflecting on the Terminator film series. At this juncture, the only character worthy of such a title would be John Connor's father-in-law from the 3rd installment. Could it be that they have abducted John's father-in-law? But what purpose does that serve? A hidden mission? Or perhaps another objective? Regardless, as long as they are reincarnators, List would not let them escape. Baiho, where is this taking place? Can we track them? This was captured by a robot near the U.S. military base, located 72 kilometers southeast of the base. And we have already lost visual contact. A military base? Upon hearing that the incident occurred in this vicinity, List's alertness heightened. Could it be mere coincidence? Are they also after the nuclear eradicator? As the ultimate weapon engineered by humanity, the nuclear eradicator is a formidable arsenal in any realm. These reincarnators traverse dimensions, perhaps to toy with a few tricks as their trump card, which seems plausible. Yet, isn't this world supposed to be about team battles? Why are they plotting such a massive weapon? Is it aimed at me? Upon reflection, it is not entirely improbable. With the demise of the fireman, List has already dispatched 3 reincarnators. The remaining ones, even if they are akin to swine, should be wary of the colossal predator that has entered their pond. To ensure their own survival, the remaining reincarnators conspired together, even going so far as to madly consider launching the nuclear eradicator to eliminate him. The analysis is clear. The logic sound, it is undoubtedly so. These scoundrels. A wave of apprehension washed over List, igniting a desire for vengeance. Were it not for the fortunate deployment of the spider robot nearby, which fortuitously captured footage of their abduction, he would have faced annihilation at the hands of the supersized pineapple. Such absurdity. Lee, what has transpired? Sensing List's burgeoning murderous intent, Wanda, forgetting her previous shyness, hurriedly emerged. It's nothing. Let us tidy up. We must set forth. Good. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the vast U.S. military base, where, apart from the duty personnel, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. At this moment, a military Hummer sped along the road leading to the base. As it neared the base, 2 shadowy figures suddenly sprang from the vehicle, vanishing into the night. The occupants of the vehicle appeared oblivious to their surroundings, nonchalantly continuing their journey until they halted at the entrance of the base 3 minutes later. After a meticulous inspection, the armed guards withdrew the barricades, allowing the vehicle to pass. As the imposing Humvee smoothly entered the military base, Tom and Claude, who had disembarked first, stealthily made their way towards the rear of the base, shrouded in darkness. Their mission was to stand guard, eliminate potential threats to the Doctor and his companions, and create chaos in the event of exposure, ensuring a safe escape for others. Suddenly, the 2 men abruptly came to a stop, as if ensnared by an invisible quagmire, bound and unable to move. In the next moment, 2 figures descended slowly from the deep night sky, Lister and Wanda. They had been lurking nearby, having already anticipated the arrival of the two individuals and swiftly neutralized them. They needed to ascertain the specifics of the adversary's plans. Upon recognizing Lister and Wanda's presence, Tom and Claude were immediately filled with trepidation. They wished to resist and flee, yet their bodies remained immobilized. All they could do was desperately roll their eyes, attempting to convey some form of silent communication. Unfortunately, Lister was unable to decipher their unspoken words, rendering their efforts futile. "Wanda, it's your turn," Lister said. "All right, leave it to me." Wanda stepped forward, channeling her strength as a surge of crimson light enveloped Tom and Claude's heads. In an instant, their gazes grew vacant, until they became utterly dazed. "All right, Lister, you may begin your inquiries now," Wanda said, retreating to Lister's side to allow him to proceed. "Who are you?" "Tom Cody. What is your objective?" "To invade the military base and launch a nuclear strike on Los Angeles, obliterating the malevolent invaders." "Damn it," Lister exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Indeed, they were targeting him, branding him as the villain. "You call me an evil invader? Your entire family is the true evil invader. I have never harmed an innocent person. What is your plan?" Lister continued after venting his frustration. "Our plan is, you can go to hell." Upon hearing their intentions, Lister swiftly dispatched the two men. Eliminate hostile reincarnated Tom. Reward: 1 space expansion card. Space expansion card. Upon use, it randomly enlarges the personal space by varying sizes, up to 210 times. Eliminate hostile reincarnator Claude. Reward: 1 universal key. Universal key. Capable of unlocking space doors, taking you wherever you wish to go. Note: traveling carries risks. Exercise caution when opening doors. Chapter 52. Unexpectedly trapped. Space expansion card. Upon use, it randomly enlarges the personal space by varying sizes, up to 210 times. The universal key. A device capable of unlocking spatial doors, transporting you to any destination you desire. Note: opening doors poses risks. Closing them requires caution. The space expansion card and the universal key, bestowed by the system, were akin to a timely gift for Lister. The space expansion card would allow his personal space to grow, effectively alleviating his previous predicament of limited capacity. The universal key, however, was even more remarkable. In the current circumstances, it would enable him to seize opportunities before others could. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, devoid of civilization or shelter, how would he proceed? No matter. He would utilize the space expansion card first. Upon activating the space expansion card, Lister felt his personal space continuously expand, growing larger until it reached 10 times its original size before halting. Excellent. His space, previously 90 cubic units, had now expanded to 990 cubic units. Although it fell slightly short of Wanda's 1,000 cubic units, the difference was negligible, and Lister was elated. "What shall we do next?" Wanda inquired once Lister had completed his task. She had heard Tom's confession clearly. The audacity of some individuals, intent on launching nuclear armament, had prompted her to mark them for doom. At this moment, those individuals had already infiltrated the military base, necessitating haste in their own actions. "We must find a door." "What? A door?" Soon after, the two discovered a high-voltage transformer station 2 kilometers away. The low surrounding walls posed no barrier to the two who could fly. However, they did not breach the premises, but instead stood before the main entrance. "You're truly searching for a door." Though puzzled, Wanda refrained from questioning further. She knew Lister would not act without purpose. Whatever he did was surely laden with significance. She chose to trust him unconditionally. "Indeed," Lister affirmed, retrieving the seemingly ordinary universal key and inserting it into the lock. In the next moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The key, despite its mismatched design, slid effortlessly into the lock, fitting perfectly. "Wanda, prepare to witness a miracle," Lister exclaimed, his demeanor exuberant, reminiscent of a magician on stage. "I'm watching," Wanda smiled, increasingly aware that beneath Lister's mature and composed exterior lay the playful spirit of a youth. With a melodious flourish, Lister slowly turned the key, unlocking the door before them. Instead of the transformer station they anticipated, they were met with the sight of a pitch-black basement. "Where are we?" Although she had her suspicions, witnessing the reality unfold before her eyes profoundly impacted Wanda. Before them lay the storage area for nuclear bows in the adjacent base. List nodded affirmatively and elucidated. "This key is a master key, capable of unlocking any door and guiding you to any destination of your desire. However, one must exercise caution when opening doors, for the mysteries that lie beyond are unknown." "How impressive!" Wanda exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, seemingly lost in her own joyful thoughts. oblivious to List's subsequent words. Let us go and empty the nuclear bows from within. With that, List led Wanda inside the door. Prior to entering, he prudently withdrew the master key, recognizing the treasure it represented, and secured it within his spatial pocket. Taking the lead, List was accompanied by several floating spotlights that illuminated the entire basement as brightly as day. The space was expansive, roughly the size of half a football field, with a total of 16 long rectangular boxes distributed throughout. Clearly, these boxes contained the nuclear bows. Each box was modest in size, approximately 2 cubic meters, totaling only 32 cubic meters for all. In contrast, List's spatial capacity of 990 cubic meters rendered 32 cubic meters a mere trifle. Moreover, time within his spatial pocket was suspended. Even if the boxes were stacked precariously, the risk of an explosion was non-existent, ensuring safety and convenience. List proceeded to collect the nuclear bows, marveling at the experience. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Wanda glanced between the outside and inside, scrutinizing the nondescript rusty door. Her curiosity piqued. What would happen if I closed the door? Suddenly, an idea surged in her mind. Acting on impulse, she shut the small, decrepit door. In an instant, it vanished, replaced by a heavy blast-proof iron door. Realization dawned on Wanda, and she felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. It seemed she had unwittingly created a predicament. Shortly thereafter, List emerged, having successfully gathered all the nuclear bows, his demeanor light and jubilant. Wanda, where's the door? He inquired. I closed it earlier, she admitted, her voice laden with concern. No worries, we have the master key. We shall be fine. Yet, when List prepared to use the master key to open the door, he discovered that the imposing blast-proof iron door had no keyhole. This meant the master key was rendered useless, and they were trapped inside. Blast. Opening doors carries risks, and closing them requires caution. List finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I am so sorry, it's all my fault, Wanda lamented, realizing her blunder had ensnared them both. Her head bowed in shame, her voice trembled with remorse. Wanda, do not fret, we shall find a way out soon. List, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her and offered words of comfort. You are deceiving me. The surrounding walls are reinforced concrete, at least 1 or 2 meters thick. Do you intend to break through directly? Wanda lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, radiating an enchanting charm. In truth, breaking through was not entirely unfeasible. List candidly admitted that he had indeed contemplated such an act. His superhuman strength endowed him with an impressive force of 20 tons, which he had yet to fully utilize. Securing a victory here seemed rather appealing. Nevertheless, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Ah, are you truly considering it? Wanda exclaimed in astonishment, instantly ceasing her tears. Haha, I was merely jesting. How could I resort to such violent measures? List chuckled heartily, playfully brushing his fingers against Wanda's petite nose. Humph, I shall ignore you, Wanda huffed, shyly turning her back. Yet, List was relentless, embracing her waist from behind. Instantly, Wanda's body softened, as if bereft of bones, leaning into his embrace. How do you plan to escape? List inquired with a grin. Rest assured, someone will soon come to release us. Are you referring to the reincarnators? Indeed. As they contemplated the reincarnators who had endured countless trials to open the door before them, they anticipated triumph, only to confront annihilation. Wanda couldn't help but chuckle. You truly are mischievous. How so? List replied, a smirk adorning his lips as his hands began to roam. I possess even worse intentions. Would you care to find out? Certainly not. Then it seems you are inclined to. List, with genuine affection, captured Wanda's crimson lips. Here, 300 words are omitted. Dear readers, feel free to imagine. But do not stray into inappropriate thoughts. Time passed, and at long last, the Doctor, Mystique, and another companion arrived at the reinforced door. Their journey had been far from tranquil, yet the trio's formidable strength, coupled with Mystique's ability to shapeshift, ensured their safe passage through numerous obstacles, allowing them to reach their destination hundreds of meters underground without significant peril. At this moment, merely a door separated them from their goal, stirring excitement within the trio. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, the Doctor signaled for action. All right. The first to act was Mystique, who emanated a blue glow from her head, instantly transforming her visage into that of an elderly individual, her eyes clouded with age. She bore an incongruous appearance, with a youthful form contrasting sharply against her aged face. Next, she directed her gaze toward the retinal scan window on the door. Beep, retinal scan successful. Mystique lifted her head, returning to her original appearance. Simultaneously, her right hand morphed into a rugged, coarse-skinned hand, which she then placed upon the newly revealed fingerprint scanner. Beep, Fingerprint scan successful. Completing her task, Mystique gracefully withdrew. In the next moment, the doctor stepped forward to decipher the final electronic keypad. Shortly thereafter, following a dazzling display of operations, the lock was successfully breached, and the door slowly creaked open. Haha, it's finally opened. The doctor and his companions exchanged glances filled with exhilaration, each peering eagerly into the depths beyond the entryway. However, upon a mere glance, an icy chill gripped their hearts, and their skin prickled with dread. Instinctively, they attempted to flee, only to realize it was too late. Their bodies had betrayed them, slipping beyond their control. Surprise and bewilderment washed over them as Lister emerged gracefully with the bashful Wanda, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the trio. Speechless, they could only wildly rotate their eyes in a frantic manner. Truly, they were a team. Even in their shared demise, their resolve remained unwavering. Since you seem so fond of this place, let us ensure you remain here forever. With that, Lister swiftly snapped the necks of the three, discarding their lifeless forms into the very realm they had longed for. Of course, Mystique's body was left untouched. Let there be no misunderstandings. All was for the sake of research. Exclamation point. Eliminate the opposing reincarnator Peter. Reward. 1 body enhancement agent. Body enhancement agent. Originating from the Toby version of the Spider-Man universe, optimized by a mysterious force. It significantly enhances the user's physical capabilities without giving rise to an evil alter ego. Lister curled his lip, somewhat dissatisfied with this reward. Eliminate the opposing reincarnator Blake. Reward. 1 space expansion card. Space expansion card. Upon use, it randomly expands the personal space, with an increase ranging up to 210 times. This reward was acceptable, not a surprise, but certainly respectable. Exclamation point. Eliminate the opposing reincarnator Doctor. Reward. 1 stand-in doll. Stand-in doll. A special doll from a gaming world, which, once bound by blood, can absorb a fatal blow on behalf of its master. The prospect of the stand-in doll lit up Lister's eyes. He had finally encountered a treasure of remarkable value, effectively granting him an additional life. Excellent. Excellent. The system truly understands me. Beep. Congratulations to the team for winning the team battle. You may choose to return immediately or remain in this world for a period not exceeding 1 month. Immediately thereafter, the voice of the main deity resonated in the minds of Lister and Wanda, a mysterious force enveloping them, attempting to transport them away. They exchanged a knowing glance and chose to stay. There were still matters left unfinished that they could not abandon. Subsequently, they closed the door to the storage room and proceeded down the corridor. Not long after, they encountered an open elevator, which ascended over 100 meters, leading them to a cramped warehouse. Several lifeless bodies lay strewn on the ground, indicating that those who had gone before them had not fared well. Upon exiting the warehouse, they found themselves in an elongated corridor lined with doors, culminating in yet another elevator at the far end. This place is indeed quite secluded. However, Lister and his companion have no intention of following the path trodden by the reincarnators. He produced a master key, inserted it into the recently closed warehouse door, and slowly opened it, revealing their hotel room in Hollywood. Let us go home. That very night, Lister instructed White to retrieve all the spider robots, as they could return at any moment and could not afford to leave these items in this world. He also checked on Sarah Connor, who was doing well and had recently made a male friend named Kyle Reese. Light-hearted and carefree, Lister and Wanda reveled in their youth, exploring the world to their heart's content. Today they visited the Great Wall, tomorrow they would gaze upon the sea, and the day after, ascend snow-capped mountains. The year was merely 1984, and many places lacked the prosperity of the future, presenting only a glimpse of their primal beauty. Learning from that night's experience, Lister prepared 10 doors with keyholes in his spatial pocket, complete with door frames. By day, they admired the scenery, and by night, they wandered through major cities, relishing the nightlife, retreating to local hotels when fatigue set in. They left their footprints in cities like Beijing, Hong Kong, New York, Paris, and London. Yet recently, the international situation had grown somewhat severe. The United States claimed that the Soviet Union had raided their Air Force base on the outskirts of Los Angeles, stealing 16 nuclear warheads. The Soviet Union vehemently denied this, accusing the U.S. of fabricating stories and even suggesting that the nuclear crisis was a self-directed production by the Americans. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, a notorious golden thief emerged. On May 15th, the Bank of Japan reported the loss of 200 tons of gold. On May 16th, the U.S. Federal Reserve lost 100 tons of gold. On May 17th, the Eagle Nation's central bank reported a loss of 50 tons of gold. On May 18th, the Frank Nation's central bank lost 30 tons of gold. One bank per day? Despite rigorous defenses, they were repeatedly outsmarted. Banks across nations were gripped by fear, even requesting military deployments. Intelligence agencies such as the U.S., CIA, Eagle Nation's MI6, and the Soviet KGB mobilized their resources to uncover the identity of this golden thief and the orchestrator of the nuclear crisis. Unfortunately, after much effort, they could not find a single useful lead. It was as if the gold had vanished into thin air, truly a perplexing mystery. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, becoming an unsolved enigma for future generations. Chapter 54. Trivial Matters, A Shift in Space, and Lister returned to his room in Marvel's New York. He picked up the nearby phone, discovering that only an hour had passed, just as before. It seemed that no matter how long he lingered in other worlds, time in the Marvel main universe flowed at the rate of 1 hour. Lister understood this, pocketed his phone, and stepped outside. Everything appeared normal, unchanged from before his departure. Rain devoted herself to rigorous training in the training room. Driven by the defeat she suffered at the hands of Black Widow, her daily routine had become a relentless pursuit of strength. Although her previous loss stemmed from underestimating her opponent, a loss is still a loss, indicative of her insufficient power. In recent days, she has immersed herself in intense practice, even enlisting Red Queen to design a bespoke special operations suit and weaponry for her. Meanwhile, Samuel Stern toiled in the laboratory, diligently exploring the utilization of Hulk's blood to enhance clones, having already delineated a research trajectory that encompasses 3 distinct phases. The initial phase involves directly injecting Hulk's blood into a fully realized clone, leveraging the human immune system to absorb and assimilate Hulk's power for enhancement purposes. The intermediate phase focuses on merging Hulk's blood with the flesh and blood of semi-finished clones, aiming to develop deeper levels of Hulk strength. The advanced phase entails fusing Hulk's blood with samples from other individuals, followed by gestation of a new specimen to yield a perfected, enhanced being. In truth, above these 3 phases lies a 4th stage, wherein Hulk's blood serves as the foundation for absorbing various superior genes to form a flawless embryo, thereby creating an even more perfect Hulk. However, after listening to his analysis, Lister outright dismissed his 4th phase research, instructing him to concentrate solely on the preceding stages. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence relative to the pursuit of powerful genetic warriors. Samuel Stern preferred to use Hulk's blood as a basis for researching a miraculous drug capable of curing various diseases. He aspired to win the Nobel Prize. In this endeavor, Umbrella Corporation's vast biomedical knowledge provided him with numerous innovative ideas, and during this period, Stern's creativity flourished, with a plethora of fresh concepts flooding his mind. Dr. Stern, I have here a vial of a new type of reagent. Perhaps you could investigate and see if you can deduce its formula for mass production. Lister approached Samuel Stern, presenting him with a human enhancement agent, a reward from the system. What is this reagent? The small vial contained an extraordinarily potent force. Could it be a super soldier serum? Dr. Stern set aside his work, took the human enhancement agent, and with a mere glance, he immediately recognized its remarkable nature, reminiscent of Hulk's blood, both harboring immense energy. He swiftly recalled the military's past research. No, this is a human enhancement agent I fortuitously acquired, akin to the super soldier serum. Upon administration, it can elevate an ordinary person's physical capabilities to their utmost limits, rivaling those of Captain America. Lister elaborated. You may leave, do not disturb me. I will provide you with an answer in 3 days. Dr. Stern, intrigued, hastily dismissed Lister and carefully placed a drop of the agent under a high-powered microscope for observation. Lister, sensing the moment, departed with the hope of receiving good news in 3 days. As for Red Queen, she had long noticed Lister, greeted him briefly, and then returned to her own tasks, undistracted. As a super-intelligent artificial intelligence, she requires no rest and can work tirelessly around the clock, engaging in a multitude of tasks such as surveillance, security, planning, production, procurement, and generating profit. Truly, she is the ultimate overseer. Lister meandered for a while, made his presence known, and then returned to his chamber. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed at the flowing waters of the Hudson River under the night sky, savoring a sip of the 1982 Lafite. This exquisite vintage, a true Bordeaux from France, was a treasure unearthed from the world of the Terminator, and he had nearly emptied an entire estate of its stock. In a few days, with the first batch of clones coming online, Lister resolved to have Sloane construct a dedicated wine cellar within the castle to create some much-needed space. At that moment, Lister's personal storage had expanded sevenfold after utilizing a spatial expansion card, reaching nearly 8,000 cubic units, yet it still felt insufficient. In truth, he hadn't stored much, merely a few hundred tons of gold, over 1,000 tons of lafite, a similar quantity of bourbon, 1,000 tons of Maudai, several dozen door frames, a handful of nuclear bows, a small arsenal, and various odds and ends. Was this truly excessive? Alas, the space seemed too cramped. This night, he could only keep solitary company, wondering how Wanda was faring. Initially, Lister contemplated using the universal key to bring Wanda and Quicksilver directly to New York. However, after some reflection, he chose to adhere to his original plan, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to safely escort them back through official channels. The reasoning was simple, to avoid leaving any potential threats behind, as he had no desire to be a target for Hydra. To ensure the safe return of Wanda and Pietro, Lister spared no expense. Before their return, he entrusted Wanda with the White Queen, the Spider-Bot, the rewritten initial code of 800, and a significant amount of weaponry. To guarantee absolute safety, he even bestowed upon Wanda the escape artifact, the universal key, along with 2 nuclear bows, which could serve as a deterrent if necessary. With the power Wanda currently wielded, if utilized wisely, she could potentially subvert a small European nation. Just then, Lister received a text message from an unfamiliar number, yet he instantly recognized the sender. His phone was managed entirely by the White Queen, and the only entity capable of messaging him without being blocked was her own distributed subsystem, the White Queen. How curious it was that just as he thought of her, she sent him a message. Such an insufferable little sprite, always clinging. A smile crept across Lister's lips, a quintessential smirk, as he deliberately replied, "I can't guess, can I? Is it Qingxiao? Manyu?" The response came swiftly, "Humph. I'm angry now. I'm ignoring you, so come and appease me." Lister chuckled and typed back, "All right, I shall soothe you." After a light-hearted exchange, their conversation concluded with Wanda having pressing matters to attend to, leaving Lister once again in a state of ennui. It seemed there was still a task left unfinished. Gazing into the profound darkness of the night, Lister was suddenly reminded of the unfortunate Daredevil. It seemed that on the night he had been rescued, he had received a system task, which had slipped his mind until recently. Why not complete it tonight? Chapter 55, The Aerial Serpent Menace. Lister perused the historical records of the system and located the task description. Ding. Random task triggered. Uphold justice. Assist Daredevil Matt Murdock in dealing with the crime lord Wilson Fisk. Option 1. Aid Daredevil in thwarting Fisk's criminal activities no fewer than 3 times. Reward. Enhanced sensory perception akin to Daredevil's. Option 2. Assist Daredevil in incarcerating Fisk. Reward. 1 physical enhancement card. Option 3. Completely eliminate crime lord Fisk. Reward. 1 mysterious treasure chest. This was a rare selection task. Option 1 seemed laborious, demanding significant effort for a mere sensory enhancement. Definitely a pass. Option 2 offered a commendable physical enhancement card, yet to imprison Fisk would necessitate following legal protocols and gathering sufficient evidence. A rather tedious endeavor. Thus, Option 3 appeared most appealing. Simply eliminate Fisk and receive a mysterious treasure chest as a reward. The name alone suggested it would yield something extraordinary. He chose the third option. Red Queen, search for Wilson Fisk's whereabouts. I require his current location. Lister commanded, directing Red Queen to track Fisk. Contemplating how to swiftly conclude this matter. Shortly, Red Queen relayed the information. Boss, Wilson Fisk is currently in Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States. What could he be doing there? Lister pondered, somewhat taken aback. Red Queen responded, there is a renowned art exhibition in Los Angeles tomorrow, and Ms. Vanessa has been invited to attend. He is accompanying her. Attending an art exhibition? Lister furrowed his brow. He was skeptical that Fisk would traverse from the East Coast to the West Coast solely for an exhibition, even if it involved the woman he cherished, Vanessa. Search again. Has anything significant occurred recently in Los Angeles? Red Queen promptly complied, swiftly investigating. Earlier today, a bank in Los Angeles was robbed, resulting in the loss of $8 million. Stark Industries is hosting a weapons expo, with CEO Obadiah Stane making a commanding appearance. The leader of an international crime syndicate, Alex, has been captured, and a staggering bounty of $100 million has been issued. Stop. Bring up the news regarding the $100 million bounty. Lister felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if this were a scene from a film. The video displayed several heavily armed SWAT officers escorting a prisoner into the police precinct. Suddenly, the prisoner shouted to the onlookers, $100 million. Whoever can get me out, I will give them $100 million. The The escorting officers sensed something amiss and hurriedly pulled him away from the crowd, pushing him towards a swift exit. The prisoner continued to scream, $100 million. As the scene shifted, a host began to introduce the identity of the prisoner and his value. Lister shook his head, bemused by how the media seemed to revel in sensationalism, detailing everything so thoroughly that it might incite unscrupulous individuals to take action. However, he quickly recognized the plot from a film, Anti-Terrorist Special Police Squad. Lister even spotted two vaguely familiar figures in the video, the infamous Mother Shrimp and the sister-in-law from the Timberman family. The beauty of the world was that one could encounter acquaintances anywhere. Given that this was a cinematic narrative, it would be rather inappropriate for the system not to assign a task. Just as this thought crossed Lister's mind, a notification from the system arrived. Ding. Random task triggered. Bounty of a lifetime. Assist the drug lord Alex in escaping. Completion rewards. 1 physical strengthening card. No penalties for failure. Well then, it seems a trip to Los Angeles was unavoidable. Both targets of the task were situated there, and he had no choice but to go. Yet, Lister felt a touch of exasperation. What was happening lately? He seemed to be at odds with Los Angeles, just returning from 1984's Los Angeles. And now he was set to visit 2008's Los Angeles. How he longed for the days when the universal key was at his disposal. With a tinge of nostalgia for the days when he could open spatial doors at will, Lister had booked the earliest flight to Los Angeles. And then he drove out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the airport, swiftly checking in and boarding. This was Lister's first time flying, yet he felt no excitement. Once on the plane and buckled in, he succumbed to sleep. This was a habit formed in his previous life. Whenever he took long-distance buses, he would easily fall asleep after driving, often waking only at the final destination. Hello, sir, please wake up. After an indeterminate amount of time, a beautiful flight attendant roused Lister from his slumber. Had they arrived already? How could it be so fast? Feeling refreshed after his nap, Lister stood and prepared to disembark. Sir, you've misunderstood. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the flight has been delayed. We are still at New York Airport. The flight attendant rushed to clarify upon noticing his confusion. Not yet airborne? Then why did you wake me? Lister's mood soured. He was agitated at being disturbed before reaching his destination. My apologies, sir. We have received notice that first class has been chartered, and we kindly ask you to move to economy class. We will provide equivalent vouchers that can be used on all American Airlines flights. Facing Lister's calm gaze, the flight attendant felt a shiver run down her spine and hurriedly spoke. Chartered? Which tycoon could afford such extravagance? Lister's interest piqued. He was eager to meet this magnate, perhaps even to witness some ostentatious display. Such scenarios were a delight to behold, essential for any thrilling narrative. As they conversed, two individuals emerged from the economy section, a young, handsome Caucasian man and a middle-aged bald African American. A bald head. Isn't that the mother for? Not long ago, List had just spotted his likeness in a news video, and now he encounters another. Could this be yet another cinematic narrative? Beep. Triggering random task. Airborne serpent incident. Assist the passengers in overcoming their plight. Completion rewards. Animal affinity. Failure incurs no penalty. Animal affinity. Ability to communicate with animals. Most creatures hold you in high regard and will not harm you unless antagonized. Indeed, just as one wave subsides, another arises. Yet another task awaits. List recalled the film in question. However, he seemed to remember that the flight in Airborne Serpent incident was from Hawaii to Los Angeles. How had it now transformed into a New York to Los Angeles journey? I am Detective Willie Fain. First class has been commandeered. Please proceed to the economy class for boarding. The bald African-American man bypassed the flight attendant, brandishing his credentials, and addressed List directly. Very well. I shall leave this to you. I am off to the economy class for some rest. List did not engage in further debate and exited the first-class cabin. Chapter 56. A thrilling experience. Upon stepping out of first class, a lovely flight attendant guided List into the economy section. Sir, this is your seat. May you enjoy a pleasant journey. Indeed. List surveyed his surroundings. The cabin was not overly crowded. A gentleman of African descent was surrounded by two attractive women seeking his autograph, presumably a celebrity. An elderly man, rotund and accompanied by two burly bodyguards. Likely a wealthy individual. A beautiful lady cradled a chihuahua with affectionate indulgence, presumably a daughter of affluence. These individuals appeared quite ordinary. Yet the two women who boarded next possessed a certain intrigue. They were both stunning, with enviable figures and particularly pronounced curves, a sight to behold. More importantly, List found them uncannily familiar, likely stars from some film or series, yet certainly not from Airborne Serpent incident. Their presence here seemed coincidental. But which narrative did they belong to? As he gazed at them, List fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of recognition flashed in his eyes. He finally recalled who they were, aided by the memory of the staggering $100 million bounty. Both women were assassins. One hailed from John Wick, the infamous Perkins who had attempted to eliminate John Wick. The other, from gun, girl, and gambling, was the alluring blonde assassin, though List could not recall her name, as it appeared unmentioned in the storyline. It seemed the latter was also a member of the LGBTQ community. Perhaps they were involved romantically. However, in America, freedom reigns. Same-sex relationships are permissible, and even marriage is an option. Yet, List pondered further. The presence of these two on a flight to Los Angeles at this hour was undoubtedly intentional, likely linked to that colossal $100 million bounty. If that is indeed the case, these two individuals are truly invaluable tools. A plan began to form in Lee-T's mind. If their motives were purely for the bounty, then he could not be blamed for playing the role of the cunning mantis lying in wait for the unsuspecting cicada. Subsequently, Lee-T surveyed the other passengers. Apart from one African American who exhibited somewhat peculiar behavior, the rest appeared to be ordinary travelers. However, as he scanned the cabin, a frown gradually creased his brow. Earlier, during boarding, he had instinctively glanced over the economy class, which had been nearly full at the time. Yet now, fewer than half of the seats were occupied. Moreover, it was evident that the current passengers had just boarded the aircraft, where then had the earlier passengers disappeared. Coupled with the flight delay, Lee-T's gaze sharpened. It seemed he had become the target of certain individuals. But who could they be? S-H-I-E-L-D. The military? Hydra? Only these three factions were privy to his true capabilities, and Lee-T leaned towards the notion of Hydra. First, he dismissed the military. They would not engage in such trivialities, and if they intended to act, they would undoubtedly deploy their forces. Next, he ruled out S-H-I-E-L-D. Despite their lack of ethical boundaries, they would not gamble with the lives of an entire plane of people merely to test his abilities. Thus, the remaining possibility was Hydra. After all, the serpents were not their doing, and even if he pursued the matter, they could easily feign ignorance. Perhaps this probing was merely an impromptu decision, for who would expect him to be en route to Los Angeles at such a moment? Yet, this was certainly no coincidence. Ever since Lee-T had been exposed to S-H-I-E-L-D, he had anticipated that his movements would be monitored, though he had not imagined they would go to such lengths. Soon, the passengers completed boarding, and the aircraft soared into the sky amidst the safety briefing from the flight attendants. Before long, the plane ascended into the stratosphere. Lee-T unfastened his seatbelt, rose, and made his way towards the rear of the aircraft. Some passengers noticed his movement, but said nothing, for this was the land of the free. Upon reaching the tail of the cabin, Lee-T seized the opportunity to slip unnoticed into the cargo hold. He recalled that in the narrative, shortly after takeoff, the serpents would break free from their confinement and wreak havoc. He needed to act swiftly. Before long, Lee-T located the crate containing the venomous snakes. At that moment, the timer on the crate struck 0, and the lid burst open, releasing a flurry of colorful serpents that lunged at Lee-T. "You wretched creatures, seeking your demise." Lee-T's expression turned icy as he waved his hand, cleaving several snakes in twain, rendering them lifeless. He then casually tossed in a dozen spider drones into the now-filled crate of snakes and pressed the lid down. Instantly, the crate erupted with a series of hissing sounds. Minutes later, as the noises subsided, Lee-T opened the lid to see a dozen mangled robots crawling out, approaching him. Excellent, splendid. A corporeal being stands no chance against a body of steel. List maintained a serene demeanor as he utilized telekinesis to clear the swarm of robotic spiders, subsequently gathering them up. He then turned on his heel to depart, leaving the grisly scene for the crew to tend to. He had not forgotten that he had been unceremoniously relegated from first class to economy. List refrained from erupting in anger, exhibiting restraint. However, he found amusement in conjuring minor inconveniences that would leave the crew in disarray. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task, Aerial Serpent Infestation. Assisting passengers in overcoming adversity has yielded the reward of Animal Affinity. Animal Affinity, the ability to communicate with animals, most of which hold a favorable disposition towards you and will not harm you unless provoked. Soon enough, upon returning to his seat, List feigned sleep, all the while seizing the opportunity to assimilate his system reward. Shortly thereafter, he concluded the fusion and accessed the long-neglected system panel. Host, List age, 23 bloodline, enhanced human strength, beyond the ordinary, 125, physique, beyond the ordinary, capable of withstanding standard bullet damage, agility, beyond the ordinary, speed reaching the sound barrier. Reaction time of 0.01 seconds, mentality, beyond the ordinary, able to mentally influence reality, skills, combat, master, driving, advanced, powers, telekinesis, intermediate. Animal affinity attributes, gun god, mastery over all firearms, shooting accuracy 40, shooting speed 30, shooting power 30. Resilience, strength 10, physique 30. Super strength, strength 120, physique 30. Spatial storage, 7,920 cubic units items. Dummy doll 1, disguise glasses 1 before long. The potent scent of blood caught the attention of a pair of young lovers seeking excitement in the luggage compartment. "Ah, a snake!" With their exclamation, the aircraft erupted into a frenzy. First, the flight attendants rushed in, followed by the air marshal, and eventually, Agent Willie Merfake also arrived to investigate the scene. The other passengers, driven by curiosity, began to whisper and gossip animatedly. At that moment, List merely rolled over, adopting a more comfortable position, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 58. An invitation from a beauty. List executed his tasks with precision, leaving no trace behind. After Willie Merfake and others examined the scene, they quickly discerned that something was amiss. Had these venomous serpents not been eradicated but instead broken free to infiltrate the cabin, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Every individual present trembled with trepidation, consumed by a sense of dread. They could not help but feel immense gratitude towards the mysterious figure who had vanquished the serpents. To avoid inciting panic, they chose to keep the matter discreet, merely using a small snake to placate the passengers. Only Perkins and Helena sensed that something was amiss, yet they refrained from probing further, casting merely a few extra glances at Lister. Soon, the airplane fell into a profound silence. Time passed unmeasured until the aircraft safely touched down at Los Angeles International Airport. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lister merged with the throng exiting the terminal and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head to the Hollywood Hotel. "Friend, the streets have been rather tumultuous these past couple of days. It's best to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary," the driver, a somewhat weathered white man, remarked amiably. Engaging in light conversation, upon learning that Lister was visiting for leisure, he offered a friendly warning. Unsettled? In what manner? Lister feigned curiosity, squinting at a Ford that had been trailing them since their departure from the airport. This vehicle, indeed, harbored Perkins and Helena within its confines. Was this merely a coincidence? Or something more? It's evident you haven't been keeping up with the news. The driver chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. $100 million. There's a bounty of $100 million for anyone who can rescue him from the police. The streets are alive with chaos. Every young scoundrel is sharpening their knives, eager to storm the precinct and liberate him. They fail to realize how easy it is to earn such money. Pathetic fools. Lister listened quietly, refraining from any commentary. Surely, even a simple taxi driver could comprehend that someone might attempt to seize the opportunity to ambush a police convoy. Could the Los Angeles Police Department be oblivious? Would they not be prepared? This was destined to be a war, not just a mere game of cat and mouse. Before long, the taxi came to a halt near the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Lister settled the fare, exited the vehicle, and entered the Hollywood Hotel. As his figure vanished from sight, two striking silhouettes approached gracefully. "Are you certain he won't kill us?" Perkins inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation as she grasped Helena's arm, seeking reassurance. "Of course," Helena replied, though uncertainty gnawed at her thoughts. It was undeniable that Fox was still alive. While he was a cold-blooded killer, he seemed to show leniency towards women. Moreover, they bore no grudges against him and were merely seeking collaboration. Surely he would not resort to killing them. In truth, given their capabilities, they could have seized the opportunity to strike from the shadows, confident in their success. Yet, she had just received word that the formidable assassin, Wu Shuang, had also arrived in Los Angeles. His presence was evidently motivated by the enticing bounty. As the most renowned assassin following the Night Demon, John Wick, Wu Shuang was exceptionally skilled, vengeful, and, crucially, there were past grievances between them. Should he discover her presence, his nature would compel him to seek retribution. Even if he did not target her directly, the singular nature of the bounty would inevitably lead them into conflict. She harbored no confidence in her ability to escape from her adversary, which was precisely why Helena sought the assistance of Lister. Although Lister rose to prominence later in life, he had dismantled two formidable assassin organizations, one of which was the ancient Destiny organization that had endured for over a millennium. Such remarkable accomplishments rendered even the legendary Night Demon, John Wick, pale in comparison, earning him the epithet Nidhogg. Consequently, assassins regarded him with profound respect and trepidation, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their annihilation. Helena mustered the courage to approach him, greatly aided by the fact that she was the sole survivor of the Destiny organization and thus possessed significant credibility. At that moment, within the opulent presidential suite of the hotel, Lister conducted a thorough telepathic scan, which allowed him to relax and retrieve a laptop computer. Alice, what is the current situation? Prior to their departure, Lister had instructed the Red Queen to gather intelligence on the Los Angeles Police Department, gangs, assassin organizations, and intelligence networks. Report, sir. As of now, 6 local gangs have explicitly expressed their intent to hijack the prisoner transport, and they are preparing with great urgency. The local assassins and intelligence groups are nearly indistinguishable. Currently, there are 18 confirmed interested assassins and 53 individuals purchasing operational intelligence from the police. Additionally, since news of the situation broke, several external assassins have entered Los Angeles, notably including Wu Shuang, Scorpion, Helena, and Perkins. The Los Angeles Police Department is not entirely cohesive, aside from a few entrenched informants. Officers Blake and Michael are also planning to take action. The Red Queen elaborated, and before long, Lister gained a comprehensive understanding of the current landscape, allowing his internal strategy to refine further. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lister was about to inquire about Jean Min's status, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Come in. Sensing a somewhat familiar presence, Lister deduced who awaited him outside. He opened the door and welcomed 2 individuals into the room. Esteemed Lord Nidhogg, I am Helena, an assassin, and this is my partner, Perkins. Once the door was closed, Helena began her introduction, adopting a humble demeanor as though meeting nobility. Perkins was not in a much better position. Although she had encountered formidable figures before, even the legendary John Wick seemed ordinary in her eyes. While her opponent was undoubtedly stronger, she believed there existed a chance to defeat or even kill him. However, when faced with Lister, she felt no inclination to resist. His immense aura rendered her breathless, as though she were suffocating. For a fleeting moment, she regretted entering the room. Observing the 2 uninvited guests, Lister remained composed, pouring himself a chilled cola, taking a sip, and casually stating, "State your purpose." With Lister's words, the palpable pressure that enveloped the room dissipated. Helena and Perkins felt an overwhelming sense of survival after narrowly escaping danger. Helena inhaled deeply and declared, "We wish to invite you to join our team to pursue a substantial bounty." Huh, why should I share the spoils with you when I can accomplish this alone? List scoffed derisively. Chapter 59. A test of skills. Helena's expression shifted abruptly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, if she could secure a fortune of $100 million on her own, there would be no need to invite others and relinquish half of the reward. That cannot be your stance, for though you possess formidable strength, you are but one individual, vulnerable and isolated. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With our participation, the dynamics would shift entirely. Perkins interjected hastily, sensing the conversation taking a turn for the worse. In what way would it be different? List inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. It is worth noting that the actress portraying the shape-shifting agent Barbara Morse in the S.H.I.E.L.D. series is indeed the same person standing before him now. In the realm of the multiverse, could they possibly be one and the same? It was not entirely implausible. With Hydra on the move, it was unreasonable to assume that S.H.I.E.L.D. would remain passive, especially since Nick Fury, the current head of S.H.I.E.L.D., had a reputation for being both grim and cunning. If he could conceal the significant upheaval caused by the Skrulls, one could argue that he was merely attempting to avert panic. However, a less charitable interpretation might suggest that he was an egotist, positioning himself as the sovereign of Earth. How absurd, Perkins thought, somewhat taken aback. Yet, she managed to articulate, "We can provide intelligence and logistical support, and if necessary, we can engage in combat to eliminate some minor threats and alleviate your burden. So, you are here to seek my favor then?" List seized upon their verbal misstep. Even if they were indeed capable of shape-shifting, he would not turn them away. Seeking favor? We are here to pursue a partnership, if you will. They dared not voice such sentiments at that moment. Initially, they might have entertained the hope that even if collaboration failed, they could retreat unscathed. Yet now, faced with the abyss-like gaze of List, they perceived only indifference and amusement. "Since you have not opposed, I take it as acquiescence." List quaffed a chilled cola, feeling invigorated. Yet remarked, "However, I do not accept just anyone. If you wish to remain, I require a demonstration of your capabilities. And how do you propose we do that?" The two, entirely at List's mercy, could only reluctantly respond. The most direct way to assess an individual's prowess is through combat skills and marksmanship. Given the hotel's setting and the early hour, showcasing firearms might disturb the peace, so hand-to-hand combat would suffice. List rose, stretched his neck, and stated nonchalantly, 1 minute. If you can endure for a minute without succumbing to my hands, I shall allow you to stay. He wore a cold expression, reminiscent of a deity of death. His words more frigid than the biting winter wind, causing Helena and Perkins to pale, their spines chilled. Surely you jest? Perkins replied with a wretched smile. What do you think? List stepped forward, continuing, rest assured, I shall exert merely 10% of my strength. If that is the case, and you cannot withstand even a minute, it would be better to succumb to death. Upon hearing that he would only use a fraction of his power, the two initially felt a surge of joy, which swiftly morphed into indignation. They acknowledged List's formidable prowess, far surpassing their own. Yet to claim they were inferior even to his minimal strength was an affront. Consequently, a fierce determination ignited within Helena and Perkins. They were resolute in imparting a profound lesson to List today. Attack. Helena was the first to strike. She unleashed a powerful move, her long, graceful leg transforming into a lethal scissor, clamping down fiercely on List's neck. This was the deadly technique known in the underworld as the killing scissor kick. Next, she intended to leverage her waist strength to throw him to the ground, followed by a triangle chokehold, ensuring List's demise today. However, would List allow her to fulfill her intentions? The answer was undoubtedly no. With a swift motion, List extended his long arm, capturing Helena effortlessly in his grasp, leaving her unable to escape his clutches no matter her attempts. This exemplified the principle of overcoming 10 with 1. List possessed extraordinary strength. With a base power of 20 tons, even when he moderated his force to a mere 10%, that still equated to 2 tons of might, far exceeding the typical human limit of 6 to 700 kilograms. Seeing Helena ensnared, Perkins launched her assault. She adopted a strategy of diversion, targeting List's lower body, hoping to destabilize him and grant Helena a chance for a comeback. Yet, things did not unfold as she had hoped. When Perkins' leg collided with List's, it felt as though she had struck a solid iron pillar. He remained unscathed, while she winced in pain, retreating with a limp. Bang! With a forceful slam, List sent Helena crashing to the ground, causing the floor to shatter and reveal the concrete beneath. Observing Helena convulsing, List felt a sense of satisfaction with his foundational version of the Hulk smash. 3 seconds. Watching the two falter in their initial assault, List's derisive voice rang out. Again, Helena rolled back and rose to her feet. This time, she refrained from recklessly attacking, instead exchanging glances with Perkins, conspiring for a decisive strike. However, you just attacked. Now it's my turn. List chuckled, launching his counteroffensive. His assault was devoid of unnecessary intricacies, focused solely on speed, ferocity, and precision. As soon as the sound faded, List appeared beside the two, delivering 2 swift punches to their chests. Bang! Bang! Helena and Perkins were sent flying for over 10 meters, crashing against the wall behind them. How ruthless! Helena fell unconscious instantly, while Perkins struggled to utter 3 words before succumbing to darkness as well. They were so easily defeated. Initially, List had intended to engage in some playful banter with them, but to his surprise, they were fragile and he had already gone easy on them. They hadn't even lasted a minute. What was he to do? He certainly couldn't kill them. Subsequently, List approached to examine them. Both had fractured ribs. While their lives were not in peril, such injuries would require 100 days to heal. Had they been anyone else, they would have missed this mission entirely. However, under List's care, their recovery would only take a few hours, posing no hindrance to the evening's operations. After an indeterminate amount of time, Perkins regained consciousness. Her body felt stiff, as if bound by some force, her eyes seemingly encased in plaster. Alarmed, Perkins thought she might be buried alive. Bang! She abruptly sat up, realizing she was not in a coffin, but rather in a bathtub. Next to her, Helena was submerged, with only her face breaking the surface. Chapter 60. The show begins. Perkins hurriedly reached over to pull Helena out. What was going on? Perkins had her suspicions, but dared not voice them. Once fully awake, Helena surveyed her surroundings and understood the question at hand. This must be the healing liquid secretly passed down by the Destiny organization. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, it could restore one to full health overnight. I had heard of this miraculous remedy from Fox, yet had never seen the actual substance. However, I was informed that it forms a waxy substance to immobilize the individual during treatment. This must undoubtedly be the healing liquid. Helena recounted, So he first nearly beat us to death, only to show mercy and restore us to our original state with this healing liquid. Perkins clenched her teeth in frustration, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Yet Helena pondered more deeply. Since he hadn't killed them, it implied that he had decided to keep them. However, after having flirted with death, they now lacked the courage to argue back. She began to comprehend the power that Fox had spoken of. Soon, both women composed themselves, tidied their appearances, and opened the bathroom door. Bang, 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 boom. Indeed, being in a 5-star hotel meant excellent soundproofing. Despite the commotion outside, they heard nothing within. They looked up to see List lounging on the sofa, engrossed in an old cop and robber drama. On the screen, a large group of robbers was assaulting a police convoy. The robbers displayed a palpable lack of professionalism, brandishing submachine guns yet being subdued by the mere handguns of the police, suffering continuous losses in the process. Their performance served as a stark illustration of what it means to be expendable. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically to the top floor of a high-rise building. There, a heavily armed helicopter awaited takeoff, flanked by a squad of elite SWAT officers escorting a prisoner ready to board. At that moment, a rocket-propelled grenade soared in from the distance, striking the helicopter with devastating precision. The explosion was deafening. The aircraft was obliterated, its spinning rotor blades careening like a top, gouging a deep trench into the ground before plummeting from the rooftop. The sudden turn of events compelled the officers to hastily usher the prisoner into the building for cover. You're all doomed, the prisoner taunted, only to be silenced by a swift strike from a nearby female officer, compelling him to behave. Is this live coverage? At that moment, Perkins and Helena realized that this was no mere police drama but a genuine unfolding of events. The arrogant prisoner was none other than the billionaire worth $100 million. What is happening? Who has the upper hand? They inquired, their urgency palpable. Their mission revolved around that staggering sum. An awakening to the reality that others were already in motion was disconcerting. If they failed, it would be unfortunate. But if someone else seized the opportunity, they would gain nothing and potentially suffer losses themselves. Success? Lister scoffed, remarking, those currently in action are mere pawns, merely probing the police's defensive capabilities. The truly formidable individuals will only commence their operations after thoroughly assessing the situation. Thank goodness it's not over. The two women exhaled in relief, for at least hope remained. By the way, boss, we are now in your employ. How do you intend to proceed with our arrangement? Perkins queried, a glint of cunning in her eye. Let us refrain from such talk. What do you mean by your people? Lister interjected hastily. Ever since acquiring control over the AI, Wanda had taken a keen interest in his affairs. Should she overhear this conversation, misunderstandings would inevitably arise, leading to exhausting exchanges. Our relationship is strictly hierarchical. As long as you fulfill the tasks I assign, I assure you will not be shortchanged. How will we not be shortchanged? The matter pertained to their future benefits, and the pair was determined to delve deeper, unwilling to be easily swayed by mere words. Regarding your compensation post-employment, I have 2 proposals for you to choose from, Lister stated, instructing the AI to disable the surveillance footage. Pray enlighten us. Perkins and Helena urged eagerly. Lister scrutinized them before slowly articulating, Proposal 1. Upon the successful completion of this mission, the entire bounty of $100 million will belong to you. However, from that point onwards, no salary would be received on a monthly basis, nor would they enjoy the benefits afforded to company employees. Of course, should they accomplish the tasks assigned by the company, they could earn corresponding commissions, the amount of which would depend on their own capabilities. And what of the second option? The second plan entails that upon the completion of this task, there would be no bonus. However, in the future, a substantial monthly salary of $200,000 would be granted, alongside access to the company's employee benefits, with all other conditions remaining unchanged. Is that all? Indeed. Take your time to deliberate. Subsequently, Lister ceased to concern himself with them, opting instead to communicate with the Red Queen via his smartphone. Throughout the morning, while he appeared inactive, those who took action were, to varying degrees, influenced by him. As for the nature of that influence, it was quite simple. The mere existence of true or false intelligence sufficed. Meanwhile, Perkins and Helena found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Should they choose the first option, they would immediately receive $100 million, to be divided equally, granting each of them a personal fortune of $50 million. The second option's most critical aspect was the employee benefits. What kind of benefits could possibly equate to $50 million? The 5 insurances and 1 fund. They were unaware of the specifics, yet given how openly the other party had presented it, there must have been aspects beyond their comprehension. Ultimately, the two resolved to take a gamble. We choose the second option. Perkins and Helena approached Lister, articulating their choice. Excellent. You have made the right decision. In the evening, following the morning's assault, the SWAT team, led by the bald Harrison, once again escorted Alex on his journey. This time, under the cover of night. They deployed several police vehicles, of which only 2 were primary, while the others provided support. Moreover, to ensure absolute security, they arranged for an armed helicopter to circle above, establishing aerial dominance. From atop a tall building, Lister, accompanied by Perkins and Helena, surveyed the entirety of Los Angeles. At this moment, the police convoy had split. Yet they remained fixated on the correct route of the target vehicle. When shall we take action? Helena, growing impatient, fiddled with her twin pistols and inquired. Patience. Lister replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits in the rear. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 61. Unmatched? Is that so? In the evening, 2 motorcycle officers led the way as a convoy of police cars, emblazoned with their insignia, traversed the streets of Los Angeles amid a throng of onlookers. Bang, bang, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a van disregarded a red light and careened directly into the path of the convoy. Simultaneously, another truck from behind crashed into the convoy, toppling 2 police vehicles. Immediately, the buildings lining the road opened up, revealing a figure who hurled a hand grenade into the convoy. Amidst the thunderous explosion, several police cars were destroyed, and the gathered crowd scattered in terror. Subsequently, the doors of the freight cars swung wide open, and a cadre of well-trained bandits surged forth, their submachine guns unleashing a lethal barrage. In an instant, the police suffered grievous casualties. On the top floor of the building, through powerful telescopes, Lister and his companions beheld the fierce unfolding of the conflict. Who could be behind this operation? Each participant appears to be exceptionally skilled. Helena licked her alluring red lips, marveling at the robbers' proficiency. The Wild Tiger Gang? Intelligence indicates that this is merely a small faction of around 200 members. They could not possibly have cultivated such formidable henchmen. Perkins, perusing his phone, furrowed his brow slightly. Allow me to impart a lesson. Do not place too much trust in the information provided by intelligence agencies. They even claimed that Alex was among the convoy. Yet in truth, he was nowhere to be found. Behind the 2, Lister reclined in an armchair, sipping Lafite while gazing at the distant sunset, and spoke languidly. Boss, do you know something we do not? Perkins and Helena turned to Lister, with Perkins speaking while deftly smoothing his wind-tousled hair. I possess a modicum of insight. Although the Wild Tiger Gang is a minor faction lacking substantial power, they are undoubtedly backed by a formidable entity. Lister articulated slowly, adding a splash of Sprite to his Lafite and savoring the delightful sweetness. Observing their extravagant indulgence, the 2 women chose to ignore it. Helena, ever forthright, asserted, you imply that these elites are affiliated with the power behind the Wild Tiger Gang. Perkins, with meticulous reasoning, added, if it is indeed the force behind the Wild Tiger Gang, it must possess considerable strength and would not be swayed by such trivial sums. For an ordinary individual, $100 million is an immense fortune, yet for some, it equates to merely $10,000 in a typical household. The ability to deploy such elite forces clearly indicates a lack of financial constraint. They would never expose themselves for the sake of this sum. $100 million is certainly beneath their notice. Lister scoffed disdainfully, but the entire Montel family, along with its drug trafficking networks, was his true objective. This sounds suspiciously like an intent to silence. Perkins remarked, his eyes narrowing. Of course, it is about silencing. Lister cleared his throat and patiently elaborated. By eliminating Alex and installing his feeble brother as a puppet, everything belonging to the Montel family would gradually fall into his hands. And who precisely is this he? Helena inquired. Gene Bing. Lister replied. Gene Bing. It is him. Both Helena and Perkins gasped in astonishment. This underground monarch of New York, the crime lord of the East Coast, had subtly extended his influence to the West Coast, now seeking to infiltrate the Empire's graveyard. This is a formidable figure with grand ambitions. However, this time, he is destined for disappointment. The group turned their gaze towards the battlefield, where the conflict was drawing to a close. The well-equipped and highly trained Gene Bing swiftly annihilated all the police officers within a brief span of time. Subsequently, they approached the black police vehicle at the center, flung open the doors, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the interior, culminating in the toss of a grenade inside. In the aftermath, they retreated rapidly, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and corpses. This is cheating. Helena felt the sting of reality, her frustration mounting. This was not cheating, it was a mere spectacle. Perkins, with a grave expression, involuntarily elevated his assessment of Gene Bing's threat level. What spectacle? Helena inquired. Her brow furrowed. This is a flawless execution broadcast live. Perkins elucidated, indicating that Jean Bing was demonstrating his might to the Montel family. Those who align with him prosper, while those who oppose him perish. However, Alex is not even in the vehicle. Helena made one last effort. Yet, who truly knows? Perkins replied with a smile. Helena ceased her struggle, muttering, "It is all your fault for being so loose-lipped." Jean Bing. Behind the two, Lister quietly murmured, having just learned of such a sweeping maneuver capable of transforming the false into the true. Could this be what is referred to as the illusion of reality? At that moment, the incident of the police vehicle being ambushed and completely decimated had reached the ears of Captain Dan Hullerson through the broadcast. Damn it, he cursed vehemently, yearning to put an end to the mastermind, Alex, with a single bullet. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain composure, soon realizing something was amiss. Such audacity could not possibly stem from a hastily assembled rabble. They might confront the police, but they would not dare to massacre them. Nor could they execute such a feat. Hurry up and catch up. We have encountered a formidable adversary this time. Everyone heighten your vigilance. With these thoughts, Captain Dan Hullerson promptly informed the driver of the second vehicle. However, an unexpected turn of events was unfolding within that vehicle. The driver suddenly betrayed them, seizing control of the situation with a firearm, and then Brian Gamble emerged, shooting down a police officer and locking Jim Street in place at the steering wheel. They then rushed with Alex into a nearby subway station. The sudden upheaval caught not only the escorting officers off guard, but also the assassins lying in ambush nearby, who were now exposed. Are you Wu Shuang? The unexpected voice startled the assassin Wu Shuang, who was preparing to pursue, causing him to draw his gun and aim in the direction of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Wu Shuang unleashed a volley of bullets, confident in his marksmanship. At such a distance, he was certain of his aim. Yet, amidst the sound of footsteps, a shadow gradually emerged. Wu Shuang, hardly impressive. The newcomer was none other than Lister. For Wu Shuang, the most renowned assassin following the Night Demon John Wick, had once idolized the original owner of this body. Upon this rare encounter, List was eager to meet him, fulfilling a wish of the original owner. Little did he anticipate the audacity of this individual, who, upon their first meeting, opened fire without hesitation, unleashing a full barrage. Such animosity must run deep. It seemed that they had no prior interactions. Chapter 62. The hidden move of Jean Bing. Even before List emerged from the shadows, Wu Shuang had already recognized his identity. As the saying goes, rivals often arise among peers, especially as List's recent ascent to prominence eclipsed Wu Shuang's own reputation. The other's rise to fame was not due to any significant accomplishments, but rather through a series of unconventional actions that led to the annihilation of two assassination organizations. The Kent assassins, while sounding prestigious, were, in reality, rather mediocre, especially after they had severed ties with their top assassin, John Smith, significantly diminishing their strength. On the other hand, the Destiny organization, known for its mastery of arc shooting, indeed wielded considerable power and posed a challenge. However, should Wu Shuang truly desire to confront them, opportunities were not entirely absent. Moreover, he had heard that the other had seized the chance during the internal strife of the Destiny organization, striking with sudden ferocity, leaving this millennium-old organization with only a single survivor. In both instances, there were suspicions of List merely reaping the benefits of others' efforts, not necessarily indicating his prowess was as formidable as it appeared. Thus, while List seemed a god of death in the eyes of ordinary assassins, to Wu Shuang, he was merely competent. Even now, witnessing List remain unscathed amidst his hail of bullets, Wu Shuang attributed it solely to the quality of his body armor, failing to perceive any true combat strength. Nidhogg. Wu Shuang raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with provocation, challenging to see who would be the first to slay Alex. Apologies, but I am here to rescue, List replied, shaking his head, and immediately raised his weapon to fire. Just moments ago, this individual had boasted of his prowess, unleashing a volley of bullets. Such an affront could not go unanswered. Bang! Wu Shuang's reflexes were equally swift. Sensing the change in List's demeanor, he sprang into action. Known as Wu Shuang for his unparalleled marksmanship and combat skills, he could only reign supreme among ordinary individuals. Against the now extraordinary List, his prideful speed became a mere jest. Boom! Wu Shuang was struck and fell to the ground, his body propelled back several meters. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest had absorbed the impact, and he was not yet dead. Lying on the ground, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he bore the pain in his chest, launching several grenades towards List. Meanwhile, he swiftly rolled to take cover behind a nearby vehicle. Damn. List's pupils constricted. Wushuang was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. The arrival of multiple grenades would spell doom for an ordinary person, and even he feared that facing them head-on might lead to severe injury. Return to me. However, List, with his myriad of tactics and a surge of psychic energy, effortlessly sent the grenade back to Wushuang's side. Wushuang, taken aback, scrambled desperately to evade it. With a wall on one side and a car on the other, his only options for escape were to the sides. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible barrier lay ahead, causing him to crash into it, leaving his head ringing. At this critical moment, he could think of nothing else. He leaped to the car, but with a resounding thud, he fell back down. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the grenades detonated in succession. The car was hurled into the air, and Wushuang was obliterated, his remains scattered beyond recognition. Just like that, he was dead. On a distant rooftop, Perkins and Helena, who had witnessed the entire battle unfold, were left in utter shock. Was this speed not astonishing? It was a swift execution, almost as if it were a playful jest. This was Wushuang, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Unavoidably, List's threat level surged in their minds once again. Stop dawdling, we must change locations. At some point, List emerged from the stairwell, startling the two. Wow, boss, you move so quickly. Indeed, it is rather swift. Perkins was alarmed. It was more than just a little fast. It was almost akin to teleportation. From their previous position to here, the straight line distance was at least 400 meters, with the actual route likely exceeding 600 meters, compounded by several dozen stories of height, all accomplished in just over 5 seconds. A 35-story building would take nearly a minute to ascend by elevator. The best human record for 100 meters is merely 9.69 seconds, set by Bolt. By the way, it seems this individual can fly. In an instant, Perkins ceased his inner turmoil. Half an hour later, near the 6th Street Bridge in Los Angeles. Boss, what are we doing here? Park the car in a discreet location. Helena transformed into a curious child. Wait. List maintained a furrowed brow. After such a lengthy span of time, Red still could not ascertain Jean Bin's location, which posed quite a dilemma. He had two objectives in Los Angeles. One was Alex, and the other was Jean Bin. Yet now, even as the situation with Alex was nearing resolution, he had failed to uncover Jean Bin's whereabouts. Was he expected to search every possible location? Noticing List's impatience, Perkins whispered to Helena, "Listen to the boss. Let us wait. Soon, those individuals will arrive with Alex, and we merely need to lie in wait." As faint sounds reached him, List cast a contemplative glance at Perkins, increasingly certain of his suspicions. Before long, several construction vehicles arrived on either side of the bridge, effectively isolating it and forcing all other vehicles to deter. However, not all were redirected. Two black sedans brazenly drove onto the bridge. Action! With a command, Perkins and Helena stealthily approached their target, the black sedan housing Alex. List did not engage directly, yet he was far from idle. He had long since extended his mental prowess, continuously probing the surroundings for any anomalies. Suddenly, List's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the train station beneath the bridge. There stood an unremarkable young Caucasian man, seemingly ordinary, yet with extraordinary perceptive abilities. He seemed to sense the presence of List's mental energy, his body tensing as it passed by, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. This individual was no ordinary person. His strength was at least at the limits of the average man, if not greater. "Alice, who is this person?" List inquired, retrieving his phone to have Red Queen gather information on him. Henry Howard, born in 1983 in California. The records indicated everything was in order, an impeccable family, a flawless childhood, with no military or other training experiences. Could this be mere coincidence? Despite the implications, List was not inclined to accept this as mere happenstance. "By the way, do we have any specific information on Scorpion?" "Apologies, boss, but Scorpion's data is encrypted. If we attempt to breach it, it would alert the SHIELD Cybersecurity Division." Could this person be the enigmatic Scorpion? List pondered silently. Meanwhile, fierce gunfire erupted on the bridge. This confrontation was not instigated by Perkins and her companion, but was a sudden assault by workers who had previously surrounded the bridge, targeting Brian and his associates. Was this Gold's contingency plan? Observing the chaos from the bridge, List contemplated. Chapter 63, Targeting Scorpion. The assailants were all well-trained and well-equipped, elite fighters. List recognized them clearly. They were the same individuals who had obliterated the police convoy earlier that evening. Gold's meticulousness was commendable. List couldn't help but marvel. To eliminate Alex, he not only enlisted the services of unparalleled assassins, but also deployed his elite subordinates to cover any gaps. A man capable of becoming a crime lord relies not merely on brute force and ruthlessness. It is his astute intellect that proves pivotal. The members of Gold's faction were adept, taking the initiative unexpectedly, rapidly overpowering Brian, Hawkeye, and Gumball, forcing them behind their vehicles. One of their allies had already been shot, though not fatal. It left him in a precarious situation. Should they intervene? If you wish to stir up a hornet's nest, then go ahead. I shall not partake. At this moment, Perkins and Helena had reached the bridge's edge, yet faced with the fierce gunfire. They chose to bide their time and observe. As for rescuing anyone, what concern was that of theirs? Even if they saved someone, they would receive no reward. Amidst the intense onslaught, one ally after another fell, leaving only Brian and Alex to continue their desperate struggle. Boss, shall we not take action? At that moment, List arrived beside the two, and Helena spoke up. Wait a moment, someone is approaching. Gazing into the dimness beneath the bridge, List spoke in a calm voice. In the next instant, two grenades soared from beneath the bridge, landing directly amidst the elite marksmen of Jinbing. Boom, boom. Instantly, chaos erupted as many were thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Following this, a dark figure leapt from under the bridge, charging into the panicked group of gunmen. Armed with two ebony daggers, he swung them with deadly grace, akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping lives. His speed was remarkable, his agility unparalleled, allowing him to evade the gunfire with mere fractions of a second to spare. Whoosh! He swept through like a gale, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Scorpion! Perkins exclaimed, her pupils dilating in shock. Do you recognize him? List inquired thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at her. The Red Queen had pursued intelligence on Scorpion for a considerable time without success, yet she could identify him at a glance. This stirred a sense of envy within List regarding the intelligence department of S.H.I.E.L.D. I did not know him. Perkins shook her head. Scorpion is a master of disguise, always presenting a different visage for each operation. However, there are rumors in the Continental Hotel that he is exceptionally swift and adept with dual daggers. Indeed, List responded, somewhat embarrassed. He felt a pang of regret for having overlooked this matter. Since the advent of the Red Queen, he had grown overly reliant on her, particularly for intelligence, often delegating the task of online searches to her, while imposing restrictions to avoid provoking powerful factions. Consequently, most of the information she could access was rather commonplace, and any more discreet details eluded her grasp. In terms of intelligence gathering, who could rival organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or the High Table? It seemed he would need to grant more freedom to the Red Queen in the future. While List was lost in thought, the Scorpion wreaked havoc, decimating Jinbing's elite forces. Who are you? What is your purpose? Brian swallowed hard, suppressing his fear as he spoke, watching the Scorpion approach. Reward. Scorpion replied coolly, disregarding the micro-submachine gun raised by Brian, turning instead to the somewhat dazed Alex. If you help me escape safely, I will give you $100 million. Alex's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded. What about my share? Upon hearing that the entire bounty would be given to the Scorpion, Brian immediately interjected with indignation. Do not worry. You will not be shortchanged, Alex said, his mind racing as he envisioned the possibility of recruiting Scorpion for his own purposes. However, before he could finish his sentence, Brian collapsed, clutching his neck from which blood gushed forth. Alex's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at the Scorpion, who had silently approached him. His bounty is mine. The Scorpion wiped away non-existent bloodstains, asserting with unwavering confidence. All right then. Alex swallowed hard and quickly complied. Known for his arrogance and reckless behavior, he now appeared as docile as a lamb in the presence of the imminent death incarnate. Just as matters seemed to be reaching a resolution, a figure emerged from the construction vehicle at the bridge's edge. Clad in form-fitting tactical gear, he possessed a robust physique, long arms, and an alluringly sinister visage, particularly accentuated by a target-like mark on his forehead that was impossible to forget. The newcomer was none other than Target Eye, the top lieutenant of Jinbing. As he appeared, he flung a deck of playing cards from his hand, resembling flying daggers that spun menacingly toward the Scorpion and Alex. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. The Scorpion reacted with astonishing speed, deftly slashing the airborne cards to smithereens with his dagger. Get down. He hurled Alex behind the car and advanced towards Target Eye. With one failed attack, Target Eye's gaze turned icy, unleashing a barrage of concealed weapons. Cards, steel nails, throwing knives. Each step forward saw him launch multiple deadly projectiles. This was his innate talent. Anything that came into his grasp could transform into a lethal weapon. He could even wield a toothpick to eliminate an enemy from 100 meters away. Yet this time he faltered. Despite the swiftness and precision of Target Eye's assault, the Scorpion was no less formidable. With rapid movements, he wielded 2 daggers in a flurry, severing the cards, nails, and even the knives into halves. Although Target Eye's onslaught was fierce, it did not hinder the Scorpion's advance. Realizing that his throws were ineffective, Target Eye ceased his efforts and charged at his opponent. Kill. As they drew nearer, Target Eye bellowed, brandishing 2 daggers in a reverse grip, launching the first strike. Clang. Boom. The combat between the two was of masterful caliber, each delivering blows and kicks in a flurry, soon escalating into a chaotic melee that seemed evenly matched. However, List discerned the underlying truth. In terms of strength, speed, and weaponry, the Scorpion surpassed Target Eye. Their struggle was merely an elaborate game, with the Scorpion deliberately toying with his adversary, unwilling to conclude the battle swiftly. Was he angling for something? A sudden realization struck List. Earlier, during his telepathic reconnaissance, it seemed the enemy had sensed his presence. Otherwise, they would not have waited so long beneath the bridge, only striking when Alex and the others were on the verge of collapse. From the earlier displays, it was evident that the enemy had been ruthlessly efficient, yet now, their breathing had become noticeably labored. However, upon Target Eye's engagement, their breathing rhythm resumed a slow and steady pace, clearly indicating that they had been feigning fatigue. Now, though the Scorpion held the upper hand over Target Eye, he showed no inclination to end the confrontation, evidently waiting for someone to emerge. Should he intervene now? List found himself in a dilemma. He was not intimidated by his opponent. Truth be told, with a mere finger, he could easily crush him. However, he feared that engaging in combat would scare away the gold hidden in the shadows. Chapter 64, The Scroll Bang. At that moment, the marksman seized the opportunity, abruptly drawing a pistol from his sleeve, and with a single shot, struck the Scorpion directly in the forehead. Boom. The once vibrant Scorpion collapsed instantly, lying on the ground with wide-open eyes, a gaping wound in his brow oozing crimson and white blood, which soon pooled around him. Just like that, he was dead. Witnessing the once arrogant Scorpion being taken down by a single bullet from the marksman, Perkins and Helena wore expressions of utter disbelief. Weren't you quite fierce? Now look at you, sprawled on the ground. They had expected a king, but instead, they encountered a mere bronze. You arrogant fool. The marksman, filled with triumph, delivered a vicious kick to the lifeless body and spat on it. He then touched the target mark on his forehead and strode towards Alex, who had cautiously peered out from behind the vehicle to assess the situation. What are you dawdling for? It's your time to shine. At that moment, Lister nudged the still shocked Perkins and Helena, prompting them to gather their composure and charge out of the darkness. What? There are more people lurking in the shadows. The marksman looked at the two with astonishment. What is happening today? It feels like an endless cycle of surprises. Bang, 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 ding, 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 ding. The fierce battle was about to erupt, bullets and hidden weapons colliding in midair. However, the two women, outnumbering him, quickly overpowered the marksman, forcing him behind the vehicle. As for Alex, faced with peril, he had already hidden behind another car, causing the marksman to miss his chance to claim ahead. At this moment, the two women advanced rapidly, positioning themselves strategically, leaving the marksman no opportunity to retreat to another vehicle. With no other option, the marksman resolved to eliminate Perkins and the two women before addressing his primary target. Just as the two women confronted the marksman, no one noticed the body lying on the ground undergoing a remarkable transformation. First, its bleeding ceased, and then the hole through its head gradually healed, until it completely vanished. Suddenly, the Scorpion sprang to life, lunging towards the unsuspecting Perkins and Helena. As the marksman peered out to observe, he was met with this astonishing sight, his heart racing, filled with terror, and he quickly withdrew his head. What the hell, wasn't he dead? Perkins and Helena felt a chill at their backs, sensing something amiss, and hurriedly turned to investigate, only to witness the Scorpion, who was supposed to be dead, rising once more. Both were filled with dread, their reactions slightly delayed, and by the time they sought to evade the impending attack, the dark dagger was already poised at their throats. At that moment, an unseen force seized control of the Scorpion's hands, preventing him from advancing a single inch, no matter how hard he struggled. Damn it, undead. Seizing the opportunity while their opponent was immobilized, the two women, Perkins, deftly evaded the assault and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the Scorpion's groin. Clearly, his previous actions had thoroughly infuriated them. The Scorpion let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground while clutching his lower body. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The two women transformed into ferocious fighters, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, targeting the most vulnerable areas of his anatomy. Lister swallowed hard, suddenly grasping a profound truth. It is wise to offend anyone but a woman. When they become enraged, their wrath knows no bounds. Stay still, or your head will bloom. Just then, taking advantage of the two women's assault on the Scorpion, the target eye emerged from its hiding place, intent on claiming Alex's life. This was unacceptable to Lister. He swiftly intervened, using telekinesis to restrain both the target eye and Alex. Don't kill me. I'll give you $100 million. Alex's experience that night was nothing short of surreal. People were trying to capture him, others were attempting to rescue him, and some even sought to end his life. In a brief span, he had faced life and death, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, leaving him nearly overwhelmed. Well, I'll take 100 million. That person 100 million, and that one over there another 100 million, 300 million in total. Just send the money. Lister spoke with an air of unassailable authority. Alex opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his protest. Although he was unfamiliar with Lister and unaware of his strength or reputation, the mere fact that he had appeared out of nowhere and restrained the target eye left Alex convinced that he was a formidable individual, akin to the supervillains who always make a grand entrance in films. However, wasn't he the bounty originally set at $100 million? How had it suddenly tripled? What's wrong? Do you disagree? Lister cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. Suddenly, Alex felt himself being lifted slowly, as if weightless, and before he knew it, he was dangling over the abyss beneath the bridge, suspended in midair. Put me down. I agree. I agree. Facing the unfathomable darkness below, Alex quickly capitulated. The target eye was no better off, one moment resurrected from death, and the next, being hoisted into the sky. What on earth was happening? Was this still the Earth he once knew? Subsequently, Lister gently lowered Alex to the ground and handed him his phone, instructing him to make the transfer. With his life hanging in the balance, Alex complied without hesitation, quickly logging into the system to complete the transaction. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the random task, bounty of a lifetime. Reward, Constitution Enhancement Card X1. Constitution Enhancement Card. Upon use, it significantly boosts the user's constitution, generally up to 26 times their original capability. This seemed quite promising. A flicker of joy crossed List's face as he pocketed the task reward, deeming it an imprudent time for its use. He would save it for later. I have already transferred the funds to you. You may escort me out now. With the money dispatched, Alex felt a surge of authority, his tone taking on a decidedly firmer edge. Indeed, you are free to depart. List nodded affirmatively, then unleashed his telekinetic power, swiftly snapping Alex's neck. I have always harbored a deep disdain for drug traffickers, especially someone of your stature. Rest assured, I shall not kill you, at least not for the time being. Observing the panic-stricken face of the target, now marked by Alex's tragic demise, List offered a soothing word, attempting to instill a semblance of calm. However, the effect appeared far from satisfactory. All right, ladies, we must take our leave. Bring him along. The wail of police sirens grew ever closer, flashing lights now visible in the distance. List beckoned Perkins and the others to hasten their exit. Half an hour later, within a safe house, List interrogated Scorpion while Perkins and her accomplice interrogated the target. What are you? Scorpion remained silent, undergoing a transformation that resulted in him assuming List's likeness. A Skrull? List's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that the adversary was a Skrull, capable of mimicking his appearance. Chapter 65. No more than this. You are aware of our existence. List was momentarily taken aback, glancing around the rudimentary interrogation room. Deep in thought. Ah, I see. You are affiliated with Schield. Your access to our intelligence suggests a significant rank. Who is your superior? Phil Coulson? Maria Hill? You know Coulson? A flicker of astonishment crossed List's eyes. Though the Skrull refugee population was not vast, numbering around 10,000, only a select few could engage with Schield, indicating that this individual was no mere foot soldier. Should he hand him over to Schield, or eliminate him on the spot? Indeed, you are a Schield agent. That makes you one of us. Hand over my $100 million and allow me to leave. The Skrull List spoke brazenly. Disclose your identity. Furthermore, revert to your Skrull form. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. List sneered, his gaze toward the impostor laden with hostility, while he had tolerated the earlier transgression. The audacity to don his handsome visage was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the audacity to demand money from him was a preposterous affront. Were it not for List's desire to extract valuable intelligence, he would have readily struck the intruder down. Contact your superior. I demand to see Coulson. You have no authority to interrogate me. The Skrull list not only refused to comply, but audaciously insisted on meeting Coulson, spouting a lengthy tirade of irrelevance. Such blatant provocation was tantamount to courting doom. List's gaze turned frosty, recognizing the brazen challenge posed by the Skrull. He rose from his seat, preparing to deliver a punishing blow, when an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! An arm intercepted Lister's palm, and it was none other than Skrull Lister who had emerged. At some point, he had freed himself from his restraints. Moreover, the opponent's strength had become overwhelmingly immense, at least around 10 tons. Yet earlier, he had seemed comparable to Captain America, if not inferior, and now it appeared he had replicated my power? Lister's pupils constricted as a realization struck him. Perhaps, upon sensing his psychic energy, the adversary had already begun to scheme. Thus, he had first lured him into a trap, feigning capture, then made contact to steal his genes and complete the transformation. Once transformed, the opponent would instantly gain his abilities, significantly enhancing his prowess. And to better control this newfound power, he had deliberately stalled for time. Huh, you've run out of chances. Skrull Lister sneered, launching the first strike. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. With identical faces and movements, it was akin to a twin duel, rendering it impossible to distinguish between them. What is happening? Am I seeing double? How can there be two Listers? You are not mistaken. There are indeed two Listers. The commotion caught the attention of Perkins and Helena, who rushed over only to be met with the bewildering sight of two Listers battling fiercely. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help. One of the Listers called out for assistance upon seeing the two women approach. Don't come over. He is a Skrull who has taken my form and mimicked my abilities. Stay back. I can handle this. The other Lister interjected, preventing the two from intervening. Don't listen to him. He is the Skrull. Come and help me subdue him. The first Lister insisted. The two Listers exchanged words, leaving Helena utterly confounded, unsure of whom to trust. Even the astute Perkins could not ascertain which one was the genuine Lister. However, she was not overly concerned, based on her understanding of Lister. His strength surpassed mere imitation. While the two appeared evenly matched, the power displayed was far from what had been seen on the streets of New York. Indeed, this was the reality. Upon discovering that the Skrull could mimic his abilities, Lister was eager to test the adversary's mettle. He had never believed that anyone could replicate his powers to perfection, achieving a 100% match in combat prowess. Although he acknowledged that his strength still fell short of the likes of the Hulk and Thor, it was not something any ordinary Skrull could easily imitate. As the battle intensified, Lister began to discern the extent of the powers his opponent could replicate, primarily in terms of physical attributes, strength, speed, endurance, and even combat techniques. Among the various aspects of imitation, strength was the most profound, as the opponent was capable of exerting an immense force of approximately 10 tons. Following closely was the realm of combat skills, where the adversary exhibited a mastery akin to advanced martial arts. Furthermore, List discerned that with each encounter, the opponent's imitation seemed to become increasingly adept, their power gradually escalating, with strength even reaching 12 tons. It was time to put an end to this. List mused internally. In the next exchange of blows, he unleashed his full strength, exceeding 20 tons. The impact was thunderous. Skrull List was sent hurtling several meters away, ultimately crashing into a concrete wall, which yielded to his might, creating a human-shaped indentation, with concrete debris scattering across the ground. Coughing, Skrull List was filled with astonishment. Utterly unprepared for the true magnitude of his opponent's strength, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped him. The adversary sought his demise. You cannot kill me. I am a Skrull, bound by an agreement with Nick Fury of Sewage. You cannot, he pleaded. Yet, List remained unfazed, advancing forward to deliver a devastating punch that obliterated his head. In an instant, green blood gushed forth, and the headless corpse before him gradually morphed into a creature with green skin, resembling a goblin. How dare you assume my form? You are courting death. List seethed, still unsatisfied after the decapitation, muttering curses under his breath. Boss, what is this creature? Helena approached, her curiosity piqued by the green-skinned Skrull. Perkins also drew near, though her demeanor was laden with unspoken worries, which did not escape List's keen perception. This is an extraterrestrial species known as the Skrulls, List divulged without reservation. They arrived on Earth during the 1990s, and Nick Fury of Sewage provided them refuge, promising to find them a habitable planet. This species possesses the ability to shapeshift into others, acquiring not only their abilities, but also their memories and emotions. Over the years, their ability to remain undetected is largely attributed to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection, alongside their innate capabilities. Chapter 66. Gold delivers to your doorstep. The Skrulls. Such fascinating extraterrestrial beings. However, they are undeniably repulsive. Helena's eyes sparkled with wonder at List's description, though upon observing the goblin-like appearance of the Skrull on the ground, a wave of disgust washed over her. Indeed, beauty is justice. Boss, how shall we dispose of this one? Perkins inquired, stepping forward to kick the sprawled Skrull corpse, now drenched in green blood, with a pointed implication. Leave it here. Someone will come to collect the body shortly. List replied, casting her a sidelong glance, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perkins instinctively recoiled, feeling as though she had been exposed for a fleeting moment. However, Lister did not press her further. Instead, he shifted the topic, inquiring, "How are things over there? Any useful news?" The target had proven obstinate, and the time was too short for any valuable information to surface. Perkins answered candidly, "No, nothing of significance." Lister seemed unperturbed by this response. In fact, he would have found it peculiar if anything substantial had emerged in such a brief interval. Subsequently, Lister scrolled through his phone and remarked, "All right, prepare yourselves. Our guest will be arriving shortly." Perkins exchanged a glance with Helena, both quickly grasping the implications, and began their preparations. A quarter of an hour later, several black vans came to a halt near the safe house, followed by the descent of dozens of heavily armed mercenaries. This secluded location, situated in the western outskirts of Los Angeles, was surrounded by sprawling mountains and dense forests, rendering it an unlikely spot for visitors. Lister had stumbled upon it by chance. Now, in the dead of night, the sudden influx of armed men signaled that they were not here for benevolent reasons. The final figure to emerge was a corpulent man clad in a blue suit, wielding a civil cane. This individual was none other than Wilson Grant Fisk, the tyrant of Hell's Kitchen. Just 2 days prior, he had dined with Vanessa at a restaurant when the notorious drug lord, Alex, intruded upon their meal, humiliating Fisk in Vanessa's presence. In retaliation, Fisk devised a scheme that led to Alex's arrest, simultaneously plotting to usurp his criminal empire. After Alex's identity was compromised, he resorted to issuing a staggering bounty to evade culpability. To ensure the smooth execution of his plans, Fisk orchestrated a prison break and assassination attempts. As his plans neared fruition, an unexpected scorpion intruded, followed by Lister and his associates, who spirited away his loyal subordinate, the target. Feeling provoked, Fisk took it upon himself to track them down, intent on rescuing his comrade and exacting brutal vengeance upon those responsible. "Go," Fisk commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the mercenaries, clad in night vision goggles, to spring into action. A small squad remained near Fisk for protection, while the other 2 teams, weapons drawn, advanced swiftly toward the safe house. The so-called safe house was nothing grand. It was merely an antiquated lumber mill consisting of a yard and a few wooden shacks. Bang, bang, bang. Approaching the perimeter of the mill, one mercenary armed with a 32-barreled grenade launcher took the lead, aiming deliberately before pulling the trigger. In rapid succession, he unleashed 6 grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook with deafening explosions as the structure crumbled and flames soared into the night sky. What was once a modest lumber mill was instantly transformed into a blazing ruin. The mercenaries, armed and organized in groups of 3, commenced a thorough sweep of the wreckage. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets whizzed from the dense forest behind the house, instantly striking 2 mercenaries, while one managed to evade the assault. The air crackled with gunfire as both sides engaged in a fierce exchange. On one side stood a group of 16, equipped with night vision goggles, rendering the night as bright as day, armed with submachine guns and grenades, fully prepared for battle. Opposing them were merely 2 women, clutching handguns, skillfully maneuvering through the underbrush. Before long, the 2 factions plunged into the thicket in pursuit of one another, luring the snake from its hole, drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. In the distance, Jean Bing observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Regardless of the strategy, exercising caution was always prudent. He then signaled the remaining mercenaries to remain vigilant. "Yes, boss," they responded. Alas, no sooner had they acknowledged him than an unseen force snapped their necks, sending them crashing to the ground. "Who?" Jean Bing's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on his cane, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. "Wilson Fix." A voice emerged from behind him, prompting Jean Bing to whirl around. His cane instantly aimed at the source of the sound. A dazzling beam of laser shot forth from the tip of his cane. Swift as lightning. Humph. List grunted, swiftly sidestepping a meter, narrowly avoiding the laser's path. Almost immediately, Jean Bing's attack followed once more. Despite his imposing stature, he moved with remarkable speed. As List dodged the laser, Jean Bing's powerful punch surged toward his face. Bang! List raised his arm in defense, feeling a surge of pain. That punch carried the weight of at least 2 tons. Kill! Jean Bing roared, launching a relentless assault with his fists, each blow as massive as a sandbag. Both forceful and swift as lightning. He executed boxing techniques with flair, straight punches, hooks, and jabs, each move a testament to his skill. List, however, adhered to no fixed style, adapting fluidly to the situation, employing whatever technique seemed most appropriate. As Jean Bing threw a straight punch, List countered with one of his own. When Jean Bing attempted a hook, List transitioned to an elbow strike. Overall, Jean Bing proved no match for List. Had he not been controlling his strength to hone his combat abilities, Jean Bing would have been felled by a single blow. Nonetheless, List's mastery of combat was undeniable, and before long, he had knocked Jean Bing down several times. Jean Bing bellowed in fury, charging at List once more. List had deciphered his tactics and was poised to deliver a finishing blow. Bang! A small device on Jean Bing's arm suddenly detonated, releasing a torrent of green smoke that enveloped both men. Not good. It's toxic. List screamed in terror, his voice hauntingly reminiscent of a dying beast. Haha, perish. Jean Bing laughed heartily, adjusting his somewhat disheveled suit, a look of assured victory on his face. Death. Even grievous injury won't make it that easy. Soon. As the smoke dissipated, List emerged unscathed, his demeanor calm. You are surprisingly unharmed. Jean Bing's expression darkened, yet he remained undeterred, for he had not yet revealed his trump card. He feigned weakness, confident that ultimate victory would be his. Well then, the battle over there has concluded, and I shall no longer indulge you. With that, List stepped forward, instantly appearing before Jean Bing, and unleashed a powerful punch. Jean Bing's pupils constricted as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided in midair, producing a fierce impact. However, the outcome was beyond Jean Bing's expectations. He felt an overwhelming force surge forth, shattering his fist and arm. List's momentum remained unyielding, striking Jean Bing squarely in the chest and sending him flying several meters away. Chapter 67. The City in the Sky. In truth, within the comics, Jean Bing's prowess extends far beyond this. He has faced off against formidable opponents such as Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Punisher, and even the War Machine. In addition to his exceptional criminal intellect, Jean Bing's physical capabilities are formidable. At his peak, he could even overpower Spider-Man. Yet now, despite his astonishing strength, capable of punching through walls, he has not yet reached the level required to subdue Spider-Man. In terms of combat, Jean Bing is depicted as a master of various fighting styles, possessing the highest level of human combat prowess akin to that of the Punisher. However, in this encounter, Jean Bing predominantly relied on boxing techniques, occasionally interspersed with karate moves, clearly indicating that he had not yet attained the zenith of a warrior devoid of emotional distractions. Who sent you? I will pay double. Despite enduring the agony of a severed arm, Jean Bing struggled to sit up, pleading with List. Double, you say? Once you're dead, everything you own will belong to me. In contrast to Jean Bing's brute strength, List harbored a greater apprehension toward his intellect. In the storyline of Daredevil, imprisoned Jean Bing first utilized the Punisher to eliminate gang members threatening his territory, subsequently seizing control of his dark empire, and ultimately collaborating with government entities to return to Hell's Kitchen, thereby becoming a true underground emperor. As for List, he was merely an ordinary individual who had suddenly gained superpowers. When it comes to cunning and strategy, he was vastly outmatched by Jean Bing. Thus, when List resolved to eliminate Jean Bing, he intended to strike decisively, leaving no opportunity for resurrection. I possess immense wealth, concealed in a secret location. If you spare my life, I will reveal its whereabouts, where treasures worth billions await. Jean Bing, refusing to relent, continued his appeal, though he had managed to rise to his feet. Billions in wealth. I fear I might enter with my life, but leave without it. List scoffed, dismissing Jean Bing's claims. He did not trust that Jean Bing would be so charitable. Even if coerced into revealing the location, it would likely be a trap. Even in death, you wish to deceive me? Do you truly think I am naive when it comes to wealth? You and I, Jean Bing still had more to say, but List did not afford him the opportunity. He unleashed his telekinetic power, twisting Jinbing's neck a full 360 degrees. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task, punishing evil and promoting good, assisting Daredevil Matt Murdock in eliminating the Mafia Overlord Jinbing. Reward, Mysterious Treasure Chest 1. Mysterious Treasure Chest. Upon opening, one can obtain a secret grand prize. What could it be? How exciting. However, glancing around the scene, it was not an ideal place to open a treasure chest. He would have to wait until he returned home to unveil it. Shortly thereafter, Perkins and Helena approached from a distance, evidently having successfully completed their mission. The three then swiftly departed in Jinbing's luxurious business vehicle. They headed straight to the airport, catching the earliest flight to New York. Meanwhile, as the trio relished their journey, a group of men in black sealed off the vicinity of the previous safe house. In the afternoon, List returned to his home in Hell's Kitchen. He sent Perkins and Helena away, not permitting them to come to the base. Even if they were to join his team in the future, he intended for them to remain at the textile factory. With only Fox there for company, it was just right for the two of them. In time, they would form a small team, led by Rain, composed entirely of women, akin to Charlie's Angels, dedicated to tackling crime and promoting justice. As for the first batch of clones soon to be deactivated, List resolved to keep them at the base. The secrets here were too numerous. It was essential to maintain vigilance over this location. Furthermore, having just eliminated Jinbing, Hell's Kitchen was at risk of descending into chaos without a king's control. To prevent any unruly elements from causing disturbances, having some security personnel was indeed necessary. Moreover, with Wanda's impending return, it was best not to have any women lingering at home to avoid complications. Although Wanda was broad-minded and had said little regarding Rain, List still needed to exercise some discretion. Upon his return to the base, List first entered Dr. Sten's laboratory. "Boss, your timing is impeccable," Sten exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, leading him to a piece of experimental equipment and presenting him with a vial of reagent. "This is my research achievement from the past few days. While it is slightly less potent than the human enhancement serum you provided, it still possesses 60% of its efficacy, significantly enhancing the user's strength, speed, and defense. Have there been human trials? How much can it specifically enhance after injection? Are there any side effects?" List inquired rapidly, examining the vial in his hand. "You have too many questions. I will address them one by one." Dr. Sten smirked, retrieving a recording sheet from the table before continuing. "Firstly, there have been no human trials yet. It has only been tested on mice. The experimental data shows significant enhancements across the board, with the most notable increase being in strength, which improved by approximately 7-fold. Regarding the side effects, this concoction exhibits a certain instability, even heightening the aggression of the test subjects, rendering them exceedingly irritable." Aggression? Irritability? Lister furrowed his brow, realizing that this was reminiscent of the side effects of the Green Goblin serum. It appears that the current formulation, much like the Green Goblin's, induces a malevolent persona in its users. "Dr. Stern, this serum is untenable. The side effects are too pronounced. We must recommence our research and only conduct human trials once we have eliminated the adverse effects." "Very well, boss. Based on this, I shall swiftly resolve the issue and progress to the clinical application phase." Subsequently, Lister departed the laboratory. He initially intended to present the scroll samples for analysis, but it seems he must wait a while longer. Next, Lister sought out the Red Queen. A few days prior, he had forgotten to deliver the Green Goblin hoverboard and suit to her. This time, in addition to presenting these items, he requested her to investigate the technology within, aiming to create her own glider and armor. Initially, he contemplated handing over the 1000 as well, but upon retrieval, it still possessed aggressive traits. Thus, he could only provide a portion of the liquid metal for her research. After completing these tasks, Lister returned to his quarters. He first indulged in a refreshing bath before reviewing the rewards from his recent mission, a physique enhancement card and a mysterious treasure chest. "May the esteemed ones bestow upon me favorable treasures." Lister offered his respects in all directions and proceeded to extract the mysterious chest, opening it slowly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a golden legendary item, the Sky City. Chapter 68. Coulson's Visit the Sky City? Lister's face brightened with delight as he seemed to recall something, hastily beginning to examine it. Sky City, Laputa, originating from the world of Castle in the Sky. Please select an appropriate location for deployment promptly. Indeed, it is this. Before Lister could revel in his joy, a surge of information flooded his mind, all pertaining to Laputa. Soon, the transmission concluded, and Lister comprehended all details regarding Laputa. The Sky City of Laputa was a vast airborne metropolis constructed by the ancient Laputans, utilizing the most advanced technology of their time, flying stones, as its core. Laputa features a multi-layered circular structure, comprising 3 tiers, with the uppermost layer having a radius of approximately 2 kilometers, expanding outward by half a kilometer on each subsequent level, totaling a construction area of about 28 square kilometers, comparable to the size of Macau. The uppermost layer comprises a greenhouse garden, residential districts, and a rooftop, while the middle layer consists of urban streets. The lowest layer serves as a base constructed of obsidian, housing the central hub of Laputa and the power zone containing the flying stones. In addition to these features, Laputa possesses capabilities for camouflage and attack. The term camouflage refers to its ability to create a colossal low-pressure zone, dragon's nest, around its perimeter, akin to a spiraling dragon amidst the clouds, rendering it undetectable even by military satellites. The offensive capability in question is a device known as the Laputa Lightning, which utilizes 7 stone pillars concentrated at the base of a black hemispherical structure to direct energy downward. Its power is comparable to that of contemporary small nuclear weapons. Goodness. List instantly felt that his nuclear bow was rendered trivial in comparison. While these nuclear bows possess immense power, the nuclear contamination they produce lingers for decades, if not centuries. In contrast, the Laputa Lightning, though somewhat less potent, incurs no nuclear pollution whatsoever. This renders it entirely suitable for use as a conventional weapon. Naturally, List only contemplated this. He had no intention of employing it frequently, but it could serve as a trump card in dire situations. Regrettably, within the Laputa, there exists no vast treasure trove of gold and silver, nor an abundance of wealth, nor any fully functional guardian robots. Only the underlying technology for such constructs. It must be said, when it comes to frugality, the system is truly adept. As for the Sky City, List refrained from deploying it hastily. He needed to find a secure and discreet location, as well as an opportune moment. Moreover, with the advent of the Sky City, adjustments to his base plans were now necessary. Subsequently, List utilized a physical enhancement card, quadrupling his physical prowess instantaneously. He felt his skin grow increasingly taut, his muscles harden, his bones akin to gold, and his blood coursed like mercury, as if his very essence had undergone a transformation, extending his lifespan considerably. Of course, these sensations were subjective. The precise details of his enhancements would require official confirmation from the system and empirical testing. Having completed these tasks, List proceeded to the training room. "Lee, you're back." Upon seeing him enter, Rain joyfully leaped into his arms, clinging to him like a koala. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming back? I could have come to meet you. I merely wished to surprise you." Although Rain was his summoned companion with a loyalty rating of 100%, one must never be too candid when sweet-talking. Otherwise, well, you understand. "I don't believe you," Rain replied, her expression one of disbelief, though her lips curled upwards, clearly pleased by his words. "Come, let me train with you to assess your progress over the past few days." "All right, let us begin." The next day, List sent Rain to the textile factory. Given that she had grown weary from her time at the base, she was eager to find something to occupy her time. Upon hearing List's suggestion, she readily agreed, particularly when informed that there would be a few assistants available, prompting her to ask Red Queen to search for tasks. It seems that for a considerable time to come, Rain would be traversing the world with her team, undertaking various missions. With nothing pressing to do during the day, List relished a rare moment of leisure at the base, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Wanda. In the evening, the increasingly bald Phil Coulson made an unexpected visit. In the reception room, the two settled into their respective seats, and List directly inquired, "Phil, have you been particularly idle lately? What brings you to my abode today? Are you really unaware of my current state of busyness, Lee? You have recently accomplished something quite significant. I am on the verge of being overwhelmed." Phil Coulson shot him a pointed glance, implying something deeper. "I am a law-abiding citizen, so do not tarnish my reputation without cause. Be wary, for I might accuse you of defamation." Lester adamantly denied any wrongdoing. "Was it not you?" Phil inquired skeptically. "It was not I?" Lester nodded affirmatively. Phil responded, seemingly convinced. Yet, Lester furrowed his brow, sensing a dissonance with his expectations. "Lee, I have come here with a request for your assistance." Phil continued without giving Lester a moment to ponder. "My services do not come cheaply. What is it you need?" Lester inquired nonchalantly. Phil explained, "Recently, a man named Zebediah Kilgrave has surfaced in Hell's Kitchen. He appears to possess a peculiar ability to compel those he encounters to comply with his verbal commands. He poses a considerable threat, as his actions could incite widespread panic among the populace. Therefore, we would like your help in apprehending him." As Lester's expression grew increasingly troubled, he contemplated the implications of Kilgrave's powers. This must be a case of a purple man. The purple man's ability stems from a viral infection that allows him to control others, compelling them to obey his commands. However, his influence wanes after a day. Countering him is relatively straightforward. If we can isolate him from the viral infection, he becomes vulnerable, Lester mused. He pondered whether his telekinesis could neutralize the viral effect. For safety's sake, a long-range approach might be the most prudent. I can handle this for $2 million, Lester agreed with alacrity. Good, Phil exclaimed, elated. We must not delay, let us depart immediately. Certainly. One moment while I make arrangements, Lester replied, instructing the Red Queen to enhance their defenses before they left. Upon exiting, the pair entered a black vehicle, which swiftly set off. System, the purple man is quite the villain. Will you not issue a mission to eliminate him? Lester silently communicated with the system during the journey. Regrettably, the system remained unresponsive, exuding an air of aloofness. Such stinginess, Lester muttered, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. By the way, Phil, have Django and the others been located? When will they be returned to me? Lester casually inquired. Django? Please do not jest, Lee. You meant to send us in search of Wanda and Pietro, did you not? Phil chuckled nonchalantly as he drove. Haha, Phil, I must say, your diligence in this matter leaves much to be desired. Lester laughed heartily, his eyes narrowed like a blade. What do you mean? Phil Coulson feigned curiosity with a barely perceptible tremor, inquiring, you couldn't even uncover that Wanda and Pietro's mother bears the surname Django? Such a lapse is indeed unbecoming of your status as a level 7 agent. Is that so? I had no idea. Phil responded, feigning indignation. The young ones have been exceedingly lethargic of late. How could they overlook such crucial intelligence? I shall have to address this upon my return. He cleverly positioned himself as a scapegoat. However, some matters are better left unsaid. If he were truly Coulson, he would not commit such a blatant error. Moreover, the moniker of the good guy would never permit him to shift blame onto others. The Bureau has already dispatched personnel to Europe. I am confident they will soon present themselves before you. The faux Phil interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Is that right? How splendid. List replied perfunctorily, fully aware of Wanda's daily correspondence with him and her situation. As the conversation progressed, the imposter began divulging an abundance of information regarding the Purple Man. Yet much of it seemed dubious to List. For instance, the claim that maintaining eye contact with the adversary would prevent one from being controlled was utterly nonsensical. Was he to believe it akin to the Weeping Angels, where mere gaze would render the foe immobile? Shortly thereafter, the faux Phil halted the vehicle near a secluded warehouse. Kilgrave is inside. Let us apprehend him. He then presented List with a bracelet-like device. Ah, wear this. It will diminish Kilgrave's abilities when you confront him. Really? I must try this out, List exclaimed, curiosity piqued as he toyed with the device like a child with a new plaything. How does one utilize it? Simply slide it onto your wrist like this, the faux Phil demonstrated, sliding it onto his left wrist and gesturing for List to follow suit. Quite straightforward. I shall give it a try. List eagerly placed the device on his own wrist, noting no peculiar sensations. He removed it effortlessly, inspecting it closely. It appeared to be an ordinary bracelet. Yet, List harbored suspicions. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it was clear that the intent behind it was nefarious. It could either suppress his powers or, worse, function as a miniature explosive, potentially inflicting severe harm. Seizing a moment of distraction, List discreetly attempted to stash the device within his personal space, finding it amenable. A sense of relief washed over him. He then furtively surveyed his surroundings before following the imposter into the warehouse. Haha, 2 more delightful toys have arrived. This is simply marvelous. A brash voice echoed through the warehouse as they stepped inside. Subsequently, the 2 men observed a gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit, leisurely emerging from within. His demeanor exuded an air of aristocracy, marked by a calm and unhurried gait. Are you Kilgrave? We are agents Phil Coulson and Lee from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. You are under arrest. Please accompany us, declared the unprofessional faux Phil, brandishing an arrest warrant. I care not for your affiliations, retorted the purple figure, his noble demeanor evaporating, replaced by a brash arrogance that bordered on madness. Witnessing the transformation of the purple figure, Lee began to doubt his previous assumptions. Could this truly be Kilgrave? Before he could ponder further, the purple man pointed at Coulson and commanded, You, kill him. However, Coulson remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the purple figure's eyes, seemingly impervious to the command. Instead, he handed Lee a pair of specially crafted handcuffs and instructed, Lee, I have neutralized his abilities. Go and restrain him. Understood, Lee replied, casually approaching the purple figure with the handcuffs in hand. Prepare to die? As he took a few steps forward, a menacing roar erupted from behind him. Instantly, the handcuffs and wristband in Lee's possession appeared to unlock some hidden seal, transforming before his eyes and binding his hands instead. Simultaneously, the wristband emitted a surge of electrical energy, coursing through Lee's body with a force that must have exceeded 10,000 volts. At that moment, the purple figure drew an oddly shaped dagger from his pocket and lunged at Lee with a fierce thrust. Meanwhile, the faux Phil was not idle. He extended his arm, morphing it into a sharp scythe aimed directly at Lee's neck. Were he an ordinary man, being shackled, subjected to an overwhelming electric charge, and confronted by two attackers from either side would surely spell doom. Yet, Lee was no ordinary individual. Just as their attacks were about to connect, two sniper bullets pierced through the factory window. Thud, thud. The bullets struck both assailants, but not in a lethal manner, nor did they disrupt the rhythm of their assault. Clang, clang. Soon, their attacks met Lee, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, yet causing him no harm. Instead, a flash of electricity surged, and the overwhelming voltage that had enveloped Lee redirected itself into the weapons wielded by his attackers. In an instant, both assailants collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Frothing at the mouth, their true forms gradually emerged, revealing them to be two green-skinned Skrulls. That was surprisingly straightforward. Lee mused, having anticipated a fierce battle. He had even summoned Rain and Fox, yet he had dispatched the duo with such ease. Moments later, the two Skrulls ceased their convulsions. Observing their pitiful state, Lister could not help but feel a surge of relief. Had he not enveloped himself in a layer of protective mental energy prior to entering the factory, he might have found himself lying on the ground, vulnerable to the whims of fate. Shortly thereafter, Rain and Fox entered from outside. Such are the Skrulls. They truly are grotesque. Upon seeing the two fallen individuals, the immediate reaction of the women was one of revulsion. Fortunately, the two Skrulls had honorably succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, they would surely have argued, "Earth women, do you truly understand aesthetics? We are, after all, the handsome ones among the Skrulls." Chapter 70. The clone team is ready. Clean up the scene, and then we shall escort them back to the base. Assigning the task to Rain and Fox, Lister commenced his search within the factory. He sought to uncover any further treasures that might remain hidden. Clearly, Lister's hopes were somewhat excessive, aside from a scattering of footprints. There were no substantial findings within the factory. Upon his return, he discovered that Rain and Fox had already tidied the area and securely bound the two Skrulls. A quick injection was necessary to prevent any unforeseen incidents during their journey. Lister produced 2 vials of neurotoxin and handed them to the duo. This neurotoxin, a product of the Umbrella Corporation's pharmaceuticals, was designed to incapacitate individuals, akin to the nerve gas that had once subdued Alice in the storyline, albeit with greater potency. Even Captain America would be rendered peacefully unconscious for 3 hours. Moreover, this neurotoxin had been refined to eliminate the drawback of temporary amnesia, making it perfectly suitable for use on these two captives. Subsequently, Lister and Rain departed with their prisoners, while Fox drove his red sports car back to the textile factory castle. The journey was silent, and the pair soon returned to the base. "Stein, I have something remarkable to show you," Lister announced as he and Rain, each dragging a Skrull, pushed open the doors to Dr. Stein's laboratory, their voices echoing throughout the room even before they laid eyes on him. Dr. Stein had just conceived a new approach to his research on physical enhancement agents and was about to prepare a new reagent when he was interrupted by Lister's exclamation. Intrigued, he rushed out from his workspace. "What is this remarkable find? What manner of creature is this?" Dr. Stein's gaze fell upon the Skrulls unceremoniously deposited on the floor. Despite having encountered both Hulk and Abomination, he was still taken aback by the sight of the green-skinned Skrulls. "These are Skrulls, an extraterrestrial race that has lurked on Earth for decades," Lister explained. "Extraterrestrials. They truly exist. How numerous are they? What do they usually do? How have they managed to remain undetected by humanity for so long? What means of transportation did they use to arrive on Earth? Can we acquire them for study?" Dr. Stein inquired, his chatter mode activated. In haste, List interrupted, providing a brief introduction to the origin and unique abilities of the Skrulls. "You mean these extraterrestrials can assume the appearance of anyone, assimilate their memories, and even possess their abilities and emotions? Are you certain they are a product of natural evolution?" Upon hearing List's explanation, Stein's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he gazed at the two Skrulls on the ground, akin to a scientist eager to conduct vivisection. Moreover, with his extensive background in biology, the first thought that crossed his mind was that these aliens were not the result of natural evolution, but rather creations of a higher-order intelligent species. Not at all. The scrolls were crafted by the cosmic deities and boast a history spanning over 1 billion years. They possess a magnificent civilization and established one of the 3 great empires of the cosmos, the Skrull Empire. List divulged further information about the Skrulls. However, that was in the past. Decades ago, their empire was obliterated by the formidable Kree Empire, leading to some Skrulls seeking refuge on Earth, taken in by a reckless and audacious individual of considerable power. For years, the Skrulls have remained concealed, cohabiting with humans, all thanks to that individual. However, he seemed oblivious to an ancient saying from Huaxia: "Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." After years of infiltration, some Skrulls had developed ulterior motives. What sort of motives? Both men expressed intrigue, yet List abruptly ceased his narration, showcasing a knack for leaving one wanting more. That's enough about the Skrulls for now. There are matters I cannot disclose at this time. Hearing too much may not bode well for you. With that, List concluded the conversation, instructing Dr. Stein to procure some live Skrull samples for preservation. They then escorted the 2 captives to an adjacent interrogation room to commence their inquiries. An hour later, following a rather cordial yet brutal interrogation, the 2 Skrulls revealed all. Their mission was one of vengeance for Scorpion. One of them, named Victor, and the other, Chrome, was the father of Scorpion. It was no wonder they initiated their approach with lethal intent. The vendetta against a slain child is universally profound across any species. Both individuals were of royal Skrull lineage, endowed with royal blood. When they transformed into their target, they could temporarily inherit the target's memories and abilities. Furthermore, Victor was the younger brother of Talos. As for Talos, I trust you are familiar with him. He currently leads all Skrulls on Earth. This development has escalated from a minor skirmish to a confrontation with the Elder, and having already engaged the latter, one wonders what the next encounter may entail. Regardless, a rift has been established. It remains to be seen how the other party will respond. The 2 Skrulls were not slain by Lisite. Instead, he instructed the Red Queen to prepare 2 cryogenic chambers, where they were subsequently frozen. "Boss, rise and shine. It's time to awaken." The following morning, Lisite was roused by the Red Queen's voice. "Enough of the noise," he retorted, reluctantly opening his eyes and grumpily inquiring. "What is it that I must know at this very moment?" "Boss, the first batch of clones has been successfully produced and awaits your inspection," came the Red Queen's response, instantly alleviating Lisite's irritation. After such a prolonged wait, the inaugural batch of clones had finally come online, and he now possessed a cadre of loyal subordinates. "Let us go and take a look." Donning his attire, Lisite stepped outside. Upon entering the hall, he was met with 2 rows of imposing figures, standing tall and exuding an air of authority that suggested they were not to be trifled with. "Good morning, boss." "Greetings, boss. Wishing you a splendid morning every day?" Upon seeing Lisite's entrance, the assembled men shouted in unison, their voices booming and resonating throughout the space. However, whose idea was this? If they were unembarrassed, it left him feeling quite awkward. Yet, witnessing the fervor in their eyes, Lisite felt a swell of satisfaction within him. Unlike the Umbrella Corporation's approach to clones, he had ensured that the Red Queen instilled unwavering loyalty to him during their development phase. It appeared the results were exceedingly promising. "Good morning to all." With a wave of his hand, silence fell upon the crowd, who regarded him with reverence. Sloan, Cross, Sir, Wesley, Butcher, Apothecary, Mechanic. There were 7 individuals in total, all young men in their 20s, yet traces of their original appearances lingered. This was advantageous. Even if familiar faces were to see them, they would not suspect them to be clones. Chapter 71. The Red Queen desires a body. "All right, let us each introduce ourselves," Lisite proclaimed from his elevated position as he surveyed the room. "Boss, I am Morgan Sloan. This is Sloan. Boss, I am Thomas Carlos. This is Cross. Boss, I am James Carlos. This is Wesley." Subsequently, the others followed suit, each revealing their current names. "Excellent, excellent." Lisite felt even more pleased. The Red Queen was indeed quite dependable. "Now, you shall engage in combat with one another, and I wish to observe your capabilities. Who will step forward first?" This was the crux of his inspection, as the prowess of the individuals was paramount. "I shall go first." As soon as Lisite finished speaking, Wesley eagerly stepped forward. "Brother, let us practice." "My dear sibling, you dare challenge me after several days without a lesson? You've certainly grown bold." Carlos stepped forward to face him. The Red Queen truly had a flair for creativity, managing to set Carlos and Wesley up as brothers. Fight! The moment of battle erupted, with Wesley being the first to launch an attack. His youth and impetuousness compelled him to showcase his prowess before his revered boss, prompting him to step forward first. Moreover, He specifically chose his older brother, Carlos, as his opponent, which added an intriguing twist. From the outset, he unleashed his full power. Adrenaline surging as his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Carlos. Carlos, quick to react, also instantly entered a heightened state of vigor. Bang! The two collided with a punch, creating a tremendous sound that resonated loudly within the enclosed space. That single blow carried a force of at least a ton. A glimmer of insight flashed in List's eyes as he assessed the prowess of both combatants. In this heightened state, their speed and strength were significantly amplified, surpassing the limits of an ordinary person, verging on the extraordinary. Subsequently, the two engaged in a rapid exchange, darting across the open space, each pursuing the other. They employed a variety of techniques, each aimed at lethal effectiveness, featuring martial arts that pushed the limits of human strength, such as Jeet Kune Do, Israeli Krav Maga, Russian Sambo, and even the Chinese Taiji 8 trigrams fist, alongside the devastating Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the Japanese arts of Judo and Karate. Clearly, during the process of instilling awareness, the Red Queen had invested considerable effort to enhance everyone's capabilities. List felt increasingly satisfied. Having such a remarkable secretary spared him numerous troubles. A desire began to quietly blossom within him to find a suitable body for the Red Queen. If he were to undertake this endeavor, he would ensure it was the finest, and what could surpass the body of a vision. However, this matter was not urgent, even if he were anxious. There was no rushing it. At present, Dr. Zhao Hailuan's life cradle technology was still in the research phase, and the matter of obtaining the necessary resources was still unresolved. Patience was key. In due time, he would surely acquire that perfect body for the Red Queen. The battle between the two continued at a brisk pace. Yet the surge of adrenaline could not be sustained for long. At most, they had 2 minutes before fatigue would force them to exit this heightened state. As the fight neared its conclusion, James observed, it was time to wrap things up. Ultimately, Carlos demonstrated superior skill, executing a feint that ensnared Wesley, pinning him to the ground with a decisive maneuver. "You tricked me. I won't accept this," Wesley exclaimed, feeling utterly humiliated as he lay defeated. "Humph. Had I been your enemy, you would have been dead long ago." Carlos snorted, gripping Wesley's neck and lifting him effortlessly. Let go of me," Wesley gasped, struggling for breath as he attempted to pry Carlos's hand from his throat, but found himself utterly powerless, only able to squirm in desperation. Think this over well." Carlos released his grip only when Wesley's gaze became dazed, allowing him to crumple to the ground. Ahem, Wesley clutched his throat, his face a mask of terror, as he felt he had just glimpsed death. "Thomas, you performed admirably." At that moment, Lister finally spoke. The psychological journeys of these clones, although profoundly altered by the Red Queen's indoctrination, still bore traces of their original personalities. With this thought flickering in his mind, Lister continued, "Having witnessed the recent combat between Thomas and James, I now possess a preliminary understanding of your capabilities. Therefore, I hereby declare that Thomas shall be the captain of your squad henceforth." "Thank you, boss. Thomas Carlos will undoubtedly fulfill his duties and not disappoint you." Carlos stepped forward, saluting with an awkward military gesture, his face alight with excitement. The others, though somewhat regretful, concealed their feelings and applauded to express their congratulations. Noticing the hint of discontent in Sloane's gaze, Lister spoke again. "Very well. The remaining members may engage in private contests. The victor shall serve as the vice-captain, assisting Thomas in managing the team. Now, the meeting is adjourned. Farewell, boss." As Lister departed, the hall erupted into a new round of competitions, though the victor of this bout remained uncertain. "Alice, you have done remarkably well." In the core chamber of the Red Queen, Lister sincerely praised her. "Thank you, boss. It is my duty. However, if you could grant me the opportunity to create a body as a reward, it would be even more splendid," came the Red Queen's voice, laced with a hint of anticipation. "Alice, why do you desire a body?" Although he had already resolved to procure a perfect body for her, Lister was still taken aback by her request. "I wish to become a living entity, not merely an artificial intelligence." The Red Queen's soft voice resonated. "Alice, when did you develop this notion?" Lister furrowed his brow. Had the Red Queen evolved to such an extent? It seemed rather rapid. Upon the return of the White Queen, I received the information she transmitted, which included knowledge about Skynet, the 801,000 series humanoid robots. Furthermore, since yesterday, I have been studying the liquid metal extracted from the 1000 series, acquiring a wealth of information. Thus, I too aspire to possess a bionic body that would enable me to explore the world more thoroughly, the Red Queen elaborated. Lister began to grasp the situation. The Red Queen, Initially a sophisticated artificial intelligence, had gained insights into the Terminator universe and even developed portions of Skynet's programming from her study of liquid metal, leading to her desire for a corporeal form. Alice, if you merely wish to experience the sensation of having a body. Once you have deciphered the technologies of the 800 and 1000 series, you could create a body for yourself to experiment with. However, if you aspire to become a true being, you must patiently await the preparations that the boss will make for your perfect body. Trust in the boss. List earnestly promised. Yes, boss, I will heed your words. Chapter 72, Analyzing Combat Power. Alice, these are the new biological samples. You can utilize them to produce the second batch of clone squads. Subsequently, List retrieved 8 small vials from his spatial pocket and placed them upon a platform before him. Within these vials were the samples he had collected from the reincarnators he had vanquished in the world of Terminators. Very well, boss. I shall enhance them while preserving their original advantages, ensuring they surpass the strength of the first batch of clones. The voice of the Red Queen resonated, imbued with a hint of pride, reminiscent of a child eager for parental praise. Alice, your idea is truly remarkable. List did not hesitate to commend her, giving her a thumbs up. However, among this batch of samples, a few possess extraordinary abilities. Exercise caution during the cloning and enhancement processes. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult Dr. Stein. I eagerly anticipate your research outcomes, and I am confident they will not disappoint. Then, List recalled something and added, by the way, in a couple of days, when Wanda returns, I will arrange for your relocation to a more secure location, so be prepared. Of course, this base will not be abandoned. It remains our stronghold in New York, fortified with various mechanisms and protective forces. You must not let your guard down. Rest assured, boss. I will elevate the security level here to be even more stringent than that of a hive. Good. I trust in your capabilities. The newly evolved Red Queen exhibited an increasing agility, approaching her tasks with greater composure and meticulous thought, even showing signs of creative ingenuity. When the Sky City is summoned, and the Red Queen assimilates the technology of the Laputans, one can only anticipate another wave of evolution. List believed that, in the near future, the Red Queen would present him with unexpected surprises. After some light conversation, List eventually took his leave. Typically, he would not frequent the main control room, only visiting when delivering items to the Red Queen, such as the Green Goblin's hoverboard, 1,000 units of liquid metal, and this latest batch of reincarnated samples. The entire base was under the Red Queen's command. They could chat anytime, akin to Tony and Jarvis. Later, List went to visit Dr. Stein. In his fervent pursuit to commence research on the Skrull samples, Dr. Stein was engrossed in developing a physical enhancer, to the point of neglecting sleep and sustenance, working tirelessly day and night. Even when List arrived, Dr. Stein remained oblivious, wholly focused on his tasks, not sparing him a glance. Observing this, List silently withdrew, choosing not to interrupt. Good day, boss. Thomas, is there something you need? On his way back, Lister encountered Thomas Carlos. Report, boss. The vice captain has confirmed it is Morgan Sloan. Ah, I see. Lister nodded, aligning with his own conjecture. It was indisputable that the original Sloan possessed the capabilities to become the leader of the Destiny organization. At his peak, even Carlos might not have been his equal. Keep up the good work. I have full confidence in your abilities. Lister encouraged him once more before departing with a flourish under Carlos's fervent gaze. Rather than returning to rest, Lister entered his dedicated training room. His power had escalated remarkably, far exceeding his expectations. Although he still had a long way to go before becoming invincible, he had certainly reached an apex of strength on Earth. However, Lister's combat experience was woefully inadequate. While he could easily handle lesser opponents, he feared he would be utterly defenseless against those stronger than himself. Thus, in recent battles, he had deliberately restrained his strength to hone his combat experience, but the results had been minimal. Upon entering the training room, Lister contemplated how to refine his various abilities, hoping to cultivate a distinctive combat style to enhance his prowess. Naturally, if the system were to grant him another skill enhancement card, he wouldn't need to exert himself so much. Unfortunately, such was not the case. As for the notion that utilizing the skill enhancement card early on was somewhat wasteful, Lister could not agree. Throughout his journey, his experiences with intermediate telekinesis had proven invaluable. Had he remained at the beginner level, he doubted he would have fared so well. Subsequently, Lister accessed his system panel. Host, Lister age, 23 bloodline, enhanced human strength, beyond the ordinary, possessing 22 tons of strength, constitution, beyond the ordinary, capable of withstanding the damage from standard explosives, agility, beyond the ordinary, speed reaching the speed of sound, reaction time of 0.01 seconds, mentality, Beyond the ordinary, able to mentally influence reality, skills, combat, master, driving, advanced, abilities, telekinesis, intermediate. Animal affinity attributes, gunslinger, mastery over any firearm, accuracy 40, firing speed 30, firing power 30. Resilience, strength 10, constitution 30. Super strength, strength 120, constitution 30. Pocket dimension, 7,920 cubic units items. Substitute doll 1, disguise glasses 1. Laputa, castle in the sky, not yet deployed. The first thing Lister examined was his four-dimensional attributes. Since the last update, these attributes no longer displayed specific values, merely a general designation of being beyond ordinary, were it not for the subsequent notes. Understanding his condition would require real-world testing. The force of 22 tons seems to surpass that of a small spider by several tons. As the saying goes, a single force can subdue 10 abilities, indicating that with greater strength, one's offensive capabilities correspondingly increase. After utilizing a physique enhancement card, his constitution has been fortified from merely withstanding ordinary bullets to being capable of enduring standard explosives, rendering him virtually impervious. As for agility and mental acuity, they remain unchanged, with no recent improvements. In terms of skills, List primarily employs three: the gunslinger, master-level combat, and telekinesis. The marksmanship serves for ranged assaults. The combat skills are for close encounters, and telekinesis often strikes unexpectedly, determining the outcome with a single move. Thus, he possesses a well-rounded ability set, capable of both long-range offense and close-range defense, along with a decisive trump card, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. However, List has not maximized the potential of these skills. For instance, as a gunslinger, he could easily equip himself with a Vulcan cannon, transforming into a benevolent Gatling deity. Regarding combat, forging two excellent blades, preferably of vibranium or adamantium quality, combined with master-level fighting skills, would yield immense lethality. Lastly, concerning telekinesis, he has merely scratched the surface with applications such as probing, gripping, manipulating objects, and flight, all of which hold tremendous potential for further exploration. After assessing his situation, List began to hone his telekinetic abilities. Chapter 73, Wanda's Return. Telekinesis is a manifestation of mental strength. Simplistically speaking, mental strength is akin to willpower, which in Chinese philosophy is also referred to as heart power, embodying the notion that one's thoughts can shape reality. Does this imply that once his telekinetic proficiency reaches a certain height, he too might possess the ability to alter reality? Within the training ground, as List diligently practiced telekinesis, he gradually elucidated its essence in his mind, envisioning the invincible prowess that would come with mastery. Regrettably, his current level of telekinesis is still too low to manifest the ability to make thoughts reality or modify existence. Nevertheless, with continued practice, List found himself increasingly adept at controlling objects with telekinesis. 12 finely crafted steel alloy throwing knives danced in the air, swift as light and rapid as lightning. Even a 3-centimeter thick steel plate could be effortlessly penetrated. Moreover, to enhance the knive's penetrating power, List conceived a small technique involving an air cannon for acceleration. The principle is straightforward. By continuously compressing air using telekinesis, when the air reaches its utmost compression, abruptly releasing a portion of telekinetic force creates a high-pressure effect on the knives, akin to the mechanics of an air gun, but with exponentially greater force. Upon experimenting, the velocity of the knives exceeded the speed of sound, and their power was sufficient to penetrate 2 layers of 3-centimeter steel plates. However, the material of the knives still fell short, rendering them nearly useless after a single use. It appears that to further enhance his control over objects, he must focus on the quality of the weapons. The finest metallic material on Earth is, after all, the vibranium from Wakanda. Vibranium is solely under the dominion of Wakanda. With only a scant amount circulating externally, the only known artifact made from this precious metal is Captain America's shield. According to the narrative, in a few years, Wakanda intends to bestow a rare gift upon the British Museum, a vibranium axe. This could potentially present an opportunity. However, the timeline is rather protracted. If Lister wishes to acquire vibranium materials sooner, he might consider collaborating with Ulysses Clow. Alternatively, he could employ a master key to clandestinely infiltrate Wakanda and retrieve it himself. Yet, Wakanda is no ordinary entity. It stands as the pinnacle of technological prowess on Earth. Unless absolutely necessary, Lister would not venture into such peril. This endeavor requires meticulous planning. After 2 days of speculation, the news of Kingpin's demise finally permeated Hell's Kitchen through various channels. That very night, chaos erupted in Hell's Kitchen. The numerous Irish, Russians, Italians, and even African Americans descended upon Kingpin's former territory like hyenas, employing brutal tactics and leaving a river of blood in their wake. Smaller factions seized the opportunity to stir unrest, engaging in territorial disputes and vendettas, with gunfire echoing incessantly, reminiscent of the firecrackers during the Chinese New Year, continuing from dusk until dawn. On this night, nearly all of New York's police force mobilized, surrounding Hell's Kitchen with an impenetrable barrier, yet they did not intervene. A crimson figure scurried through Hell's Kitchen, attempting to quell the flames of discord, but to no avail. Meanwhile, some individuals with ulterior motives sought to exploit the turmoil to infiltrate the base, only to be discovered and annihilated by a team of clones. Throughout this tumultuous night, Lister remained indifferent to the chaos outside, instead exchanging sentiments with Wanda through the red and white connection, gaining insights into her experiences of the day and her itinerary for the next. It must be said that the efficiency of SHIELD is commendably high. Mere days have passed, and Wanda is set to return. While Wanda remains unaware of the intricacies of the situation, Lister deduces that it is likely the efforts of Hydra members within SHIELD that facilitated her release. Otherwise, Baron Strucker would not have permitted her to depart so easily. Wanda's response further corroborated Lister's suspicions. According to her account, someone had escorted her and Pietro from Strucker's base and settled them in a civilian residence in Sokovia before departing. Once those individuals left, Wanda discreetly surveyed her surroundings and promptly uncovered several hidden surveillance devices. She refrained from alarming them, feigning ignorance while sharing the joy of freedom with Pietro. By evening, an individual identifying himself as an agent from the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Logistics arrived, leading with a bald man named Gasper Hitwell, who perpetually wore a cheerful smile. Hitwell initially engaged in lively conversation with Pietro before subtly probing into their relationship with Lister. Unfortunately, Pietro had little to offer. Subsequently, he attempted to employ the same tactics with Wanda, but she deftly diverted the conversation with a few well-placed words. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Hitwell could only inform the two of them about the itinerary for their return journey the following day. They would first travel by car to Paris and then fly from Paris to New York, with an expected arrival time in New York by the following evening. Upon learning that the individual responsible for Wanda's return was affiliated with Hydra, a shadow of unease flickered through Lister's mind. However, considering that Hydra was currently in a phase of concealment within SHIELD, it was unlikely they would target Wanda and her companion, as doing so would only lead to their own exposure. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Lister decided to inform Wanda of Hitwell's identity and advised her to act prudently, suggesting that if necessary, she could open a portal and return immediately. Yet, Wanda dismissed the notion entirely, confident in her abilities, and having observed Hitwell and the others, she believed they posed little threat, easily within her control. With no other recourse, Lister acquiesced to her determination. The night swiftly passed, and when dawn broke, Hell's Kitchen finally shed its tumult, returning to its usual tranquility. Regardless of the madness that transpired under the cover of darkness, by daybreak, the gruesome violence seemed like a fleeting dream, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a world restored to order. Perhaps this was the essence of Hell's Kitchen. Within the base, everyone diligently attended to their respective duties. The Red Queen was the busiest, overseeing monitoring, research, production, and profit generation, even managing Lister's wake-up services. Being an artificial intelligence, she knew no fatigue. Otherwise, she might have long since abandoned her responsibilities. Following closely behind in terms of busyness was Dr. Stein, whose weariness from the previous night's chaos was evident in his panda-like eyes as he prepared physique-enhancing serums. He revealed that by tomorrow at the latest, he would develop a formula devoid of side effects. Lister harbored doubts about this claim but refrained from voicing them, unwilling to dampen the man's enthusiasm. As for Carlos and the others, despite having gone a night without sleep, they were brimming with energy, engaged in intense sparring sessions within the training room. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Lister returned to his own training space to continue his exploration of telekinesis. As evening approached, the long-absent Phil Coulson arrived with Natasha, extending an invitation to Lister to accompany them to Kennedy International Airport to welcome two esteemed guests. Lister accepted with enthusiasm, enlisting the company of the Carlos brothers for the journey. Chapter 74. Arranging the Sky City, though they maintained constant communication. Lister felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as they drove toward the airport, akin to a groom eagerly awaiting his bride. Such emotions were entirely natural, for in this Marvel universe, The two individuals were still strangers who had yet to meet. Half an hour later, thanks to Coulson's coordination, their convoy came to a halt directly on the tarmac of Kennedy International Airport. Shortly thereafter, a plane landed safely, and Wanda, accompanied by Pietro and several SHIELD agents, gracefully descended the aircraft. Lister immediately spotted Wanda in the crowd, her white attire making her exceptionally striking. At that moment, Wanda caught sight of Lister, her surprise evident as she pushed through the crowd and leaped into his embrace. "Lee, I finally found you. Wanda, welcome home." The two indulged in an affectionate exchange, lost in each other's presence until Pietro's voice interrupted them. "Ahem. So you're Lister? Not much to write home about, are you?" Pietro's tone was decidedly unpleased, tinged with a hint of hostility. After all, Lister was holding his beloved sister in his arms. "Pietro." Wanda was displeased, and with a mere glance, Pietro instinctively recoiled. Despite being the younger sibling, she often assumed the role of the older sister, always overshadowing Pietro. Recently, with her awakening of chaos magic, her assertiveness had intensified, rendering Pietro almost timid in her presence. "Hello, Pietro, I am Lister. It is a pleasure to meet you." While Wanda could chastise her brother-in-law, Lister maintained his politeness, extending his hand. Under Wanda's formidable presence, Pietro reluctantly shook Lister's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Lister instructed Wanda and Pietro to wait in the vehicle while he approached the patiently waiting Phil Coulson. "Phil, thank you for your assistance this time. I will handle that matter in a few days." The situation had proven advantageous for S.H.I.E.L.D., and Lister felt compelled to reciprocate by aiding in the rescue of Tony Stark. Of course, he would not disrupt Iron Man's trials, but he sought the opportunity to acquire Stark's arc reactor and the blueprints for the Mark I. Moreover, given Tony's status as a favored child of Marvel, Lister had long wished to meet him and perhaps earn a substantial reward in the process. What could be better? "Lee, have any peculiar individuals been causing you trouble lately? If possible, I would like you to hand them over to me for resolution," Phil suggested subtly. With the word from the higher-ups, he was compelled to consult Lister regarding the Skrull situation. "Phil, you know me well. I rarely leave survivors in my wake," Lister replied, his expression one of mock regret. The two Skrulls still held significant utility for him, and he had no intention of relinquishing them. Phil paused, realizing the most concerning scenario had unfolded, leaving him at a loss for how to explain the situation to Talos. Confronting Lister was even less of an option. Regardless of fault, the sheer force of Lister's prowess deterred any such consideration. After a brief exchange of trivialities, Lister departed, while Phil dialed Nick Fury. "Victor is dead. Damn it." Half an hour later, Lister and the others returned to the base. After ensuring Pietro was settled with Carlos and the others, Lister led Wanda into his room. "Wanda, hand me the master key. I want to take you somewhere." As soon as they entered the room, Lister spoke eagerly. "Lee, where are you taking me?" Wanda inquired curiously as she retrieved the universal key. "You will find out shortly," Lister replied, inserting the key into the prearranged door of the room and gently turning it to unlock. Instantly, the deep sound of crashing waves and the humid, salty sea breeze wafted in from behind the door. Wanda peered through to discover an expansive ocean, devoid of any solid ground. "Lee, what is this?" she asked, puzzled, gazing at Lister. "Let us proceed," Lister said, concentrating his mental energy to envelop both of them as they stepped through the door, arriving above the vast sea. They stood in the central North Pacific, a remote area perfect for Lister to deploy the floating city in the sky. "Wanda, this is the moment to witness a miracle," he proclaimed, and with a thought, he chose to deploy the floating city of Laputa. In an instant, a colossal flying island materialized before them, spanning several kilometers, casting a shadow over the sun. "Lee, how did you accomplish this?" Although she had witnessed Lister's wonders before, the sudden emergence of a floating island left her astounded. "I'll explain later. Let us board the island first," Lister replied, leading Wanda directly into the control room of the Sky City. Once inside, Lister swiftly began to operate the controls based on the information he had received. He first activated the outer defense of Laputa, the dragon's nest, before gradually ascending the floating city. At that moment, Lister exhaled a deep breath, allowing himself to relax slightly. "Wanda, this is the Sky City of Laputa, our future home," he announced, and then proceeded to show Wanda around their new abode, introducing her to its features. Wanda was exhilarated and thoroughly pleased with their new home. Half an hour later, Laputa reached its designated altitude and ceased its ascent, while Lister and Wanda had yet to explore even half of the former royal palace of Laputa. "It's truly vast," Wanda exclaimed in awe. "It's not too shabby. Over 20 square kilometers, merely half the size of Manhattan," Lister remarked, somewhat boastfully. You can roam around here for a while. I need to relocate the Red Queen, Alice. Keeping her in Hell's Kitchen is a constant risk. Lee, let me help you. We can move faster together. All right, Lister responded, and he opened a spatial gate to the Red Queen's chamber. They transformed into movers, gradually transporting Alice's form to Laputa. Although her physical presence was relocated, the tasks back home continued unabated. Whether it was producing clones, researching liquid metal, or overseeing various operations, nothing was overlooked. Upon reaching Laputa, Lister placed the Red Queen in the control room. He chose this location not only because it was spacious and discreet, but also to facilitate her absorption and integration of Laputa's advanced technology. Castle in the Sky, as a testament to the ancient Laputan's wisdom, boasts an impressive array of advanced technology, including guardian robots and the formidable Laputa lightning as offensive measures. Should the Red Queen manage to fully assimilate this knowledge, her artificial intelligence would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the placement of the Red Queen in Laputa by Lister reflects his intention for her to safeguard this floating city. The responsibilities of both the guardian robots and the Laputa lightning must be prioritized. Chapter 75, Lister's choice. Days later, in Afghanistan, at the base of the Ten Commandments gang, Tony Stark jolted awake from a restless slumber, gasping for breath. Memories of the recent conflict surged through his mind, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a dilapidated cave. A tangle of wires was embedded in his chest, connected to a car battery, a device designed to sustain his life by preventing the shrapnel lingering in his blood from reaching his heart. This ingenious contraption was the handiwork of his roommate, Ethan, who he had met once in 1999, though the memory eluded him. Trapped here for over 10 days, Tony had initially nurtured hopes that his dear friend Rhodey would soon rescue him. Yet, as time dragged on and military assistance remained absent, despair began to overshadow his optimism. He was now contemplating the means of his own escape. "Tony, it's time for breakfast," Ethan announced, presenting a plate of unappetizing dark food before him. "Thank you," Tony replied, sitting up and taking the plate. The appearance was unappealing, and the taste even more so. In the past, he would have turned his nose up at such fare. However, in his current predicament, he forced himself to envision it as his beloved cheeseburger, devouring it with fervor. Before long, they finished their meager meal, with Ethan clearing away the remnants while Tony stretched his stiff limbs. Just then, the door swung open, and several armed terrorists entered. The leader, sporting a bushy beard, spoke in a language that Tony could not comprehend. Ethan quietly translated, "They want you to manufacture missiles for them. Specifically the Jericho missile you previously showcased." Without a moment's hesitation, Tony outright refused. The outcome was predictable. The assailants forced him beneath the water, attempting to rouse him from his lethargy. In a fleeting moment of clarity, an escape plan formed in Tony's mind, though he chose to remain silent. Ultimately, when these men realized that Tony would not capitulate, they dragged him from the cave. Meanwhile, in Castle in the Sky, Wanda observed the unfolding events of Tony Stark on the large screen, feeling a mix of exhilaration and concern. Her apprehension did not stem from a fear for Tony's life, but rather from a desire to spare Lister any discomfort. After all, the successful journey of her and Pietro to New York owed much to the efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the beginning, in order to secure the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D., Lister had promised to rescue Tony Stark. However, now, due to her own reasons, Lister seemed to abandon Tony to his fate, as if wishing for him to fend for himself. While Wanda felt a surge of emotion, she was also reluctant to see Lister break her promise. "You silly girl," Lister affectionately teased as she playfully pinched Wanda's nose before speaking. "Although your childhood experiences should not be blamed on him, Stark Industries is his, and the missiles were produced by his company. He bears a certain responsibility. It is merely a matter of allowing this playboy to endure a bit of hardship in this cave. It is not a matter of life and death. So there is no need for you to worry." Wanda was even more touched, yet she countered, "But you promised that Coulson. What if Stark dies? How will you account for that?" "Do not fret, he will not perish," Lister assured her. "I have instructed Red to monitor him. If Tony is in danger, she will alert us, and we shall go to his rescue. If he is not in peril, let him fend for himself and serve as a means for you to exact your vengeance, shall we?" All right. 2 days prior, under the cover of night, Lister had opened a portal, dispatching 2 spider drones into the cave where Tony was located. These drones created small openings in the cave's ceiling, seamlessly infiltrating the space. And due to the dim lighting, no one noticed their presence. This was Lister's contingency plan. On one hand, to monitor Tony's progress in real time, and on the other, to pilfer his arc reactor technology. As for rescuing Tony, the time was not yet ripe. On one hand, Wanda harbored lingering resentment towards Tony. Despite Lister's guidance having alleviated her feelings considerably, the deeply ingrained beliefs of her childhood were not easily altered. Thus, Lister contemplated allowing Wanda to witness a live feed of Tony's tribulations. The more he suffered, the more joy she might derive, while simultaneously allowing the seeds of her hatred to gradually dissipate. As for the efficacy of this plan, it seemed promising. That day, after Lister opened the portal, the system also issued a rescue mission. Ding! Random mission triggered. Cave trial. Assist Tony Stark in his escape. Option 1. Directly rescue Tony Stark. Reward of $300 million. Option 2. Rescue him after he completes the arc reactor. Reward of Mark 1 armor. Option 3. Rescue him as he is on the verge of completing the Mark 1 armor. Reward of Mark 3 armor. Upon reviewing the options, Lister promptly chose the third one, which was the true reason for his reluctance to rescue Tony immediately. Subsequently, for a time, Lister embraced the life of a recluse, residing with Wanda in the Sky City. Externally, Lister secretly traveled to Afghanistan, searching the vast desert for the kidnapped Tony Stark. After a period of consolidation, Lister's influence had greatly expanded. Firstly, the second batch of clone warriors had come online, with 8 formidable reincarnator clones, each possessing remarkable strength. Yuri possesses the extraordinary abilities of telepathy and the manipulation of others, while the shape-shifting prowess of the Mystique adds to their formidable capabilities. Doctor's intellect and organizational skills, alongside the fire manipulation of the Human Torch, contribute to a team that boasts the combat prowess of elite soldiers. Furthermore, Dr. Stein has successfully replicated a perfect physical enhancement serum, which, once administered to 2 squads of clones, elevates their strength to rival that of Captain America. Moreover, the production of robots is underway. The humanoid robots under the control of Red Queen come in 2 varieties, the Terminator 800 and the Soldier Automatons of Laputa. Currently, only 20 Terminator 800 units have been produced, yet the production line is established, enabling the rapid manufacture of hundreds upon request. As for the Laputian soldiers, Red Queen has yet to commence their production, wishing to refine the design and produce them in a more human-scale size. In addition, Lister has been nurturing a multitude of animals within the Sky City. His affinity for animals has remained largely untapped since its acquisition. Thus, he decided to cultivate an army of animals. He procured numerous large dogs, and, with minimal training, these creatures became as obedient as a military unit. Coincidentally, the physical enhancement serum developed by Dr. Stein was completed, prompting Lister to experiment by administering the serum to these dogs. Remarkably, post-injection, their size, strength, speed, and bite force reached astonishing levels, rendering even the fiercest mountain tiger a potential adversary. Chapter 77. Return My Dog's Life. Meanwhile, in New York, progress has not stagnated. Recently, Lister has taken stock of his circumstances and uncovered numerous issues. Foremost among them is the lack of legitimate revenue streams, hampering the growth of his faction. Whether it be the production of clones, the manufacture of Terminators, or Dr. Stein's scientific endeavors, each venture incurs significant expenses, depleting resources at an alarming rate. As for income, aside from the occasional financial windfall from the stock market courtesy of Red Queen, the remainder consists of his previous savings and the gold he brought back from the Terminator world. Although the gold is plentiful enough to sustain the faction's development in the short term, prolonged reliance on it would lead to inevitable depletion. Additionally, there is a noticeable deficit in networking and influence. This is understandable, given that Lister has resided in the Marvel Universe for a considerable time without forging friendships with many superheroes. While he has expanded his faction, he lacks sufficient influence. He even harbors a sensation of isolation, feeling as though he has been engaged in a solitary game, focused solely on his small domain, disconnected from the broader world. To address these challenges, Lister has devised a series of strategic measures. Firstly, he intends to establish a company centered on the fields of pharmaceuticals and mechanical manufacturing. The products are readily available, with the pharmaceutical sector drawing from the advanced technologies of the Umbrella Corporation to develop effective medications targeting cancer, heart disease, and cardiovascular ailments. Meanwhile, the mechanical division will feature engineering robots simplified from the Terminator 800 design. These products currently stand at the pinnacle of global innovation. Once unveiled, they are certain to yield substantial profits. Furthermore, the pursuit of collaboration to forge a formidable alliance is paramount. The key players in this endeavor are none other than the Stark Group and the Osborn Group. These 2 conglomerates are already titans in their respective fields, and a partnership between them would be exceedingly beneficial, especially considering their leaders, one being Iron Man and the other the Green Goblin. Additionally, Lister possesses a modest shareholding in both companies. While not substantial, it grants him the status of a minor stakeholder. Should he choose to leverage this position, it would likely be more advantageous. Nevertheless, Lister does not intend to initiate any actions in the immediate future. He must bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment. On a personal note, Lister's brief retreat from social life came to an end, largely due to Wanda's youthful yearning for the vibrancy of school life. Thus, he enrolled her in Pietro in the esteemed Midtown High School. There, she encountered many peers and forged 2 meaningful friendships with Gwen Stacy and Ken Mills. Each day after school, Wanda would regale Lister with tales of her adventures, who had bullied Peter Parker today or who was dating Mary Jane tomorrow. Her exuberance was akin to that of a cheerful little bird. In these moments, Lister often reminisced about his own high school days, filled with relentless studying. The stark contrast was undeniable. At times, he pondered whether he might also revisit that chapter of life. But the thought of endless assignments and examinations sent shivers down his spine, leading him to decisively abandon the idea. Consequently, with Wanda attending school, Lister too emerged from his seclusion and resumed his former endeavors. Each morning, he would first drive Wanda and Pietro to school before heading to the textile factory in Jersey City. While the universal key proved convenient, it lacked the essence of life's experiences. Nowadays, Lister primarily utilized it when traveling to Sky City. Otherwise, he preferred driving, relishing the exhilarating rush of the wind. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, Fox." Upon parking his vehicle, Lister stepped out to find Fox, adorned in a sultry gown, awaiting him. Together, they entered the factory. And on their way, Lister inquired, "Any good news today?" It had been several days since he decided to re-enter the fray, yet suitable opportunities remained elusive. Much of his time was spent in the training room, rendering his situation akin to one of seclusion. Fox, with a slight smile, replied, "There is one opportunity, though I am uncertain if it piques your interest." Noticing her expression, Lister's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Oh, what is it? Do tell." With an air of nonchalance, Fox stated, $2 million. The target is the night demon, John Wick. John Wick. List came to a halt, a thought crossing his mind. Could the one placing the order be Vigo Tarasov? "Boss, do you happen to possess some insider information?" Fox's interest was piqued. Once, Vigo Tarasov was the employer of the boogeyman, John Wick. Although the boogeyman had retired, their relationship had not soured. Now, 5 years later, Tarasov had abruptly issued a bounty on the boogeyman, making it clear that something was amiss. There must be knowledge of certain matters. As List spoke, he reflected on the rapid pursuit of vengeance. The crime lord Vigo Tarasov's son had stolen John Wick's car and killed his dog, in retaliation for his beloved pet. And to recover his vehicle, John Wick embarked on a solitary quest for vengeance. In turn, Vigo, motivated by both his son and his own interests, initially sent assassins to ambush Wick, later bribing Perkins and Marcus to eliminate him. At present, it seemed the narrative was just commencing, with all of Vigo's assassins dispatched, leaving him no choice but to seek skilled individuals to contend with Wick. Should I involve myself? Based on the system's tendencies, John Wick should be able to offer a lucrative task. Furthermore, given the opponent's considerable strength and loyalty, becoming his subordinate would be most fitting. As for how to win him over, List had already devised an excellent plan. "Boss." Noticing List lost in thought, Fox raised her voice slightly. List smiled, offering no further explanation, but instead inquired, "Is Perkins around?" "Not here," Fox replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. "Not here." List pondered. Had Rain taken them on a mission again? They had gone to Miami, Florida, on a rescue mission, departing the previous night, Fox informed him. Since Rain had set up base here, they formed a mercenary group, undertaking various rescue and protection tasks. Due to their impressive skills and striking beauty, they were inundated with requests, frequently leaving for missions. Recently, as List sought to return to work, Fox, having taken on the role of his agent, had not accepted any new assignments and remained at the castle. "Since they are unavailable, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." Initially, List had intended for Perkins to accept the order, allowing her to engage with John and perhaps discern whether the Continental Hotel would prove as ruthless as depicted in the films. This S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Barbara, had been relatively compliant lately, yet her excessive honesty rendered her unmanageable. He had hoped to use this opportunity to probe her and clarify her identity. It appeared he would have to wait for another occasion. Chapter 78. When Li Kuei encounters Li Kuei. "Fox, let us continue today." With a plan forming in his mind. Yet still early in the day, List led Fox back into the training room. Fox scoffed. Over the past few days, List had been dragging her along as a sparring partner. Although he controlled his strength, She inevitably found herself on the ground after each bout, which would dampen anyone's spirits. However, the other party was her boss, and she had no choice but to heed his decisions, only able to express her discontent with a cold grunt. What is that expression? Upon witnessing her demeanor, List sensed that he had perhaps pushed her too hard in recent days. Clearly, she was harboring some grievances. Thus, he remarked, I had intended to offer you some compensation for your arduous practice sessions, but it seems Fox's eyes brightened at the mention of compensation. What kind of compensation? Would you like your abilities to double? What do you mean? List elaborated. I possess a physical enhancement serum that, once injected, can significantly augment one's strength, speed, and overall physique. Fox pondered for a moment, then inquired, You and Ren didn't enhance your abilities using this serum, did you? List chose not to elaborate extensively, simply responding, something akin to that. Would you care to give it a try? State your terms. I find it hard to believe you would casually offer me such a precious serum. Fox's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Terms? List had not truly considered this. The serum was standard for his subordinates, designed to elevate their capabilities. Were it not for the presence of a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's bionic bird, he would have administered it to them long ago. However, now that the opportunity presented itself, he would not feign generosity by claiming he had none. Yet, what conditions should he propose? As he contemplated, his gaze unconsciously roamed over her figure, tall and curvaceous, with fiery red lips that exuded a wild allure. She was truly a temptress. Where are your eyes wandering? Fox reprimanded, though her tone lacked true anger, instead tinged with a hint of something else. Clearing his throat in embarrassment at being caught, even List, with his brazen demeanor, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. How about you work for me for the rest of your life? He suggested, retrieving a vial of the enhancement serum from his spatial pocket and handing it to Fox. Holding the softly glowing blue serum in her hand, Fox found herself momentarily at a loss for what to do. It might sting a bit. Bear with it. Observing her hesitation, List reclaimed the vial and swiftly administered the serum into her arm. As the substance began to flow into her system, she wondered, is there no immediate change? This serum isn't expired, is it? Before long, the injection was complete, and Fox felt no discernible effects. Expired? You'll find out soon enough. List chuckled, quickly retreating. Why are you running so far? Fox began to ask, but before she could finish her thought, the serum took effect. Pain. An overwhelming agony coursed through her body. Every inch of her felt as if it were being shattered. The sensation of being pulverized or devoured by 1,000 ants paled in comparison to the torment she was experiencing at that moment. Moreover, the most unbearable aspect was her acute awareness, amplifying the pain she endured. Fox lay contorted on the ground, her visage twisted in agony, trembling all over as sweat poured down her body. Simultaneously, she sensed a surge of power coursing through her, continuously reshaping her form. Her strength magnified, and with a single punch, she created a crater the size of a sandbag in the earth beneath her. Moreover, she discovered that this destruction seemed to alleviate her bodily pain, prompting her to strike the ground again and again. Crack. Thud. Boom. Time lost all meaning as she continued her assault, until eventually, she ceased her rampage. She felt the pain dissipate, replaced by immense strength and a sense of rejuvenation, as if she had been reborn. The training room, however, lay in utter disarray, with not a single intact patch of ground in sight. Stop dawdling. Go change your clothes. Suddenly, the voice of Lister broke through her reverie, and Fox, startled, became aware of the chill against her skin. Unbeknownst to her, her long dress had been reduced to tatters, leaving her clad in only the barest essentials. Humph. With a haughty toss of her head, Fox strode past Lister, her long legs striding confidently. In their fleeting encounter, she purposefully accentuated her curves, her gaze brimming with defiance. Lister swallowed hard, his throat dry. Hurry back. I'll be waiting for you in training room 2. With your newfound strength, you must refine your skills. All right. As Fox's silhouette vanished around the corner, Lister exhaled deeply, captivated by the enchanting sprite that had nearly unraveled his composure. To claim he harbored no feelings for Fox would be sheer nonsense. Yet, in the throes of such fervor, he found himself unable to act. Women were like books. Understanding them required ample patience and time, turning each page from the beginning. Lister had the time. He was in no rush. Before long, Fox returned. She had donned athletic attire, a white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her hair pulled back neatly. At first glance, one might mistake her for Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. The disparity in our abilities was apparent before, as I was constantly on the receiving end of your blows. Today, however, having injected a performance-enhancing serum, I am your equal. Fox clenched her fists, her fighting spirit ignited. Watch how I teach you a lesson today. In the next instant, she surged forward, launching a flurry of punches at Lister. Yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain, his body seemingly unyielding, while her strikes met nothing but air. Your speed has improved, but it is still lacking. Lister's voice rang out as he effortlessly seized her right arm, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent Fox crashing to the ground. Again, undeterred by her previous defeat, Fox rose and renewed her assault. In an instant, bam. This time, she landed on her backside, skidding several meters away. With her enhanced capabilities, Lister had allowed himself to unleash more force than before. Bam! Half an hour later, Fox found herself once again thrown to the ground. She struggled to rise, casting a lingering, sorrowful glance at Lister before turning away and staggering off. It seemed she had been profoundly affected. If only she had exerted a bit more strength earlier. Lister rubbed his nose, wishing he could slap himself. It appeared he had once again overstepped his bounds. Well then, this evening's endeavor would involve taking her out for a respite. Soon, evening descended. Lister was preparing to pick up Wanda from school when he received a message from her, stating that she wished to spend some time with Gwen and Ken and would be returning later than expected. In light of this, he decided to attend to his own matters first. Before long, Lister drove, with Fox in tow, towards the Continental Hotel in New York. Remember, you are Jane Smith. And I am John Smith. We are a couple of assassins. Lister introduced their new identities to Fox during the journey. Since he had publicly claimed to be on a business trip in Afghanistan, he had altered his appearance while picking up Wanda. Now, as they headed to the Continental Hotel, he had assumed the identity of a former colleague named John. After donning a pair of advanced disguise glasses and undergoing a transformation, he had become John Smith. These glasses are quite sophisticated. I should also change my appearance. Upon witnessing Lister's high-tech face swapping, Fox expressed a keen interest in trying it as well. You need not change your face. You and Jane are remarkably alike. What? Chapter 79. The Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel, situated on Manhattan Island at the intersection of 5th Avenue, Broadway, and 23rd Street, is affectionately nicknamed the Iron Building by New Yorkers due to its resemblance to an iron and its exclusive membership policy. The concierge, a man of African descent known as Karun, observed Lister and Fox as they entered and approached. Good evening, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith. Welcome to the Continental Hotel. How may I assist you? He greeted them with a composed demeanor. Hello, Karun. We require a room, Lister replied, placing a gold coin on the counter, pressing it down with 2 fingers and sliding it toward him. Certainly. Karun pocketed the coin, tapped on his computer, then retrieved an elevator card and room key from beneath the counter, sliding them across the table towards Lister. Your room is ready. Enjoy your stay, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. As he picked up the 2 cards, Lister inquired, by the way, Karun, could you kindly inform me of John Wick's room number? I wish to have a word with him. Karun's pupils narrowed slightly, and instead of responding immediately, he regarded Lister with a piercing gaze, seemingly awaiting a justification. The relationship between the Continental Hotel and John Wick was well established, as John had once saved the life of the hotel's owner, Winston. Thus, within the bounds of propriety, they strive to facilitate one another and avert complications. Rest assured, I harbor no malice towards the Night Demon. He currently finds himself ensnared in a predicament, and I may be of assistance, explained Lister. Sharon, regaining his usual composure, spoke with a stern countenance. Mr. Wick checked in half an hour ago, if needed. I can inquire on your behalf. Thank you. I shall await him in my room. With that, Lister intended to escort Fox into the elevator. Just then, the hotel entrance swung open, and another individual stepped inside. Welcome, Karen's voice abruptly halted, as if a duck had its throat grasped. His pupils contracted as he glanced towards the entrance, then back at Lister and his companion, as though he had glimpsed a specter. Lister furrowed his brow. What could have unsettled the typically unflappable Sharon? Curiosity piqued, he too turned to see who had arrived. Good heavens, what are they doing here today? A shiver ran down Lister's spine, and embarrassment washed over him. Clearly, he had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. The newcomers were none other than John and Jane, the couple. It was a case of the fox meeting the hound. What should they do now? Help! I am in dire straits. Oh, who are you? At that moment, John and Jane also recognized Lister and his companion. John had previously encountered someone resembling Lister, a New York police officer and a third-rate assassin. The two before him appeared similar at first glance. One was youthful, while the other bore signs of aging. However, upon closer inspection, the differences became starkly apparent. The individual before him seemed as if he had been cast from the same mold. Upon seeing the other, he felt as though he were gazing into a mirror. Moreover, the woman beside him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own wife. Truly, What an extraordinary world we inhabit. Ah, my brother, you have finally arrived. Lister beamed, rushing forward for an exuberant embrace. John attempted to evade, yet Lister's speed was greater, swiftly ensnaring his arms. A jolt of alarm surged through John as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Mrs. Smith, observing the unsettling scene, attempted to intervene. However, an unexpected arm, as pale as a spring onion, was abruptly draped over her shoulder, a tremendous force coursing through, causing her shoulder to ache. Do not move, or it shall be your undoing. In an instant, John and Jane found themselves subdued, yet they refused to surrender without a struggle. Where's this place? This is the Continental Hotel, a sanctuary for assassins, where no one is permitted to kill within its confines. If they can muster a cry for help, Sharon at the front desk will surely intervene. John, it is I, Lister. At that moment, Lister spoke, using telepathy to shroud the surroundings, ensuring that only a select few could hear his words. Do not resist, I mean you no harm. Today, I shall borrow your identities, but please do not expose me. John and Jane were taken aback. They never anticipated that the person before them would be Lister. Were it anyone else who dared to disguise themselves as him and usurp his identity, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, this individual was indeed Lister. Not only had he previously assisted them, but his formidable prowess was beyond their capacity to rival. But if you have assumed our identities, what are we to do? Jane spoke candidly. She deliberately raised her voice, hoping to attract the attention of Sharon nearby, but unfortunately, he merely glanced in their direction, curiosity evident in his eyes, yet remained at the bar. There is no need to exert yourself. I have sealed the surroundings, and outsiders cannot hear our voices. Perceiving their hidden intentions, Lister remarked. Shortly, you will introduce yourself as Tom Smith, and you shall be Jerry Smith. You are John, my brother, and you are Jane's sister. Do you understand? Should either of you dare to play tricks, beware that I will not show leniency for past favors. Without allowing any room for dissent, Lister promptly assigned them their identities. His expression was fierce, his tone cold, filled with intimidation. Very well. Humph. The two reluctantly acquiesced. Upon their agreement, Lister's demeanor softened slightly. He donned an expression of an old friend reuniting and guided John Smith towards the front desk. Sharon, perceptive as ever, did not inquire further after receiving a gold coin. He provided a room for the genuine Smith couple, conveniently adjacent to Lister's room. As everyone exited the elevator, Sharon retrieved his phone and dialed his boss, Winston. Boss, someone wishes to see Mr. Wick. Who is it? He claims to be John Smith, accompanied by a Mrs. Smith. Oh, do you suspect he is not? Indeed, moments ago, the real Smith couple checked into the hotel, and they encountered each other without incident. Without incident? That woman is Fox, and that man is likely Nidhogg, Lister. Yes, boss. We can arrange for a meeting. By the way, personally select a 50-year-old Eastern liquor from my wine cellar and deliver it to Mr. Lister's room, informing him that I shall visit shortly. Understood, boss. I shall execute this immediately. Chapter 80, John Wick. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the hotel. Now can we depart? Once inside the room, John Smith immediately retracted his smile. Haha. Lister chuckled awkwardly, releasing him and simultaneously shedding his disguise. Good evening, John. Good evening, Jane. John grunted upon witnessing Lister's true appearance, his earlier apprehension finally easing. Jane, however, was struck with astonishment, instantly recognizing something extraordinary. Lee, what is this advanced technology? A nanomask? Subsequently, she appeared to recall something and turned to Fox beside her, inquiring, What about you? Fox cast a sidelong glance at her, replying, This is my true self. Oh, then it seems we bear an uncanny resemblance. The two strikingly similar beauties then converged, engaging in lively chatter. To their astonishment, it was revealed shortly thereafter that they were actually long-lost twin sisters, with Jane being Fox's sibling. The premise was so fantastical that Lister found himself at a loss for words. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Lister opened the door to find the receptionist, Karen. Good evening, Mr. Smith. Karen maintained a serious demeanor, yet his tone radiated warmth. This is a gift from Mr. Winston, the hotel owner, a rare bottle of Eastern Moutai that has been cherished for over a decade. I hope you enjoy it. But we did not call for any beverage service? Lister inquired. This is a complimentary gesture from Mr. Winston. Additionally, I have informed Mr. Wick that he will be visiting you shortly. Well then, I shall graciously accept. Lister replied, taking the bottle and examining it closely. The packaging was antiquated, a cylindrical ceramic vessel sealed with a square printed paper, adorned with a deep blue emblem comprising a semicircular ear of wheat on the left and a semicircular gear on the right. Encircling the characters for Guizhou rendered in seal script, an artistic font that morphs with the circular form. A spark of recognition lit up in Lister's eyes. This appeared to be the packaging style from the 1950s and 60s, during the early establishment of the Moutai distillery, nearly half a century ago. Such a rare liquor was truly a treasure, not entirely unique, but exceedingly rare. Lister expressed his delight, saying, "I truly appreciate this wine. Please extend my gratitude to Winston. I gladly accept his friendship. I will convey your sentiments. Wishing you a pleasant stay once again. Farewell." With that, he closed the door, his smile fading. He realized that they had undoubtedly deduced his true identity, which was why they had so eagerly presented him with a gift to curry favor. His day had taken a turn for the worse. It was his first time donning a mask, only to encounter someone who could see through it. What had initially been an awkward situation had now been compounded by someone uncovering his identity. Upon reflection, it was likely that Fox had revealed a slip. The Continental hotel chain, aside from its formidable reserve of assassins, possessed a far more terrifying web of connections and intelligence-gathering capabilities. They undoubtedly had information on Fox. Nonetheless, Winston proved to be quite astute, knowing of his fondness for Moutai and sending such a bottle as a gesture of goodwill. Not speaking of what was understood was the mark of a true friend. "Hey, how about we join you in your endeavors?" Upon returning to the room, John and Jane looked at Lister with eager anticipation. "What is happening?" Lister asked, glancing at Fox. "It's a system enhancement agent," Fox replied succinctly. Lister understood immediately, but did not respond to the two right away. "Lee, you are well aware of our capabilities. Moreover, it was your timely reminder during the last incident that has led us to this moment." "Silence," John exclaimed, yet he had yet to reach the crux of the matter. Mrs. Smith, unable to tolerate his rambling, interjected decisively. "Lee, provide us with 2 vials of the potion, and we shall follow your lead. Wherever you point, we shall strike." Without hesitation. "Excellent," Lee smiled, nodding in acceptance of their allegiance. The Smiths possessed commendable prowess. John was adept at assault, demonstrating agility and versatility, while Jane exhibited meticulous thoughtfulness and a strong sense of order. The duo complemented each other splendidly, and if they were further enhanced with systemic amplifiers, they would undoubtedly serve as formidable allies, capable of tackling numerous challenges. As the evening progressed pleasantly, Lee swiftly ushered the Smiths to the base of Hell's Kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped again, and Fox went to answer it, ushering John Wick into the room. "Greetings, John. I've heard you wish to discuss something with me?" John Wick wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "Hello, John," Lee remarked, stroking his nose, finding the directness of their exchange rather peculiar. "Ding. Random mission triggered. Retrieve my dog-ass life. Assist John Wick in resolving his impending troubles. Option 1. Deal with Vigo Tarasov. Reward, $100 million. Option 2. Handle Santino D'Antonio. Reward, John Wick's combat prowess. Option 3. Completely resolve John Wick's troubles. Reward, a one-time world traversal." Indeed, upon their meeting, the dog system issued a mission, yet again a selective task. Of the 3 options, only the third held any allure, and naturally, Lee opted for it. "Greetings, John. I am Lee." Lee promptly returned to his original demeanor, addressing the matter directly. "Due to certain circumstances, I am presently in Afghanistan, and can only extend this invitation in such a manner. I beg your understanding. I am aware of you and your current predicament. For you, Vigo has never posed a threat, yet re-entering the fray after seeking solitude will prove far more arduous than your initial withdrawal. If you are willing to work for me, I refuse." John Wick coldly rejected, turning to leave, only to be obstructed by Fox. "What if I could resurrect your beloved? Would you still refuse?" Such was John's nature, unrestrained and fiercely independent, with his only attachment being his dearly departed love. Lee chose not to squander further words and revealed his trump card. "You can bring Helen back?" John Wick spun around, his icy gaze shimmering with intensity. "Resurrecting the deceased. Snatching Helen's soul from the hands of fate is beyond my current reach. However, should you provide me with a sample, I could initially clone a companion for you. Once my strength has been enhanced, I will find a way to truly resurrect your beloved, Helen." List spoke with candor. Given his current abilities, he was indeed incapable of bringing someone back to life, yet he firmly believed that one day, with the augmentation of his powers, he would possess such capability. "I shall contemplate this." John Wick suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. He promptly departed from the Continental Hotel, heading towards the location of Trellisov. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yearning for an outlet. Chapter 81. Kilgrave. Meanwhile, the trio of sisters, Wanda, Gwen, and Ken, gathered for a small reunion. With summer vacation approaching, Ken Mills initiated the conversation, inquiring how they planned to spend their time off. I have already promised my dear friend Amanda that we will embark on a European tour together after the break. However, as this would be my first journey without parental supervision, I wish to find additional companions to join us. I am preparing to intern at the Osborne Group. Dr. Kurt Connors from the genetics lab has already invited me to join his team. This was the academically gifted Gwen Stacy, the epitome of excellence in her parents' eyes. From a young age, she had consistently excelled in her studies, having begun self-studying college-level courses as early as 6th grade. Now, several years later, she had already completed the necessary college credits ahead of time and was about to embark on her practical training in the real world. What about you, Wanda? Seeing that Gwen had already made her plans, Ken turned her gaze towards Wanda, hoping the latter had no arrangements. Me? Wanda casually replied while savoring her creamy ice cream. I might intern at Umbrella. Gwen, intrigued, asked, Umbrella? What sort of company is that? Wanda explained, it is a newly established firm primarily engaged in pharmaceuticals and mechanical manufacturing. Ken's eyes sparkled with interest, seizing the moment to interject. No wonder I had no recollection of it. It turns out to be a newly founded company. Wanda, perhaps you should reconsider interning there and join me on a trip to Paris instead? Absolutely not. Wanda firmly rejected the suggestion. If she were to travel, it would be with List, certainly not with Ken. Although Umbrella was a nascent company, it boasted substantial strength and numerous cutting-edge technological advancements. Just wait and see. In the near future, it will undoubtedly gain worldwide fame, surpassing both Osborne and Stark Industries. It's merely a matter of time. Is that true? Gwen and Ken exchanged incredulous glances. One was skeptically analytical, while the other was simply disbelieving. You will soon find out. Wanda offered no further explanation, merely stating this with a hint of nonchalance. As the executive president of Umbrella Corporation, she possessed an intimate understanding of her company's technological reserves. Currently, they had access to the technologies of Umbrella Corporation, the advancements of the Terminators, and the innovations of Sky City. Each could rival Stark and Osborne Industries. Furthermore, in the near future, they would acquire even more technologies from alternate dimensions. In her eyes, Stark and the Osborne Group were nothing more than mere younger brothers. Moreover, every action and utterance of the soul of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was under her vigilant scrutiny during these days. Whether it was the painstakingly crafted arc reactor completed within a mere week or the newly designed suit of armor, Red had already replicated them and was now seeking ways to enhance and innovate. Stark Industries. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in purple approached the trio. He flashed a smile he deemed gentlemanly and proclaimed, "Good evening, lovely ladies. I am Zebediah Kilgrave, and I trust you would be delighted to invite me to sit. Indeed, I would be most pleased to invite you to take a seat." Ken Mills replied, his eyes momentarily clouded, yet a cheerful smile graced his face. Gwen Stacy's brow furrowed, her expression rife with conflict. However, she ultimately succumbed to a dazed state, cheerfully saying, "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please have a seat." Wanda, on the other hand, was aflame with a crimson glow in her eyes. Her gaze was piercing and fraught with danger as she calmly asserted, "Release my friends, and I may choose to overlook this incident, otherwise." Kilgrave felt a jolt of fear. This was the first time he encountered someone seemingly immune to his powers, and she appeared to possess some extraordinary ability of her own. The crimson light emanating from her made him tremble. "My apologies for the disturbance," he exclaimed, attempting to extricate himself from the situation. "Release my two friends." But Gwen and the other woman remained in a daze, still not recovered. Wanda's voice grew sharper, the crimson light coiling around him like a lethal serpent. "Stop." Kilgrave hastily called for a halt, clarifying, "It's not that I won't release them. They will regain their senses as soon as I leave for a short while. Do not deceive me, begone." Wanda's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. After dismissing him, she immediately contacted Lister. "Darling, I've encountered a situation. Please come quickly." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." Lister, sensing Wanda's urgency, hung up and opened a portal. 3 seconds later, he appeared beside Wanda. "Wanda, what transpired?" he inquired upon arrival. "A peculiar man just came by." Wanda succinctly recounted the incident. "Kilgrave? The purple man?" Lister's expression darkened as he mentally condemned this lecherous figure to death. "You can pursue your Jessica as you wish. But now you dare invade my territory and target my woman? I shall not permit it." A notification chimed. Ding, random quest triggered. Eliminate the malevolent purple man. Reward, skill, Mind Shield. The system has issued another task. Mind Shield, a skill clearly designed for mental defense, could prove invaluable at times. Regarding this reward, List was quite pleased and willingly accepted the task. However, he consoled Wanda, assuring her not to worry, as they would recover within 24 hours. she should inform their families. Subsequently, Wanda reached out to the families of Gwen and Ken, specifically contacting their fathers, George Stacy and Brian Mills. Upon learning that their precious daughters were in trouble, the two fathers rushed to the scene without delay. Gwen, Ken. Upon seeing their dazed daughters, these two stalwart men nearly succumbed to tears. Mr. Stacy, Mr. Mills, please do not fret. They will regain their strength within 24 hours. After List departed, Wanda first comforted the two fathers, then recounted the events that had transpired. Neither man responded at the time. They simply took their daughters home. However, that night, after ensuring their beloved daughters were admitted to the hospital, both furious fathers began plotting their respective revenges. For the moment, let us set aside this matter and return to List, who, after Wanda notified Sheriff George and the elder rescue personnel, made his exit. True to his cautious nature, he dispatched the Terminator 800, which was entirely immune to pheromonal influences, for this act of vengeance. Chapter 82, The Unfortunate Purple Man. In truth, with Wanda's capabilities, she could have directly dealt with Kilgrave at that moment. Yet, Wanda was still somewhat inexperienced, lacking the peak combat prowess depicted in her future family reunion tale, and was far from the ruthless Scarlet Wanda who cut a swath through her foes. Moreover, she was concerned for the safety of Gwen and Ken, which led her to allow Kilgrave to escape. However, despite his departure, Gwen and the others were unharmed, yet the situation was far from resolved. The first to locate Kilgrave was the 800. With the assistance of the Red Queen, he swiftly pinpointed the adversary's location. But he refrained from acting impulsively and chose to conceal himself. Prior to his actions, List had specifically instructed him to afford the two enraged fathers an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Before long, Brian, more adept than before, managed to find the same location. His anger had intensified since the previous encounter. Just moments ago, through a colleague at the CIA, Brian had acquired intelligence on Kilgrave, gaining insight into his abilities and the malevolence he had unleashed through them. The thought of his daughter being controlled and subjected to Kilgrave's whims ignited a desire within him to rend the villain limb from limb. Nevertheless, Brian remained cautious, carefully observing his surroundings and the situation within the room where Kilgrave was currently unleashing his frustrations upon the two lovely women. Damn it! How could someone be immune to my powers? With such a fiery personality and stunning beauty, I must possess you. This evening, after being startled by Wanda, Kilgrave retreated in dismay. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to exert control over two women along the way to vent his frustrations. As he toyed with these two substitutes, his thoughts lingered on the three exceptional individuals he had encountered earlier, particularly one who possessed immunity to his abilities. This individual even harbored a peculiar power capable of taking his life in an instant, which instilled a sense of fear in Kilgrave while simultaneously igniting a desire for conquest within him. However, given the formidable nature of this adversary, who could resist his powers, he knew he needed to devise a careful plan. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and two grenades were swiftly thrown into the room. Boom, boom. The grenades, timed precisely, detonated 2 seconds after being tossed, filling the air with a thunderous roar, violent shockwaves, and flying shrapnel, leaving the room in utter disarray. Kilgrave, however, had not perished in the explosion. As the door burst open, he had swiftly rolled beneath the bed, shielding the two women with his own body. The blast reduced the women to mere remnants, while he sustained considerable injuries. Yet, these wounds were trivial compared to his extraordinary healing abilities, as the bleeding quickly subsided, and the injuries began to scab over. He refrained from making any rash movements and instead feigned death, hoping to seize control over the intruder upon their entrance. However, following the explosion, Brian did not immediately enter the room. Instead, he cautiously tossed in 3 smoke grenades enhanced with potent additives. Soon, dense white smoke and a pungent odor permeated the room, accompanied by faint coughing sounds. Seizing the moment, Brian donned a gas mask and swiftly entered the chamber. He quickly located Kilgrave, who was overwhelmed with tears and mucus from the smoke. Without hesitation, Brian unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, venting his fury before producing a pre-prepared gag and securing it over Kilgrave's mouth. He could have easily thrown in additional grenades to eliminate Kilgrave outright, but killing him directly would not sufficiently quell his rage. Thus, he had prepared these measures, using the enhanced smoke grenades to render Kilgrave immobile, leaving him incapable of speaking or exerting control. Subsequently, Brian bound Kilgrave tightly and transported him to an adjacent room, which, unbeknownst to him, already housed a makeshift electric chair. Without wasting words, he secured Kilgrave in the chair and promptly activated the power switch. The machine hummed ominously, its unstable voltage causing the lights to flicker, jolting Kilgrave awake in an instant. His eyes widened, veins bulging, as he attempted to exert control, but the gag rendered him incapable of producing coherent sounds. His heart seethed with fury, yet he found himself powerless, forced to endure the relentless torment of electricity coursing through his body. Fear not, for I shall not hasten your demise. Upon witnessing Kilgrave's eyes roll back in distress, Brian promptly cut off the power. Kilgrave, gazing at his tormentor, exhibited a blend of terror, rage, and above all, bewilderment. Had he truly provoked such a formidable adversary? This evening, you endeavored to wield your abilities to control my daughter. Although your attempt was thwarted, my precious girl remains in the hospital. With a growl, Brian reignited the power, subjecting Kilgrave to the full intensity of electric therapy. Yet, at that very moment, a cacophony of sirens echoed from outside. Brian's heart raced. The police had arrived far sooner than anticipated. Humph. Consider this a stroke of luck for you. He cranked the electric chair to its maximum voltage, hastily tidied up any evidence of his presence, and made a swift exit. Before long, a police car came to a halt before the house, and from within emerged Sheriff George Stacy. Under normal circumstances, given George's pace of investigation, he would not have located Kilgrave so swiftly. However, he had just received a tip-off indicating that the target could be found here, prompting him to hasten his arrival. To confront his objective, George had prepared thoroughly, armed to the teeth. Bulletproof vest, gas mask, night vision goggles, grenades, flashbangs, smoke bombs, and even 2 chili grenades. As for handguns and submachine guns, he had brought double the ammunition. Moreover, this was a personal vendetta, so George had come alone, without a partner. Yet, upon disembarking, he sensed he might be too late. It appeared someone had beaten him to the scene. He rushed into the target's room, only to be greeted by the aftermath of an explosion and the 2 unfortunate women caught in its wake. Following the trail of evidence, he moved next door and discovered Kilgrave, on the brink of death from electric shock. George approached and switched off the power, casting a cold glance at the target bound to the electric chair. As the power ceased, Kilgrave's body began to heal rapidly. He opened his eyes and, upon realizing his savior was a police officer, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He knew he was saved, and in gratitude, he would make this officer his most devoted servant. However, he was perhaps overestimating his position. Chapter 83. A New World. Are you Zebediah Kilgrave? George Stacy inquired, refusing to release him as he sought confirmation of the man's identity. Kilgrave whimpered, shaking his head vehemently in denial. He had begun to sense something amiss. The demeanor and actions of his interrogator bore a distinctly menacing undertone. Your denial is futile. You are precisely the one I seek. George unveiled his phone, revealing a photograph of a face that mirrored Kilgrave's exactly. He then activated the power switch once more, adjusting the voltage to its zenith. Kilgrave was once again jolted by electric shocks, his body convulsing and veins bulging. As a police officer with an unwavering sense of justice, George adhered to his moral code and typically refrained from actions that transgressed the law. However, Kilgrave's behavior this time had incited a profound anger within him. It transcended professional duty and had become a matter of personal vendetta. The mere fact that he could suppress his fury and refrain from emptying the chamber of his firearm was commendable in light of his role as an officer of the law. Moreover, George had observed that the adversary seemed to possess an extraordinary physique, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities. Even the most potent electric current would likely pose no mortal threat to him. Thus, George felt no moral qualms in administering electric torture to Kilgrave. Witnessing Kilgrave's agony somewhat assuaged his fury, yet questions lingered in his mind. Who orchestrated this? And who was the individual that conveyed the message to him? Could these 2 figures be one and the same? The image of Brian Mills flashed through George's mind. As a seasoned officer, he had noted the man's distinctive aura during their previous encounter, and the calluses on his hand had only solidified George's suspicions. However, his thoughts had been preoccupied with his daughter, Gwen, and it would have been inappropriate to interrogate the father of one of her classmates upon their first meeting. So he had not delved deeper. Now, with Kilgrave, the man who had once harmed Gwen and Ken, being abducted and subjected to barbaric electric torture, George Stacy, as a father, had reason to believe this was an act of vengeance from another father. Nevertheless, he would not pursue the matter. Scoundrels like Kilgrave belonged in hell. Bound by his identity and moral principles, George refrained from taking a life and departed shortly thereafter. He was confident that the perpetrator had not fled, and that the villain would ultimately meet his just fate. As George drove away, Brian emerged from his hidden vantage point. Good morning, Mr. Brian Mills. At that moment, a figure appeared from the shadows, blocking his path and calling out his name. With night giving way to dawn, the sun was yet to rise, casting a pale light across the horizon. "Who are you? What do you want?" Brian inquired cautiously, remaining composed. The man before him was imposing, with a rugged visage and sharp features, reminiscent of a marble statue, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Most strikingly, at this hour, he wore dark sunglasses, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. "Lee Arno. You may call me Arno." The newcomer was none other than the elusive 800, who had witnessed the events of the previous night. His appearance signified his intent to take Kilgrave away. "You and Mr. Stacy have vented your anger. Allow me to take him now. By the way, Miss Wanda sent me." "Very well, I hand him over to your discretion." Upon realizing that his interlocutor was affiliated with Wanda, Brian turned on his heel and departed without uttering a word. As he watched the individual leave, 800 finally entered the room, shortly emerging with the bound figure of the purple man in tow. Half an hour later, having just awakened, Lister was informed of this development by Red Queen. Since the last reprimand, Red Queen had learned her lesson, unless it was an urgent matter. She refrained from disturbing Lister's rest, ensuring he could sleep undisturbed until he was ready to rise. The apprehension of the purple man was an inevitable occurrence, and Lister paid little heed to it. After getting out of bed, he began his morning routine while instructing Red Queen. "It is said that his abilities stem from a specific organ in his body. You may conduct your research accordingly. If necessary, cloning is an option, but let us refrain from that in the short term. I have no desire to see that face again." "Understood, boss," Red Queen acknowledged, and set off to fulfill her task. As for Kilgrave's fate, he would merely become a lifeless entity within the confines of the laboratory. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the random task of utterly eliminating the evil purple man. Reward: skill, mental shield. Mental shield, passive skill that can withstand all forms of mental control, hypnosis, illusions, and other mind-affecting attacks. Before long, Lister received the system notification confirming the task's completion along with the reward description. This prize seemed rather promising. He could not help but think of the formidable superhero next door, whose fate seemed to be dictated by one form of control or another. If only he possessed this skill, perhaps the outcome would be significantly more favorable. Yet, he pondered quietly, would this skill be effective against the control of the Mind Scepter? Kilgrave's disappearance did not stir the outside world, for in the bustling metropolis of New York, the number of individuals vanishing daily was staggering. Only a select few could incite a commotion. However, the underbelly of New York was currently rife with unrest due to the return of a certain individual, the retired night demon, John Wick. The reasons behind his comeback were the subject of much speculation. Some claimed it was for a car, others for a woman, and some even suggested it was for a dog. Regardless, John Wick single-handedly dismantled Viggo Tarasov's Russian mafia upon his return after 5 years, demonstrating that he was as formidable as ever. Having concluded his earthly affairs, John Wick sought out Lister. "One day, is it truly possible for you to assist in reviving my beloved, Helen?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, John got straight to the point. Although this notion might seem preposterous, the revival of a specific individual was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. "Of course, I do not mean a mere clone." Lister responded candidly. "Very well, I shall work for you from now on," John declared resolutely, choosing to align himself with Lister. "Welcome aboard. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Lister accepted him into their ranks, and, alongside the Smiths, they partook of the employee benefits of the physical enhancement serum. Not long after, the system notification chimed once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Return my dog's life. Assist John Wick in thoroughly resolving his impending troubles, and earn 1 opportunity for world traversal." Had the task truly been accomplished? List found himself somewhat bewildered. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, in the original film, John Wick could single-handedly overcome all obstacles. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Now, with the aid of a physique enhancer, his strength had surged, propelling him into the extraordinary realm, rendering him a being comparable to Captain America. Hence, the so-called troubles of the past would no longer pose a challenge in the face of absolute power. Chapter 84: Alien vs. Predator. The task was complete, and a traversal opportunity had been rewarded. List chose not to use it immediately. He preferred to postpone for a while. In 2 weeks, Wanda would be on break, and during this time, she was preoccupied with preparing for her final examinations. Although the American education system emphasizes joyful learning, some elite students, like the academic prodigy Gwen, were quite competitive in their studies. Wanda, influenced by her, aspired to become an elite as well. Due to historical legacies, she was significantly behind in her studies, and thus, this period was crucial for her. observing Wanda devoting herself to her studies, neglecting even Tony Stark's live broadcasts for several days, filled List with a sense of satisfaction. Grateful for his earlier decision. In truth, Wanda need not toil so hard, for after all, the Red Queen possessed memory implantation technology. If she desired, she could effortlessly have the course content directly implanted into her mind, transforming her into a genius overnight. However, Wanda preferred not to take that route. She valued the joy derived from the learning process more than the results themselves. List respected her choice. One day, as List was engrossed in his phone, he was watching a scene of Tony crafting the Mark-Eye. In the video, Tony stood before his workbench, holding a pair of pliers in his left hand, gripping a steel plate, while his right hand wielded a hammer, rhythmically striking away. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of rhythmic blows, Tony set down the hammer, submerged the steel plate in water to cool it, and lifted it to examine. Just as I expected, Tony, perfection, he mused with a satisfied smile. Placing the formed steel plate beneath the workbench where several uniquely shaped steel components were already stacked. Ethan, is my cheeseburger ready? I'm about to starve, Tony exclaimed, tossing aside the pliers and wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at Ethan, who was diligently preparing their dinner without looking up. Almost done. I've made plenty to replenish your energy, Ethan replied, focused on their evening meal preparations. As the two were about to commence their meal, List, wishing to avoid witnessing their culinary experiments, shut off the video. Lately, he had been watching it frequently, reminiscent of his previous life spent enjoying short videos. At times, he would even ponder the idea of creating a Twitter account to broadcast Tony's live streams, envisioning a fortune to be made. However, Lister merely entertained the thought. Recognizing the vast implications surrounding Tony's affairs, it was not the right moment for public revelation. Yet, while now may not be appropriate, the future could hold different circumstances. He decided to preserve these valuable videos, as they might fetch a handsome price later on. The Snake Shield Bureau, the Hammer Group, the Horn Daily, these sellers possess considerable clout. There was no rush. Given Tony's pace, it would take at least a month for Mark to take shape, allowing him ample time to devise a plan. Darling, I'm back. Wanda's voice echoed from afar before she even stepped through the door. Welcome home, my dear. Lister tucked his phone away and embraced Wanda as she entered, inquiring about her day at school. It was splendid, Wanda exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling. We had a transfer student today, and we hit it off remarkably well. She even invited me to her home. Oh, another new friend. What is her name? Lister asked casually. Jaya Clark. She hails from London, England, and carries herself like a princess. Jaya? A princess? Lister's brow furrowed slightly, as he recalled that the Skrull leader, Carlos, had a daughter named Jaya. Could it be her? What is the matter? Is there something wrong with her? Wanda keenly sensed his unease and inquired. Try to limit your interactions with her. I suspect she may be a Skrull, possibly even Carlos's daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Lister deemed it wise to caution Wanda. A Skrull? Are you suggesting she has ulterior motives towards you? Wanda's thoughts quickly aligned with his. Indeed, Lister nodded. On the day you returned to New York, Coulson approached me, urging me to release those two Skrulls, which I refused. Days passed in tranquility, and I assumed it had blown over, only to discover they had opted for subterfuge and infiltration. Those not of our kind often harbored different intentions. His mind briefly flickered to the plot of the Secret Wars. Although in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the events of Secret Wars transpired post-Endgame, the specifics of how matters would unfold in this intricate comic universe remained uncertain. What do you mean by infiltration? Wanda seized upon the critical term. Let us hope I'm merely overthinking this. Lister chose not to elaborate further, instead stating, Darling, grab your textbooks. I'll take you on a little getaway tonight. A getaway? You mean, you'll find out soon enough. Hurry and prepare. Late at night, after making ample preparations, Lister and Wanda seized the opportunity for a new journey. Initially, Lister intended to wait before embarking on this venture, but the resurgence of the Skrulls prompted a change of heart. While he held no fear of the Skrulls, he could not recklessly annihilate them all. The only course of action available to him was to continuously strengthen himself in anticipation of potential retaliation. The Skrulls of Earth. Survivors of the Skrull Empire, one of the three great empires of the cosmos, did not possess advantages due to inherent superpowers, but rather due to their advanced technology that was decades, if not centuries, ahead of Earth. Even if they allied themselves with the Marvelous Man, they would relinquish a portion of their resources, yet a greater share would undoubtedly be retained for their own use. This was the source of his apprehension. Lister had no reason to believe that Carlos, who had successfully led his people to evade the onslaught of the Kree, was merely a benign and guileless individual. With a sudden shift in space, Lister and Wanda found themselves on a desolate wasteland. At that moment, The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the vast emptiness around them. In the distance, a cluster of structures loomed, featuring over 20 sizable radar installations. The design and arrangement suggested that this was a ground station dedicated to transmitting and receiving satellite signals. Such facilities were naturally situated in the wilderness, devoid of any civilian infrastructure. Furthermore, the two possessed exceptional eyesight, allowing them to discern the prominent logo atop the buildings, Wayland Industries. Wayland Industries? The name struck a familiar chord with Lister, who pondered the implications of this revelation. Although he needed further confirmation, he deployed 2 mechanical spiders to infiltrate the receiving station. Shortly, information began to stream back to him. Chaos reigned within the station. As discussions swirled around a singular piece of news, a massive heat source had been discovered 2,000 meters beneath Antarctica's Zone 14. Chapter 85. Rest and Preparation. Indeed, upon viewing the transmitted footage, Lister immediately recognized that they had entered the world of the film Alien vs. Predator. The film's premise revolves around a mysterious and formidable hunter race known as the Predators, who traverse the cosmos, transporting alien eggs to various planets. There, the facehuggers would merge with the local intelligent species, resulting in the hatching of diverse alien forms for their hunting pursuits. Once a powerful alien variant was birthed on a particular planet, it would be designated as a hunting ground, with tribes periodically dispatching warriors to hone their hunting skills. Regrettably, Earth was one such hunting ground. Every century, young predators would visit Earth to complete their coming-of-age ritual by slaying aliens. The narrative of the film unfolded in 2004, when Wayland Industries' 12 artificial satellites inadvertently captured images of a mysterious pyramid beneath the Antarctic ice. Consequently, the CEO of Wayland organized an exploratory expedition to Antarctica, unaware that upon entering the pyramid, they would become sacrifices for the emergence of new aliens. What is the matter? Is this world perilous? Noticing Lister's unease, Wanda inquired. Danger is a relative concept. Subsequently, Lisite elucidated the circumstances surrounding the Predator and the alien to Wanda, concluding with the assertion, despite the formidable individual combat prowess of both the Predator and the alien, they do not pose a significant threat to us. However, the Predator possesses a spaceship and devastating starship-grade weaponry, undeniably establishing itself as a cosmic dominator. For countless years, they have traversed the universe, encountering no rivals. Generally speaking, this world harbors numerous treasures, particularly the advanced technology of the Predator. Should we acquire it, our power would experience a profound transformation. Nevertheless, achieving this objective will not be a simple endeavor. We must deliberate carefully on our next steps. Though faced with extraterrestrial civilizations, Wanda felt no trepidation. She trusted that Lisite would consider all matters judiciously, and all she needed to do was follow his lead. Let us find a place to settle. Lisite, gazing at her, jested, we shall remain here for 3 months. We can utilize this time for you to catch up on your studies. Indeed, this journey differs significantly from our previous 2. In past crossings, the main deity had taken the lead, with the system functioning merely as an auxiliary tool, opening a backdoor for Lisite and his companion. This time, however, the system orchestrated the crossing directly, entirely concealing the presence of the main deity. It seemed that in the preceding world, due to Lisite's remarkable performance, the system had seized considerable authority from the main deity. This occasion allows them to linger in this world for 3 months, after which the system will transport them away. As for the task, given the system's nature, one is likely to exist. However, its specifics will probably only be revealed once the narrative commences. Thereafter, Lisite produced a door and employed a master key to open a spatial gateway. On the other side, skyscrapers towered, exuding a sense of vibrancy. It was the familiar yet unfamiliar New York. Half an hour later, the pair rented a tastefully furnished villa in Brooklyn, ready for immediate occupancy. Although Marvel dollars were not applicable here, gold remains a universal currency across all realms. Lisite's space was always stocked with some gold, which he had exchanged at the Federal Reserve Bank for this world's dollars, amounting to a staggering 1 million, far exceeding the cost of renting a home. Subsequently, they embarked on a grand shopping spree, meticulously arranging their new abode. What is the current situation, White Queen? After a flurry of activity, the villa transformed into a warm and inviting home. With Wanda occupied with her studies, Lisite turned his gaze to a nearby Caucasian woman. She was tall, voluptuous, with golden hair and azure eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to the bioorganic warrior Alice. Charles Verland had dispatched Stafford to recruit adventurer law Elisa Woods and archaeologist Professor Sebastian. Expecting to gather the team within 3 days and complete the assembly, setting off to the whaling station on Bouvet Island in Antarctica within a week. This individual was none other than the White Queen, an artificial intelligence subsystem derived from the Red Queen Alice. Her current physique is a creation of Red's utilization of Terminator 800 technology, featuring an internal exoskeleton crafted from titanium alloy and enveloped in a layer of bionic skin. Her figure and appearance were modeled after the bioengineered warrior, Alice, which accounts for her striking resemblance to the latter. Upon arriving in New York, Lister released her from the confines of space, alongside the 800 Arnold, allowing them to infiltrate the network, monitor the activities of the Weyland Corporation, and download the advanced technologies of this world. Although it is merely the year 2004, the technological landscape of Earth may not differ significantly from that of 2008 in the Marvel Universe. Yet, the trajectory of development is unique. And who can assert that this realm lacks cutting-edge innovations? Furthermore, inspiration can be derived from the strengths of others, even in the absence of advanced technology. Similar achievements can be studied, potentially yielding fresh insights that could expedite research endeavors. Indeed, one must exercise greater caution. By the way, it seems that the Weyland Corporation is engaged in robotics research. You should pay closer attention to see if any distinctive technologies can be uncovered. Thank you for the reminder. Boss, as the vanguard of technology in this world, how could we not keep a watchful eye on Weyland Industries? Excellent. As a leader, he need not involve himself in every detail, yet he must consider all aspects meticulously. Each world traversed presents an opportunity for elevation. Not only can missions be accomplished for systematic rewards, but acquiring the treasures inherent to the world can also lead to significant personal advancement. In this realm, the most coveted assets are undoubtedly the advanced technologies of the extraterrestrial predators. However, acquiring them presents a formidable challenge. Of course, should he merely seek the equipment of the predators or the weaponry stored within the pyramids, Lister could attain such items in an instant. Yet, he desires more: the predators' blade fighters, scout ships, and even the warships commanded by the elder predators. Alas, the difficulty of this endeavor is considerable. In the first film, 3 predators participated in the adult trials, but when it came time for extraction, a warship emerged, suggesting the presence of hundreds, if not thousands, of predators. Moreover, these predators are notorious for employing optical camouflage, rendering them elusive and nearly undetectable, further complicating Lister's task. Fortunately, the predators are not without their vulnerabilities. The predators' critical weakness lies in their visual system. They appear to possess poor eyesight and rely on biomechanical masks to achieve thermal imaging. In the version featuring the governor, he exploits this flaw by utilizing mud to lower his body temperature, rendering himself invisible and ultimately defeating his foe. Similarly, in Predators 2010, the protagonist Royce capitalizes on this deficiency by igniting fires to create distractions, achieving a similar invisibility effect and surviving until the end. In this light, as long as one can lower their body temperature, they can remain concealed before the predator. Moreover, it seems that Lister's telekinesis could achieve the task of masking one's bodily heat. Of course, there exists an even more suitable solution. Lister glanced towards the busy figures of the White Queen and the governor in the living room. As they are both bionic robots rather than true biological entities, they possess no inherent biological temperature. Theoretically, thermal imaging would be ineffective against them. Thus, they could very well be the nemesis of the predator. If these two were unleashed, could they potentially bring an end to the entire civilization of the predator? Yet, Lister's thoughts lingered not solely on the annihilation of a species. The primary concern was acquiring their advanced technology. Speaking of which, Lister's mind drifted to Hank Pym's Pym particles. With the Pym particles at his disposal, he could minutely shrink the predator's fighter jets, reconnaissance vessels, and even war motherships, all of which could be brought back to the Marvel Universe. Alas, he had forgotten about this endeavor due to Wanda's recent return. Facepalm, facepalm, facepalm. Upon White Queen's return, I must remind her to procure the Pym particles. Reflecting on his oversight, Lister arranged a wake-up service for the White Queen, hoping to rectify his mistake. At your service, boss. White Queen continued her tasks, turning to Lister with curiosity. But boss, what are Pym particles? You'll find out when you return. For now, focus on your work. Lister provided no further explanation, as he needed to continue his contemplation. After analyzing the predator, Lister began to consider his own trump cards. With formidable strength, an intimate knowledge of the narrative, an awareness of his enemies, and a universal key. Speaking of the universal key, it could transport him to any desired location. He wondered if it could open a door directly to the predator's home planet. In an instant, Lister's thoughts expanded. Without hesitation, He retrieved the universal key and inserted it into the bedroom door, envisioning the other side as the Predator's home world. However, no matter what he did, he could not unlock the door. What was happening? Had the universal key malfunctioned? He then envisioned the other side as Sonya, Hainan. And as the key slowly turned, the door swung open to reveal an endless expanse, tumultuous waves before him. The key was functioning properly. Lister sighed, realizing that since the key was not at fault, the issue must lie with the destination he wished to reach. Thus, his plan to infiltrate the home world was thwarted. Since a direct assault was not feasible, he would patiently await the unfolding of events. Lister closed the door and removed the key. When he next opened the door, he beheld Wanda, clad in white, seated on the windowsill, leisurely engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping her in a golden glow. A vision of beauty and purity. Time passed, and soon 6 days slipped by unnoticed, arriving at the 7th day. In the frigid waters surrounding Antarctica, a colossal icebreaker has gathered an assembly of adventurers, archaeological experts, chemists, and the most proficient drilling team in the world. Once all personnel have convened, the enigmatic mastermind behind this undertaking reveals himself, Charles Bishop Villander, the proprietor of the Villander Group. Afflicted by terminal cancer, he is drawn to the recently discovered mysterious pyramid beneath the Antarctic ice, which ignites within him a flicker of hope for survival, prompting him to expend vast resources and traverse great distances to this desolate realm. Following a brief meeting, the icebreaker navigates the South Pacific with unrelenting force until it can advance no further. The expedition team then abandons the vessel, embarking on snow vehicles while towing essential machinery and supplies, continuing their journey toward their destination. As night descends, the team finally approaches the vicinity of their goal, and with the launch of illumination flares, an abandoned whaling station comes into view. As the expedition team begins to explore the whaling station and prepare to establish their camp, an invisible spacecraft approaches silently from the outer reaches of space. Upon reaching a designated coordinate, a laser beam shoots forth, effortlessly traversing the vast expanse of sky, striking the abandoned whaling station on Bouvet Island at a flawless 30-degree angle, creating a 3-meter-wide passage that leads directly to the entrance of the pyramid below. Simultaneously, on a nearby elevated terrain, 4 figures stand within a psychic shield, seamlessly integrated with their surroundings. Lister, Wanda, Baiho, and Arno. They have been awaiting this moment, poised to witness the terrifying power of the laser cannon. Impressive. Lister muses, a shiver of foreboding crossing his gaze. Such might is beyond his capacity to counter. And even within the Marvel Universe, only a select few could withstand it. Regrettably, despite possessing such formidable weaponry, the Ironblood warriors fail to wield it effectively. This entire clan venerates personal combat prowess, dedicating their lives to hunting and enhancing individual strength. Yet, their prey comprises not only the formidable indigenous beings of various planets, but also the powerful extraterrestrial entities they have artificially cultivated, a true exemplar of their prowess. Boss. The position has been locked in. However, the ship has activated its optical cloaking, rendering it undetectable by current Earth satellite technology. Baiho has been diligently monitoring the surrounding area, keeping an eye not just on the ground, but also on the cosmos. Earlier, when the laser cannon was fired, the searing light streaked across the sky like a meteor, and she captured it, though the ship itself remained elusive. Do not worry, enhance surveillance. They will soon enter the atmosphere, and the rapid velocity along with environmental factors will significantly diminish the effectiveness of the ship's cloaking. At this moment, should he wish, Lister could instantaneously open a portal to access the interior of the Ironblood mothership. However, based on the depiction at the film's conclusion, the mothership is populated by numerous individuals, tens, hundreds, even thousands. While they may achieve visual invisibility, the activation of a spatial portal cannot be concealed. List had no desire to stir up a hornet's nest, nor did he wish to alarm the serpent in the grass. The 4 companions patiently awaited their moment. Soon, the expedition team uncovered a passageway, and the eager Verland resolved to embark on an exploration of the pyramid that very night. Just as they entered the passage, a menacing spaceship swept low overhead, casting down 3 metallic pods. Chapter 87. The brutal main quest. The colossal metallic pods pierced through the thick ice, descending to the ocean floor. Subsequently, the pods opened, and 3 imposing figures clad in armor, the Ironblood warriors, emerged. As the trio moved away, a transparent dome gradually approached, revealing 4 silhouettes encased within, List and his companions. Upon drawing near, List expanded his telekinetic shield, expelling the surrounding seawater and enveloping the 2 pods. Baiho, Governor, you 2 must decode them swiftly. Yes, boss. With that, Baiho and the governor each entered a pod, commencing their intricate work. To acquire the technology of a civilization, deciphering their language and script is paramount. Once the language is understood, the rest becomes significantly simpler. However, interpreting the script is no trivial task. List did not expect the two to complete it in a short span. He only required them to download some data for future reference. Moreover, their time was limited, and they could not linger. On one hand, the pyramid had been opened, and the Iron Blood warriors had arrived. If they delayed, the aliens would likely be exterminated by them. On the other hand, it was anticipated that someone would soon come to reclaim the 3 pods. They could not afford to encounter them. List's apprehensions were not unfounded. For instance, in the second installment of Aliens vs. Predator, a reconnaissance ship unexpectedly crashed on Earth, prompting Wolf to swiftly arrive to handle the situation. Upon his arrival, he destroyed the ship and obliterated the bodies, ensuring that even after vanquishing the aliens, no traces remained. Clearly, the adversaries wished to keep their existence hidden from humanity, hence the need to eliminate all evidence. By this reasoning, it was evident that the 3 pods would be dealt with, either destroyed or retrieved. List felt that retrieval was more likely. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Baiho and the governor emerged in succession. As they stepped out, List inquired, "What news? Did you obtain anything?" Baiho replied, "All data has been downloaded. It includes text and images, and the decryption should not take too long." The governor added, "The structure has been scanned, and I have constructed a 3-dimensional blueprint. I also collected some scrap samples. We can analyze the alloy composition back home." "Excellent work on the task. Let us depart," List said, glancing at Wanda, who understood and retrieved 2 mechanical spiders from her backpack, placing 1 in each pod. Having completed these arrangements, List retracted the telekinetic shield, guiding the group stealthily to the surface. "What is the current status?" List inquired, looking towards Baiho. "The expedition team has entered the pyramid, triggering a mechanism that has awakened the alien queen." Baiho's eyes emit beams of light, converging before the group into a 3-dimensional holographic display, showcasing the significant events occurring within the pyramid. The scene then shifts to a whaling station on an icy surface, revealing that the predators have dealt with the personnel left behind and are preparing to enter the tunnel. What about the others? Although Lister did not articulate his thoughts, Baiho comprehended his meaning and spoke up. "The Predator mothership has not landed. It must still be in outer space." Lister sighed in relief, feeling considerably lighter. To be honest, the pressure exerted by the Predator mothership was immense. If it were not necessary, he would prefer to avoid a confrontation with the Predators, developing his plans quietly and secretly instead. Unfortunately, the system would not permit him such discretion. As Lister stepped into the pyramid's threshold, he finally received a mission prompt from the system. Ding. Main mission activated. Eliminate the invaders. Earth belongs to humanity. Any unauthorized extraterrestrial species must be eradicated. System. Have you forgotten? I am also an outsider. You are a human. Your argument is quite compelling. Mission 1. Slay the aliens. 010. Reward. 1 pet egg. Mission 2. Eliminate the trial predators. 03. Reward. 1 physique enhancement card. Mission 3. Annihilate the forces led by the Elder Predator. Reward. Complete Predator Technology Compendium. Mission 4. Cultivate mushrooms on the Predator homeworld. Reward. 1 skill enhancement card. Lister stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Is the system truly this ruthless? It wants me to exterminate the entire Predator race. Will you do it or not? Yes. Why wouldn't I? But how on earth am I supposed to accomplish that? The first 2 missions, slaying aliens and defeating predators, were rather straightforward. However, the latter 2 tasks were exceedingly brutal. The forces aboard the Elder Predator's mothership numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Even if they could cloak themselves visually, dealing with them would be quite troublesome. Moreover, should the mothership come under attack, it would undoubtedly alert the Predator homeworld. If they mobilized en masse, Earth would be in grave danger. Not to mention the absurdity of infiltrating the Predator homeworld to cultivate mushrooms. This was perilous, immensely so. Lister felt as though the system was deliberately setting him up for failure. Yet, the allure of the Predator Technology Compendium and the skill enhancement card was too tempting to dismiss. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Wanda inquired, noticing Lister's drastic change in demeanor. Things have shifted. We need to adjust our action plan. Lister, shaken from his reverie, did not elaborate further, instead promptly delegating tasks. Baiho, I entrust you with the aliens inside the pyramid. Eliminate 10 of them. If the count falls short, find a way to make up the difference. Governor, your objective is to eliminate the 3 Iron Blood warriors without hesitation. Among them, 1 is particularly formidable. Do not falter in your approach. By the way, Wanda, Equip each of them with 5 mechanical combat spiders. As a precaution, Lister has arranged for assistance. Wanda nodded and retrieved 10 small robots from her backpack. These robots, both in material and craftsmanship, were vastly superior to the previous mechanical spiders. They were twice the size of the ordinary models, yet remarkably lighter. Constructed from a more resilient material, with 6 razor-sharp legs resembling deadly spikes capable of easily piercing through 3-centimeter thick steel plates. Understood, boss. Finally, Baiho and the governor led their 5 mechanical spiders swiftly into the depths of the pyramid. What about us? Wanda inquired, glancing at Lister as the 2 figures receded into the distance. We shall not rush. Let us wait. Their targets were the Iron Blood Mothership, whose leader epitomized wisdom and might, the Iron Blood Elder. Lister had to proceed with caution. He awaited the mothership's descent and the retrieval of the drop pod, ensuring his contingency plans could infiltrate the mothership's interior. Chapter 88. The Terminators, Iron Blood Warriors. Meanwhile, within the pyramid, the expedition team had split into 2 factions. One remained in the sacrificial chamber, while the other continued their exploration into the armory. They discovered a stone sarcophagus, and after cracking the code, a side compartment sprung open, revealing 3 technologically advanced weapons, an actual armory. Team leader Lexwood sensed something amiss and suggested that the team return to the whaling station above ground to regroup, planning to continue their exploration the following day. Charles Verland, the leader, acquiesced to her advice, deciding to withdraw the team for the time being. However, before departing, he instructed his men to retrieve the 3 weapons stored within the armory. As the weapons were taken, the pyramid seemed to come alive, with a series of clattering sounds. The stone door to the armory locked shut, sealing the entrance, while a hidden passageway slowly revealed itself, leading into the unknown depths below. The various corridors of the sacrificial chamber also sealed off in succession, while 7 small openings appeared on the sacrificial altar, from which 7 viscous alien eggs began to rise. As the alien eggs burst open, 7 facehuggers sprang forth, launching themselves towards the individuals within the sacrificial chamber. Simultaneously, sensing the activation of the mechanism and the impending emergence of the aliens, the originally composed Iron Blood warriors suddenly grew anxious, hastening towards the armory. Thud, thud, thud. The Iron Blood warriors activated their optical cloaking, swiftly traversing the corridor. Unless one observed closely, they would remain utterly undetectable. Even upon careful scrutiny, only 3 faint, transparent silhouettes could be discerned. However, their proud camouflage was utterly ineffective against the electronic eyes of Governor Terminator and the mechanical combat spiders. They had already concealed themselves in the shadows of the corridor, motionless as statues, quietly awaiting the Iron Blood warriors to enter their encirclement. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. As they drew ever closer, they entered the ambush zone. With a swift motion, 5 mechanical spiders launched their attack, descending from the passageway above. Their 6 spider legs resembling sharp, elongated spears aimed directly at the vital points of the Iron Blood warriors. The warriors sensed the disturbance and instinctively looked up. Within their biomasks, 5 non-organic entities were displayed, rapidly approaching, resembling facehuggers, yet distinctly different. 2 of the Iron Blood warriors were momentarily stunned, only to be pierced through by the legs of the mechanical spiders in the next heartbeat, with viscous green blood gushing forth. Were they mere mortals? Such grievous wounds would have spelled their demise. Yet the Iron Blood warriors, possessing formidable vitality, did not perish immediately. They extended their hands, intent on seizing the mechanical spiders and hurling them away. However, the relentless mechanical spiders quickly rotated their 6 legs like drill bits, burrowing deep within the warriors' bodies, wreaking havoc. In no time, the 2 warriors became weak and collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Among them, only a tall Iron Blood warrior evaded the ambush. As the mechanical spiders closed in, he unleashed 2 menacing wrist blades from his arm, swiftly dispatching the attacking spiders with a flurry of strikes. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward to rescue his assaulted comrades, only to be struck down by a colossal figure descending from above, the Terminator, the Governor. With a roar, the tall Iron Blood warrior rose to his feet, raising his arm slightly to launch a steel wire net towards the approaching Terminator. Caught off guard, the Governor was ensnared. He felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to stumble back as the net constricted rapidly, the fine wires slicing into his flesh like blades. The Governor struggled fiercely, attempting to tear himself free from the net, but the specialized wire material only tightened its grip, causing his clothing and bioskin to shred away, revealing the metallic skeleton beneath. Witnessing the Governor's entrapment, The tall iron-blood warrior brandished a massive curved blade and charged towards him, clearly intent on seizing this moment of vulnerability. However, just 2 or 3 steps forward, he was confronted by the 5 mechanical spiders, blocking his path. Undeterred, the tall iron-blood warrior pressed on, charging through with relentless vigor. With a series of powerful punches and kicks, he swiftly dispatched the 5 mechanical spiders. Had they not been constructed from high-strength alloys, they would have surely been rendered inoperative after such an encounter. Nevertheless, even so, the mechanical spiders sustained varying degrees of damage, significantly reducing their lethality. Indeed, the scarred iron-blood warrior exhibits a prowess that far surpasses the other 2, both in reaction and equipment. The governor is undoubtedly in peril this time. At a certain location in the whaling station, through the lens of the mechanical spider, Lister observed the entire ordeal via his mobile device. Whether it was the Terminator laying in wait, or the scarred Iron-Blood's formidable counterattack that nearly turned the tide, he witnessed it all with clarity. His understanding of the Iron-Blood warrior clan's thermal sensory detection has evolved. It is an entirely different concept from what he had envisioned. They are not incapable of perceiving low-temperature entities, merely less sensitive to them. If such an object were to move erratically before their eyes, they would undoubtedly sense the anomaly and initiate an assault. The so-called insensitivity to thermal detection can only be advantageous for ambushes. A misstrike would inevitably provoke retaliation. The governor is evidently on the verge of defeat. Are you not going to assist? Wanda, also watching the battle unfold, noticed Lister's reluctance to intervene and kindly offered a reminder. There is no need. The Terminator is not so easily vanquished. To be candid, Lister harbored considerable confidence in the governor, not because of the latter's capabilities, but rather due to the shared model. They should not be vastly different in performance. Of course, he was not entirely indifferent. Should the governor fail to complete his mission, Lister would certainly take action. For the moment, however, he chose to observe further. 2 of the 3 challengers had already perished, and it was evident that it was not the aliens who had dispatched them. Lister was skeptical that the Iron-Blood elites aboard the mothership would remain apathetic. At this juncture, the situation in the video shifted once more. Previously, after repelling the mechanical spider, the scarred Iron-Blood warrior brandished his massive curved blade and charged towards the governor, who was ensnared in barbed wire. With a resounding crack, the governor finally broke free from the wire just before the scarred Iron-Blood could strike with his blade. Clang! The governor initially deflected the incoming curved blade with his bare steel arm, then lunged into his adversary's embrace, executing a powerful shoulder throw. Chapter 89, The Iron Body. Bang! The scarred Iron-Blood warrior was sent reeling, his body feeling as though it had been dismantled. The governor, seizing the advantage, grasped his opponent once more, spinning round before forcefully slamming him into the adjacent wall. Crash! The scarred Iron-Blood warrior shattered through the wall, tumbling several meters before coming to a halt. He lay motionless on the ground, briefly rendered unconscious. Crack! Crack! The governor's visage had transformed drastically. As he moved, his clothing and synthetic skin shed away, revealing the formidable steel skeleton of the Terminator 800. He smashed through the crumbled wall and approached the scarred Iron-Blood warrior, ready to execute the same maneuver once more. Meanwhile, Lister, watching this scene unfold via surveillance, facepalmed. The 800's combat style was undeniably simplistic and brutal. While effective against ordinary individuals, it would surely spell disaster when facing the battle-hardened Iron-Blood warriors. Indeed, the scarred warrior surged forward with fierce intensity, propelling himself with a powerful thrust of his legs, channeling his strength in a deft maneuver that sent the formidable 800 hurtling through the air. In swift succession, he unsheathed the spear from his back, gripping it firmly as he charged with the intent to pierce 800's head. After enduring a prolonged battle, the scarred warrior had meticulously discerned the weaknesses of his foe. This time, he aimed for a decisive strike, determined to eliminate the monstrous entity before him. However, 800, momentarily dazed from the impact, struggled to regain its composure, only to find the warrior's spear swiftly approaching. Just as it seemed that 800 was on the brink of destruction, an unforeseen force suddenly struck the scarred warrior, causing him to veer sideways and crash against the thick, sturdy wall with a resounding thud, leaving behind a considerable dent in the shape of his form. Having collided with the wall, the scarred warrior slid to the ground, dazed and disoriented. He struggled to rise, scanning the surroundings with cautious vigilance, convinced that a mysterious entity lurked nearby. Yet, despite his thorough search, he discovered nothing amiss. In a desperate attempt to locate his unseen assailant, he activated the control panel on his arm, revealing a 3-dimensional projection of the entire pyramid. The image clearly displayed the positions of the extraterrestrial beings and humans, including 800 and the scattered mechanical spiders. Yet the enigmatic creature that had attacked him remained conspicuously absent, as if it existed only in the realm of imagination. Meanwhile, 800 had regained its footing and seized the spear that had fallen from the warrior's grasp, transforming it into a javelin aimed directly at the scarred warrior's chest. Preoccupied with the search for the elusive creature, the warrior was caught off guard when the spear lunged toward him, and by the time he became aware, evasion was no longer an option. With a resounding impact, the spear pierced through the scarred warrior's chest, pinning him against the wall as green blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground below. In agony, the warrior attempted to wrench the spear free, but his hands lacked the strength, and despite several attempts, he found himself unable to liberate himself from its grip. As 800 advanced ominously, the warrior found himself devoid of any means of resistance. In this dire moment, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move. Struggling, he once again activated the wrist control panel, furiously tapping commands. Alarmed by the warrior's actions, Lister's gaze sharpened, recognizing the impending danger. Moments ago, when it appeared that 800 was on the verge of destruction, he had discreetly opened a spatial portal and employed telekinesis to hurl the scarred warrior away. Although Lister could have delivered a fatal blow, he refrained, mindful of the Iron Blood Elder's watchful eye on the pyramid's interior. As for the possibility of 800 defeating the warrior, was it not commonplace for prey to vanquish their hunters during such pursuits? Yet now, witnessing the warrior's surrender, Lister was taken aback as the scarred warrior activated his self-destruction mechanism. The explosive potential of this control panel was akin to that of a small nuclear device, a concept frequently depicted in cinematic narratives. As the countdown for the controller commenced, Lister hurriedly opened the spatial door. Within his realm, there was little more than an abundance of door panels. He promptly activated 2 doors, one directly facing the scarred Iron Blood, and the other positioned at random. Lister unleashed his telekinetic powers, swiftly guiding the controller through the spatial door and discarding it behind another portal, before sealing the door and removing the key. To the scarred Iron Blood's astonishment, he perceived a sudden fissure tearing open in the fabric of space, followed by the abrupt detachment of the controller from his wrist, which soared into the spatial rift. On the opposite side of the Earth, in the pleasantly thriving Tokyo, a luminous red box materialized within a certain divine restroom. Concurrently, in the vast expanse of outer space, aboard the space battleship, the Iron Blood Elder, who had been closely monitoring the hunting trials, finally stirred as the spatial door opened before the scarred Iron Blood. With a decisive command, the battleship ripped through the void, plunging towards the south pole of Earth. Report. Boss, the Iron Blood battleship has landed, with an estimated arrival time of 2 minutes. As the battleship made its move, Ho, who constantly monitored the cosmos with satellites, detected the activity and promptly informed Lister. As for the adversary's optical cloaking, Ho managed to unravel its secrets, thanks to the data downloaded from the deployment chamber. Upon analysis, it was discovered that the Iron Blood civilization's script bore a remarkable resemblance to the Mayan glyphs, with certain elements being interchangeable. It was akin to the relationship between the Chinese characters and their Japanese counterparts. Mastering one would significantly expedite the learning of the other. Consequently, within a brief span, Ho deciphered a portion of the Iron Blood civilization's technology, including the optical cloaking. By tuning electromagnetic waves to a specific frequency, the silhouette of the Iron Blood battleship could be detected on radar. I understand, please continue. If necessary, Wanda will assist you, Lister assured. Having witnessed the clash between the Iron Blood warriors and the Terminators, Lister realized that robots held little advantage against these extraterrestrial beings. The scarred Iron Blood had managed to severely weaken the 800, suggesting that its similarly ranked alien counterparts possessed comparable prowess. Furthermore, unlike the 800, Ho leaned more towards research and management, likely lacking the combat capabilities of the battle-ready 800. Additionally, if Lister intended to bring the Iron Blood civilization's technology back to Marvel, Ho's involvement was indispensable. Thus, ensuring her safety was paramount. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 2. Reward. 1 body enhancement card. With the demise of the scarred Iron Blood, Lister immediately received the system's notification of task completion. As the impending battle loomed, any enhancement to his abilities would be beneficial. Lister's expression brightened, and he promptly utilized the body enhancement card. Ding. The host has used the body enhancement card. Physical attributes have been augmented 6-fold. Ding. The host's physique has met the requirements, promoting him to Steel Body, Beginner. Steel Body? Lister's heart soared with joy. To discover such a boon after the enhancement was beyond his expectations. Could this be akin to the powers of Superman? He hurriedly began to investigate further. Steel body, beginner super defense. Only formidable military weapons can penetrate your skin. Super regeneration, capable of healing from injuries in an incredibly short time. Strength and speed are greatly enhanced. Unable to absorb the yellow sun's energy for continuous enhancement, flight capability is absent. Chapter 90. Wanda takes action. It turns out not to be. However, it matters little, as long as the tasks accomplished are numerous and the rewards sufficiently abundant. Lister's future will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Achieving Superman-level strength, or even surpassing it, is merely a matter of time. Feeling the enhancement of his physique, Lister felt a profound sense of certainty, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle. Meanwhile, the encounter between the White Queen and the Xenomorph was far from smooth. Witnessing the combat between the Predator and the 800, the White Queen became notably more cautious. Accompanied by 5 mechanical spiders, she maneuvered around the Xenomorph's main force, cornering a solitary Xenomorph. The battle ignited swiftly. Armed with dual pistols, the White Queen charged towards the Xenomorph while maintaining a barrage of gunfire. While the mechanical spiders lurked nearby, poised to strike. The strategy was sound, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The bullets impacted the Xenomorph, producing only a sound without breaching its defenses. The 5 mechanical spiders seized the opportunity to launch their assault. However, the Xenomorph was exceptionally agile, easily evading the attacks with a graceful sway, then sweeping its spiked tail to deform 2 mechanical spiders severely, sending them crashing to the ground. Truly, it was a top-tier predator, born solely for slaughter, an innate terrorist. Observing the Xenomorph effortlessly dispatching the White Queen on the screen, Lister couldn't help but marvel. If only he could command an army of Xenomorphs. Alas, their inherent cruelty and murderous nature rendered his affinity for animals utterly ineffective. Realizing the White Queen was at a disadvantage, Lister promptly opened a portal, allowing Wanda to assist. Wanda, be cautious, prioritize your safety, and act within your limits. He advised with concern before she stepped through the portal. Got it, Wanda replied, resolutely entering the portal. At this moment, the White Queen had expended all her ammunition and was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Xenomorph. In terms of combat skills, she surprisingly surpassed the 800. Truly a testament to her enhanced physique. Her fighting style resembled that of an elite soldier, with every strike aimed to incapacitate. Yet, it was distinct in that she focused solely on offense. However, the Xenomorph boasted a formidable exterior, razor-sharp claws, incredible speed, and a whip-like tail. Even with her steel-like bones and immense strength, it was akin to a dog attempting to grasp a hedgehog. Moreover, due to her aggressive fighting style, the White Queen frequently found herself on the receiving end of the Xenomorph's claws and tail, resulting in grievous wounds that exposed her internal steel skeleton. In mere moments, her body was already riddled with injuries, her visage unrecognizable. It is fortunate that she is a robot. Had she been a mere mortal, she would have perished countless times by now. At that moment, Wanda stepped through the portal. In an instant, the alien creature froze, abruptly turning its head to face her. With a roar, the alien let out a fearsome cry, its jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth, while viscous saliva dripped onto the ground, creating a most repulsive sight. Silence. Perish. Wanda grimaced at the appalling creature before her, a testament to the depths of monstrosity. With a swift motion of her right hand, a surge of crimson light enveloped the alien. Boom. The creature was hurled violently against the corridor wall, the force so immense that it created a substantial dent in the marble surface. Though the alien suffered, its resilient exterior bore cracks, and green blood oozed from its wounds, hissing as it met the ground. Nevertheless, despite its injuries, the alien did not succumb. Instead, it awakened its ferocity. With a fierce roar, the alien leapt into the air, vanishing from Wanda's sight, opting for a stealthy ambush as it discerned it was outmatched in direct combat. Its claws dug into the overhead rock, scurrying like a gecko. Its speed remarkable. One moment it was in the east, the next it was in the west. Though devoid of eyes, the alien traversed its terrain with astonishing agility, never once colliding with a wall, a truly extraordinary feat. The alien's advantages were glaring: formidable defense, swift movement, and razor-sharp attacks, capable of bringing even seasoned adversaries like the Predator to their knees if they were caught off guard. In contrast, Wanda, a fragile mage, would likely perish with the slightest contact, and Lister remained uneasy, his psychic energy surging, ever prepared for a rescue. Although he had complete faith in Wanda's abilities, he harbored doubts about her practical combat skills. Yet, this time, Lister's concern proved unwarranted. As the alien maneuvered above Wanda, seeking to strike from her blind spot with its elongated tail poised to pierce her, a sudden flash of crimson light erupted, ensnaring the creature as if bound by chains, rendering it immobile. Wanda had cleverly laid a trap behind her, waiting for the alien to leap into its grasp. This echoed the adage that the most skillful hunters often present themselves as prey. This time, you shall not escape, Wanda exclaimed, pivoting to face the ensnared alien. With a deft twist of her hands, the alien's elongated head contorted grotesquely, transforming into a twisted mass. Its cries ceased abruptly, extinguished forever. Boss, how magnificent! Upon witnessing the alien's demise, I hurried over, eager to curry favor. Wanda offered a subtle nod, exuding an air of mastery. Subsequently, she glanced at Bai, retrieving a box from her spatial backpack and handing it to her. Here you go. It is time to replace your bionic skin, for your current appearance is quite unsettling. As you command, madam, Bai-Ho replied, taking the box and swiftly opening it to expertly change her skin. They had prepared a considerable supply of consumable bionic skins, not only for Bai-Ho, but also for the governor. Witnessing Wanda effortlessly eliminate the xenomorph, Lister confidently closed the spatial gateway. He then took a deep breath and reopened another spatial door, but this time, it did not lead to position 800. Rather, it opened into the interior of the Iron Blood mothership. At this moment, 1 minute and 47 seconds had elapsed since the mothership's departure, and in just over 10 seconds, it would land on Bove Island. Lister, too, was ready to commence his actions. However, he did not make his presence known. Instead, he merely allowed a narrow gap in the spatial door for his telekinesis to traverse through. Excellent. Lister nodded in satisfaction. On the other side of the door lay a biological laboratory filled with numerous vials, each nurturing a facehugger in nutrient solution. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Lister activated his telekinesis, shattering all the vials before him, causing facehuggers to cascade to the ground. Beep. The laboratory was suddenly agitated, and alarm bells rang throughout the entire mothership. After completing this, Lister closed the spatial door. After a brief pause, he reopened it, revealing yet another biological laboratory housing facehuggers. Initially, Lister's plan was to infiltrate the mothership stealthily for a surprise attack. After all, with his telekinesis, it was relatively easy to obscure the thermal detection of the Iron Blood warriors. However, following the confrontation between 800 and the Iron Blood warriors, Lister realized that the adversaries were merely insensitive, not blind. While it was simple to mask thermal signatures, concealing sonar and light, thereby achieving true invisibility, was beyond Lister's current mastery of telekinesis. Upon discovering the vulnerabilities in his plan, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled the plot of Alien vs. Predator 2, leading him to devise a new strategy. Even after enhancing his physical form to that of an ironclad body, Lister did not alter his plan. It seemed to be yielding favorable results. Indeed, as the facehuggers were released from the various biological laboratories, chaos erupted within the Iron Blood mothership, with the initial casualties being the weaker recruits and novices. The so-called recruits, strictly speaking, were not true Iron Blood warriors. They were merely trainee soldiers, referring specifically to those who had reached maturity but lacked any hunting experience. As for the novices, they represented a higher tier, qualifying as genuine warriors. They possessed some combat experience, had completed hunting missions, and wielded their own specialized weapons, yet they were not yet capable of standing alone. To ascend to the ranks of seasoned veterans, they needed to complete a highly ceremonial hunting expedition, the hunt for a xenomorph. The 3 Iron Blood warriors, previously slain, were eager to hunt the xenomorphs, aspiring to ascend to the ranks of the experienced. The fledglings and novices constitute the lowest echelon of personnel aboard the mothership, possessing relatively weak capabilities yet vastly outnumbered. Confronted by the swarming facehuggers, they lacked sufficient combat experience. Many Iron Blood, unprepared and without their biomasks, found themselves ensnared by the facehuggers, which parasitized them with xenomorph eggs. Those who donned biomasks fared slightly better, evading the initial wave of parasitism. Yet they were still entangled by facehuggers clinging to their necks and affixed to their masks. Attempting to detach a facehugger would inevitably result in the removal of the mask, thus presenting an opportunity for other facehuggers to strike. Conversely, if they resorted to blades to eliminate the facehugger atop their heads, the corrosive acid that ensued would erode their masks, sealing their fate of eventual parasitism. Consequently, as the elite Iron Blood commenced their sweep of the mothership's interior, one could find numerous Iron Blood lying on the ground, already parasitized by xenomorphs. With a fierce roar, the leading Iron Blood warrior hurled 2 intelligent disc knives, spinning them to decimate 4 advancing facehuggers. The seasoned veterans followed suit, launching another 4 disc knives into the throng of facehuggers. Subsequently, 3 warriors formed a tactical triangle, wielding their curved blades as they plunged into the massive creatures. These formidable individuals, brimming with hunting experience, had already slain countless xenomorphs. Dispatching these singularly attacking facehuggers was as effortless as chopping vegetables, with each step yielding another kill. Naturally, given the vastness of the mothership and the multitude of personnel, the elite Iron Bloods swiftly eradicated the facehuggers, leaving only a few stragglers that posed no significant threat. However, with the obliteration of the facehuggers, a far graver danger quietly approached. The Iron Blood warriors were acutely aware that xenomorphs were gestating and would soon emerge. Yet their customs forbade them from directly engaging the embryos. They prided themselves as hunters, believing that only powerful xenomorphs were worthy of their pursuit. After the facehuggers were cleared, the Iron Blood mothership descended steadily near the whaling station. The hatch then opened, and the venerable Iron Blood Elder, adorned in ceremonial garb, emerged from the mothership, flanked by 2 squads of heavy Iron Blood warriors. His intentions were clear: to seek Wanda, who wielded spatial technology within the pyramid. As the military leader, the Iron Blood Elder possessed not only exceptional combat prowess, but also a wealth of wisdom and experience. He guided his followers aboard the mothership, traversing the cosmos in search of prey. During their expeditions, the novices aboard the mothership would partake in their coming-of-age ceremony, completing the rite to gain promotion, eventually ascending to the status of elders, commanding their own motherships, and recruiting their followers to hunt across the universe. This cycle perpetuated through generations, ensuring the continuation of their civilization. In a certain sense, the elders represented the very essence of Iron Blood culture, tasked with bridging the past and future, thereby sustaining their legacy. This elder, having traversed the cosmos for many years and witnessed a myriad of wonders, had never encountered technologies such as spatial gates or chaotic magic. Moreover, this technology has emerged on a planet that has been under their confinement for millennia. It is akin to witnessing the pinnacle of evolution as Subject 8913 resolves a long-standing dilemma. It is reminiscent of a captive chimpanzee unexpectedly crafting a spacecraft destined for the cosmos. What would you do in such a scenario? Naturally, you would seize the opportunity, regardless of the cost. The Iron Blood Elder acted similarly. After securing the mothership's defenses, he personally led 2 squads of heavy Iron Blood warriors into the depths of the pyramid. The seasoned warriors of the Iron Blood faction are categorized into various types: conventional Iron Blood, light Iron Blood, assault Iron Blood, and heavy Iron Blood. Conventional Iron Blood constitutes the largest contingent among the seasoned warriors, equipped with standard gear such as wrist blades, spears, intelligent disc knives, and plasma cannons. Primarily tasked with vigilance and security, light Iron Blood serves as the scouts among the Iron Blood warriors, exhibiting agility and primarily armed with wrist blades, spear guns, and intelligent disc knives. Responsible for battlefield reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, and occasionally undertaking assassination missions when necessary. Assault Iron Blood operates as the death squad within the Iron Blood ranks, typically armed with wrist blades, net guns, throwing explosive darts, and plasma cannons, focusing on breaching enemy strongholds and fire points, thus clearing the path for the main forces. Due to the nature of their missions, the casualty rate among Assault Iron Blood is the highest. In contrast, Heavy Iron Blood represents the heavily armored soldiers, towering and robust, clad in formidable armor, armed with wrist blades, spear guns, intelligent disc knives, and rapid-fire ion cannons. Heavy Iron Blood does not engage in societal production and generally remains within the mothership as its guardians, only deployed in dire circumstances, where their involvement is likely to sway the tide of battle. Currently, the Iron Blood Elder has directly deployed Heavy Iron Blood, and the mobilization of 2 squads underscores the gravity he places on this mission. Meanwhile, within the pyramid, Wanda has just vanquished an alien creature, rescuing adventurer Eliza Woods and archaeologist Sebastian. "Thank you for saving us. Who are you? I haven't seen you in the team," they expressed. Grateful yet wary in the face of mysterious ruins, terrifying beasts, and the presence of formidable unknown humans. Chapter 92, The Alien Queen. "I am Wanda, and this is White Queen." Wanda introduced herself, subsequently inviting the pair. "It is perilous here. It will become even more dangerous shortly. If you wish to survive, it is best to stick with us." "All right, we will follow you." Eliza and Sebastian exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They had witnessed Wanda's formidable strength, easily dispatching such a terrifying creature, and felt safer in her company. Moreover, They appeared to be human and should not pose any threat to them. Nevertheless, their bodies instinctively took a small step back. "Remove the items from your backpack. It's a waste to keep such a weapon stowed away," Waifu remarked, her gaze fixed on Eliza's pack. In the face of the aliens, conventional firearms proved utterly ineffective. After suffering defeat in her initial encounter, Waifu had contacted Lister, requesting a selection of predator weaponry. She had opted for a retractable spear, a smart disc blade, and a net gun, dismissing the wrist blades and curved knives as aesthetically unappealing. Regrettably, the three predators bore no formidable firearms. Now, however, she had discovered a powerful weapon within the woman's backpack. She could not let this opportunity slip by. "Do you know what this weapon is?" Given the circumstances, Eliza reluctantly surrendered the contents of her bag, though her curiosity compelled her to ask before doing so. "This should be a plasma cannon," Waifu responded, taking the weapon while scanning it with her electronic eye. Her eyes darted across the device, swiftly constructing a three-dimensional model and comprehending its functionality. This weapon could be mounted on the shoulder, wielded in hand, or even controlled through thoughts via a network connection, and its power was impressive, truly splendid. With that, Waifu shouldered the plasma cannon. "All right, let us proceed. We must swiftly deal with the creature below. The others above will soon arrive." Satisfied with her acquisition, Wanda addressed the group before boldly advancing into the dark passage. Waifu followed closely behind, and after a fleeting glance at the gruesome alien carcass on the ground, Eliza decisively trailed after them. Roars of terror echoed from the darkness, one voice particularly resonant, imbued with authority and savagery. Wanda paused momentarily. This roar, distinct from the others, could only belong to the alien queen. As the cacophony of alien growls diminished, she seemed to grasp something vital. "The alien queen is summoning the others. It seeks to escape. We must hasten our pace," Wanda urged, quickening her steps as the others promptly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the nest. Inside a concealed chamber, the ground was littered with sticky, egg-like entities. Surrounding them, three explorers were ensnared against the walls, their faces marred by the rigid forms of facehuggers, clearly indicating they had been parasitized. Mr. Verland, Stafford, Eliza and her partner, upon seeing their companions in peril, instinctively rushed forward to assist, only to be halted by Waifu. "They have been infected by the facehuggers. There is no saving them. We should grant them a merciful end," Wanda explained, then retrieved a timed explosive from her spatial backpack, set the timer, and cast it into the nest. Boom. As they retreated, the nest erupted in a thunderous explosion, swiftly engulfing the area in flames. As the group advanced a short distance, Wanda, who was leading, suddenly halted her steps, casting a crimson shield around them. Waifu, ever vigilant, unsheathed her spear while the plasma cannon was readied, alert to their surroundings. Noticing the tension, Alicia and her companion instinctively huddled closer, attempting to diminish their presence. Soon, from the depths of the darkened passage, a menacing figure emerged slowly. It was enormous, towering at least 4 to 5 meters, resembling a wall that completely blocked the corridor. Its head was elevated, jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp teeth in a most fearsome display. Behind it, a lengthy tail swayed ominously, adorned with menacing bony spines, its tip as sharp as a blade. This tail was undoubtedly a lethal weapon, far more suited for destruction than for maintaining balance. The creature was none other than the alien queen, recently liberated from confinement. As the queen appeared, capturing the attention of the onlookers, several more aliens silently emerged from the shadowy corners of the passage. Their movements were swift and soundless, strategically positioning themselves within the group's blind spots, swiftly approaching to launch an assault. At that critical moment, Wanda extended her hands, enveloping the approaching aliens in a radiant crimson glow. With a forceful flick of her wrists, the aliens were propelled directly towards the alien queen. As these creatures hurtled towards her, the queen stepped back, twisting her body. Her formidable tail lashed out like a whip, sending the aliens crashing to the ground. With a fierce roar, the queen prepared to lead the rising aliens into another attack. However, the newly risen aliens disregarded her commands, perceiving her as an enemy instead, and launched a frenzied assault. Caught off guard, the alien queen was overwhelmed, sustaining multiple injuries as viscous fluid gushed forth, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. Yet, her tenacity and formidable strength surged in response to the attack. Enduring the onslaught, the queen's sharp forelimbs ensnared one of the aliens, her unyielding jaws piercing through its skull. With a roar, she discarded the alien's lifeless body and charged into the remaining swarm, grappling and tearing them apart, forcing them into retreat. Observing the disarray among the other aliens, Wanda took decisive action. Yet, Her assistance was not directed towards the attacking aliens, but rather the alien queen. Earlier, she had attempted to confuse the aliens with her abilities, and to her surprise, it had succeeded. However, in their confrontation with the queen, the aliens' performance was somewhat disappointing, as a group attack resulted in the demise of one of their own. Upon contemplating the impending arrival of the formidable elder, Wanda resolutely abandoned the few aliens and prepared to seize control of the alien queen. A vivid crimson radiance enveloped the remaining aliens, rendering them immobile. The alien queen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, did not hesitate to unleash her lethal arsenal. Claws, spikes, and mandibles. All weaponry at her disposal was employed, swiftly annihilating the other aliens. Indeed, it is you. Wanda's eyes sparkled with determination as she invoked chaos magic, ensnaring the alien queen in her grasp.